Chapter 131, Tension, Chapter 108. Chapter Text. When the knight saw me stalking down the hallway, he struggled in the grasp of his captors. The two men in Targaryen livery kept good hold of him though, and eventually Sir Roga strode past me and kicked him in the stomach. He doubled over, gasping for air. I heard Sir Stefan snort in derision and the guards hauled him back up onto his knees none too gently. What happened? I managed through clenched teeth. The man whimpered at the ice-cold tone of my voice. Why, your grace, he said, trying to bow only for one of the men flanking him wrench him back up. Your grace. Please. I swear I guarded the room. I did not leave my post nor did I sleep, I swear on the lives of my children. After Joffrey had informed me, I'd been frozen in an odd combination of fear and rage for long enough that Rennis and Corlys picked up on something being wrong. Once I'd explained it to them they had moved into action. Corlys had headed towards the docks to quietly raise as many of his and Laener's crew as possible for a search of the town and docks. He was 73 now and much the same as he had always been, although with considerably more wrinkles and laugh lines and less muscle. Time had also forced him to start dressing warmly, lest he catch his death because he wanted to show his chest off to everyone. Rhaenys had gone with Joffrey to organize the children and begin a search of the castle. Time had been very, very kind to the queen who never was. She was still as tall as she had ever been with the same striking features although her hair was beginning to turn silver at the temples now, not a surprise given that she was 52. The blade she had taken during the conquest still troubled her on occasion which limited her flying at times but apart from that she was as hale and healthy as her husband. The knight's throat bobbed in terror as I met his eyes and stared him down. Sir Roga. I barked. The man straightened. A fuck up on his men's part reflected badly on him. A fuck up of this magnitude. I had already decided that if Alyssa was hurt he would be stripped of his title. How many children does he have? Sir Roga's eyebrows rose in surprise before they furrowed in thought. 3, your grace. 2 sons and a daughter, he finally replied. They live in town. And you would swear on all their lives that you did not fail in your duty. He was shaking now but I wasn't inclined to mercy. If my daughter was hurt. There was a moment's silence before the threat sank in. Why yes, yes. I would swear. Please, I cut him off. Has this man ever fallen asleep at his post before? Sir Roga was quick to reply. No, your grace, I make sure none of my men ever do. I run random checks. If they are ever caught, they are stripped of their position. The man was nodding along desperately, tears now running down his face. I studied him and made up my mind. I leave him to you to deal with then, Sir Roga. I am satisfied he was not derelict in his duties. The trembling man sighed in relief as he was released by the other guards. Sir Roga half bowed in response and I detected some relief in his frame too. Thank you, your grace, said Sir Roga. Shall I have my men join the search? Do so but as quietly as possible for the moment, I told him and he bowed again. I shall release your squire to you once I have finished questioning him. He moved off, his men dragging the guard with them and I stepped into her room. It was the same as it had been yesterday. The blankets and covers on her bed had been thrown aside to reveal 2 pillows stacked against each other, presumably to provide the illusion of the bed still having an occupant. They were fooled by this? I asked. It would appear so, said Sir Stefan, examining the room. Perhaps the maids should be spoken to. They will be, I promised. Still, no struggle and she deliberately tried to hide her absence. She left by her own will, concluded Sir Stefan for me, lifting open one of her trunks and finding only dolls and dresses. He let it slam close with a loud snap and stepped past me, sticking his head out the window and peering down. Probably through here. Who is in the room below? No one, to my knowledge. It should be empty, why? I asked as he pulled his head back inside. The window below is open. A quick trip down there told us that the dust had been disturbed recently by at least 2 people. One of which arrived via the window and was pulled in by her larger compatriot. Damn her. So, she had help, did she? Not Iman, Ima, Rena, Ali, or Jane, they're all too small to have made these footprints, I mused, as Sir Stefan finished examining the room. It had yielded nothing but a half-melted candle and more footprints. Aelyandra, Lucerys or Adam then? Aelyandra was my first stop. My ward was agitated beyond belief when I arrived, pacing back and forth whilst curling her hair around her finger. She sat when she saw us, perching on the edge of one of her couches. Did you find her? She asked, dark eyes wide in fear. Fear of what? I was not sure. Me, punishment and Ali's being injured were all possibilities. She did not look tired. Had she stayed up all night to help Ali's escape then she would almost certainly be struggling to keep her eyes open. We did not. It seems she left her room via the window so as to not alert the guard. Given she is 3 stories up, this implies she had help, I told her and she froze, dark hair curled around her fingers. I swear to you on all the gods I did not help her. I did not know, the girl begged, and I found myself believing her. The two were good friends, which would make her prime suspect, but that also counted against her. Alyandra was not an idiot. If Alice had confided in her a plan to run away, Alyandra would have come straight to me. She knew well that Alice was fragile and sickly, any terrible fate could befall her without protection. She mentioned nothing to you? She has not been behaving strangely. Alyandra paused at that and then opened her mouth before hesitating and closing it. What? Well, before we left King's Landing she asked me to cover for her one afternoon. She had some papers with her and she said she had to deliver them to a friend, but she wouldn't tell me whom, she said, squirming in her seat. But it was at least a week before we were due to sail and she never mentioned it again. I sat back and closed my eyes. If that matter was related to this, and there was no guarantee it was, it could be any of the staff that we had brought over with us. That significantly widened the suspect pool, although papers? I would have expected money, actually, I would have expected whichever fool she had picked to help her to report it to me or someone in charge so that I could have dealt with this before my daughter went missing. I swear, Rhaenyra, I opened my eyes and forced a smile. I believe you, Alyandra. You would not be so stupid, but I had to ask. She nodded, still looking worried. Collect the others and enjoy a trip into town with Sira and Sabitha. Her worry gave way to relief and I smiled at her. Thank you, she said, rising out of her seat. I rose also. You should not be punished for someone else's actions, but if you do hear anything or see her, I will tell you. Or well, Lady Sira or Lady Sabitha. I nodded and left for Lucerys' room. When I got there he was sitting with Joffrey and Rena, the two siblings curled close to their father. Luke looked more like Daemon every day, although that had long since ceased to bother me. He was boisterous, loud, and impulsive, but he was also unfailingly kind. His silver gold hair was cut short, I think because he was mimicking Laenor, although at 11 he was nowhere close to a beard. Rena was Laena in miniature, although her hair was Joffrey's dark brown. Small for her age, much like Ali's was, and if I were to be completely honest, as Laena and Joffrey were supposedly being about Ali's, spoiled beyond measure. Apparently she and Emma were best friends, although I could not imagine my quiet little girl getting along with such a terror. I thought it best to wait for your appearance before I took them to see Laena, said Joffrey. Luke looked worried, but not the fear I would expect from him if he thought he was close to being caught as Ali's mysterious helper. Rena just glared at me, no doubt she resented being held back from seeing her mother after Laena had been gone for so long. I have just a few questions, I said gently. Joffrey tapped both his children on the shoulders and they reluctantly sat up to face me properly. Alice had helped to leave her room. Did she mention this plan to you? No, said Luke, frowning. She was just being her usual self. And that means? I asked gently. He looked at his father, even more worried, but it was Rena that answered me. She curled her knees close to her chest and glared at me as she did so. She was being mean. She was teasing Luke and Jocelyn about having small dragons and Emma and me about not having any, she burst out. Joffrey froze, eyes wide. Alice doesn't have a dragon, I pointed out dryly. And will not be getting one until she is 2 and 10 at least. Don't be foolish, Rhaenyra, Joffrey burst out. You are cleverer than this. I swallowed my rage. Screaming at him would not be conducive to finding my daughter. Not to mention the bad example it would set. I had no doubt the children would be eager to spread tales of my anger about the group. Instead, I took a deep breath and fixed him with a look. What do you? I stopped as what he was getting at hit me like a brick to the face. No, she would not be so foolish. Would she not? Asked Joffrey. I stood up and clenched my hands tightly, ignoring the pain that brought. Do you dare say it to my face now? Or will you rely on Laena to do it once more? My voice was cold. Joffrey watched me for a good long while before sending Luke and Rena from the room. When he turned back, there was fury etched in his face too. We both know she can manipulate you with ease. She is spoiled. She has a nasty streak. How many times has she escaped punishment with faked illness even Emma can see through? He asked, and that fact was like a punch to the chest, driving the breath from my lungs. You favor her so obviously that even your other children feel they cannot complain. It was hard to tell when Joffrey was lying, downplaying events, or omitting the truth, but it was always easy to tell when he was telling the truth and nothing but the truth. His features had morphed into triumph. Damn him. Damn Laena. I would know. I did not have time to formulate a response because somewhere a bell began to ring. We both froze, previous anger forgotten, as we remembered what that bell signified today of all days. Two curious heads poked around the doorway Joffrey had sent them through, and then the room exploded into action. I was first out, but Joffrey was not far behind, surprisingly speedy despite his cane. Sir Stefan was behind, herding the two children ahead of him, his armor clanking as we made our way downstairs and through corridors. The entirety of Dragonstone seemed to be rushing towards the agreed location. Of course the others were there before us, they had been waiting with bated breath for his return. Which one is it? I asked a guard who was peering through a far eye, already knowing the answer in my heart. Vermithor, replied the guard, tone grim. He's got the Bronze Fury. Chapter 132, Tension, Chapter 109. Chapter Text. It seemed the entire courtyard was holding its collective breath as the vast bulk of Vermithor, second only to Viagar in size, cast us all into shadow as it came in for landing. I forced myself to tear my gaze from the dragon to examine the crowd. Aegon's grin was wide, Durin and Visera were curled close to Alicent. Alicent looked as if all her dreams were coming true. A son of hers riding the dragon of the old king. Actually, it probably was a dream come true. Even father looked proud, his chest puffed out in a smile so wide I feared he'd strain something. Then Vermithor landed, its rider sliding off its back with an audible thud and a stagger, and all the smiles died. The silence of the crowd was deafening as Alice regarded us all before seemingly falling backwards onto the mass of her dragon. That got me moving, shoving some of Aemon's river knights aside to reach her. Joffrey was in pursuit behind me, but it was father that beat me to her, his face a mask of worry. She smiled at him weakly as he pulled her into a hug, her tiny arms only just able to wrap completely around his bulk. Whispering broke out across the courtyard, interspersed with some cheers. Mostly though, people were confused. Grandpapa, she mumbled, clearly tired. Look, I have a dragon now. Indeed you do, he laughed, putting her down gently. Then he turned to me with tears in his eyes. She's just like her namesake. Who else but my mother would have done such a thing? Except my daughter, of course. Her grin only widened, then she seemed to notice my shock and horror and it dimmed considerably. I could barely summon words, my daughter, a dragon that size. The reality of just how much danger she had been in hit me and I took a deep breath, willing myself to be steady. Are you angry with me, Mama? I'm sorry. I just wanted a dragon like Jocelyn. I stared at her, her little chest rising and falling with the exhaustion of trekking up a mountain and taming a dragon. Then I stared at Vermithor, the second largest dragon in existence in Jaehaerys Mount. As quickly as my horror had come, relief flooded through me and I rushed forward to pull her close, laughing with the force of it. She sank into the embrace happily, her little hands tangling in my dress. I lifted her up and twirled her around, my earlier anger at her disappearance gone in the face of the sheer knowledge she was here and okay. Angry? No, no, as long as you're okay, I told her breathlessly as I set her down. She leaned against me and I could feel how warm she was through her thin clothes. Worry crept its way back in as Laenor crashed to a halt next to us and set about his fussing. I wanted to laugh again, to pull her close and never let her go. I caught sight of Alicent and was pulled back into the present unpleasantly. She would need to be watched. She looked as if she might throw up or decide to attack my daughter where she stood. She wasn't even bothering to hide the fury that sent her face pale and her youngest children fleeing to their older brother in fear. Even Aegon looked discomfited when he met my eyes. He had helped Aemond research Vermithor and dragon lore for years, he would have something to say about Alice beating him to the punch. Still no sign of Helena, damn, this would not look good to any of them. I looked at the great dragon my daughter had claimed and swallowed back my no doubt hysterical giggles. Who could have thought? Who? I had been resigned to the fact that Aemond would claim Jaehaerys dragon, and my daughter had instead. Rhaenyra, whispered Joffrey. If Alyssa just climbed a mountain while still and wearing a tunic that thin, we should probably get her seen by Gerardis. He had a point and she had felt warm to the touch when I held her and she had been ill the night before. Laenor. I called. We are taking her to Gerardis. Come on, little one, he whispered to her. Let's get you seen to before your mother worries herself half to death. It felt like the eyes of the world were on me as we left. My legs felt like jelly as I wobbled my way to the old maester's tower. It was all I could do not to stop every few moments to reassure myself that she was really there. Should I be thankful that I had only realized how easily she could have died after it was apparent she was alive and well? I did not know whether to laugh or cry, and that same indecision was still gripping me by the time we found Gerardis, Laena and Jocelyn. Alice was laid down on a bed and Gerardis was soon examining her with a concerned look on his face. I seated myself next to Laena and Jocelyn and gazed at my daughter. She claimed Vermithor, I heard Joffrey whisper to his wife, yet I could not summon my usual ire over the matter. I could not even summon it when I felt Laena's glare on the back of my head. Ill, was she? She asked finally. I heard Joffrey sigh, and in the corner of my eye, Laenor's gaze swung to his sister. Yet well enough to climb the Dragon Mont. She has paid for it, I pointed out, feeling the need to defend that at least. She's running a fever. And that is punishment for disobeying your orders and taming Vermithor. Her tone was tart and I swallowed. It was not punishment but... I turned to them, dragging my eyes from Ali's. Jocelyn watched me with wide, violet eyes. Confused, she turned to Laena for clarification. As if she did not believe Alice could have truly tamed Vermithor, and I was surely somehow mistaken. I remembered Joffrey's revelation from before her landing with a guilty start. But you banned everyone from taming a dragon from the Dragonmont before they were 6 and 10 like Grandpapa did with Uncle Aemond, she said in a small confused voice. Why did you let Alice go up? I stared at her, mouth hanging open, and Laenor answered for me. Alice did not ask for permission, he said gently. She will be punished for that, do not worry. Your mother is waiting until she is well enough to appreciate what she did wrong. Joffrey caught my eye and nodded to the corner, incurring a suspicious look from Laenor. I laid my hand on his knee and got up. You need to punish her, Joffrey said quietly. Even if you don't yet realize what she has done is wrong, you need to. I could feel Jocelyn's gaze on me, despite Laenor and Laena doing their best to try and distract her from the matter. Did he assume? I am well aware of that, I breathed, wondering why my knees still felt like jelly and my heart still raced. He tilted his head as if puzzled at my response. She went up the Dragonmont. Yet she had only done what I myself had done, and she was older now than I had been then. Could I truly punish her for following my bad example? My gaze went to her as Gerardis listened to her chest. She looked so small. No, I had to. If I didn't, Aemon would be next, and Emma as well. Jocelyn scowled at her bedsheet and I bit my lip. She had disobeyed me, planned this little trip before we'd even sailed for Dragonstone. How did I miss it? I groaned as the implications of that unpleasant thought made themselves clear. She is as clever as her mother, he said dryly. And twice as spoiled. You say she is spoiled, I said. Maybe she is. Maybe I should be angry, and maybe I should yell and rage at her. I would not ask you to, I know well how traumatizing a screaming match with you is, he said, and I recognized his tone with a flash of annoyance, the tone he took when he was playing the gracious victor. I am not saying you need to be angry, just apply consequences. This is an escalation. I took a few more deep breaths. Yet how? Do I ground her? Ban her from the library? Have her struck? No. No, the punishment must be related to the crime. Of that, I was certain. When Jocelyn grew angry and struck other children, she was banned from the training yard. When Emma stayed up past her bedtime to read, her book was taken away. Yet what punishment fits the crime of taming a dragon? We made our way back over to Jocelyn and I dropped a kiss on her forehead, being sure to avoid her stitches and the truly impressive bruising that had formed around them. An idea formed in my mind as Laena took Joffrey's hand as he settled beside her. An idea that could kill 3 birds with 1 stone if I were lucky. Your sister has done something terribly bad by sneaking out in the dead of night, I told Jocelyn, and her eyes lit up. Did I truly fail to acknowledge Ali's wrongdoing to that degree? So she will not get to choose whom she takes her writing lessons with. Black eyebrows furrowed together in confusion. But, my little warrior, you do. I know Grandmama Rennis wanted to teach you, as did Auntie Laena and Papa, but I also want to teach you. I promise that if you choose me, I will never be too busy for you. Laena glanced at Joffrey, confused, but Joffrey hadn't yet seen my plot either. Jocelyn pushed herself into a sitting position and gazed at me. You would teach me to fly, Morrigan? She asked in that same small voice. I smiled, hoping it wasn't too pained, and caught her hand. If you want me to, I would be honored. One arm wrapped around my neck as she flung herself forward to cuddle into me. I heard Laenor chuckle delightedly at the scene. She drew back, looking excited. When can we start? Mama, can we start soon? Morrigan is here on the island, so we could start tomorrow. I pointed to her arm and she glanced down before frowning unhappily. My arm doesn't hurt. Please, Mama. We shall read dragon lore together, I told her. In the comfort of my offices until your arm is better. Then I will teach you how to ride. She would have to be happy with that. I had first-hand knowledge of what could happen if a break went bad. She seemed to be on the same track because her eyes traveled down to the prosthetic hidden by my glove. Then she scrunched her face up and nodded seriously. Laenor covered his mouth with his hand to hide his amused grin. But Mama, shall we be able to start tomorrow? I turned to find Alice. She gave me a grin and clambered into Laenor's lap. I smiled in relief, before remembering my resolve to punish her, regardless of whose example she had followed and how much it had benefited me. You may if your tutor allows you, I told her, and she frowned. But I want you to teach me, Mama? You're teaching Jocelyn. I winced at the tiny voice she said it in. She was so frail, for a moment I nearly wavered, until Joffrey cleared his throat and I remembered myself. She'd tamed Vermithor, I told myself. It had been dangerous and ill thought out. Aemond would be after her and the Greens would consider her greater target than usual. She had tricked me, lied to me. When I thought of it that way, anger stirred in my gut. You disobeyed me. You went up the Dragonmont. You lied to me, she sniffled, rubbing at her eyes. But Mama, I didn't want Aemond to get the dragon. He's nasty and he didn't deserve it, she explained, fighting tears. And you did the same thing when you were younger. I just wanted to be like you. I forced my face to remain in its stern expression even as my heart hurt with the knowledge. And I tricked him. He helped me take Vermithor right from beneath his nose. I stared at her and even Joffrey let out an impressed whistle. She added in a begrudging tone. Well, Aunt Helena helped too, but she only helped a little bit. She didn't know either. How did you trick them? Asked Laenor, seeming genuinely curious. I filed away that information about Helena's involvement for later. Remember when the cannibal went into his home? And the Watchers sent you a letter about him moving? I gave that letter to Aemond and I told him that if he helped me claim Silverwing I'd tell him where Vermithor moved to. Okay, maybe my daughter was slightly more devious than I had thought. Very funny, said Laena dryly. But have you thought about the consequences? I got the dragon first. He can't have it now, Alice said, her silver gold eyebrows coming together in an angry V. Mama, tell her. He cannot take it from you, I replied. But he will be angry. His friends will be angry. Do you not understand? What you did was wrong, finished Laena. No matter the result. I got Vermithor though. So will you teach me? With Jocelyn, she asked as I recovered. No. You have to be punished, said Jocelyn, looking at me as if she expected me to give in. Alice blinked and her bottom lip quivered. I sighed. Jocelyn is right, Alice. So as punishment, you don't get to decide who teaches you. I do. She glared at her sister as Jocelyn glared right back before turning to me sullenly. All right, so who is teaching me? I caught Laenor's eye and tried to communicate that he needed to keep a good hold of her as I sensed she definitely would not like my decision. You needn't sound so upset, Alice. Your Aunt Laena is the best writer of our generation. It took about 3 seconds for that to sink in. Then Joffrey's eyebrows practically disappeared into his hair, Laenor grinned widely and Laena and Alice exploded into furious denial and screaming. Chapter 133, Tension, Chapter 110. Chapter Text. Mama. Please, begged Alice, squirming on Laenor's lap. There were tears in her eyes, I noted with a wince. Mama, please, Auntie Laena doesn't like me. She'll be mean. Please don't make her be my teacher. She is not making me do anything. I refuse, said Laena icily. Joffrey placed his hand over hers and she paused in her tirade, glancing back at him, confused. He leaned in to whisper something in her ear but I was distracted by Jocelyn. Why does she get to be taught by Aunt Laena? That's not a punishment, she asked, angry tears in the corners of her eyes. And what should her punishment be, little one? I asked Jocelyn gently. My firstborn furiously rubbed at her eyes before turning to Laena in appeal. Laena for her part appeared to be lost in thought about whatever Joffrey had just told her. Finding no help there, Jocelyn pouted and sank into the bed. When I reached for her hand, she pulled it away and fixed me with such a glare my heart hurt. Yet before I could deal with that, Alice gave a furious screech and struggled in Laenor's arms, clawing at his bare arms, leaving angry red marks behind. Very well, said Laena. Alice froze, staring at her aunt with a shocked expression. One that mirrored Jocelyn's perfectly. I'll teach Alice. My sigh of relief came too soon though because Laena was not done. I perhaps should have consulted her before bringing it up but I had always been of the opinion punishment should be swift, not some drawn-out mess. On 2 conditions, she elaborated. 1, that I have total control over her lessons and 2, I decide if her skipping them was acceptable and her punishment if it is not. No, screeched Alice, suddenly desperate. No. Mama, she will punish me for everything. She will be mean. Mama, please. I met Laena's eyes. Was that true? I did not think so, if I were forced to think objectively. Laena took writing, and teaching, as seriously as Rhaenys did. She would not risk compromising Ali's lessons for petty reasons even if I had no doubt she would be strict with her. And after this? Yes, strict was what Ali's needed. Some part of that numb shock became determination. I agree to those terms, I said. She sighed in relief and I did not miss Jocelyn's smile brightening up her face once more as she no doubt imagined Laena given free rein with Alice. Mama, whined Alice, staring at me. Mama, please, I only wanted to be like you. And your mother was punished also, said Laenor. She was banned from all her friends and the library for nearly a month. True, but how had Laenor known that? He had been on Driftmark, his parents still sulking because of Rhaenys being passed over twice. I am sure I never told him of such in our letters either. Ali's eyes narrowed at the revelation though and Jocelyn's smirk became wider, bordering on a shark-like grin. Then Ali slumped against Laenor and closed her eyes. May I go to sleep now, Papa? She asked, sadly. He gave me a pained look before scooping her up and carrying her over to the bay Gerardis had made up for her. As he drew the thick velvet curtains around it, I heard her ask if he would tell her a story and I was forced to clench my teeth until they ached. I always told Alice and Jocelyn their bedtime stories. Mama? When I go to sleep later, I still want you to tell me my bedtime story, whispered Jocelyn, and I glanced down in surprise. She smiled at me and I found my hand pushing the hair back from her face, grief and love welling up within me in equal measure. The bell began ringing as a tear trickled down my face. I froze, remembering what that meant before pushing myself up. Lainer, stay here. Sir Stefan, you as well. Imond is not to enter this ward unless he's on a stretcher. My white knight hesitated for a moment but fell back, taking up a vigil at the end of Jocelyn's bed. It was Lena that followed me, limping slightly on her injured leg now, no doubt due to Geertis finally giving it a look over. The race to the courtyard felt even longer than the last one had. This time, I was one of the first there. Alicent had beaten me, of course, but then I wasn't sure if that should count because I wasn't sure if she had actually left after I had taken Alice away. A few other knights who had been close by. I squinted into the sky, making out the vague shape of a dragon. Which one had he tamed? My question was answered the moment I had thought of it. Silverwing, called the guard with far eye, and I forced myself not to laugh at the sense of victory that bought. Silverwing was still a dangerous dragon in her own right, I reminded myself, but oh, to lose Vermithor and be forced to settle with the dragon associated with the good queen. I forced myself to look solemn and concerned. It would not be well received if I made my amusement too obvious. I frowned as I remembered Ali's earlier words. If she had told the truth, Imond had helped her leave the castle, he'd helped her put herself in danger. Silverwing was navigated down fairly deftly by Imond. He'd clearly taken those dragon manuals to heart. If he ever managed to find himself a teacher, he'd be a fearsome rider indeed, I had no doubt about that. I watched as he slipped off Silverwing's back and stalked forward. The crowd itself was back to that confused muttering that rose like a hiss. They knew that something had gone wrong for Imond today, they just weren't sure what. Viserys pulled his son into a tight hug. Imond's arms hung by his sides for a moment too long and then rose slowly, returning the embrace. My son, I am proud of you. Silverwing, said Viserys, releasing Imond, seemingly oblivious to the fury that was pouring off of his son. After a moment of silence, Imond forced a smile. Thank you, father, he managed, through gritted teeth. Aegon swept forward then, seizing his brother about the shoulders. He made it look like a joyous motion, but I detected the true purpose. He was putting himself between Imond and the crowd. He must have said something to father too. Come. There will be a feast tonight and I wish to prepare for it, he called to the crowd, after giving his oldest son a somewhat puzzled look. The crowd took quite some time to disperse. I considered leaving with them but decided against it when Imond scanned the crowd and his eyes met mine. I saw the hate and anger spark in his eyes. Better to head this off now than have him do something foolish to Alice. I would kill him if he did anything to her, I hoped my eyes conveyed that as I returned his gaze. I picked my way through those leaving, ignoring the curious glances I was getting from onlookers. Imond watched, looking as if it were only Aegon's hand on his shoulder holding him back. Congratulations, Prince Imond. Silverwing is a fine mount, said Lena, once we were within spitting distance. Don't act like my friend, witch, snarled Imond. And you? See what happens when I get my hands on that little traitor. Imond, said Aegon sharply. You are angry, but this is not the way to behave. At his brother's admonishment, Imond's eyes dropped to his boots. Yet his shoulders were still tense and his hands still clenched tight. His chest fell and rose as if he had spent the day running with the force of his anger. Aegon watched him with a stern expression before turning to me. This was ill done, sister. He looked too much like father when he was like that. I am so glad he chose not to copy the mustache in this timeline. You know how long Imond has sought Vermithor. Do you honestly think that I sent my daughter, my 10-year-old daughter, up a damn mountain with no escort when she was ill to beat Imond to a dragon? I asked, making sure he understood I was disgusted with the accusation. Perhaps you should ask Imond who did send her up the dragon mount. At the mention of his name, Imond's head jerked up. Aegon's stern gaze flickered and became one of confusion as Imond did not move to deny my accusation. EMS? What did you do? Asked Aegon, aghast. Imond's face screwed up in anger before he turned to his brother. She had detailed reports on all the dragons on the Dragon Mount, did you know that, brother? She kept them from us. From me. That little shit agreed to give me Vermithors if I helped her tame Silverwing. Even being caught in the wrong by his precious older brother was doing little to cool Imond's anger. Aegon just sighed, bringing his hand up to his face. She is being punished for what she has done, I told them. But Imond went behind my back, he put my daughter in danger. He is sorry for that, said Aegon in a tone that implied that if Imond were not already, he would be when he was done with the chewing out he was about to get. Imond, go to my quarters and wait there. Iman trudged off, foot bouncing off of the doors that led inside. We watched him go in silence. May I speak to you, sister? Asked Aegon, before his gaze flicked to Lena. Alone. Of course. Lena. She hesitated and I raised an eyebrow. Alyandra was hoping for some instruction tomorrow, I believe. You need to gather your strength for that. Very well, she sighed before bowing mockingly. As my princess demands. The moment she was out of sight, my brother and I began a slow, meandering walk through Dragonstone. It gave me time to reflect on the man he was now. Nearly 20, he was every maiden's dream and a far cry from the man of Canaan, with his silver gold hair cut short and no facial hair to speak of. A tall, trim knight with a reputation for honor. He was more than good with the blade and lance as well, he had a lot of tourney wins to his name. The perfect prince. That was by design, I suspected. I had long ago realized he wanted the throne. He may love me as his sister, but that did not mean he was willing to stand aside and let me take what he perceived as rightfully his. Yet he was not a threat to me yet, he was still building his legend. It was a cruel thing Alyssa did, said Aegon. And it is a cruel thing for you to take joy in it. I will not pretend to be unhappy that my daughter tamed Vermithor. It keeps him from you, after all, I told him, and he straightened up considerably. He may be just shorter than Laenor, but he towered over me. But if you believe I take joy in it, you are very wrong, Aegon. You still believe there will be rebellion? No one will rise against you, sister. He sounded frustrated. Yet you have visions of a crown dancing behind your eyes. I will not give it up, and neither will you. It was an old argument, as old as his return from the Westerlands. He had returned with the idea that Viserys should hold another great council, arguing that he should use it to gain the Lord's approval of his choice of heir, as Jaehaerys had once done for him. Father had told him no, of course. There would be no great council whilst he lived, as he had decreed me his heir and his word was the law. How dare Aegon imply that a monarch's power was not absolute? My dear brother had run into the usual green flaw. If a king could not overrule a previous ruler's laws, or indeed overrule his lord's, then how could he maintain the illusion he was the ultimate power in the realm? Must we have this argument once more? I merely propose a great council after father's death, he said. To prevent any conflict between our lines. A great council where my votes would be split between me and my son. A great council where I would be at a disadvantage from the beginning. A great council you believe you will win, else you would not propose it, I pointed out, trying to hide the frustration I felt. He sighed, clearly aggravated over the matter. I did not come here to argue about the council. A wrong was done to Iman today. When I looked unconvinced, he added, and to Helena, too. She worked hard, helping Iman study. You owe her an explanation, Rhaenyra. I owe her nothing, for it was not me that engaged in a harebrained scheme to send a 10-year-old after a dragon. I shouted, remembering Ali's words. He stopped, staring at me before he sighed deeply. Helena too? Well, at least speak to her. She is quite upset by the whole matter, he told me. And if you do, please try to be rational about it. I will not allow you to yell at her. Sometimes I wonder if Canon Aegon would have been better, was my thought as he strode off, determined not to give me the final say. Chapter 134, Tension, Chapter 111. Chapter Text. Entering my old labs filled me with longing for simpler times, when it seemed I was only one step away from an easy answer to all of my problems. They were much different these days. Their current occupant had certainly changed them to reflect her own research and style. One part of the wall had been filled with old and dusty tomes likely filched from the Alchemist's Guild, and perhaps, if I knew Lena, even further afield. The great table that had once dominated the center of the room was gone, leaving a vast amount of floor space, and as a result a great deal of the floor now bore signs of scorch marks and miscellaneous stains. Which is not to say she'd rid herself of all my furniture. A great oaken bench was still there from the days I had wasted away my time in here. The cabinet above it too, although I had filled it with chemicals which I very much doubted was what Lena used it for. Oh, you're here early, said Lena, entering behind me and definitely not frightening the life from me. I thought it prudent, you said you had something of great importance to discuss. She picked her way past me carefully, carrying a wooden box in her arms. I winced as she let it collide with her workbench with a loud bang. You've even beaten Joffrey though. That counts as early, she teased, fumbling at the box's clasps. Trying not to look as if I were watching her every move in a manner that implied I was judging her, I made my way over to the window and peered out of it. Dawn had only just broken and the castle and town beneath it were beginning to stir to life. I have other things to attend to this morning, I told her. As do I Ali's for one. The box was opened to reveal 3 dragon eggs resting in straw. I stared as she hummed in satisfaction before closing it once more and placing the box beneath the workbench. I wasn't sure which bait she wanted me to take, but I was sure both were bait given the raised eyebrow she was now directing my way. And Alyandra, I replied. She smiled at that. A short session, I think. Travel took a lot out of me. It was not travel that had taken so much from her, but I wasn't going to have that conversation now. It was different this time, she had come back better and mostly whole. This was not the Lena that I had found here all those years ago, yet I could still see that miserable figure hunched in a corner, defiant as she always was but broken in a way even she could not deny. Still, perhaps she was not entirely wrong with her assessment, this journey had taken something from her. Who has roused your anger today? Why do you assume I'm angry? I asked, and she chuckled, turning to face me and leaning on the workbench with crossed arms. You've been glaring out that window for a while now, she said, smiling. I can only hope it is not me. It is not. I am thankful, you know, that you have agreed to train Alice, I told her. I should have asked you before announcing it. Yet you are the logical choice. You fly the only dragon larger than hers. Am I now? She chuckled. Alice would not agree. It has become apparent to me that Alice needs your skepticism, I sighed. So thank you. You may not be so thankful when you start fielding her complaints. You believe I will find her a perfectly nice girl, and I believe I shall finally introduce her to consequences for her actions. Time will tell who is right. I frowned at the unusual bluntness of her manner but was prevented from pursuing the matter further by Joffrey and Laner arriving together. Laner was already kitted out for his daily training, I noted with amusement. Do you not believe in chairs, Lena? Complained Laner. She didn't answer him, instead standing aside so that Joffrey could lean against the work table. You will be fine, Laner, I said, and he sighed but didn't push the point. Then I directed my attention to Lena once more. Well, what is this information? Whilst traveling the Demon Road I began hearing rumors, she began. Merchants traveling west began speaking of, well, of dragons. Dragons? Plural. I asked and she nodded, face grim. Damon. That was what I thought. Yet your sister's warning rang in my ears. You still have not told us the contents of the warning, said Joffrey, cutting her off. Only that it concerned what would happen should you travel to Gargassos. Lena took a deep breath and then let it out slowly. And I will not tell you. It was meant for me alone, she stated firmly. I went as far east as I dared. And what did you discover? Asked Laner, his face grim. Joffrey took his hand, running his thumb over his palm, and Laner spared him a small smile in turn. Damon was in Karth and he has another dragon rider with him. The statement was like a punch to the gut. Another dragon rider? How? Whilst I could not set aside the possibility he had managed to lay his hands on a dragon seed, where would he get a second dragon? I did not explore further. Only long enough to confirm the matter. So he has reappeared with another dragon at his side. An alarming development to be sure, but right now, Damon is a world away, Joffrey began, but I cut him off. He will not stay a world away. He will come back here and he will be looking to make us suffer. Laner stood a little straighter at that while Lena merely squirmed, clearly uncomfortable. I will send spies to him, vowed Joffrey. I will ensure we know what he is doing and when he is doing it before he does. Silence reigned a little after that. We were all tense. Damon's return would be fun for none of us and we had children to think about now. I would die, I would kill, before I let him lay his hands on my children. Yet it was not only me in danger when my uncle returned to West Eros. Warn Lady Rhea if you would. I fear he may strike at her, I said, and Joffrey nodded, a frown on his face. We will be ready for him, said Laner. We will be ready for him and he will pay for what he has done. The grim look on his face was enough to let me know he meant every word. A far cry from the man I had married, but a change for the better, no one could deny that. Then as soon as the fierceness had come, it was gone again and he gave me a small smile. A knock on the door was enough to put an end to any more discussion about Damon for now, although I knew it would be a topic we were likely to revisit many times in the future. When Laner opened the door, one of the maids stepped in and bowed low. Your Grace, you asked to be notified when Princess Helena left to attend morning practice, she asked, and I did not miss the way her eyes flickered curiously about Lena's workspace. We'd both decided letting the servants in here was too dangerous, physically and socially. This was likely the first time she'd seen it since its transformation into Lena's lair. No doubt it would be a blood-soaked torture room in the stories spread by evening. Thank you, I shall endeavour to meet her there, I told the maid, and she bowed once more, scrambling off with wide eyes. You are angry at Helena? Asked Lena, sounding confused. What has Helena done? She allowed my daughter to put herself in incredible danger, was the simple answer. I had thrown the accusation at Aegon yesterday as a way of going on the offensive, forcing him to defend Helena and Iman to me, but the more I actually thought on the matter the angrier it made me. It is what she didn't do that has made me angry, I replied, wondering how on earth I could explain it to her. Helena and Iman had gone behind my back and helped my 10-year-old daughter run off up a mountain and confront a dragon. They both knew, beyond all doubt, that had I known of their plan I would have put a stop to it in an instant. Yet they had both done so regardless. Perhaps it was easier to swallow that behavior from Iemand. He was still, in many ways, the angry young boy that had been sent to Riverrun, even if he had learnt the Tully words and the lessons they imparted well. We were not close, the rift that had opened up between us when he had been a child had never truly healed, yet he acknowledged me as family and I knew he was, or had been before the business with Alice, more fond of his nieces and nephews than he liked to claim. I had been told of 3 occasions in which he'd challenged some luckless idiot to a duel for spreading unfortunate rumors about my children. But Helena should have known better. Helena should have been better. The very fact that Alice had blindsided her by taking Vermithor meant she had not been operating on some kind of vision. Even if she had, that was still hovering on the barely acceptable side of the scale. She had been the first of my siblings to hold Alice, she had been one of the first people Alice had ever smiled at, to think that she might have gotten her killed. Yes, I had made myself very angry thinking about this. Ah, said Lena. Alice. I paused by the door at the tone and gave her a raised eyebrow. She rolled her eyes in response. Before you leave, it was my hope to speak to you about certain matters. Puzzled, I stepped back into the room. Is it about Alice? If it is, I will stay, said Lena, his eyes flickering back and forth between us. Lena looked as if she wanted to squirm. I don't think it is, I replied when she didn't answer straight away. Go train. Could you? Lena paused at his sister's voice. Could you tell Alyandra I may be a little late? Of course, he said, his gaze finally softening from suspicion a little. She was silent for some time after we were left alone. Am I forgiven? She asked, voice small. The question took me by surprise and she blushed, eyes finding her shoes. You were quite clear on what would happen if I were late this time. Idiot, I said, wanting to laugh and cry at the same time. Have you truly been worrying over that? She half shrugged, scuffing her shoes over a particularly odd-looking purple stain before looking up again. I was startled to find tears in her eyes. I made a mess of things, she said, finally. And you forgave more than I thought you ever would. I do not want to test that forgiveness again. Idiot, I said again, moving forward to embrace her. She sighed as she laid her cheek on my head, and if she was shaking, I wasn't about to point it out. I love you. I forgave you the moment you got back. She chuckled and I knew she was crying in earnest now. I pushed myself closer into her, hoping I wasn't hurting her chest. If I am harsh, it's because I fear for you, I whispered. It's because I do not know what I would do without you. She drew back to look at me properly, a few tears running down her face. You do not know how much that means to me and how much I love you in turn, she replied, raising a hand to my cheek. I smiled at her and leaned into it, savoring the warm touch. After a moment, she seemed to shake herself out of whatever thoughts she had been lost in. Go find your sister and take her to task. I shall clean up here and hope Alyandra hasn't exploded with impatience. I laughed and dropped a kiss to the palm of her hand. Of course, I replied. Do not be too long though, else Lena will have her half convinced she should be using a sword again. I left her giggling helplessly. The training yard was not busy this early. I spotted many miscellaneous knights, Sir Roga instructing Adam with Lena watching, Aegon dueling a knight in Westerling colours and, of course, the woman I had come here to see. Helena was 17 now, and as different from her canon counterpart as Aegon was from his. Tall for a woman and well known for her skill with the bow, whether the target was a deer or more dangerous prey. Her silver gold hair was styled in a braid similar to mine, and despite my anger, it did cause me to smile slightly. She'd always be my little sister, even when she was pulling shit like this. You're better today? I asked, causing her to curse as one of her arrows missed its mark. She turned to me with wary eyes and my hands found my hips almost without conscious thought. I do believe we are due a talk. She winced, and it was enough to tell me that Aegon had likely warned her I was aware of her involvement. I remained silent as she placed her bow down slowly, as if she had just been invited to take a walk to the headsman's block and was determined to delay it for as long as possible. I am sorry, she said when we finally found a corner with some privacy. I was not unaware of Aegon's eyes on us from across the yard, though. It was reckless of me. What possessed you to think it a good idea? I asked with heat in my tone. She was staring at her boots, and that annoyed me enough that I had to put effort into controlling my temper. To go behind my back and send her up the Dragon Mont alone at 10. Alice is very persuasive, she begged me. I thought of Emond and how it was not fair he had to wait. Her shoulders slumped and she raised her head to look me in the eye. I was wrong. I am sorry. Sorry. I cried and Helena flinched. Sorry is when you accidentally break a vase. Sorry is for when you spill wine on a rug. Sorry is for when you borrow jewelry and forget to return it on time. Sorry is not for when you send my child up the side of a mountain. From the corner of my eye I saw Aegon move to stalk towards us, only to have Lena drop a hand on his shoulder. I thought. Did you? Did you really think? She was sick. I cried. She shifted from foot to foot. No amount of persuasion should be enough to send Alice to tame a dragon. You should have come straight to me the moment she brought the matter up. She is 10, she has no sense. You could have killed her. I knew nothing bad would happen. I stared at the sudden anger. I am not so foolish as to hurt her, on purpose or through recklessness. I love Alice, Rhaenyra, I merely thought I could bring Aemond closer to your children. The regret seemed genuine at least. Or maybe it was because their idiocy had lost Aemond the dragon he truly wanted. I did not know for certain, but at least she had not chosen to complain about that. I watched as she brought a hand up to her face to rub at her eyes. If I knew her, and I did, she was likely castigating herself for the matter worse than I could. Anything could have happened, I said, lowering my voice. As it happens, she is well if bemoaning her punishment, but if you ever, pull something like this again. I left the threat hanging as she nodded so hard I feared she may pull a muscle. Did it change your visions or something? You didn't leave your room yesterday? I asked, trying to inject some gentleness into my tone. She blinked in surprise and then rubbed at her forehead with one hand, grimacing. No, not my visions, she finally said. I understood why she had reacted so. She hated to even acknowledge them. Those months after she had warned Lena of whatever future she had seen had been some of the worst of my life. My sister in a near coma-like state, her very sanity at risk. I did not know what would have happened had the worst come to pass. If Helena had sacrificed herself for Lena. What is it then? I can have Gerardis attend to you if you do not wish to speak to me, I told her and she sighed before meeting my gaze. It's not you. It really isn't, it's just a big thing. Her hand curled at her stomach, protectively. I stared at her as the meaning of her words hit me. Oh, I said. You're pregnant. Chapter 135, Tension, Chapter 112. Chapter text. Steam curled from the tea into the pleasantly warm air. I watched it disappear, dispersing the smell of fruit throughout the room, trying to marshal my thoughts into something resembling order. You are not angry with me, are you? Asked Helena. Her own tea was similarly untouched. I raised my head to stare at her before mustering a smile. Not about this. I insisted and she relaxed a smidgen. The matter with Alice still rankled but I had said what I needed to say on that matter. Anything more would mean repeating myself. I am merely worried for you. You will accept a midwife, will you not? Aegon has been frantic, he wanted to bring the matter up with you himself, she told me, a small smile fighting its way onto her face. It was still incredibly creepy to me that they were married. I had hoped that my increased political maneuvering would force Alicent to seek strategic marriages for the two of them and not incest. Yet she had sought the legitimacy it would offer over the power the marriages could bring and my siblings were betrothed. It had not gotten off to an amazing start. Aegon had been hoping for a Lannister match, I think, and had made his dissatisfaction with his mother's choice very clear. Winderin had been betrothed to Cyrell Lannister and not he to Jocasta Lannister. Certainly the sour look on Alicent's face when he spent the entire betrothal feast by my side, badgering me for information about dragons, was something I would treasure for the rest of my days. Helena had gone one further, in typical Helena fashion. It had taken an official order from father to make her come home for the wedding, her way of making clear that she did not approve. Helena loved her mother but the two got along like water and oil. Leave them in the same room together without a go-between, or worse, only Aegon, and the two would be at it like cats before an hour. Yet I never missed my own mother more fiercely than when I saw them reunited after Helena's frequent trips to the Vale, in which Alicent would cling to her and weep and even Helena had teary eyes. I shall make an appointment for you, I told her. Then a flicker of amusement went through me, despite my misgivings. As long as you promise to let me be there when you tell Alicent you intend to employ one. Helena pulled a face, scooping up her tea and taking a hesitant sip. No doubt she was thinking on the inevitable argument that would provoke. Alicent would see it as a betrayal. She'd been furious enough when father had thrust Alanis upon her for Viserys' birth. Mother does not know yet, she replied finally. Aegon and I want a little more time without her being completely insufferable. I remembered well how everyone had sought to wrap me in cotton wool until I felt I could not even breathe without someone fretting over my health, and if I thought father was bad, Helena would be dealing with him and Alicent combined. I caught her eye, noting the look of someone who was staring down 9 months of imprisonment at the hands of her frantic mother. True imprisonment would probably be kinder as she wouldn't have to deal with Alicent hovering over one shoulder and Grand Maester Edmund hovering over the other, cataloguing her every move and breath. I will not be able to help you on that front, I am afraid, I told her, sipping my own tea and savoring the fruity flavor. Alicent would take my interference poorly. She will already see a midwife as an unacceptable overstep on my part. Helena tried to smile but it turned into a grimace halfway through. Is it wrong to fear what her influence may do to the babe? I raised an eyebrow at that and she sighed. Aegon and I, she put so much pressure on us. Even now, if I am carrying a boy, she will do the same to him. It is not wrong to fear such a thing, I told her, and she did smile at that. You have my support, Helena. I will be by your side the moment you need me. Even if what you need me for is distracting your mother. That startled a laugh from her, but there were tears in her eyes when she leaned across to embrace me. I held her tightly, fighting the misgivings her words had awoken in me regarding my own children. The slithering suspicion that they would come to see me in the way Helena saw Alicent. Thank you, she whispered. You are the best sister I could have asked for. Oh, I'm quite sure you could do better, I told her, drawing back. For example, when it comes to telling father, you are on your own. I have had quite enough sore ribs to last me a lifetime. That set her laughing, and by the time I left she looked much more at ease. If only I could have that. The way she'd spoken of pressure, of how she feared her own sons would be caught in the same trap. Iman, was I doing the same thing to him? When it came to him, all I could see were the potential rumors. He was 8. My son should be able to enjoy his hobbies, I shouldn't have to force him to the mold of the perfect prince. Yet that was exactly what I was doing every time I forced him to attend training or accompany me through my days so that he could begin to understand what was in store for him when I took the throne and he was my heir in turn. He was a quiet boy and all he wanted to do was create, to draw or paint. He was good at it too, for an 8-year-old anyway. I decided that whatever else I had on my schedule for today could wait, and I began my hunt for him. I had always known I would not be the best parent. I had known that since I had promised away 3 of my 4 children before they could even walk. Yet I hadn't thought myself too terrible, at least until I had somehow missed Ali's charging up the side of a mountain and Jocelyn's resentment towards me. What was I potentially missing with Iman? He was drawing when I found him, perched on a balcony overlooking the dragons, a chunk of charcoal moving across the paper. His tongue was poking out of his mouth, as it so often did when he was completely focused. Gods, he looked so much like Laner. There was no question at all as to who had fathered him. I watched for a while as he began finishing up, admiring the skill he had even at his young age. Had I tried such a thing, it would have been a smudged mess. Tessarion, I said, when he was finally done and was rewarded with his fright. He dropped his charcoal and peered around before a smile lit up his face. Mama, he cried before throwing himself at me. I caught him and lifted him up high, whirling him around as Laner was fond of doing. You got it right. It's the horns that give it away, I told him, and his grin grew even wider. It's very good. You must do one of Cyrix for me. I will, Mama, he promised, then his smile dimmed and he looked at me almost warily. Are you here to tell me off? And why would I do that? I asked carefully. He sighed and adopted his usual solemn expression. It had never torn at me this way before. Damn it, Helena, couldn't you have chosen your words more carefully? Because I didn't go to training like I promised I would, he admitted. I skipped it to go draw Tessarion. I sat down on a nearby bench and drew him onto my lap, a lump in my throat at his expression. It had been like watching a light bulb switch off. Was that happy little boy my son, and the solemn one I knew so well what he felt he had to be around me? Why did you skip your lesson? I asked, searching for any hint of the answer in his features. He squirmed under my scrutiny. Duran is asleep and he won't wake up for ages. So I can draw Tessarion now without him yelling at me. If I went to practice I wouldn't finish it and then he would be able to catch me. I smiled at the explanation. My son was delightfully straightforward. I doubt it had even occurred to him to lie and claim he wasn't feeling well or some other excuse. I lifted up the drawing again, staring at it. It's a very good picture of Tessarion, I told him. But why would Duran yell at you? Duran is mean, he cried, louder than he intended if his Win-Ce was any indication. He shouted at Jocelyn and he wouldn't let me teach Vis a dance once. I had known Duran's temperament, of course. Sniveling little bully. I'd caught him teasing Jocelyn over a few weeks ago and given him a tongue lashing for it, only for him to tell Alicent I'd yelled at him for playing with his nieces. It had taken Sir Stefan relating the tale to my father for the truth to come out, and even then Alicent had demanded I leave any punishment to her when it came to her children. Which would be tantamount to no punishment at all. I deeply regretted not taking the chance to have him fostered out when father had given me the decision. Enough about Duran, Iman, I said, and he nodded. How was the market yesterday? Oh. It was very fun, although everyone was very upset about Ali's. Can we go again? I refused to let his comment about Ali's dim my smile. We might, but I do not see why we cannot go to the bigger markets in King's Landing. He went very still as the possibilities made themselves known. Maybe we could explore lots of King's Landing, he asked. I want to see the Great September. Lady Fowl says there are some very good paintings and tapestries there, and Emma wants to go and see Septon Paytrek anyway. I blinked at the sudden word vomit before filing away the interesting news that Emma was agitating to go for later. My youngest was even quieter than her brother and much more well-behaved than her sisters, preferring to spend her days quietly in the company of Septa Layla. Perhaps a trip there would be a suitable reward for the both of them? I doubted it would interest the twins somehow, so it could be a nice thing for my youngest children and I to do together. We could, I said slowly, and he realized where I was going straight away. But only if I work hard at training, he asked, not as upset as I thought he would be. I would accept attending all your lessons for a month, I told him, and he rolled his eyes. Why go if I don't work hard there, he asked, as if the idea of merely turning up was not one he'd even entertained before. I tried to cover my amusement at that up with my hand, but he spotted it anyway and pouted. Oh my dear boy, I chuckled. You are a treasure. Now, how would you like to spend the day with your dear mother? Really? He asked, his eyes flickering to his drawing. Oh? What is this? My own son does not wish to spend time with me. I cried, throwing myself to my feet and sending him scrambling away with laughter. Mama. I do want to spend time with you, he said, wrapping his arms around my midsection. But I thought you had lots to do. Lots to do, certainly, but nothing is more important to me than you all, I told him, and he beamed up at me. Besides, spending the day with you is much more fun than spending the day with my lords. Well, he said. If it's more fun with me then I wouldn't mind, but if people will get angry at you, you shouldn't make them wait. No one will be angry, I told him, kneeling down to his level. And if they are, for whatever reason, they will have me to deal with. All right, he mock-sighed, adopting his solemn expression once more. I suppose I could spend the day with Mama. I swear he gets this side of him from Laner. Chapter 136, Tension, Chapter 113. Chapter Text. I was somehow not surprised when Renus invaded Laner and I's room on the Princess Rhaenyra. Anyone else might have been wary about barging into the private quarters of the heir to the throne and her husband, but Renus wasn't just anyone. Mother, said Laner, half rising out of his chair and dropping the book he'd borrowed from his father's library. He was beaten to the hug by Emma, all but flying from her position on the carpet and entangling herself in her grandmother's legs. Thought I'd come straight to the source. Why did Viserys cut our little trip short? Asked Renus, crouching down to her youngest grandchild and gathering her on her knee. It was an odd feeling to be looking down at Renus Targaryen, given our height disparity. She'd boarded with us, after father had decided it was time for us all to leave, instead of boarding the sea snake with Corlys as I'd expected her to. I should have known it was because she wanted information and not because Corlys was returning via Driftmark as opposed to our more direct trip. Rioting in Dorne, I told her, although I could tell that answer had not satisfied her. I groaned and sat up on the bed, putting aside my book. Emma pulled a face at me, evidently recognizing the adults would engage in boring talk and her grandmother was unlikely to play dolls with her just yet. Behind Renus, Laner swiveled around in his chair. It's the second time this month. And the boy he put in charge can't deal with it, she scoffed. Gwaine is hardly a boy, mother, and he has dealt with it. No deaths and only a few injuries, all ringleaders brought to justice, said Laner. I'd filled him in on the news the moment father had told me, if only so he could prepare the Princess Rhaenyra for the announcement and ensure his men were all present, correct and at least mostly sober. Then what has your father so spooked? Asked Renus. The fact that it is the second time this month, as like as not. Yet not enough for him to agree to let me take Aelyandra home. The Lady of Driftmark's lips pursed at that news. She was not my ward's greatest fan and she did not approve of father's decision regarding her marriage. Unsurprising. You know what the Dornish are like. What's to stop her poisoning you? Poisoning any you bring with you, she asked in tones just the wrong side of frosty. Over her shoulder, Laner rolled his eyes theatrically. Renus had never truly forgiven the Dornish for the ambush. I don't even think it was the wounds that stung but the fact she had been pulled back from the front lines and had missed all the action. And that, subsequently, had led to the first crack in Lena's mental health. Although I wasn't sure how right she was in blaming the Tolans for being murdered as they surrendered. It was Sir Dickon Bulwer's fault more than anything and, well, he was far beyond anyone's reach now. The Dornish are treacherous, or so people say. Aelyandra is a good girl and she has never shown any of this supposed nature to me, I said, thinking of the girl who tried so hard to be older than she was. Well, she'd had to grow up fast in such a hostile court where even grown men would join in on the bullying. Not even my protection could see her safe from sneers and the stories spread by the other Dornish hostages. There is time for her to grow into it yet, Renus grumped. Do you have so little regard for my ability to raise children? I asked, but it seemed Emma had finally caught on to what we were talking about because she squirmed off of her grandmother's lap and stood to look her in the eyes. Grandmama. You mustn't be angry with Ellie, she's nice, my daughter told her, very seriously. I struggled to contain my giggles at the surprised look on Renus' face and Laner was forced to hide his grin behind his hand. Out of the mouths of babes, she finally said after a moment of silence had passed. I am not angry with Aelyandra, Emma. She seems like a nice child. She is nice. She caught a cat for me in the market. And she lets me borrow the nice scarves her mama brings her. I caught Laenor's eye with a meaningful look and he rose from his seat with a chuckle. Come along, little one, let's leave your mother and grandmother to talk. She pouted as she was lifted up, squirming in his arms until she could see me once more. You will tell grandmama that Ali is nice, won't you? She asked me plaintively. Of course. Now, go and find Auntie Lena for me and keep her company, I told her, standing up to help Rennis to her feet. There was an audible crunch as she stretched and I grimaced in sympathy. Don't get old, Rhaenyra, she told me with a chuckle. It's not all it's cracked up to be. She took Laenor's recently vacated seat and sighed. How is Lena? She asked a moment later, as if she were debating on even asking. Then added, sadly. She does not come to me with her problems anymore. Better, I told her. She picked up a few knocks on her travels but she is better. Rennis nodded and we were both silent for a while as Laenor's ship creaked and groaned around us and the waves battered the sides. How serious is the Dorne matter? She asked suddenly. Bad enough. Nothing widespread but, more and more people call for Prince Garen's return these days. The stony Dornish are almost certainly backing him, the Vulture King grows bolder by the day and neutral lords are beginning to waver, I explained. Ghost Hill has become a rallying point for them, Lord Allard Toland a figurehead, this Miles Sand does not help matters either. The bastard, grunted Rennis and I smiled, surprised she'd even heard of the name. A rabble-rouser that had been given control of Ghost Hill as regent for his young sister until she gained her majority and returned home. Then, he would become our hostage in turn as Miles Toland, legitimist bastard. He has a year left as his sister's regent. Lord Dane believes he may be, reluctant to give the post up to his sister and become a hostage. If he does refuse Lord Dane's commands, a second army turning up at Ghost Hill would not look good for our side. Rennis snorted. Sounds like Garen is the issue. Can my beloved Goodson not aid you in this matter? Rennis asked. A dagger may solve what swords cannot. Contingent on the dagger reaching him. He has proved elusive so far, I admitted and she leaned forward, rubbing her hands over her face. I don't like this, she said finally. Seems everywhere has something going to shit these days and it stinks of her doing. Our good queen? Surely not, I mocked and she smiled, although there was no joy there. Perhaps I should give thought to my procession once more. You should have been and gone already. Your father should have had one long before our grandfather died. I picked up the usual judgment in her tone when she'd spotted what she saw as a failing in us. Although these days she was much less vocal about it. He feared you might come and steal back your crown if he abandoned the capital, as for me, you know I planned one. Then Dorne and Aemon and. Never enough time, said Rennis, ignoring my jab about father. Perhaps you should make time. I have the children to think of, Aegon constantly looming over my shoulder and I dread to think of what Alicent would do with the capital as her uncontested playground. Not to mention the duties I had as my father's heir and Lady of Dragonstone. Excuses. Pretty ones but excuses all the same. She pushed herself forward and met my eyes. You have gotten too comfortable this past decade. You're letting Aegon do as he wishes, you are letting Alicent plot against you in the shadows. The Rhaenyra back then would have had a plan in place to deal with Larys Strong by now, she would be dealing with Aegon and Aemond. The Rhaenyra back then walked straight into Otto's trap and got us mired in a war with Dorne. I shouted, standing up, suddenly full of restless energy. If I make another mistake like that, what do I risk then? Laena? Laenor? Joffrey? My children? Are you your father's daughter as I once feared? Rennis hissed, standing and towering over me. You seem happy to merely hold your position. To merely respond to the plots of others. Exactly as your father would do in your shoes. Anger slithered through my veins at the accusation, igniting into a burning fury that robbed me of my ability to even scream at her for such an insult. I am far from passive, Rennis, far from it. I have brought my loyal lords to court, I have shored up my support, I have 2 lots of professional soldiers ready to move, the small council is loyal to me, the gold cloaks are loyal to me, the King's Guard are loyal to me. What more do you want? I managed to choke out, trembling with the sheer rage that accusation brought. I tried to tell myself it was because she did not know about Canon Rhaenyra. That version had done nothing, had hidden on Dragonstone for most of her life, and had made bad decision after bad decision. Even then she had come so close to victory over her half-brother. I was not her, I had done more than she had ever done. If the dance kicked off then King's Landing would fall behind me. There would be no riots, no stolen treasury and no loyal lords killed for their support. Soon after, the Stormlands and the Vale would declare for me, the North would not interfere and Dorne was more likely than not to declare for me as well. The Riverlands would bow to pressure from the Vale as long as the Lannisters were kept busy by my Rhaen allies and their little coalition. That left the core green lands, and many in the Reach were standing ready to give the Hightowers what they so richly deserved. Aegon could call for his great council all he wished, he would not get it. There was no true dispute, not after my father had been so vocal in his choice of heir, and Helena would ensure he fell in line soon enough. I'll not deny you've done much in the past, said Renus, interrupting my thoughts on the matter. But it bothers me you could be doing more. You have shown the ability to do more. What was the college if not the start of a fight against the Maesters and their high tower overlords? What was this whole business with your septon if not working to break Old Town's stranglehold on the faith? Such things do not happen over days. It is as Laner so often says, I am seeking a throne, not the total reformation of Westeros, I snapped. Bah! I sensed she was well aware she'd roused my anger, and it only further annoyed me she seemed not to care. Your daughters have more fire than you these days. I suppose Laner told you what happened? I asked through gritted teeth. Renus chuckled before stretching, filling the cabin with yet another crack. Joffrey, actually. Boy seemed to think I should persuade you to punish Alice more harshly, she explained. I admit she can be trouble at times but she is showing the backbone you appear to have lost. Or are you denying you did the same thing when you were even younger than her? I stared at her, at the way she was meeting my eyes so defiantly, and had a small revelation. This wasn't a new frustration. She'd been feeling this way for a long time and now it was all coming out. How long have you been waiting to have this conversation? I asked and she shook her head again. A few years, since Emma was born. Ah. 6 years then. I am not 19 anymore, Renus. I have made my mistakes and I have learnt the lessons they imparted well. Corlys, Otto, Larrys, all had been harsh teachers. That's horse crap and you know it. I winced at the sheer frustration in her voice. Corlys once complained you were doing too much, too fast, that you played the game too aggressively. Now he complains you barely play it at all. What new lords have come to your side this past year? What new resources have you brought your cause? Let me save you your breath, the answer is none. And the year before you secured 3, one of which I would argue is of questionable value at best and all little more than landed knights. And just what would you have me do? Slaughter my brothers? Murder my father's wife? You and I both know how that would end. I would have you send your men out to root out the Vulture King, I would have you court the Tyrells once again, I would have you try for another son. I would have you play the game once more instead of miring yourself in contentment. You are a dragon, she bellowed, leaning forward with a fierce expression. I might have argued but the sound of a bell ringing above deck and one of Laner's men calling out that King's Landing was in sight had us both peering around. Think on what I have said, Rhaenyra. Think good and hard because I am not the only one who feels you do too little. Chapter 137, Tension, Chapter 114. Chapter Text. The blade met the solid pine of the spear shaft as Laena managed a hasty block. She soon put distance between her and her opponent though, dancing back as he too drew back as if to decide how best to push forward and break Laena's defense. Go Papa, shouted Jocelyn from the small crowd of children that had abandoned their own practice to watch. Hell, many of the actual knights had abandoned their practice so I wasn't inclined to blame them. Show her who is best, shouted Alice. If it was usual, before she broke her arm at least, to find Jocelyn in the training yard practicing with a blade under her father's supervision, then it was extremely unusual for Alice to be here. Yet Laena had decreed there would be a lesson after she had finished up with Elyandra, and my daughter may sulk and rage, but she had not tested Laena's punishments yet. Other members of the crowd included Elyandra, Rolf, Lucerys and Iman. It might usually include Alice Ann too, but she had remained in bed this morning as Helena, her usual teacher in all things archery, was not feeling up to a lesson. She would not be able to hide her condition for much longer. Go Mama, cheered Lucerys, much louder than my 2 daughters, earning himself a shove from my firstborn. I gave her a warning look before it descended into a fight and she returned it with a cheeky grin before her attention went back to Laena and Laener's match as they clashed once more. She had been more cheerful since our return and her lessons with me, even just a month's worth of reading together, had done her a world of good confidence-wise. I can't say the past month had done much for me though. Whenever I had any free time, whenever I entered the throne room and gazed up at the twisted monstrosity of metal we call a throne, even whenever I slipped the good queen's crown onto my head, all I could recall were Renus' words. Are you your father's daughter as I once feared? You seem happy to merely hold your position. To merely respond to the plots of others. Exactly as your father would do in your shoes. I tapped out an annoyed beat on the bench, hearing them echoing again in my head. I had long been frustrated that father was too keen to rest on his laurels. Were people experiencing that same frustration with me? Laner had not seemed to think so when I had questioned him in the early morning hours. Perhaps it should be considered a sign that I was not able to bring myself to ask Joffrey his opinion? A sudden restlessness seized me and I might have stood up and left had Laner not pushed past Laena's guard and knocked her into the dirt, placing the tip of his blade against her chest. She yielded with grace and my children burst into wild cheering and swarmed over to their father to congratulate him. Elyandra and Lucerys were quick to help Laena to her feet, a quick glance telling me she wasn't in too much pain. Rolf hovered nearby, clearly wondering if he should congratulate his mentor too. I met Laner's eyes as he pulled his helmet off and stood, making my way down towards him and the veritable mob of children he'd attracted. They parted before me and I dropped a kiss to his cheek, prompting Jocelyn to make an exaggerated gagging sound, to the amusement of her peers. Her arm was still bound and it would not be fully healed for a few more weeks yet. I could tell she was frustrated with the matter. Still, that did not preclude a little revenge. You will have a husband of your own one day, I told her, nodding towards Rolf. His face promptly went the same color as his hair and Jocelyn's eyes narrowed dangerously. Both of the twins had discovered their betrothals during this year's name day celebrations. As had Rolf, as a matter of fact, something that surprised me. Still, there had been no meltdowns or tantrums so far, although there had been some teasing of the twins on the matter. At least you get Rolf, said Alice, tartly. I get to marry Osgood. What is wrong with Osgood? Asked Iman, sounding perplexed. After Alice and Jocelyn's betrothals had been announced, he had come to me and asked if he had a similar arrangement waiting to be announced on his 10th name day too. I had told him that he was to marry one of Lord Borrow's daughters. The three storms, in this timeline, as Lady Elenda had given birth to a boy, named Oris, instead of Floris. He's boring. And only a kid, like Emma, protested Alice as Lena joined us. He will grow up, said Lena. And it is your duty to marry him. I wasn't going to analyze the tone she was using there. Although it earned her a questioning look from Lena at least. An excellent fight, my children. We turned as one to find Corlys strolling up to us, seemingly without a care in the world. He clapped his son on the arm as the attention of every child narrowed in on him. They loved Corlys and his stories, the ones that grew ever more exciting and dangerous as he told them. Perhaps I may steal away my son and good daughter for a moment. Could it wait? I asked, keeping my tone polite. I promised Jocelyn a lesson. It's all right, Mama. I can practice with Iman while you talk with Grandpapa. I glanced down at her earnest face. I did not think she was lying. Do not pick a blade up yourself. I told her sternly before turning to Corlys. A few moments then but no more, I did make a promise after all. Corlys smiled warmly and gestured towards an empty part of the yard where we would be afforded a little privacy at least. His face soon became serious and I bit back the urge to groan. I thought it best to speak to you myself, he said quietly. Rennis informs me you and she had words on the trip back from Dragonstone. We did, I said, hearing those words once more. She implied you agreed with her. He watched me with narrowed eyes for a moment and then nodded. We have not always been so close, Rhaenyra, and I will not deny that we had a difficult start to our alliance. Yet, I will not play the sycophant even if you are given to distrusting me. I felt Laner tense next to me and I resisted the urge to reach for him. You once played the game aggressively, so aggressively I was worried it would bring us to ruin. Yet it did not, even if it did bring many unnecessary complications. I bristled without meaning to at the words unnecessary complications and what they implied. He had profited well from my unnecessary complications and he knew it. The glassworks at Driftmark had repaid the Velaryon investment many times over and that was just one of my projects. Father began Laner but Corlys cut him off. You are playing the slow game now, reacting rather than making your own moves, but it is a valid strategy, even if I disapprove. He leaned back to look his son in the eye. It's Driftmark I worry about the most, Laner. What is wrong with it? Asked Laner, perplexed. Nothing, our home thrives, he said. Yet what will happen when I die, Laner? I will inherit and serve as Lord of the Tides, said Laner, confusion giving way to caution. I remained silent. Driftmark was not my wheelhouse. And who will inherit after you? Corlys asked. Iman will be king in time and Jocelyn the Lady of Castamere. They could still inherit, he protested. Or one of Jocelyn's children with Rolf. Corlys turned his head to me then, jaw set in determination. Their time would forever be divided between Driftmark and another. Driftmark has thrived because I was there to guide it. Emma then, said Laner, frustrated. Emma is not betrothed. If it bothers you so much I shall seek a betrothal from one of our cousins. Raising a daughter over her younger brothers is one thing, but a daughter over her elder sisters. Our argument on inheritance does not preclude doing so, I told him. You are as Valyrian as we are. Why should you not name your own heirs as well? It would be better if you had another son, he said firmly. Or if we legitimized Adam and Alan. Laner snorted at his own question. He adored his brothers in his own way but he did not want them closer to Driftmark than they already were as his sons. That would be a last resort, given the complications in doing so. I was surprised to find myself pitying him when the brief look of frustration flashed over his face. His children, whom he loved, did not see him as their father. They played along, but they'd made it clear with their frequent slips when with Laner that, in their minds, he was their father and Corlys their grandfather. It seemed less funny now than it did before. Laner ran his hand through his hair looking beyond agitated. The way he often did when he had genuinely not seen a problem coming and was unprepared to deal with it. Corlys had adopted a solemn look, his violet eyes on his son rather than me. At least discuss the matter, he said quietly. I do not wish to take matters into my own hands. We shall, Lord Corlys, and you will be the first I come to with our answer, I said coolly as Laner glared at his father mutely. Corlys nodded and shot a final, pained look at his son before departing. Why is he like this? Laner asked once he was out of sight. Why does he always say things like that when he knows what it sounds like? He is proud. For all that he wants his blood on the throne, he wants Driftmark secured first and foremost. I didn't need to say it, Laner knew his father well. I reached out and took his hand. It is not just your father that worries on the matter. We will speak about it with Laena and Joffrey later. Later is best, lest our little dragons get out of hand, he chuckled, although I could tell it was forced. I turned in time to see Jocelyn awkwardly demonstrate a few swings to Iman with only one arm. She caught my gaze and dropped the sword quickly, looking guilty. I suppose it was too much to ask her to restrain herself, I sighed, making Laner genuinely chuckle this time. She is your daughter, he said. Sometimes I wonder if I somehow gave birth to your mother, I said, and he doubled over in laughter, which definitely got the children's attention. I left him giggling helplessly and took Jocelyn's uninjured hand. Now, are you ready? Yes, Mama, she chirped before looking past me curiously. What is Papa laughing at? Nothing, he is being a fool. As usual then, said Laena, falling into step next to us, Alice trailing after her with a sullen look. Are you flying today? On Syrox, I said, ignoring Jocelyn's sigh of frustration at that information. What have you got planned? Oh, Alyssa and I will be going over riding equipment and how to ensure it is in good order. Do I get to ride Vermithor? Or even Viagar? I smiled at Alice's eagerness. No, it was only Lena's warning look that prevented me from saying something. Although I did deliver Jocelyn her second look of the day when she stuck her tongue out at her sister, who was staring at me with tears in her eyes. Safety is a huge part of dragon riding. What will you do if you fail to correctly look after the saddle and miss damage to it? Fall off, said Jocelyn in a sing-song voice. Oh? Do you know this already? I asked and she nodded eagerly. Aunt Lena already taught me and Luke. And, Aunt Helena as well. Lena frowned and I struggled not to smile at the guilty way Jocelyn had thrown my sister's name in there. Alyssa didn't come to either lesson. Then Alyssa can have her lesson now and Jocelyn can enjoy a ride on Syrox, Lena finally said. Alice was still muttering about the matter, and throwing dirty looks at her aunt when we reached the dragons half an hour later. Chapter 138, Tension, Chapter 115. Chapter Text. Syrox was still one of the greatest joys in my life. Nothing compared to the endless freedom of the skies, the feeling of her moving beneath me and the wind whipping by me as we soared. I could just hear Jocelyn's laughter and exclamations of delight as we swooped and circled, dropping low to the sea and flying so high that we flew above the clouds themselves. She screeched when I coaxed Syrox into a barrel roll, clutching at me half in fear and half in excitement. Eventually, I took us low over the bay and tapped her to get her attention. Watch how I use the whip, I told her. You will need to use yours a lot when you start riding, but you will get better and then you will need to use it less. I demonstrated a few turns, cracking the length of leather this way and that. Syrox turned obediently, the way I'd trained her to all those years ago. It was amusing to see my daughter so intent on the way my wrist moved and just where the whip cracked in relation to Syrox's head and what reaction it produced in my mount. What if I accidentally hit Morrigan? She asked, suddenly, her violet eyes wide. I responded by hitting Syrox as hard as I could on her armored shoulder. Jocelyn squealed in fear but I doubted my dragon even noticed it. It was the sound they reacted to, of course, despite what non-riders may claim. These scales can take a hit from a ballista, I told my daughter, after she had opened her eyes once more. My Syrox can stand up to a strike from a whip. Jocelyn moved her hand out, leaning forward until I feared I would have to reach out and pull her back, and ran her fingers over the scales with a sigh of awe. I let my own, of relief, when she finally settled back. She was chained to me, and I knew that logically, but still. But, I said. That is not to say you can't hurt them. But if they can take a bolt, how could you? She asked curiously. Remember how Syrox likes to have her head rubbed? And the skin is very soft. I smiled as she wriggled against me in excitement, catching the answer before I was able to tell her. No scales. What about the wings though? And what would happen if you did hurt her with the whip? She asked. The wings are hardened, to a degree. They wouldn't take a bolt but they shrug off arrows. Well, my Syrox would. You will need to be careful with Morrigan, her wings will still be quite delicate, despite the sheer size of her. She was bigger than Skywalker and bigger than Morgul too, although Frost still beat her in size. Tessarion too, strangely enough. The Blue Queen was a monster of a dragon, and I had been alarmed to realize that if she kept growing as she did, she would soon challenge Frost in size. And from there, Cyrix was the next biggest dragon up from him. It infuriated Lena to no end, of course. Tessarion was a pit dragon, yet her growth was faster than even non-pit dragons. Hell, it infuriated me. Yet it was Lena that pointed out the issue. It was magic, quite simply, and magic was never predictable. The knowledge had yet to stop her grinding her teeth whenever she encountered the Blue Queen. And what would happen if I did hurt her, she asked. I hummed with thought. I have never hurt Cyrix so, but I would imagine she'd throw me off if I were incautious enough to, I told her. She pressed close to me and I wrapped my arm around her, smiling when she brought her unbroken hand up to grip at my forearm. Tomorrow we will begin training Morrigan to respond to the sound of the whip, I told her. It would not be too hard, dragons only got hard to truly teach when they'd breached 100, as Lena had discovered with her bad-tempered old lady. Now, would you like another ride? For educational purposes, of course. When we finally landed, I had been in the air far longer than I had initially planned. Jocelyn was wide-eyed and panting with exhilaration. I kept up the thin pretense of a lesson though, by having her help me remove Cyrix's gear and examine it, very solemnly, for signs of wear or damage. Then we stored it safely and turned our attention to the other occupants of the shed. Alice was not enjoying her lesson. The new gear, made especially for Vermithor, was laid out in front of her and Lena loomed over her, arms crossed with a frown. My daughter glanced up and gave me a mournful look. Mama, please, she said. I know all of this. She is making me do it again when I get it wrong, but I get it wrong because I'm tired. I opened my mouth to say something and then closed it again when Lena raised an eyebrow, as if challenging me to say something. I had agreed I would cede all power to her, and Jocelyn was staring at me too. You have the option to leave, said Lena. I did tell you that. But then you'll punish me, protested my daughter. Lena merely hummed in agreement. That's not fair. It is. Now start again. Lena was relentless, staring down my daughter, who turned back to her gear with an angry sigh. Oh, one of Joff's men is waiting for you. Something about an urgent raven. Now that was alarming. I didn't bother saying goodbye as I strode towards the door, Jocelyn trotting after me obediently. As promised, I found one of Joffrey's runners taking refuge from the summer sun under the eaves of the shed. When he saw me he scrambled to his feet and bowed low. Why Grace, he said, his accent betraying his flea-bottom heritage. Sir Joffrey sent me WI news. I thank you for making the trip. What news does my good brother send me? The man patted down his pockets and removed a note, written in a hand that I recognized immediately. Joffrey's neat letters. I took it and passed him a moon for his troubles. He bowed low again, and then bowed to Jocelyn for good measure, before trudging back to his horse and setting off back towards the city. Jocelyn, go and keep Cyrix company, I told my daughter. She hesitated, her eyes fixed on the note before giving in. I watched her jog over to where Cyrix was bathing in the shallows before breaking the seal. I made one read through before smothering the urge to scream in annoyance. Bernard fucking Stark. I had known, of course, that he had not given up on his dreams of the North. Just like I had known his success in Dorne had given him bargaining power with the Northern Lords who resented being held back as others went to win glory. When Rickon Stark had died unexpectedly as winter finally retreated from even the north, he had been at the forefront of installing Lord Baron Karstark as regent for his young nephew. Normally, I would not have cared. If Bernard prevailed, he would owe me. If Cregan prevailed, I had not invested anything in Bernard to lose, and while he was a known black, he was not so close to my cause that Cregan might think I had a hand in his attempt. Perhaps Bernard had figured this out because he had promptly all but publicly tied my name to his by arranging the trade deal that saw the glassworks sell to White Harbor at a cut price. In one fell swoop, the annoyingly charming Stark had made it all about him. That he had so won my favor that I had been moved to gift the North with cut prices, and that I would only continue to favor him as time went on. Which, of course, was when Boros gave him Red Wolf's Hold, the lands that had once been Will, albeit with a healthy chunk cut out of them and given to Nightsong, of course. I wasn't stupid. I knew what the optics were like. The people of the North praised both my name and his in the same sentence, a fact Cregan could not ignore if he won in his struggle against his uncle. So I had given Bernard leeway I should not, and hoped that he could weather the storm he had started in the North gracefully enough that Cregan could not afford to go against his uncle for fear of offending lords more loyal to Bernard than him. It would appear that I had been proven wrong. Not 3 weeks passed, Lord Cregan Stark had imprisoned Lord Baron and his sons, declaring them traitors that sought to profit off of the regency. No mention of Bernard, of course, but the message was clear to any looking for it. It was a challenge: come face me, uncle, and you will find I rule the North. Now Bernard rode for King's Landing, seeking my aid and advice. No doubt he would bring with him a horde of Boros Marcher kin. The Lord of the Stormlands would become vexed if I refused to help, and so Bernard would get his way once more. If what was written in fire and blood had the right of it, then Cregan was even better than Bernard at this. The hour of the wolf was beginning to make more and more sense as time went on, and I was consistently made a fool of by these northerners. Are you your father's daughter as I once feared? You seem happy to merely hold your position. To merely respond to the plots of others. Exactly as your father would do in your shoes. I crumpled the note, annoyed. I should have seen this coming. I should have headed it off at the pass. Renna's words stung worse as I realized they were true. Damn her. And damn me for letting it get this bad. Jocelyn. We are heading back to the city, I called. My daughter ceased in her attention to Cyrix and began scrambling back towards me. Cyrix grumbled, annoyed, but soon clambered to her feet and waded even further into the water, seemingly enjoying the water lapping over her. What was in the letter? Jocelyn asked, eyes flickering to me nervously, after we had mounted up and begun our ride. Lord Bernard is coming to visit, I replied. She grinned. Really? Do you think he's bringing Ben? I paused and examined her. Benyon was Bernard's oldest and the current heir to Red Wolf Hold. He was betrothed to a Karen and was a few years older than the twins. He was also the spitting image of his father, and the two shared a good portion of their personality too. She blushed under my attention and I smiled knowingly, which only made her face redder. In all likelihood, no, I told her finally. He is coming because his good father has gotten into a spot of trouble. That is, a Karstark. Oh my. A crush indeed if she'd even taken the time to remember what family his mother came from. Lord Baron Karstark, I told her. Then I let my features become grim. Lord Cregan alleges that the bookkeeping for Winterfell during his time as regent was of dubious quality. She was silent for a long time and I rolled my eyes. He has accused Lord Karstark of stealing his money, little one. Why would he do that? She asked, perplexed. Surely Lord Karstark is not so hard up for coin, or so dishonorable. Never underestimate the depths a man, or woman, can plumb when they are desperate, or are given unchecked power, I told my daughter. But I am of the same opinion. Lord Karstark is not the type. It is why Lord Bernard seeks my aid on the matter. And what will you do? She asked. I do not know, I replied, honestly. She looked at me with raised eyebrows. But I have until Lord Bernard arrives to think of something, little one. Chapter 139, Tension, Chapter 116. Chapter Text. All right. I called, sweeping in Joffrey's offices with Iman at my back after ruminating on the northern matter for a couple of days. I have delivered my son for a lesson. Joffrey dropped his quill to the desk with a bemused look. No doubt he had been expecting a surprise drop. He was a master at reading my moods, better even than Lena and Laenor, for all I was supposedly closer to the two siblings. Ah, he said. Regarding the north, I assume. Ah, he'd even guessed the topic. I should be creeped out, or flattered maybe, but mostly it was just useful to have someone that could anticipate what I needed. I know about the north, my son protested as he took his seat. I've read about them and their culture and their art. Yes, I have no doubt you have done, I said dryly. But what do you know of Cregan Stark, or even the Starks in general? He opened his mouth, no doubt to lecture me on the research he had done over the course of his lessons with his tutors, and I waved my hand back and forth. He had picked that particular habit up from his aunt and his father and could go on for hours when he was speaking on a topic that interested him. Evidently, our northern neighbors had piqued his fancy. The way he had said culture and art told me exactly what drew him to them. Something told me that under my son's rule, there would likely be a golden age of culture if nothing else. Let's skip to the start of this little mess in particular, rather than starting with the king who knelt. Walton Stark, I said. He was Lord of Winterfell when King Jaehaerys ascended the throne. He was slain in a rebellion by Maegor's former supporters, the ones the king had sent to the wall, my son told me, sounding as if he were reading straight from a book rather than recalling from memory. He was succeeded by his brother, Lord Alaric Stark. And what can you tell me about Lord Alaric? I asked as Joffrey leaned back with an amused expression. I caught his eye and he smiled, his features shining with fondness. Their lessons were not as regular as I liked, but Aemon loved his uncle Joffrey and my spymaster could bring him out of his shell in a way no one else could. Joffrey liked to pretend he was the quiet and dangerous spymaster, the man who could order a death or disappearance without blinking, but that mask could never stay up in the presence of our children. Lord Alaric became lord when his older brother died. He hosted Queen Alysanne and King Jaehaerys when they came north and his daughter was sent south with them after that. He was lord when Queen Alysanne created the new gift. A mistake, if there ever was one, I said. Well done. Why was it a mistake? He asked, eye round with curiosity. Because, dear one, the lands that form the new gift have been steadily losing population for years. The Night's Watch, as stalwart as they are, cannot defend the realm and administer the lands Alysanne gave them. They are too few and this long peace has only whittled down their numbers further. The lords that ruled the lands before had no other duties to distract them from it. I would guess that within 100 or so years, the new gift will be as empty as the gift is now. I was cheating, I knew, yet it was the truth all the same. Then we should give it back to the lords, asked Iman. So they can rule it again. Ah, now there's the problem, I chuckled. Pride will not allow it. Queen Ali's Anne is a legend and there are those still alive today that met her personally, to so openly reverse one of her decisions would provoke opposition, Joffrey told him. Yet I will find a way, I promised. There had to be some way of utilizing this conflict between nephew and uncle to return the new gift to the lords of the north and strengthen the watch at the same time. There was evil in the north and although it would not strike in my time, or even the time of my grandchildren, it would strike eventually. The wall was not raised so high for nothing, nor was it raised so high for wildlings. It is our duty, Iman, to ensure it is kept strong and not left to rot. If only to keep the wildlings from causing trouble. What are wildlings like? I would have answered my son's curious question but Joffrey cleared his throat in the manner that indicated he felt we were straying too far from the topic. I shot him a look. My son needed to learn about Westeros and what threatened it. I vaguely recalled that a king beyond the wall had come to threaten the north during the rule of, now who was it? Durant II? Makar? One of the kings of that era, regardless. Perhaps you could summarize the next few Lord Starks, Sir Joffrey. Very well, he replied smoothly, ignoring my ire. You are correct in what events happened during Lord Alaric's reign, Iman, but you lack the context for them. Alaric was known to have adored his older brother and when there were none left alive who were directly to blame for his death, he shifted his attention to those indirectly responsible. It was King Jaehaerys that had sent so many traitors north and so it was King Jaehaerys' fault in Alaric's mind. This blame festered, with hate for the faceless royals of the south growing worse, until Queen Ali's Anne came north. But it wasn't the king's fault, not really, said Iman. Joffrey shrugged. Men are not rational, Iman, I told him sadly, thinking of Westeros as a whole more than what the dance would make of my family. Love, war, loss, and heartbreak, such things can make monsters of anyone. Look at the Blackwoods and the Brackens. My son, who had been raised with Jane and Ali, nodded thoughtfully. Something the old king was well aware of. Queen Ali's Anne came alone to the north because preventing that hate from forming into rebellion could not be delayed. It worked, for the most part. Queen Ali's Anne became the darling of the north and she did so in a way that even Alaric could not protest at. She wore down his stoic demeanor, she supported the watch, she flew about the north and met the small folk. By becoming loved by his people, Alaric could not move against her or her husband, Joffrey explained. And when Jaehaerys finally came north himself, Alaric could not deny their request to give the lands now known as the new gift to the watch. How does your mother put it? Ali's Anne was the velvet glove to Jaehaerys' iron fist. Alaric had been shown what would happen if he was loyal, and given a taste of what would happen if he was disloyal. Soft power and hard power, Iman. Do you remember my lecture on the matter? He nodded furiously. Queen Ali's Anne stripped the north of land without a single blade at her back. Indeed, said Joffrey. Lord Alaric never forgave them though, even if the north did so happily. When he died in 72 AC, he was succeeded by his grandson, Edric Stark. Edric was the son of his first son and although the boy had only just obtained his majority, Edric had been taught Alaric's grudge at his mother's teats and was happy to continue it. He was not taught common sense though, he barely ruled for a decade before falling from his horse after a dare. Iman flushed guilty. Before I had caught on to her games the first time around, Ali's had gotten Iman to carry out a fair share of dares. He had not been as bad as Jocelyn or Lucerys but it had been annoying to deal with. And then came Ellard. Lord Ellard Stark was the son of Alaric's second son, said Joffrey, retaking the reins of the lecture from me. He succeeded his cousin in 81 AC and, like Edric, resented House Targaryen for Walton's death. He summoned his aunt Alara home from her place by Queen Alysanne's side and turned down the king's offer to have Benyon, her son, squire with Prince Aemon. He is the Lord Stark we credit with the founding of the Northern Isolationist movement, I told Aemon and I could almost hear the capital letters in my speech. My poor son looked a little overwhelmed with all the sudden information. If I knew him, he'd likely scramble off to write as much as he could remember down as soon as our little lesson was done. He was the first to actively step away from what the South could offer and focus entirely on the North. Yet even then, the memory of Queen Alysanne's visit was strong amongst the Northmen, said Joffrey. When Prince Balon died and the Great Council was held to select King Jaehaerys' heir, they voted for your papa in honor of her wish for Grandmama Rhaenys to be queen. And against King Jaehaerys' wishes. That was, in my opinion, their biggest motivator. A reminder that, the North remembers those who have done them wrong. Spite, in other words. Lord Ellard passed away not long after that, also without issue, and Winterfell passed to his cousin, Benyon in 103 AC. Lord Benyon had been born in the south and had long resented the lost opportunities there. He sought to mend the relationship the North had with the South, but he did not make much progress with his stubborn lords, nor did he last long as ruler. He died in 106 AC, leaving Winterfell to Lord Rickon Stark. Joffrey droned on. I remembered the old curmudgeon's face clearly, even after he'd been dead for 5 years. He had never forgiven his brother for going south to fight in Dorne and had taken his refusal to return when commanded to even worse. He had spent his last few years ranting and railing against Lord Boros, Bernard, and me for abandoning the North. He had become a divisive figure by the end, with families like the Flints, Umbers, and Boltons rallying to him and the Karstarks, Manderleys and others quietly withdrawing their support in favor of the much more charismatic Bernard, a war hero by that point. Then he'd died and Bernard's faction had made its move, checking the isolationists' power with Lord Baron Karstark's appointment and luring supporters to their banner with cheap glass and farming techniques. Which brings us to Cregan Stark, said Joffrey, who has recently taken control of Winterfell after accusing his regent of dishonestly using his position to steal coin that rightly belongs to himself as Lord of Winterfell. He has also imprisoned his former regent's sons and placed Carhold under his own stewardship until the matter is resolved. We have concerns that the arrest was politically motivated rather than for justice's sake, I told my son. And that without our intervention, Lord Baron may not be given a fair trial. But, why? Asked Aemon. Do you remember your mother's friend, Lord Bernard? Asked Joffrey. He is Cregan's uncle and the two disagree on many things. Lord Baron is Bernard's good father. Oh, said Aemon, his eyes lighting up at his realization. So Cregan is warning Bernard that he is in charge. Indeed, I said, smoothing Aemon's hair back from his face. And we hope to ensure Lord Baron does not become a victim of that rivalry. It is not to say that Lord Cregan is entirely in the wrong, said Joffrey. In many people's eyes, Lord Baron is part of a plot against him as they seek to weaken him to push their own vision for the North forward. Also true, I sighed. And that is another problem, for Bernard was able to entangle your papa and I in the matter. With the glass? Asked Aemon. For their gardens. I nodded and he settled back, looking thoughtful. My college had never truly interested him beyond the 2 or 3 scholars that studied architecture. He'd begged Joffrey to take him to see lectures and begged me to buy their books. Another form of art, I suppose, was my fond thought. What will we do? He asked finally. Now, that is the question, isn't it? I said. I had a half-thought-out plan in mind. It would all depend on what game Cregan was playing, of course. I intend to prevent Bernard storming north as he no doubt intends to, for a start. Wise, drawled Joffrey. Cregan would have him in the dungeons before he could demand Lord Baron's release. Which is what Lord Cregan wants, breathed my son, his eyes wide. Because his uncle is threatening him. Well reasoned, Joffrey said, barely keeping his proud smile from taking over his entire face as he ruffled Aemon's hair. We shall make a schemer of you yet. We keep Cregan from his true objective with one hand, I told them both. And we offer him a truce with the other. I will send a delegation to Winterfell, one he cannot afford to imprison, to gauge his mood and see what peace can be made between us. And what if he doesn't want peace? Asked Aemon, flattening his hair down anxiously. I grimaced. That was the worst-case scenario. If he did not play nicely now, I would more than likely be facing a green north. Even though he had not spent his full strength to aid Rhaenyra in canon, he'd still been one of her greatest supporters. What would Alicent do with a mind like Cregan's at her back? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, if we get to it, I murmured, worrying at my lip. Tell me, Joff, what is Forrest doing these days? Chapter 140, Tension, Chapter 117. Chapter Text. Forrest Frey was attending on his father at the Twins and would not be back in King's Landing for a week or so, although he should return before Bernard reached us. Thankfully. It gave me some time to relax anyway. Relax being a relative word given a few days later, I was summoned to my father's quarters. Family dinners may have become less awkward over the years, but I still found myself dreading them. Good evening, Aegon, I said as I rounded the corner, arm in arm with Laenor, to find my sibling staring out the window with a grim look on his face. At the sound of my voice he whirled round, looking as if he might be having some sort of heart attack. When he saw it was me, he pulled a face. Rhaenyra, you know I hate that, he grumbled. The court was keen to point out that both my brother and I frequently became lost in our own thoughts. The only difference was that these days Sir Stefan, Laenor, or one of my ladies were quick to prod me from mine if it became too obvious. Sir Garibald had no such care when it came to my brother. Still, I chuckled in response to his fright before nodding graciously at Sir Stefan's brother-in-arms. Your Grace, Sir Garibald said in reply with a solemn nod. Have you seen Helena? Asked Aegon, peering around me as if I might have hidden her beneath Sir Stefan's cloak. I have not, I replied, and then it hit me and I was forced to smile, despite the way my skin still crawled at the knowledge. Today is the day. He fidgeted with his doublet, black-edged with green dragons. Yes. We cannot put it off any longer, your midwife will arrive soon and Grand Maester Edmund is not, he is not as blind as Melas was. The statement was accompanied by a guilty look at my hand. I clutched at the prosthetic without meaning to and summoned a weak smile. He is certainly better than our last two. It was as neutral as I could get. Grand Maester Edmund was full of platitudes and apologies, ready to restore the citadel's standing in the eyes of the royal family, or so he said. He had even offered Girardis his chain back and had been affably understanding when Girardis had informed him he wouldn't take it back even if the citadel paid him. And yet it had not taken long to spot their plans trying to infiltrate the college. It had not taken long for Edmund to preach against the Alchemists' Guild every time he could reasonably jam it into conversation. It was never about me when it came to Edmund. To do so openly was a one-way ticket to being sidelined by my father once more, but he damn well wasn't on my side. Aegon seemed not to have noted my carefully neutral statement and carried on speaking, his eyes flickering back and forth about the corridor. Yes, well, it would be hard to be worse. I thank you for lending us one of your women. Many at court sing their praises. Is it possible to feel disgust and happiness at the same time? His nervousness was adorable and yet, it was Helena. Brother and sister. They have earned every shred of praise. The seven know I might have lost allies had they not been so talented, I said, thinking back to the tank. No pregnancy since had been so difficult. I looked at Laner, who merely looked at me sadly in return. He would welcome another child with joy. As would everyone else in my life, practically. Even my ladies, who bore the full force of my pregnancy moods. I had left Sab and Maria back at the manse with a good meal and my children to entertain theirs. She was very small, he said gravely. Emond has still not forgiven her. And I have not forgiven Emond. He winced at my tone and Laner's grip on my arm tightened as if he could not stop himself. I understand, Rhaenyra, I really do, but, do you not think it underhanded? His wide violet eyes met mine and it was almost like looking at a puppy that was trying to understand what it did wrong by chewing on the carpet or something. Underhanded without a doubt, I replied, thinking of Jocelyn's fury and the uncomfortable feeling the idea of Alice being a bully brought. And I have unleashed Laena on her in turn. When Aegon just frowned, Laner chuckled, which made Aegon stare at him in surprise. Laner never much got involved in conversation during these events father liked to hold. Father loathed him and did not bother hiding it, and the feeling was not quite mutual but it was close. He was also neutral at best when it came to the rest of them. Well, perhaps that was wrong. Like me, he adored Helena. Laena and Alice get on like cats and water, said my husband, and Aegon's surprise and confusion drained away to amusement. Do they? Helena had mentioned something to that effect, but I truly did not think it so bad. It is quite simple, I said dryly. Laena believes Alice to be trouble and is happy to ferret out her bad behavior as proof whilst ignoring her good behavior, and Alice is convinced Laena hates her and is out to get her. Aegon wasn't listening anymore, however, instead he'd stiffened up. We both turned and followed his gaze to find Helena approaching us. She was pale and as nervous as her husband, dressed in a deep purple dress and draped in silver jewelry I just knew had been a gift from Jane. She smiled when she saw us, but it was a weak one. It won't be that bad, sister, I told her. It's Aegon who must worry for his ribs. It startled a chuckle from my brother at least. Then he held out his arm, which Helena took, and we finished the walk to the private dining rooms we were all so painfully familiar with these days. Durin, Visera, father, and Alicent were already there, which was unsurprising. We were all treated to father's usual bear hugs followed by my own polite but awkward hug with Alicent, an icily correct greeting for Laner and a much warmer embrace for my siblings. Good evening Durin, good evening Visera, I said cheerfully. Good evening, Rhaenyra, they chorused back dutifully. They were dressed neatly in their mother's favorite color and both had been sitting quietly before we entered. Father gave them an indulgent smile as they turned to greet Aegon and Helena. In truth, I reflected, I should have made more time for Durin and Visera. I had made time for Aegon, Helena, and Emond, but it had been easier then. Even Helena had discovered how hard it was to play the adoring big sister around the clock. My youngest sister was reserved and quiet. She lacked Durin's more annoying behaviors and was always polite to everyone, but I sensed I did not much figure in her life, even though father had been desperate for her to forge a friendship with the twins. That had gone as well as expected. Visera had been almost baffled by them, scared of Jocelyn's rambunctiousness and especially of Morrigan. It was enough to make me wonder if she even wanted a dragon, as even Tessarion frightened her. I had thought she would get along better with Alice, but it seemed destined not to be. It was Emond who slunk in last, his doublet rumpled and his hair still damp. The look he shot at me made it clear he still resented the loss of Vermithor. I didn't need Joffrey to know he spent most of his time this past month on Dragonback, practicing maneuvers from the manuals and growing ever more familiar with his new mount. How was your day? Asked father as our meals were laid out before us. He was ignoring Emond's sullen silence apparently. Well enough, Jocelyn is coming along well. She will soon have both arms free once more. He smiled at that and dug into his meat pie. And you, father? Bah, Lord Manfred complains to me once more about Lord Royce. I grimaced at the pastry I had just scooped up. Lord Manfred Swan and Lord Royce Karen, the two were more argumentative than Jane and Alice Ann, and that was saying something, as I once caught the two of them arguing over the colour of a damnable dress. It did not reflect well on Boros that Lord Manfred had brought his complaint to the king, but then again, Lord Royce was his good father. A headache to be sure, I said with sympathy I actually felt. It is still about the title Lord Royce claims, I suppose. Father nodded grimly and washed down his food with a little wine. Yet before he could reply, Aegon piped up. He ought to complain to Lord Boros, he said as Aemon nodded along with him. It is not the crown's job to interfere with the business of the lords. I have something to say, declared Helena as father dropped his cutlery and opened his mouth to respond. That is, Aegon and I, we are expecting a child. Probably. Truly, breathed father, his eyes wide and Aegon's insubordination forgotten. There were tears in his eyes. He didn't wait for confirmation but surged to his feet, seizing Aegon and hauling him up before drawing him into a bone-crushing hug that had Laenor wincing in sympathy. He had endured his fair share of those when father forgot his dislike in the face of yet another addition to the family. Another niece or nephew, said Aemond, smiling for the first time I had seen since Dragonstone. Congratulations. He had already known, just like I had. Helena smiled at him fondly and thanked him all the same though. Laenor rose to clap Aegon on the back after father finally released him. I might have further congratulated Helena, but Alicent finally recovered from her shock and almost dragged her eldest daughter across the table in her haste to pull her close. Indeed, she ended up spilling wine all over Durin. I sighed and acquired a napkin to mop him up as Alicent swapped children, leaving Helena to father. My doublet is ruined, he sniffled as I patted him down. You have others, I told him gently, and he glared at me. This is my favorite though. I examined him, the way his hands twisted on the arms of his chair, then how Visera was clutching her dress tight as she watched father twirl Helena around in joy. Ah! Your mother will not mind. I am sure if you ask, she will take you to have a new one fitted, I told him. He sniffled again and Visera moved closer, as if she were trying to ascertain if I were the cause. What is wrong? Asked Aemond, apparently noticing our little aside. He was staring at the snot flowing from Durin's nose with not a small amount of disgust. Helena spilt wine on him. It is fine, I told him. When Visera distracted her brother by laying a hand on his shoulder, I leaned over and whispered to him. He fears losing his mother's attention. It was enough for Aemon's eyes to soften, no doubt remembering the days leading to his fostering at Riverrun. He had been afraid then and he had lashed out. Time had taught him his mother still loved him and that nobody had forgotten about him. Durin, said Aemond, capturing his brother's attention. I need a squire. Durin's violet eyes went round even as Visera frowned, clearly annoyed. Durin was the brother she was closest to. If he squired for Aemon then she would be short her usual playmate. Perhaps it is best to let Aegon and Helena have their night, tonight, I said. And ask father in the morning. But you would take me as a squire, asked Durin quietly. Really? Oh, I had done Durin a disservice by not playing the older sister, hadn't I? I had been here. The others had not, so his loneliness was on me, as was Visera's. How many times had I told myself I should visit more? Really, said Aemond. I did say I would take you. Durin? What is wrong, sweetling? Evidently, Alicent had just noticed the small crowd around her youngest son. We parted for her to come and fuss at him. She didn't seem to notice the stain when she drew him onto her lap and rocked him back and forth as he sniffled into her shoulder. Aegon and Laenor both gave me the same bemused look and Aemon snorted at the sight. I will tell father in the morning, he murmured finally. Chapter 141, Tension, Chapter 118. Chapter Text. I was sitting with Laenor in the drawing room, sipping an excellent vintage from the Reach and dozing, when I had a revelation. I had been thinking about how happy Helena had looked and remembering that feeling of knowing a new life was growing within you. That another one of my children was coming into the world and the joy that brought both me and my husband who had always been saddened we'd officially stopped at Aemon, who had been so overcome at the idea of Ema. Let's have another child. It was worth it to see Laenor choke and spew red wine down his beautiful sea-green tunic before staring at me. Truly, he asked, voice faint. You were set against it, even Ema was unplanned. My reasons for being so seemed faint and far away now, fear it would kill me, fear it was merely an avenue for Corlys to exercise what control he could over me, fear the child would be a daughter and I would go through that pain for nothing. I put my wine glass down and sat forward on the couch, taking his hands in mine and meeting his eyes. Perhaps seeing Helena so has changed my mind, yet I find myself unable to recall why I dismissed the option. He swallowed thickly, tongue darting out to wet his lips. You wish for another child, your father and mother as well. The seven no Laena and Joffrey would not object, they would delight in another little one. We had yet to discuss the matter Corlys had raised, Too little time and too much to do. Lena reached up and pushed some of the hair that had escaped my braid back from my face and smiled, yet it was sad and I couldn't quite understand why. You have had entirely too much wine, he told me. I shall escort you to Lena's side. I remained sitting as he stood, ignoring his offered hand, instead favoring him with an annoyed look. I am not so drunk that I have lost my wits to wine, I groused. We are hardly going to make a child now, he said tartly. So what should it matter if we wait until morning to decide the details? Oh, he had me there, even if it was because he thought I'd change my mind on the matter without wine and sleep making my head heavy. I accepted his hand and he drew me to my feet. I thank you for the sentiment, he said. Truly, I do. I smiled into his chest as he pulled me close. He might be a little weepy himself, yet there was no sign of it when I drew away. Well then, my loyal knight. Perhaps you should escort me to my lady-in-waiting. He smiled and dropped his arm around my waist. He need not have bothered, I was as steady on my feet as I usually was. Perhaps pretending to himself that I was sloshed was his way of protecting himself from the inevitable disappointment he thought he'd feel tomorrow when I awoke, having changed my mind about another child. He kissed my cheek as a way of good night and I let myself into my rooms to find Lena perched on the bed, absorbed in some sort of tome and, not wearing a whole lot, actually. The wound on her torso was healing well though. I was glad to see her sparring had not reopened it, even if the bruises had faded to a sickly yellow and even green in places. Good book? I asked and she glanced up, smiling when she saw me. She had her own rooms of course, close to where her children slept, but it was not unusual she slept in mine. She was my lady-in-waiting after all. Certainly interesting, she said, putting it aside and smiling at me. How did your meal go? Helena made her announcement. Emond is still sulking with me and he intends to take Duran as his squire. She rose as I moved to look at myself in the mirror, tugging on her shirt as she seemed to realize she'd gotten distracted undressing. Her long fingers were soon relieving me of my jewelry before she worked at the laces of my gown. I could tell she wasn't much interested in the minutiae of my family. She cared about who would be a threat in the future, and Emond was high on that list. And take over his training in riding at the same time, no doubt, said Lena. He's better than I would have thought he'd be with no teacher and in such a small time frame. He has father, I said, shrugging off my clothes until I stood in my shift. And Aegon and Helena. Your father, forgive me, but he was no great rider and he does not even have a dragon these days. I thought about that as she found a brush and began unbraiding my hair. I do not know if I could ride another if Cyrex were taken from me. It was like contemplating losing a limb and stitching on a completely different one in its place, one that did not even match my body. I feel the same. I do not judge your father, Rhaenyra. None could compare to Viagar in my eyes, just as none could compare to Balerion in his, she told me, running the brush through my hair. She had gained some weight this past month, I reflected. She looked far healthier now than she had on her return. Do you recall the subject of your father's little ambush near a week ago? I asked in the silence afterwards. She paused in her brushing. About Driftmark's inheritance? I recall, yes, she said. She had apparently seen her father's outburst coming since her mother had confronted me so brazenly. Not that she'd seen fit to mention either to me or her brother, too involved in her studies and her children. Luke and Rena were thrilled at her return and wanted to spend every moment of the day with her. Not that I could begrudge them her time, they had been overjoyed to learn she did not plan another journey anytime soon. Why? I did not miss the look in her eyes, one of cautious hope. I may have reconsidered my stance on babes in the face of Helena's announcement. The brush went down and she almost forcibly swiveled me around, her hands on my shoulders as she peered at me. That's great news. There were tears in her eyes as she drew me in close, holding me tight. Lena had struggled to conceive Rena and my niece had been premature. Alanis and Gerardis were of the opinion that she was unlikely to get with child again, another contributor to that terrible breakdown. Her reaction to Emma on her return to King's Landing told me all I needed to know about her plans to deal with that. She would live vicariously through my children as well. Lena thinks I have drunk too much and will change my mind in the morning. She guided me to the bed and I sat down, watching as she flitted about the room with nervous energy, putting out candles and dousing the fire in the grate. Lena does not like disappointment, she told me, blowing out the last candle and leaving us in darkness. I smiled to myself as I felt her clamber into bed next to me, the way to bed dipped under her weight and how pleasant it was to have her curl into me. I wish you had not mentioned it, I doubt I shall sleep tonight from excitement. What a shame, I said and pretended to curl into my pillow, turning my back to her. I heard her choke in indignation and a snicker escaped me. Tease, she muttered, she shifted closer to me under the coverlet. Help me sleep, my princess. Are you attending me tomorrow? I asked, rolling over into her embrace. With Felena, yes. There was an odd tone to her voice but I did not want to think about Felena Wainwood right now, so I kissed her deeply and she returned it happily. The next morning saw me slowly arrive at consciousness as the birds outside started up their usual loud greeting to the day. I stretched underneath the covers, sighing heavily when my body cracked and popped. I hate that, mumbled Lena from next to me. I really do. I chuckled as she rose, wrapping her robe around herself and shuffling off to tell the maids I was awake and ready for some juice and sliced fruit. We were digging in when a knock on the door disturbed us and SAB slipped in, her customary chain and short sword on display. I paused. Is she ill this time or did she finally come out and say it? I asked, to both of my ladies' obvious amusement. She begged me to swap shifts, said SAB dryly, dropping into one of the chairs by the table. Marya had something to do with the charity and Sira never gives up her shift with the kids. And Maris? Lena asked, sounding more curious than upset. Felena had refused to have anything to do with her since her return from her second journey and despite the many conversations we'd had on the matter she refused to budge. It wasn't even religious in nature truly. Septon Patrak dealt with the rumors surrounding my lover by pretending she was not a follower of the Seven and therefore not subject to its rules. Even Marya had come round, letting her son play freely with Luke and Rena and happily gossiping with her old friend. She told her to extract her head from her behind and quit being. SAB trailed off with a glance at me. Well, let's just say Maris had words. I will have words with her myself if she keeps this up, I grumbled, rising from my bed finally and making my way over to where SAB had begun preparing today's dress. I let myself be tended to as my hair was put into its customary braid and my dress was pulled on around me. Where has my husband got himself to? He is with Jocelyn in his office, waiting for his man's arrival, SAB informed me and I half wondered why he hadn't gone training until understanding dawned. Ah, no doubt my daughter will be thrilled, I said. Feel free to have some time to yourselves whilst I oversee my daughter's checkup. I left them chatting amongst themselves. Lena had hated SAB when I had first invited her into my service. I had been grateful. SAB had saved my life. I could still see her charging my would-be assassins as if it had happened yesterday, actual Dornish assassins this time, courtesy of Walter Will. I wasn't even sure why Lena had felt that way, it just seemed to be hate at first sight. Yet SAB had persisted, especially after she had returned from her exile on Dragonstone. Lena had come round eventually and the two had become close enough, no doubt their shared interest in women had helped. Lena and Jocelyn were exactly where SAB had said they were and I dropped myself into a chair opposite him. Jocelyn was sat on the floor, frowning at her workbook as if it had done her some great insult. My husband looked as if he had not slept although he greeted me with a pleased enough smile. Does your head hurt you much this morning? He joked as I sat. Not at all, my love. I did tell you my wits were not addled. His eyes widened a little and he glanced at Jocelyn. He needn't have bothered, she was absolutely absorbed in whatever problem she was trying to reason out. Where are the others this morning? Lessons, he breathed. Did you truly mean what you said last night? Now Jocelyn glanced up, her face scrunched up as she tried to parse the meaning of her father's words. Did Mama say something mean? She asked. Lena chuckled. No, little one, she did not. It would only be mean if she did not tell the truth. And I did tell the truth, I said, triumphantly. So it is not mean. That just puzzled Jocelyn more if I read the expression on her face correctly. No doubt trying to figure out what would be mean if it wasn't the truth but not mean if it was. I had a feeling it was because the conundrum was more interesting than her homework. Lena just stared at me, shifting in his seat as if he wanted to spring up and dance at the news. I gave him the most earnest smile I could. The one he gave me in response was a little watery. Do you think they'll take the bandages off today? Asked Jocelyn, failing to read the mood. My arm itches all the time. Lena shook himself out of his stupor and gathered her into his arms, ignoring the way she whined in protest at how embarrassing he was being. The sight had me smiling like an idiot again. Chapter 142, Tension, Chapter 119. Chapter Text. The removal of Jocelyn's bandages took most of the morning, mostly because my daughter was unable to sit completely still for any length of time. By the end of it all, I was sure that poor Sanderson might weep as she leapt from her chair a sixth time to run and tell her father about something she had remembered. Jocelyn, I said, my tone carrying a warning. She froze, as if she had forgotten she was supposed to remain seated and trudged back to her chair, the back of her ears turning red in embarrassment. Lena chuckled as Sanderson gave me a grateful smile. Did you truly mean it? Whispered Lena again, as if he suspected this some cruel trick I was playing on him. Yes, I whispered back. But we will discuss it with Joffrey and Lena later. Right now we must focus on our little warrior. Tonight, he asked, fingers tapping out a nervous beat on his thigh. Tonight, I promised and he smiled at me again, tears threatening to fall. All done, sighed Sanderson in relief. I watched with amusement as Jocelyn held up her arm and marveled at how pale the skin was. She prodded it experimentally before directing a bright smile at us all. Thank you, she said, evidently remembering her manners before Lena and I needed to remind her. Will I be able to play normally now? Be careful for a few more weeks, Princess, Sanderson told her, placing the soiled bandages into a bag. Likely to be burned, if I knew the practices Girardi speed into all his students. You do not wish to break it once more, do you? She shook her head very seriously, her features solemn. My firstborn had chafed at the injury, well, it would serve her right for clambering up things just because her sister dared her to. The gash above her eye had healed well enough, although she had earned herself a scar. It was not her first, she was like her Aunt Lena that way, she collected them. Now, little one, I believe it is time for you to rejoin the others. She groaned as I stood up and held out my hand but took it anyway. It took her a full minute to be distracted once again by her newly freed arm once more. It's so skinny, she whispered. And pale. It has not seen the sun in some time, laughed Laner from behind us. And it is skinny because you have not used it. It will be normal again, won't it? She asked, suddenly concerned. It won't always be smaller. It will go back to normal soon enough, I told her, and the worry in her eyes faded but did not die. As long as you are gentle with it. What if it doesn't? She whispered. Then. I frowned at her as she cut herself off. It will, I promise, I told her. What is wrong? She pressed her lips together in a manner that told me I was unlikely to get an answer from her. I sighed and caught Laner's eye. He looked just as helplessly confused as I was by the matter. She was clearly worrying about something. I will not force it from you, I told her, as her violet eyes met my own. But if you ever want to talk to me about anything, even if you think it is silly, I will always have time for you. So will your father. Thank you Mama, thank you Papa, she mumbled before tugging insistently on my hand. We have lessons. Ah, our little one is eager all of a sudden, japed Laner as we began walking again. It had unsettled him as well, this strange behavior from her. Perhaps it might be worth asking Lena, although the thought made my heart ache with the knowledge she might know my children better than I did. It turned out we needn't have hurried Jocelyn along anyway, for when we opened the door to the room the children took their lessons in, they were enjoying a snack break. I marveled at how it changed, from a dining room that was considered small by the manse's standards to a brightly lit and even more brightly decorated classroom. When Corlys had bought the manse, most of it had not been in use. It was huge, ridiculously so, even for a building close to the Red Keep. I had been told, and I could believe it, that it had been some lord's prestige project back when Jaehaerys had been young. Perhaps that explained why Corlys had bought it all those years ago. Yet I could not deny how useful it had been in keeping me out of the Red Keep. Most manses could boast 10, perhaps 12, bedrooms, with a fair few of those being for the use of live-in staff. We did not have much live-in staff here, not anymore. We needed the space. There were 16 of us, all that needed their own rooms. The manse may have about 20 bedrooms, but all of them were full and only a vanishingly small amount of that space was staff space. It was costing a fortune in the housing benefit we gave to those who should have a room here but didn't. There had been no argument about moving to the keep though, even a decade later I still could not do it. Still, there might be something in buying out the next door neighbors. You're doing it again, chuckled Laner, poking me in the ribs. I jabbed him back and forced myself to focus on the children now that they had greeted Jocelyn, thoroughly examined her wrist and then gone back to whatever they had been doing before our entry. My apologies, I said dryly. I'll try to keep myself as thoughtless as possible. Would that please you, husband? That made him snicker. I turned my attention to the children. Alyandra was regaling Jane and Emma with some tale from Dorne's past. Ali's Anne and Jocelyn appeared to have gotten into an intense discussion about bows and swords, a discussion Rolf was occasionally interjecting in, weighing in on Jocelyn's side. That did not surprise me, he had talent with the blade and Jocelyn was a frequent sparring partner. Alyssa was watching them bicker, amused. She'd thrown her arms around Jocelyn's neck and begged for forgiveness once again, which Jocelyn had stoically granted before collapsing into giggles. Iman was curled up with a book on art he'd likely liberated from the keep library last time he had been set loose in there. I blinked as I realized what I had mistaken for a blanket over his knees was the damn cat, taking advantage of the only still child he could find. I met his green eyes with an unblinking stare. Really? Snorted Laner. It's a cat, Rhaenyra. It's evil, I told him, memories of scratches and bites making my arms tingle. I regretted getting them that cat so much. He loved the children but he hated me. Where are Luke and Rena anyway? With Jove, he said cheerfully. His father is in town. Ah, I said. It did not surprise me that I had not been told. Hells, I doubted Lena knew in truth. Joffrey was touchy when it came to his family. Lord Giles was proud of his son but I know it still stung the Linmouth Lord that he had not risen so high with his own family name but the Velaryon one. It also did not help matters that Lord Giles had come to hate Lena. He had pushed for Joffrey to annul the marriage after she had fled in the aftermath of Rena's birth. Something Joffrey had only admitted at the hour of the bat after Rena had been screaming for most of the night. He had been tired and upset, the only reason he had even allowed himself to rant and rave about Lena in the way he did. He had apologized for it later, in typical Joffrey fashion. What I did know for certain, however, was that Lord Giles believed Lucerys to be his grandson, believing Joffrey had gotten Lena with him after their respective childhood crushes had gotten out of hand. Luke and Rena were fond of their father's father. I had been told Lord Giles was given to spoiling them both, sweetmeats and presents that had Lena huffing with equal parts annoyance and laughter when they returned from a visit. "No doubt he will be thrilled at your decision," said Laenor. I smirked. I knew he'd be unable to contain himself for long. "I did not tell him last night," I told Lena. "So it appears Joff will be the last to know. And he would likely sulk about being so too, although he would understand why Laenor had not brought the matter up. He hates being the last to know anything these days," said Laenor dryly. I pushed myself off of the door frame and shut the door to the classroom gently, bidding goodbye to them all with a wave. "Do you miss your night of kisses?" I asked, as we ambled off. "The way he was before Kristen." "Of course," he exclaimed. "Joff was, you did not really know him then. He wore his heart on his sleeve, he was honest and warm. He threatened to duel me for your honor," I teased, and Laenor smiled before sighing again. "I wish he could regain some of that openness, Rhaenyra. Now he hides it all away from me." And Laenor hated that because it was partly left over from the days Joffrey had felt he needed physical distance from Laenor, and a decade had not healed that, just as it had not healed his leg. "He hides it from everyone," I pointed out. "Then he weeps about it when it all becomes too much." "To Lena," he groused. "Or you. Only because we were convenient and because he loves you too much to want to burden you with such things." "I would gladly bear those burdens 1,000 times over," protested Laenor. "Have you told him this?" I asked, and he blushed red. "He is adept at ensuring I never get the chance," he grumbled over my snickers. "I am not saying I want the man he was back, I love the man he has become, I just wish." He trailed off, waving his hands about, and I sighed. I understood, even if Laenor was not able to put his desires into words. Well, it too eerily mirrored my thoughts on Lena. She had grown so much since Daemon, and she had been damaged so much as well. It forged someone I loved with all my heart, and yet part of me wanted to see that carefree ditzy version of her instead of the focused and occasionally grim woman she could be now. "Do you think they talk of us like this?" asked Laenor suddenly. "Complain about our shortcomings more likely," I japed, and he giggled. I could well picture Joffrey and Lena's conversations about us. A sudden flicker of glee ran through me. "Certainly Joffrey and I complain about you to one another." He gaped at me like a fish before I could not restrain my smirk and gave the game away. "Do you get together when Lena and I go riding with Mother?" he asked, struggling to contain his giggles at the thought. A family bonding exercise Rhaenys had instituted after Lena's return. Sometimes I wondered what might have happened had Lena returned hale and healthy. Certainly she would not have earned anyone's forgiveness. Least of all Rhaenys, who had been a frequent visitor to Dragonstone in the year it had taken me to calm down after her return. It pains me to admit, but had it not been for Rhaenys' increasingly panicked letters regarding Lena's state, I might not have seen her at all, merely concluding my business with Sir Roga and Marilda and then going on my way. Sometimes. Other times we observe court with a good vintage to savage the different fashions. That got him laughing harder. "Ha! Perhaps I should take up a similar practice with Lena," he joked. "You should. Your disagreement has gone on for too long." My unexpected firmness ended his laughter. "Our disagreement? Do you forget what she did to you? To Joffrey? To our children? There was heat there. Do you not think she has paid for it?" I asked. "No. You say she broke, but I saw Joffrey break too. I saw you break. I saw Mother grieve and rage, and I saw my father, he gave up on her." I winced. I swore I would be civil, Rhaenyra, but I did not swear to clutch her clothes once more. To accept all she did and forgive her for it. "I am not asking you to," I replied. "I am asking you to build something new from the wreckage of what you were to each other." He dashed away the tears that threatened, and I caught his wrist with my hand, placing it over my cheek. He swallowed thickly, struggling to hold himself in check. "You need not hide it from me," I whispered. "Let the mask of perfect prince fall and be my friend and husband in truth." "That is not fair," he said. "You were the one that forced me to wear it to begin with. As I wear my own. We cannot be who we wish to be. None of us can, Laenor. We should at least bind ourselves to one another. We are the only ones that know, that understand." He stared out of the window, throat bobbing and features formed into a terrible frown. When he spoke, his voice was rough and raspy. "I will speak to her and to Joffrey," he said, removing his hand from my cheek. "But I make no promises when it comes to her. All I ask for is that you try." Chapter 143, Tension, Chapter 120. Chapter Text. If there was one thing I regretted, it was that my control on the small council had slipped ever so slightly. I still held the majority, but green power had unmistakably grown. Although with Lord Boros allied with me, Lord Jasper wavered more often than not. Perhaps I may be able to sway him yet. All the rewards in the world would matter little if I could persuade Boros to crack down on House Wild. Your Grace, might I be able to escort you to today's meeting? I swallowed my urge to shudder and smiled at Larry's strong. I even managed to make it look half natural. I would be pleased to accept, Lord Strong. We were so very good friends. After all, he had freely sworn every oath my father, and his, had made him when he took his place as Master of Whisperers. Somehow the act that was supposed to reassure me just set my teeth further on edge. His little obsession with Joffrey was still ongoing and had only grown, like some kind of horrific fungus, since we had first come to realize it. Tell me, might our Master of Whisperers know what is on today's agenda? I asked. Father had not mentioned, but it was likely more of the same. Westeros many woes and little good news to be found amongst all the shit. I believe there is a small incident in the north his grace wishes to discuss, Larry said, his smile mocking. And of course, the Bravici grow ever more tiring. They still push for a permanent representative at court. I asked and Larry's nodded grimly. Well, at least Alicent and I had found yet another topic we could agree on, even if we disagreed on what needed to be done about it. The Bravici had undergone a change in management. A hazard of sorts when it came to Sea Lords, I had come to understand. The previous one had been rather hands-off when it came to the Iron Bank and who it loaned to. The new one was not pleased the institution had enabled the conquest of Dorne. Which is not to say he could officially punish them or sanction them in any way, but he had made his displeasure known. Poor Larraz, who had approved our little loan, had been found dead a month after the new Sea Lord had been elected. Everyone agreed it had been his heart giving out finally and that the man had gone peacefully in his sleep. Jair Sorlian had gone next, stabbed to death in a tavern brawl that had gotten out of hand. As for dear Tikio's kinsman, Moranos, well, he was in the wind as far as the Bravici were concerned. As far as I was concerned, he was employed in the custom houses of Spicetown. Should he prove useful, I might refer him to Lyman to train up. He'd come begging on bended knee to Corlys. The Harshios family was ruined and he was next on the Sea Lord's hit list. He'd had nowhere else to flee to, not truly. He did have a tiny shred of leverage against Corlys, although it was a shred. Had Laenor not been present at the meeting, the Lord of Tides would likely have sent him on his way regardless. Indeed. And we, of course, cannot afford to pay them should they call the debt, Larry sneered. The Greens wanted Father to borrow from the Lannisters or the Hightowers and rid ourselves of the Iron Bank that way, but Father was not so far gone that their suggestions sounded like good ideas so far. I wasn't sure if that would change as the Iron Bank applied yet more pressure. They will not call the debt, I said with confidence I was entirely sure was warranted. It would damage them far more than us if we did not pay it. Larry's merely shrugged as we reached the doors of the small council chamber. Lyman, Edmund, and Jasper were already there, talking quietly among themselves. Corlys and Lionel would likely arrive together. I know the two men were still fond of sharing a drink before making their way down. As for Father, well, that was anyone's guess. He attended religiously, of course, in the way he had done since Daemon's final banishment, but he was not always on time these days. No sooner had I taken my seat than, as predicted, our master of ships in hand of the king arrived together, looking as if they had just finished sharing a wonderful joke between them. Their smiles dimmed noticeably as they took their seats in the silence that sprung up since Larry's and mine's arrival had killed whatever debate Lyman, Jasper, and Edmund had been having. Has anyone seen my father today? I asked after too long passed with no words. He is attending to your brother, Durin, your grace, Edmund informed me. He was a tall man, Edmund, with a kind face. His fair hair was threatening to turn grey soon enough and his hazel eyes almost sparkled when he smiled. He certainly had the best bedside manner I had seen in any maester, excluding Gerardis of course, whose cool competence had never failed to put me at ease. Is Durin well? I asked and Edmund nodded. He has complaints regarding his squiring. That got chuckles of amusement out of us all. Aemond had done exactly as he said he would the morning after Helena's announcement almost a week ago now. By all reports he'd marched into our father's chambers and declared, leaving no room for argument, that Durin would be his squire going forward and that he had a list of rules for this. Alicent had gone ballistic, of course, but with every member of the family supporting Aemond bar Visera, it was a foregone decision. Durin had been given a room in Aemond's suite instead of his own. He was in Aemond's service 6 days out of 7 and had been told, in no uncertain terms, he was to act like it. Which meant no running to Alicent unless it was his day off. Aemond is a fine knight, I declared, to the surprise of the table. Durin could do much worse by being in his service. I agree, your grace, replied Jasper. Both of your brothers are fine knights and finer men. Durin would do well to heed the advice they give him. We were saved from further discussing my brother's virtues by the doors opening once more and my father marching inside, his face a rictus of anger. I winced. Such an expression did not bode well for this week's meeting. Even seeing us readily assembled did not give him pause. Instead he threw himself into his seat and fixed us all with a glare that bordered on sulky. Well, he demanded. Get to it. I placed my hand over his and he blinked, violet eyes falling to it, before he sighed heavily and summoned a small smile. My apologies, my lords, I have had a trying morning. He clutched my hand, giving it a squeeze, before releasing it back into my custody. I did not miss the grateful looks some members of the council shot me for so adeptly diffusing their king. It still did not mean they should not tread carefully around him. Perhaps we should start with domestic matters, said Lionel, giving each of us a sharp look. We have had no more riots in Dorne this past month and a bit, I pointed out. And the Vulture King met the forces of the Eulers in battle. A battle they supposedly lost. Indeed, said Larys. Although the Garen matter continues to vex me. I have to discover where the man is, or how he communicates with his followers. I might have sneered at that but Joffrey was similarly stumped. We had gone as far as searching Tyroji brandy imports for hidden messages at one point. Nothing. I once again recommend that we seize the stepstones, said Corlys. If Garen intends to take his son's pairs to Dorne, he will have to use the islands as a staging area. The islands are infested with pirates and sell sails. They serve as a more than adequate defense at no cost to us, said Lord Jasper. I fear that the realm's finances could not manage an invasion and the cost to hold it afterwards. It could not, said Lyman as Corlys sat back in his chair, scowling fiercely. Gods, Lyman looked so frail now. It made my heart hurt to look at him. We already struggle with the payments to the Iron Bank alongside the money for Dorne's economy. Your Grace, if I could suggest scaling back some of those payments, said Edmund. The Dornish economy is the strongest it has been since the Dragon's Wrath. We win no more hearts by continuing these payments. Lord Arryn and Sir Gawain report that it inches closer to being profitable every year. It will begin making money within the next few years, said Lyman. Father stroked his mustache in thought. The Dornish economic plan had been Lyman's idea and the amount of cunning it betrayed had surprised me. He had put forth a model to develop the production of luxury exotic goods within Dorne rather than focusing on food. It was expensive, our treasury certainly knew that, but when it was complete, Dorne would be very profitable indeed. And nearly all of its arable land would be taken up by spices, grapes, and other such enterprises. It meant that they were entirely reliant on food shipments from other areas of Westeros and their dream of being self-sustaining was dead in the water. As long as the markets are there, said Edmund, proving that he had paid attention in his economics lectures. Westeros is market enough in the beginning, I replied. Then Bravos, who will be happy to have luxury goods not produced by slaves. Yet the Sea Lord sulks with us, said Larys. Trade is difficult. Not too difficult, rebutted Corlys. His disapproval has done little to limit the glass the Bravasi buy from us. Enough, barked Father finally, rubbing a hand over his eyes. I will not deviate from Lord Beesbury's plan for Dorne. Nor will I send a fleet to the Stepstones. If you wish to seize them once more, Lord Corlys, you are free to do so but you will do it on your own. As for Dorne, he continued when we all remained silent. Send for my cousin. I want her to fly down there and remind them why they should fear us. I did not miss the way Corlys tensed slightly at that but he did not protest. His wife was loath to let on how much damage that Dornish knife had done to her leg. She'd fly to Sunspear even if it flared up once more out of pride if anything else and the fact she'd barely be able to move once she got there would not even enter into her decision. By your will, your grace, said Lionel, noting down Father's decision. What other matters trouble my realm, asked Father. The northern issue, Larys replied. Lord Baron is still imprisoned and the lords of the north become restless. It's preposterous. Lord Jasper burst out. Lord Karstark is clearly innocent of these charges. The boy lord seeks to lure his uncle north to settle old scores. Yet he claims to have proof, pointed out Edmund, voice mild. And we can hardly go about interfering with the great lord's rights to visit justice on their own vassals without invitation. I intend to send a delegation, I said. Father stared at me, mouth set in unhappiness. Lord Bernard is a friend and will be arriving within the week to personally request that I intercede in the matter. I trust being invited by one party is enough to interfere. Why does Lord Bernard even seek to go north? Asked Father, perplexed. What case does a man who has not set foot in his realm for near a decade have to answer? It is complicated, I replied before even Edmund or Jasper could. But the long and short of the matter is Lord Bernard feels his good father will not receive a true trial. Cregan has his father's resentment of Bernard. Humph, said my father, not wishing to question family dynamics lest the stone he threw shatter his glass house. I shall leave it to you then. I believe that covers the more pressing domestic issues, said Lionel. Barring a small skirmish between Bracken and Blackwood men that took place not a few days back. Oh boy, that was going to be a fun evening when Jane and Ali found out. The Tullus have it well in hand, however, continued Lionel. Does anyone else have anything to add? I wish to discuss a small matter. Edmund's mouth takes on a particular set when he's about to bring the guild up. 10 Dragons says it regards my most controversial supporters. It has come to my attention that part of the research quarters occupied by the Alchemists Guild on Dragonstone blew up recently. Chapter 144, Interlude, Bernard. Chapter text. The sight and smell of King's Landing had put him in a miserable mood. He felt it fair, for the south was a miserable place. Even in the winter months it had been too warm, the air too still and rank besides, and the land far too tame. He missed the wilds of the north, he missed the danger of it. He missed the winds howling against the walls of Winterfell, he missed the snows and the rains and the way the fire that roared in the hearth warmed his bones in a way no fire of the south ever could. He was a son of the north, not even a decade of exile, a decade of playing the tame northern barbarian could take that from him. "Have you had word from her grace?" asked Lord Royce Caron as they rode through the city. "No," he growled back. It did not surprise him. If he knew the princess as well as he thought he did, she'd be livid with him in the way she often was when she spotted his little schemes too late. Ha! Perhaps he would flirt with her as she ranted and cursed, really see the dragon come forth. It was the little pleasures that had made this last decade bearable, riling his patron, southern women, and the fights against the Dornish. "This is foolishness," growled the Marcher Lord. "We should be sailing there with good men at our back, not scraping before a woman so that she may solve our problems for us. That woman will be our queen," he told him. He found he did not mind the prospect all that much. She was fierce in a way most southerners were not. And, he thought with a grin, especially fun to poke into anger. "Nothing to say to that, Royce. My liege lord has made his intentions clear. And your daughter is making damn sure they're followed," he thought with a savage grin. Lady Elenda wanted one of her daughters on the throne, and now that she had finally provided her husband with a son, she could focus on doing so. Woe betide the man that did not fall in line behind her. She would scour the stormlands of the Greens before long. She is a dragon. Well above wolves and nightingales. He turned to his son. 5 and 10 now and already a man in truth. He'd killed his first man not a few months back, and bedded his first woman too. So is her daughter. Benyon flushed red, the patchy beard he was still trying to grow doing nothing to hide it. Princess Jocelyn is 10 years of age. And had followed his boy about like a lost puppy the last time they'd been here, not even a year ago. And betrothed to Rolf Rain, father. Ha! Who said anything about marriage? He ignored Royce's scoff. Benyon was betrothed to the man's granddaughter. Elenda's price for what had been will, and for her ongoing support. Another woman who played the game like a northerner did. Still, at least Elena was being fostered with her lady aunt, if he were lucky she'd have a spine and make a worthy wife for a lord of Winterfell. That massive manse was soon in sight, a small horde of servants in sea green waiting to serve them as if they were the average incapable lordling. They were greeted by her man, of course. She sent him to do all her dirty work, and rumor had it, it was dirty work indeed. They said Joffrey Velaryon could make a man disappear overnight. He believed it. The man had a hungry look to him, his pleasant smile doing little to hide those cold eyes that seemed to judge him, and find him wanting. "My lord, welcome to King's Landing. Her Grace invites you to enjoy a dinner with her tonight but regrets to say she cannot host you personally. I have taken the liberty of booking your party rooms at a reputable inn nearby." She was furious indeed if she wasn't even bothering to have them hosted in the Red Keep. Her man's polished manners did little to mask the sneer in his voice. He dismounted and handed the reins of his horse to a waiting groom. The rest did so as well. He was happy to see Benyon did not look as ill at ease as the rest of his little party did. The Storm Lords had not met the princess personally, they did not know her temperament. She waited for them just inside, dressed in far too much fabric and jewels. It was the only off-putting part about her. Just as well he'd never made a play for her hand, she would not have enjoyed the fashions of the north. Lord Bernard Stark, Lord Royce Caron, Sir Roland Morrigan, Sir Oliver Penrose and Sir Benyon Stark, called the herald. They made their obeisances and he was sure to keep his eyes on hers as he bowed, letting her see his grin and his teeth. He had been sure, all those years ago, that betting her would be easy. Her husband preferred his knight, after all, and a rogue was always a temptation to her sort. Alas, it was not to be. It would have been easier if he had snared her, but a dragon was not so easily baited by the wolf it seemed. Her blushes were still sweet. "Your Grace," he said finally. "Thank you for seeing us on such short notice." She glared at him, almost pouting. "Oh, angry indeed." Sir Joffrey limped off, not bothering to say his goodbyes to them. "I am always pleased to host friends." Her tone was sharp. "I have made rooms available for you to freshen yourselves for the meal." He would not have taken the offer, but even the Storm Lords, the least pretentious of all the Southerners, fell into bad habits. He and Benyon whiled away an hour or two, speaking of the things that passed between father and son before the rest of their party re-emerged. A servant came by to collect them soon after. The princess was nothing if not efficient, and disinclined to let bored strangers loose in her home given what had happened to her lady. The dining room was already near full. Her husband was there, of course, with his habitual suspicious stare, and her good sister too. The one that rumors swirled about like a black cloak. He made a note to be respectful of that one. She had the same look as her husband. The type of look that promised a quiet disappearance in the night. Although he could detect no trace of that in her now, with her youngest on her knee, nodding along in what seemed to be genuine joy as the girl regaled her, and her husband who sat her side with some tale or other. He did not miss the way Benyen's eyes flickered with longing to where the rest of her small horde of children had been seated. He also did not miss the eldest twin, the one that had the look of the queen who never was, sit up slightly straighter in her chair as she spotted his son. A missed opportunity there, but it was no matter. Perhaps the next generation would see a Stark queen or a Targaryen lady of Winterfell. "Is Lord Giles not joining us?" asked Royce as they were seated. He watched the witch's eyes narrow at her husband. The man ignored it, of course. If what he had pieced together from long-forgotten rumors was right, their marriage was a sham, but a necessary one, given her rumored lover had been the now exiled Prince Daemon. "Grandpapa is sick," said the one Benyen called Luke. "He has a cough." "A shame," said Royce. "I will call on him tomorrow." "Father would be happy for that," said Joffrey. "He has long respected you, Lord Royce." "And I will have one of Gerardi's men sent to look in on him as well, Joffrey," said Rhaenyra, smiling softly at him. "A cough can be dangerous for a man of his age." "Indeed," said Laena Velaryon, and he detected frustration there. "I would not wish anything untoward to happen to him." Her brother kicked her under the table and the princess frowned angrily. He poured himself some wine and sat back in his chair, meeting her eyes with a smile. These little visits never failed to amuse him. If only his brother had been like this, he might have stayed in the north and played the loyal dog. But his brother had been a dour man, content to let the north die by 1,000 cuts as he ignored all the opportunity the south could bring them solely for one man's grudge, a man who had died decades ago. The north would drown and die in that grudge eventually. There was a part of him, a small part, that had whispered he ought to sit back and see what his nephew intended to do about the matter. To see if he would go the path his father would or if Cregan Stark would be more like his grandfather. Benyen Stark had understood what the South could do for them and Rickon had betrayed him when he has reversed his decisions and plans. No. He was the one that truly saw what the North could be, what Benyen Stark had wanted the North to be, and only he could bring it about. He sipped his wine as they brought the first course in, studying the princess once again. Now how to approach the matter? Righteous fury? The schemer? What would have her dancing to his tune this time? Chapter 145, Flashpoint, Chapter 121. Chapter text. Dinner had been interesting, to say the least. Between Laena and Joffrey glaring at one another, Laena trying to subtly play the peacekeeper while also run interference between Bernard and me and Bernard grinning at me like some kind of lunatic, I felt ready to scream. Finally we finished up and Bernard dispatched his party of Stormlanders to the inn I'd hired out for them. He did not need them for the main event, for their presence rammed home the point he wanted to make quite handily. Okay, technically, Joffrey already owned it so I hadn't hired anything out, I was not spending any more money than I needed to on Bernard fucking Stark, but my point remains the same. Yet before I could attend to my unwelcome guests, I needed to ensure the children had a suitable amount of watchers. I did not need them raising hell while I was trying to negotiate with Bernard. I would need all my wits focused on him and not on what my children had just broken. "Auntie Ray, will you read us our bedtime story tonight?" asked Rena as I dropped a kiss on her forehead, smoothing back her dark hair. "Of course. If you all go and play quietly with Lady Sira and Septa Layla, I will come by and read you all a story," I told them, well aware of Bernard's eyes on my back. "But only if you are good." "Will it be an adventure story?" asked Jocelyn, looking excited. I caught Sira's eyes and she was quick to forestall the conversation for me. "Come now," she laughed. "We shall pick the story together for your mama to read to us. Can we have a story with a handsome prince?" I heard Emma ask as they filed out. I could not make out Luke's scorn-filled response, but I was able to hear Sira's sharp command that they not argue in the hallways while guests were present. "My apologies, Lord Bernard." The Northern Lord merely shrugged, his grey eyes were glinting dangerously though. Truly, with the frustration pouring off of him now, I was amazed he'd kept his temper through a long dinner and so much small talk, even Joffrey and I had been bored by it. "Shall we proceed to the drawing room to discuss matters?" asked Joffrey. "I've had father's best vintages brought out for your perusal, Lord Stark," said Laenor, smiling without a great deal of friendliness. Laenor was of the opinion that blushes from me were his to win. Well, and Laena's and Joffrey's. Certainly not Bernard Stark's, though. I wasn't even sure what it was about the man that had heat rushing to my cheeks when he smiled in that roguish way of his or when he made some blatant innuendo and waited for my anger. He was stiff when he dropped into a low couch. I allowed myself to sit a tad more delicately, smiling slightly when Laner dropped his arm over my shoulders and Lena fixed him with such a look it was probably a miracle he did not turn to stone on the spot. I care little for wine at the moment, he said before Laner could offer him any. I care about what can be done regarding my good father. We have discussed the matter intently, Lord Bernard. Joffrey has done some further investigation into the matter as well. Joffrey nodded seriously at that, yet the discontented look in Bernard's eyes did not die. No doubt it has turned up Baron is innocent. The man might be a stick in the mud but he's no fucking thief, barked the northerner. Said Joffrey and Bernard bristled. The fact that Laner leaned forward had me worried I might soon see a battle. When Lord Cregan accused him of stealing, he was not entirely wrong. It hinges on the laws surrounding regency, you see. Go on, I said, before Bernard could speak up and interrupt once more. Joffrey gave me a gracious nod and next to me, Laner settled slightly. Lena's eyes were still fixed on our guest though, for all he seemed not to care. There is something of a grey area when it comes to the actions of Lord Regents, as I'm sure you all understand. There is a little they are expressly banned from doing, you see, as long as they feel they are, in the exact words of the law, acting within the best interests of their ward. Bernard was still scowling when Joffrey finished. Baron took his duty seriously. Are you implying otherwise, he asked, tone causing Laner to tense up again. Cregan certainly does, said Joffrey, ignoring the hostility. His argument surrounds the subsidies Baron was quick to give to northern lords as long as they used the funds to buy cheap glass from the glassworks and constructed glass houses. Cregan claims this has saddled the north with debt, forced them to further serve the south over themselves and that the policy was only available to lords who agreed to support your claim to Winterfell. Bernard said nothing to that, his grey eyes blazing with anger. He is reaching, of course, I interjected smoothly. We know well that isn't true. Have you ever gone hungry? Any of you, growled Bernard. The north needs that glass. I brought 3,000 men south last winter, they abandoned their homes and families because they knew that if they stayed they'd doom them. I would point out, spat Lena, sending all of our heads whipping around, that you have never gone hungry either, Bernard Stark. Yet I agree with the sentiment, I said, amused beyond belief that Bernard seemed to have nothing to say to that at least. The north does need glass houses if it wishes to survive the harsher winters. Glass houses and southern allies willing to send food. We are proud men, he said. Pride does not fill bellies and even proud men can trade. Yet we did not come here to discuss such matters, I said. We came to discuss what we are doing about Lord Baron's arrest. My nephew is spitting on everything Lord Baron has done for him. Has done for the north. Calm yourself, Lord Bernard, I said. We have a plan ready for your approval. I would rather you accompany me north, princess, said Bernard, leaning forward. My nephew would not risk making a travesty of justice with the eyes of a dragon on him. Ah. So that was what he truly wanted. He wanted to march north, humiliate his nephew and do it all with a dragon at his back to avoid the consequences. I was starting to understand why Cregan had thrown him in prison along with his sons in the original timeline. He was like a cockroach. I cannot go to the north, I am afraid, as much as I wish I could, I sighed, hoping I looked genuinely regretful. I have many duties to fulfill here. Surely a month or two Laner leaned forward, dropping a hand over my stomach. Many duties, my lord, many important duties. He got the hint and leaned back into the couch, looking like a petulant child. Then what is your plan, he asked. Any you send to accompany me will merely be arrested as well. I would ask you not to go, Lord Bernard. The trap is obvious, after all. The best bet you have is not to spring it and instead allow us to negotiate on your behalf. I could tell from the moment I finished my sentence he would not go for it off the bat. He wanted that confrontation, he wanted to rile Cregan and he wanted me to be at his back while he did it. You would bar me from my home? You would have me sit in King's Landing whilst others did my work, he almost screeched. I checked my amusement, I had not known his voice could get so high. I should prick his pride more often if he were so intent on winding me up. Yet if Cregan captures you, there is little hope of retrieving you from his dungeons, I said, voice still sorrowful. We must deny him any opportunity to. So I must cower in the south whilst a boy of 7 and 10 threatens my family, he sneered. It is distasteful, yet should you go north, we cannot aid you. Joffrey's tone carried just the right amount of warning and Bernard swallowed thickly. No doubt he had visions of charging north anyway, of forcing us to follow, if only to keep the consequences of his actions from catching up to him. Who will you send then, he growled. We have secured the assistance of Forrest Frey. The fool Frey, bellowed Bernard, surging to his feet. You insult me. I'll grant he was an optimistic youth, I said, keeping my tone mild and refusing to crane my head to peer at him. But time has tempered his view and he is loyal to me. A few of your Stormlander friends will accompany him of course, and a few knights from my own household. Cregan would find it hard to imprison them, given none of them were associated with this so-called crime. I did not expect him to fall over himself to release Baron or be overwhelmed by the attention of the heir to the Iron Throne. A man like Cregan wasn't the type, yet I hoped he'd at least meet me halfway on the matter. Or, in the best case scenario, try and win me from Bernard's side with promises of support. Of course, throwing Bernard under the bus would be tricky, but as long as I could get Lady Elenda to agree. This is probably why Bernard really doesn't want to give me control of the negotiations, now I think on it. Well, tough. I will not bend on this. I have had enough of this guy messing me about and putting my bid for the throne in danger. He does not know who his nephew is yet, but I do. I may not be willing to chase after Cregan like a bitch in heat, but I do know I don't want him on Alicent's side because Bernard put him there in his blatant quest to usurp the North. That sounds like a recipe for a personal meeting with Roddy the Ruin. Bernard may have done his best to get the Dustins on our side, but Roddy was loyal to Rickon, his son Cregan's closest friend alongside Aran Norai. There is a thought. I'll send one of the midwives to Winterfell with Forrest and see if I can't have her wages paid for the next 5 years. His childhood love failing to die in childbirth will probably do much to soften his attitude towards me. And what would you have me do while you solve my problems for me? Snarled Bernard, having finally calmed down and retaken his seat. I'm glad you asked, I said, then nodded to Joffrey. The Vulture King troubles her grace. She is willing to pay for his head. A third vulture hunt? He asked. You saw how the last ended. Betrayed, we're fairly sure, I replied. He snorted. No shit. When I find out who, he left the thread hanging. We're no closer to pinpointing the exact culprit, but I would advise trusting none of the stony Dornish on this next hunt, said Joffrey, and Bernard huffed again. And what men do I hunt Walter Will with? Boros will lend me some, sure, but I need every northerner that settled my lands, else I'll be dead by sundown, he groused. We have volunteers, said Laenor. Men who are willing to fight with you in return for land in the lands of Red Wolf's Hold. Not northerners though, he sniffed. I shook my head at the same time Laenor did. Riverlanders, Crownlanders, and few from Driftmark and Dragonstone, he explained. Unmentioned were the few spies Joffrey would be sending along in their number. Bernard must have realized we had him because he seemed to deflate soon after, scrubbing at his face with his hands. I dislike this, he said. You play with my good father's life and send me to chase pests instead. There is no playing, I insisted gravely. You are a valued ally and I do not wish to see you harmed. It was nice that his past plots had so fooled him on this occasion. Yet, as always, I could not take all the credit. I might have come up with the bare bones of the plan, but it had been Joffrey and Laena that had helped me hammer out the strategy we had used to so neatly force him to follow our lead. Had I attempted to do it alone, he would no doubt be boarding a ship north already, smug in the knowledge I would follow him. I will abide by your decision for now, Your Grace, he said, giving in after seeing no way out without exposing his true goals so blatantly. But should your man fail? Well, we'll deal with that when it happens. Chapter 146, Flashpoint, Chapter 122. Chapter text. And so they rode off into the sunset, I intoned, gravely as a small crowd of sleepy children watched me, ready to face their next adventure, together. The nice romantic ending would have gone better had Emma not fallen asleep a small while ago. I smiled as Sira scooped her up, barely hiding her own smile. She mumbled nonsensically and curled into Sira's arms, and my smile widened. So they will go to Dorne next? Asked Aelyandra, sounding dubious. I would have to question Laena to get the details right. No doubt she would be quick to pull apart any inaccuracies that Sir Jason and his squire, who was secretly a princess called Daenerys, came across in their journey to pursue the evil Prince Maegor, who had kidnapped Princess Daenerys' sister in a plot to steal the throne. Okay, it had started as a blatant rip-off of Dunk and Egg and evolved from there somewhat. Firstly, Jocelyn, backed by Aly's Anne, had insisted Egg be a girl. Further changes had come along in the demand that there should be a bad guy and a princess to rescue from Jane, Rena, and Aly's. There was even a swashbuckling pirate the two ran into on occasion, a demand Lucerys had pushed for. The result was something slightly akin to an old 90s fantasy television shows with Sir Jason and Princess Daenerys slowly falling in love at Emma's insistent demand, as they pursued Maegor across Westeros seeking the return of Daenerys' sister, Elena, and helped those they met along the way. At least Aemon, Rolf, and Aelyandra weren't set on changing the story and seemed happy with how it was. I suspected my son was just happy I described the beautiful landscapes and characters so well. Rolf, well, I think Rolf had decided Sir Jason was his new role model in life and Jocelyn was his Princess Daenerys, and as for Aelyandra, I wasn't sure if she wanted changes or not. She had never mentioned anything. I admit, this plot line was mainly for her. Then, she might find a character she likes, or would like to see in the later stories. Yes, I said happily. Where Maegor seeks to hide with Elena in the Red Mountains, so Sir Jason and Princess Daenerys will need to treat with the Princess of Dorne. You needn't treat me like a child, she interrupted, voice full of frustration. And you needn't be such a pill about it, snarled Luke, clambering to his feet before I could forestall the coming argument. She only wants to be nice to you, not that you deserve it. Alyandra's eyes blazed with fire. Enough. I called and both of their heads whipped towards me. Stand in the corner and face the wall, both of you. They did not move. Now. Then they did, trudging off. I turned my attention to the other children, who looked more upset now than the sleepy they had been before. I bid Rolf, Jane, and Ali good night, both girls shooting worried looks at Alyandra's back before they left, Rolf merely looking worried. Once they were gone, I drew Jocelyn and Ali's close. You won't punish Ali, will you, Mama? Asked Ali's voice plaintive. I don't think you should send Sir Jason to Dorne. Not until Ali has been. I sighed, internally. That was a good point from my 10-year-old daughter that I had somehow missed. I will take that into account, I told her, and I felt her relax a little in my arms. Now, go to sleep. I love you both. They left, giggling amongst themselves, and my son stepped forth, looking unsure. I dropped a kiss to his cheek. Any insights for me that I am blind to? I asked, and he gave me a broad smile. No, he chirped. Only that if they aren't going to Dorne I need to know where they are going so I can draw them. I will let you know, I told him, privately wondering if he wasn't just angling for spoilers. Now, off you go. I love you. Rena accepted my hugs and kisses with a giggle and tight hug of her own in turn, much more demonstrative with affection now she felt secure in her mother's return. Ali was being mean to you, Auntie Ray, whispered Rena into my ear. Don't punish Luke for defending you. I sent her off with goodbyes and I love yous under Septileila's supervision and turned my attention to the two left. I could see both had their fists clenched, and I knew from long experience Alyandra only bowed her head like that when fighting tears. I sighed and called Luke over to me. I'm sorry, I yelled, he said as he reached me. I promised Mama I would stop yelling indoors. And stop calling people names, I would warrant. Luke picked up bad language like it was a personal hobby. Pill may be a mild insult, but it didn't mean I wanted him yelling it, and neither did Lena. I am sorry, Ali, he said, as if the very apology pained him. He was glaring at the back of her head. I hoped that time would see them grow closer, because as it stood now, their marriage would not be a happy one at all. Alyandra loathed him because he was another symbol of what her life had become, and Luke loathed her because he'd tried to be friendly and been rejected in turn. A trait that his true father shared. Go and tell Septileila that you are to write 20 lines tomorrow about bad language and shouting, I said solemnly, and he winced. Luke did not like lines, or sitting still. He was a bit like Jocelyn in that regard, which was probably why the two got along so well. Both wanted to be out in the air and charging about or hitting one another with sticks. Yes, Auntie Ray, he sighed eventually. I dropped a kiss to his forehead and sent him on his way. Alyandra. She was crying when she trooped over, although she was trying her best to hide it. I pretended not to notice her subtle attempts to wipe away her tears as they came. If you disagree with the story, just let me know, I said gently. She said nothing, scowling at the carpet instead. I only wished for you to enjoy the story as well. It's for children and I am not a child, she said, interrupting me. You are 3 and 10, I pointed out, and she frowned. You are not an adult. Yet you are right. Her head jerked up and she stared at me through wide eyes. You do not have to sit and listen to them every night. You are old enough to decide your own routine, I think. And I can go to bed when I want, she asked. And I don't have to come see you every evening. If you do not want to, no, I replied, trying to cover up how much that hurt. I was a jailer, I reminded myself, not her mother. She has one of those. And I will have a sign made for your door, if you hang it on the handle, no one will enter. Really, she breathed, smiling widely. But, I said, and her smile flickered slightly. If you don't let the maids in on a regular basis, you must keep it clean yourself. I can keep it clean, she protested. And can you wash your own sheets? Clean your own clothes? She deflated a little. I thought not. Just do not let it become out of hand. It is a privilege, and privilege comes with responsibility, she finished, her features going serious. I know. Good, I said. Now, off you go. I will instruct the servants on the change tomorrow. She was almost out the door before she darted back, throwing a quick hug around my waist and murmuring a thanks before running off once more. I did not want to linger in the room for a long time, thinking on Alyandra's behavior, so instead I made my way downstairs to discover a rather relaxed atmosphere now that Bernard was long gone and Lena and Joffrey had broken open the wine. All three were drinking together and sitting in front of the fire, basking in its warmth. Even if it had not healed all ills, the talk Lena had finally had with Lena had done some good at least. I dropped into my lover's lap and buried my face in the crook of her neck. What's wrong? She asked gently, rubbing circles about my lower back. Children, I mumbled. Luke is doing lines tomorrow. What did he do? She sighed. shouting, and he called Alyandra a pill. Sounds like Luke, laughed Laner and was rewarded with what sounded like a shove from Joffrey given Laner let out a small squeak of indignation a moment later. Joff, you spilled my wine. I decided, as Lena began giggling at her brother's misfortune, to explain my somewhat off-the-cuff decision regarding Alyandra tomorrow, when they weren't in such moods. It's what you deserve, deadpanned my loyal spy master, to Lena's mirth, and Laner sputtered in indignation once more. I let myself enjoy the warmth of her embrace, driving away the stress of Bernard being here and the murky feeling of shame that occasionally ambushed me when dealing with Alyandra. I felt her kiss the top of my head. What did Alyandra do to warrant being shouted at anyway? Asked Laner. I groaned. She found my blatant pandering too patronizing, and Luke rushed to my defense. Only because he benefits from your pandering. Is his character not a younger version of father? Asked Laner, and I could hear the smirk in his voice. It's his goal in life, I mumbled into Lena's shoulder. He wants to be your father. There are worse things to aspire to be, said Joffrey, sounding a touch offended. A dashing adventurer who always gets the girl and saves the day is not a poor role model. Quite, said Lena primly. Besides, your daughters insisted on princesses and an evil prince. That was your daughter too. Why are you even arguing about this? I asked, pulling my head from Lena's shoulder. She shrugged and pulled me close for a quick kiss. She was still too thin, was the irreverent thought that floated through my head. It is the nature of children to bicker, your grace, teased Joffrey. See if I grace your bed tonight, Joff, grumbled Laner as Lena gaped at her husband in mock offense. You should be gracing your wives anyway, said Joffrey ruefully. Did we not decide on another little one? We did, I said, suddenly nervous at the thought. From the look of it, I wasn't the only one as Laner hid his face inside his wine glass, sipping at the dregs in the cup. There is no time like the present to start then, is there? Asked Lena, sounding anxious. Unless you have changed your mind. I have not. I was quick to assure them all as Laner glanced up in alarm. I am still willing. I just did not expect the suggestion. I find it more amusing that it should be our lovers that push us together, said Laner, smiling once more, although his own nerves still shone through. Should they not be trying to tempt us from our marriage bed and our duty? I giggled as both Lena and Joffrey colored in embarrassment. Perhaps they want a quiet night to themselves. I asked back, taking on a teasing tone. We are the younger ones after all, perhaps they simply cannot keep up with us these days. Oh! How cruel we have been, Rhaenyra. We should leave them to their much-needed rest, else they'll never stop complaining about their afflicug. The second pillow Lena threw hit me point blank in the back of the head, toppling me out of her lap and into a giggling mess on the floor. You are not as funny as you think you are, she said dryly, although I wasn't sure which one of us she was addressing. Possibly both of us. And I'm only 3 months the elder, Laner, said Joffrey, sounding faintly offended as his lover cackled away at the reaction his joke had produced. I felt something ease within me as I stood, still giggling to myself. Laner managed to bring himself under control, by degrees, as both Joffrey and Lena glowered at him. I wasn't sure why he was getting the blame. I was the one who had started the whole matter. When his laughter became an almost gurgle, I held out my hand and he took it and pulled himself to his feet, impish grin still in place. What do you say, princess? He asked. Shall we leave them to their medicinal teas and early nights? Yes, let's. We wouldn't want them to break a hip now, would we? He laughed again and waited until we were out into the hall and safe from any thrown projectiles to drop a kiss to my lips, surprising me. Thank you, he whispered again. Thank you. Chapter 147, Flashpoint, Chapter 123. Chapter text. You have thoroughly read everything Joffrey has given you? I asked. The earnest face of Forrest Frey nodded back me, his face a pleased smile. He was a sweet man at heart, and had Laner not been available I would have preferred him over men like Tywin Lannister and others of his ilk. I wouldn't have had a choice, of course, but it was nice to imagine a scenario where that half-forgotten trip to the Trident had seen me married to a genuinely nice man who respected and loved his wife even though he knew she could not love him back, not in the way he wanted, anyway. Yes, Your Grace. I will send a raven when I reach White Harbor letting you know of any further information I require, he promised. Then I shall leave you to your wife, Sir Forrest. Sab hardly waited for me to gracefully retreat before she swept forward and pulled her husband into a rough hug. He grinned, delighted, and wrapped his arms around her in turn. It will be fine, Sabitha, he assured her in amused tones. I have a dragon merely a raven away. Be assured, said Joffrey, that should Cregan take action against your husband, Lady Sabitha, he will have every dragon we can send bearing down upon him. Come back to me, you fool, she muttered to him, her voice thick with emotion. I will not raise Manfred and Oliver without their father. You will, he said, with that boyish grin again. And they shall be finer sons than I have a right to because they have you as their mother. She sent him off to his ship after punching his arm. I did not miss the constipated look Bernard watched the ship begin its journey with, nor the way he all but stormed back to the inn without speaking to any of my party. He was nervous, according to Joffrey's spies. He knew there was little chance of me playing his game now that we had so effectively barred him from pulling our strings. He'd only been here a week and yet I was already tired of him. He was like a constant storm cloud marring the otherwise perfect weather we'd been having recently. Weather that made me want to spend my time with friends, my children, and my extended family. I wanted to make a new babe with Laenor, help Helena through her own pregnancy and woo my supporters and tempt new ones to me. I did not want to deal with a scowling Northman. Who is watching the children today? Sab asked as we rode back to the manse. I had already made a brief appearance in court and I was looking forward to a nice day of relaxing. Well, when the dark storm cloud of Felena Wainwood was not on the horizon, anyway. Septa Layla, I answered. So we might yet see Lena at our little gathering, asked Sab. With Felena there? I asked, more bemused at the fact she'd even asked when she was well aware of Lena and Fal's little feud. Lena had left early today, citing another make-up session with Laenor. I'd tried to question her over it but she had been evasive enough I'd dropped it after a while. Things had gotten better recently, I really hoped they didn't argue themselves into another rut somehow. You know I prefer her over Felena, she groused, but ruined the effect by smiling straight afterwards. You know I do too, I replied. I knew Sab knew about us but I was unsure how much Lena had shared with her when it came to their gossip sessions. So we have Her Holiness to look forward to today, sighed Sab, aggrieved. Is it too late to sign up to Forest's northern convoy? Or convert to the worship of the old gods? Little Ali's Anne is the one to talk to about that, I japed. She thinks I do not know her dedication has more to do with her naps in the gods' wood. Sab snickered in amusement and I turned to find Joffrey grinning as well. I'm not sure it's the approved method of worship, I continued. But Mother's mercy, she doesn't have her own personal Felena telling her how to do it properly, cackled Sab. Perhaps we could send for one, said Joffrey solemnly. Surely we are remiss in our duties if we let instruction in religion slide. Sab nearly fell from her horse as we dismounted, too busy giggling at the thought, I supposed. We are being cruel, I pointed out, feeling vaguely disloyal. She is overbearing because she loves us, in her own way. That's true, said Joffrey, well aware of the fact that she knew of him and Laenor and had said nothing regarding it. But none of your other ladies so flatly refused to serve with Lena. Not even Marya, said Sab. And she's just as preachy. Hush, I said as we made our way into the manse. Joffrey bid us goodbye soon enough, having paperwork and reports to attend to while Sab and I made our way to the garden. Sure enough, there were my ladies, minus Lena, and I was struck with such nostalgia I was forced to pause. I miss Alice. It was all I could think when my legs refused to carry me further. I never met her, said Sab gently. But if she was anything like Sira describes her, I wish I had done. I was saved from ruminating on just how deep Sab's crush had gotten by Maris noticing us and calling us over. It was enough to get my legs moving once more and I was soon sat on the blanket they had laid out. Perhaps I should have been able to predict Maris bringing cards. 10 years and marriage had not dulled her cunning in that regard, although we strictly no longer played for money these days. Ah, our princess and her loyal knight. Maris laughed as Sab dropped to her knees as well, eyeing the cards Maris was dealing with trepidation. Did you see off Sir Forest? Tell me, did our stoic Lady Frey shed a tear or two? She wept like a babe, Maris, I joked, taking my cards from her and examining the others. Marya had her look of fond indulgence, Felena her look of vague amusement and Sira looked as if the idea of Sabatha of all people weeping was the funniest thing she had ever heard. I can see that, said Felena. She strikes me as the type to weep when separated from Sir Forest. I am being mocked, my princess, what is it you call that? A hostile work environment. Indeed, I replied. Be careful, Felena, or HR will need to speak with you. She snorted. If we even had a HR, I would have liked to have spoken with them long ago, she sniffed, before smiling a little more genuinely. In truth, I hope Sir Forest returns home soon and whole, Sabatha. Thank you, she said, smiling genuinely, if looking a little puzzled. Sabatha did not often see this side of Felena. She saw the stubborn woman who refused to be in the same room as her friend when no one else had such a pronounced reaction far more often. How are little Alice and Jocelyn getting along in their flying lessons? Asked Marya, changing the subject. Alice had a lot to say on the matter. I bet she did, laughed Sira. She ended up taking them with Lena of all people. And what does that mean? Asked Felena, too fast and in a strangely neutral tone. That our good Lady Velaryon takes it about as seriously as most men take training a squire. She's had Alice learning about diet plans and riding deer more than the poor girl has actually flown her mount, came Sabatha's reply. It's true, I replied. I'm the one that fields her complaints. I watched as Felena relaxed slightly and resolved to speak with Patrick on the matter next time I ran into him. She could not keep assuming the worst in every given situation when it came to Lena. People would soon notice and it would only further add fuel to the flames of rumor. The Septon and I did not speak enough, he was too busy with his September and his school, and I had let this odd not quite feud go on far too long. Poor Alice. And Jocelyn, asked Syrah. Well enough. Morrigan grew with her so it's an easier job to teach her. She's responding well enough to the whip but both still have a long way to go. Well, said Maris. That is the nature of things, is it not? Practice, practice, practice. Indeed. Dedication has its own rewards, said Felena with a smile. So I would encourage you all to pick up the cards and play so that one day you may challenge my skill, said Maris happily. At cheating, whispered Syrah in a manner so that we could all hear it. What was that? Called Maris, eyes glittering. She said, Lady Strong, drawled a familiar voice from behind us, that we might all hope to one day challenge your skill at cheating. Sabitha wheezed in shock as we turned to find Lena approaching, a grin on her face for all that she was dressed in her padded gear still and looking fresh from the training yard. She dropped down next to me and I wrinkled my nose. She had not bathed, that was for certain. Have you got anything to drink? She asked, pulling her gloves free. I'm parched. I thought you were spending the day with Lena, I said, keeping one eye on her and one eye on Felena as Syrah poured her some juice. Fal had gone pale with the realization she had no polite escape from the forced socialization with my dear good sister, and judging by the way Marya had just laid a hand on her shoulder, I was willing to bet Lady Hastwick had just ended any rude ways to escape as well. I was intending to, but he went off to sulk after I knocked him into the dirt, she crowed, far too pleased with herself. And you came to tell us all about it before bathing? I asked and she blushed a pretty red. It is an achievement for her, said Marya and then blushed the same color Lena had gone when we all turned to her in surprise. Byron told me. Lena usually wins but the bouts grow ever closer. Well then I said turning back. I will think of some way to reward you later. After you have bathed. And how long will you be out here? I want to join in, you know. My lady snickered as Lena pouted, her own violet eyes flickering towards Fal who looked torn between amusement and being tense. I offered to let you join this morning, I told her mildly. Besides, Sab and I have only just arrived. Go take your bath, I swear we shall all be here when you return. In Felena's defense, she waited until Lena had disappeared inside the manse before rising to her feet. Or trying to, anyway, Marya was quick to pull her back down. Come on Fal, when was the last time we were all together, she asked. We have been planning this for a while and we do have a meal planned, said Syrah, smiling. It was a nervous smile though. You would have to be blind not to pick up on the poor relations between the two. Very well, she sighed. I will remain. We have spoken about this, I reminded her, accepting a glass of juice from Maris. Multiple times as I recall. Don't spoil it now, cried Syrah. Fal will stay. Felena Wainwood's eyes did not leave mine until Maris forcibly parked herself in between us. What I want to know is how the children have been silent for so long. Should we not invite them to come and play with us? A good suggestion, I thought with a sigh, although my brood and my lady's children all at once. Alas, nobody else piped up any objections and soon the garden was awash with our children. 16 children, although they all seemed content to play and leave the adults to their boring talking as they ran Septilela and themselves ragged. Even Alyandra's mood had evidently improved as she chased Ali's Anne about for something the girl had said in jest. Do you not feel the urge, Fal? Asked Marya as her own son, Edmund, successfully tagged Manfred Frey, a boy twice his age and size. Not especially, she replied. I am content with my service to Rhaenyra, and to the faith. I let them chat as I watched the children play. There were the two Frey boys of course, they both resembled their father and thankfully he was a far cry from the weasels that Valder Frey would make of his house. Manfred was 10 and Oliver was 7. 2 boys for the spare, it was enough for Sab and enough for Forrest too. Maris had nearly caught up to me. She had gone into her marriage terrified she would not birth a child, that she would suffer as Lena had, that she had fought against the Hand himself so hard only to condemn Harwin to a childless marriage, and promptly popped out 3 strong boys, Joffrey, Osmond and Walter who were 8, 7 and 5 respectively. The last was Marya's boy, Edmund. Helena's extended stay in King's Landing as war with Dorne raged on saw her sworn sword in my proximity a hell of a lot more than he had ever been before and he had finally noticed Marya's interest in him. It had been a sweet thing, to see her marry for love. She had given him a son too and wished to give him more, although Helena was the preventive issue there. The 5-year-old Edmund was hardly going to get more siblings with my sister herring about West Eros. Well, I said, as I spotted Lena approaching once more. Lena and I are trying for another. At least the baby talk would keep Fal and Lena occupied. I hope she appreciates my sacrifice. Chapter 148, Flashpoint, Chapter 124. Chapter text. I'm considering pushing him down the stairs and having done with it, groused Maris. The man is infuriatingly hard to pin down. I have noted as such as well, Rhaenyra, said Corlys. My good father had been thrilled to learn we had taken his advice and started trying for a child once more. Weirdly thrilled, actually. It must have been weighing on his mind for quite some time. I had been expecting him to nod in that regal way of his and be on his way as if we had done nothing more than inform him of the weather, and yet he'd sighed in relief and thrown his arms about his son happily. So we are unable to pinpoint exactly what he is up to? I asked, frustration evident in my voice. I wouldn't go that far, sneered Maris. He'll be jumping to obey her grace like the good dog he is. If he is hers in truth I would be surprised, said Joffrey. Maris rolled her eyes. So you have said before, yet we have seen little evidence of this, she replied. He strikes at the blacks when he can, he chases off those we try to tempt in and he makes examples out of lords when she snaps her fingers. Yet he likely killed her father, said Joffrey. I doubt even Alicent would order that. Never underestimate her type, said Corlys, solemnly. She has shown there are few depths she will not sink to in order to put Aegon on the throne. But the fact remains we have no clue of his day-to-day operations, I pointed out after we were silent for a moment. We have no clue if he intends some grand scheme or whether he is barely keeping afloat. I'm inclined to think that playing the role of lapdog is keeping him busy, that in his official duties, of course. Joffrey was still somewhat miffed I had refused to put his name forth after Jeremy's death. Yet as I had explained then, to reveal his talent was to ensure Alicent would seek to kill him. But why? I asked, rubbing at my face and grimacing when I managed to hit myself with the prosthetic. Why play the lapdog so ardently? Because he has something planned later, said Corlys. And he needs Alicent's trust and cooperation. His true goal likely relates to myself, Joffrey told us. Although I confess myself at a loss at what he could want. I still say we ought to look into Ali's death again, mumbled Maris. You haven't seen him with his family. He hates them. He can barely hide it. I squirmed in my seat. The idea of Larry's being responsible for Ali's death. I had often ruminated it could have been him, that he had accidentally poisoned his sister in an attempt on me and yet Maris was adamant that if it had been him, it would not have been accidental. If he so hates you all, why work to help you marry Harwin? Corlys asked. There was little judgment in his tone, I suspect she had him half convinced, but he was a skeptic at heart. Because he thought I was barren. Then he could kill Harwin at his leisure and seize Harrenhal legally, Maris replied as if it were obvious truth and not mere speculation. And when you started having sons? I asked dryly. Our little alliance ended. I have told you all this before. It is a hard thing to swallow, said Joffrey. That a man could do such a thing to his family. It would be like hating father or seeking to kill Luce and Martin. And I will say what I always say, she said, frustrated, as I tried to wrap my head around the idea of Larry's killing Alice and seeking to kill Harwin. It was hard, yet hadn't he been suspected in Harwin and Lionel's canon deaths? It all seemed so far away, so hard to grasp. This is getting us nowhere, I finally said. Joffrey, have some more men set on Maris' sons. If Larry's is a kinslayer, he will want to kill them as a priority. Maris shuddered and Joffrey nodded, his hazel eyes serious. I turned to Corlys, who had sat back in his chair, evidently satisfied with the move. Have we any news from the east yet? I asked. His violet eyes darkened and he sighed, running his hand through his hair. I hated moments like this, moments when he truly looked his age. It seemed wrong, somehow, for him to seem so frail. No. I was not expecting anything solid yet, in truth, but I expected something, he said. None gossip more than sailors, Rhaenyra. If Daemon were in Qarth then we should know about it already. Laena says she spoke to people who saw the dragons, though, said Joffrey. And she did not think they were lying. They seemed genuinely afraid. We cannot go to my father with only one report, though, I explained. He will want details, especially if there is a second dragon involved. Where would he get one? Asked Maris. I admit my knowledge is mostly second-hand but, you hardly find them just lying about. He had eggs, said Corlys. Viserys made him give them up after the whole debacle with Mysaria, but we all know Daemon, he is the type to keep some behind. To never let go of a potential tool, I spat, the old hate taking me almost by surprise. Then we are going in circles once more, said Joffrey. On both the matter of Larry's and your uncle. We cannot tell father until we know more, I insisted and Corlys nodded. And neither the king or the hand will hear complaints about Larry's without proof, sighed Maris. With no new information to truly discuss on either matter, Joffrey trailed off but we got his message. Corlys and Maris rose all at once. I shall see if I can not win more stories of Larry's from Harwin and Sira, said Maris, giving me a mock bow before leaving. Corlys did not offer any more solutions, merely giving us both a grave nod and disappearing. I leaned back in my chair and groaned in annoyance. Can you not give me good news? I asked plaintively. I was saving my good news for the family meeting, said Joffrey sounding amused. My eyes snapped to his. Tell me you aren't lying? Tell me there is good news. I asked and he shrugged. It is promising news, he told me, voice hesitant. Lady Tyrell has agreed to a meeting between little Lionel and Emma the next time she can bring him to the capital. That was, more than promising, I thought as relief and shame fought for dominance in my gut. The Tyrells may not be the rulers of the Reach that they were in the time of Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon, but they still commanded respect. Them coming down on my side would give me more ways to check Hightower power in the Reach. Truly, I breathed, closing my eyes for a moment. She is also considering a Florent betrothal as well, he reminded me dryly. What is a Florent to a princess? I asked tartly and he chuckled again. Then he frowned. Speaking of which, come in Emma, he called, and sure enough, the door was pushed open and my youngest put her head around the door. Hello, she said upon seeing us. I was looking for Mama. You have found me, little one, I said, patting my lap. She trotted over and seated herself upon my knee, putting up with my cuddles and kisses with a solemn air. I sighed. What has happened? I asked. You are not usually so quiet. I am very quiet, she said, offended. True, I conceded. Then may I rephrase my question? You are not usually so grim. She frowned as she thought that over and my heart sunk further. Had she heard Joffrey and me talking? The door to his office was thick and it was easy to see if anyone was standing close enough to listen in due to the shadow they cast. Auntie Helena visited while you were talking, she told me. But she's gone now. Oh, was all I could say to that. She said she was here to talk to Alice, but Alice said no and hid in her rooms. My gaze traveled to Joffrey, who just looked tired. So Auntie Helena went home, but she told me to say hello to you for her. I see, I said stiffly as she wriggled about on my lap happily. She was telling me lots of fun things, and stories. Don't be sad, Mama, but Auntie Helena is as good as telling stories as you are. I smiled at that and Emma smiled back. She learned from the best, I said, and Emma giggled. I will see if I can't have some juice sent down, said Joffrey, standing up and making his way to the door. I frowned. He was slow today and leaning on his stick more heavily than I would have expected. Emma hopped off of my lap and scrambled to open the door for him. He beamed at her before disappearing. She closed the door after and made her way over, her smile having faded a great deal. And now you are grim once more, I chuckled, trying to hide how nervous her behavior made me. What is wrong? Nothing is wrong, really, she said, looking suddenly nervous. Mama, I am 6 now. Yes, you are. I said, a pit of dread opening up in my stomach. She was not the nervous type, she wouldn't last as Rena's friend if she was given. Lena's daughter was bossy at best and an absolute horror at worst. Yet here my daughter was, maintaining eye contact with me and looking as if she were on the verge of throwing up. Then she took another deep breath and clenched her hands, jaw set in determination. Aunt Helena tamed Morgul when she was 6. No, the volume of my voice surprised even me, but Emma was completely undeterred by my refusal, although she did take another deep breath. Mama, she said, as if I was the unreasonable one. Grandpapa always said 6 for the Dragon Pit and 6 and 10 for the Dragon Mont. I am not Grandpapa, I told her, voice stern. And I say, no Dragon Pit or Dragon Mont until I say so. And when will that be? She asked, looking frustrated. Alice is allowed a dragon. Alice broke the rules. And she is being punished. I cried. But she is allowed it. Emma protested. And you'd let Emon go to the Dragon Pit? He is 8. Besides, Emon has never brought up such a desire to me, I told her. He is content to wait until he is 6 and 10. But I'm not, she whined. I want to fly. You may fly all you wish on Syrax, I said, wincing internally as frustrated tears began gathering in the corner of her eyes. Emma, please. She shook her head violently. I will be good. I promise. I will look after her and care for her. I will fly her every day and learn all the lessons you want me to. When I was speechless, she forged onward. I will even learn from Auntie Lena. Or Grandmama Renis. Outright refusal was not going to work, I realized. She wanted this dragon too badly, and saying no was only making her more desperate to convince me to let her try for one. I thought of the little hatchlings in the pit, of the heat and the danger, my stomach turned and I closed my eyes as visions of her injured, or worse, danced across them. I thought of myself, aged 7, trekking across that mountain looking desperately for Silverwing. If I had known what trouble it would cause, would I still have done it? I had no doubt Emma would bring the matter up if we were to keep arguing. I ran my hand over my face and sighed heavily. I will speak to your father, I decided finally. And we shall decide together. I watched as she clasped her hands together in glee before rushing forward and throwing her arms around my neck. Thank you, Mama. I promise I will be good. I rubbed her back as she did her best to cause me physical pain with her squeezing. It's not a yes, I protested. She drew back, smiling broadly. But it isn't a no. It depends on what your father says, I warned, privately adding that it would have to be a convincing argument as I still had no intention of letting her have one. Papa will say yes, she said with all the confidence of a 6-year-old that had her father wrapped around her finger. Yet this was not a new pony or a trip to see Hull. We will see. Chapter 149, Flashpoint, Chapter 125. Chapter text. Suffice to say, my foolproof plan of your father says no had failed. Laner had not seen the problem in sending our daughter into the dragon pit. He had even brought Lena in on the topic, a move that was cheating if anything was. I did not care how safe the pit dragons were, they were still dragons at the end of the day. Our argument had become somewhat loud. By the end, we had agreed to disagree. Laner had stated that he would support me keeping her from the dragon pit, but he wouldn't pretend he had been against it. Emma had been furious with me. Even now, as the litter bore us through the streets of King's Landing, she cast angry glances at me, looking away quickly if she noticed my gaze. I sighed and redirected my attention through the gauzy curtain that separated me from King's Landing proper. Around us, the city was alive. The people bustled to and fro from market stalls, shops and peddlers. I could hear laughter from the taverns and inns, the sound of metal on metal from the street of steel and so much more besides. I could see, in my mind's eye, the city laid out below me. Each major thoroughfare alive with traffic, the bustling streets, the city was not unlike a living creature. If the roads were its veins and the keep its heart, then the sheer amount of money that passed through the city on a daily basis was most assuredly its blood. Do you think Septon Paytrek might allow me to see some of the art not available to the public? Inquired Iman, glancing between his younger sister and me. I pulled my attention away from the streets and back to my children. He looked worried, I realized. Was this his attempt at playing peacekeeper? I sent word ahead, I told him. Septon Paytrek has arranged for you to have quite the extensive tour. Really? He asked, his eyes lighting up. We can go anywhere. As long as you are supervised, yes. Even Emma looked cautiously excited, although she was trying to hide it with sulky features. Yet she was 6 and definitely unable to hide the glimmer of interest I saw in her eyes or the slight curve of her lip that she couldn't quite banish. I trust you will behave, I told them wryly. Iman nodded eagerly. We shall, Mama. Do not worry, he told me, his solemn look breaking through for a moment. Then he grinned again. I do not worry about you too, I chuckled. Now if it were your sisters. He giggled and Emma smiled. There was no way Jocelyn or Alice would enjoy a trip to the Great September, or even sit still for most of it. Alice would complain endlessly that she was bored and Jocelyn would want to run everywhere and I could forget any semblance of volume control. The Great September was still much the same, I reflected as we reached it and climbed out, despite its change in ownership. It certainly was no Great September of Baylor, that was for sure. It was made of a white stone that had turned grey over the years and was fairly standardly built, as Seps went, if only on a much larger scale. If I were to encourage Septon Paytrek further as queen, perhaps it would be worth thinking of constructing the Great September here. Oh, but what to call it? It could not be the Great September of Baylor, and the Great September of Rhaenyra did not have quite the same ring to it. I didn't think too long on it because Iman and Emma were already meandering through the great oaken doors. I followed, trailed as always by my guard and Sir Eric, who was on duty today. My men, although they wore no outward sign of allegiance to me, stood ever ready at the doors, watching as the crowd moved around them. Nearby, gold cloaks also watched the crowd. Much less hostile to Paytrek's followers after I'd had reason to have a few pointed words with Harwin. Although it was probably Maris clouding him that had actually seen him look on Paytrek with kindness rather than suspicion. It honestly boggled the mind as to how she put up with him, or how their relationship even worked. Even before Paytrek had seized the September, I had not been here often. I attended the September in the Red Keep every 7th day, like the good follower of the faith I was, as the Great September was hardly deemed fancy enough for royalty. Perhaps the September of Remembrance had once been, but the royal family now stuck close to the keep. I admit to giving thought to flouting tradition and attending here instead. Paytrek's sermons were blazing denouncements of the faith and stirring calls to be better through the 7, much more exciting than listening to an hour of Eustace's droning on and on. The political backlash was not worth it though, not yet. The High Septon, through his puppet Eustace, was desperately pushing for father to seize the September back with force. Yet my father had little interest in the internal squabbles of the faith, especially since one side was so publicly linked with me and very popular besides. Your Grace. Speak of the devil. Septon Paytrek, I said warmly as he bowed. Thank you for seeing me today. It is no problem, he replied. Then he turned to Iman and Ima who were staring at him in barely disguised awe. I suppose if you were used to Eustace, Patrick made quite the impressive figure. His ginger hair had long since faded to grey, although he dressed much more respectably their days, in pure white robes with no finery or trimmings. He lacked Eustace's ruddy features, annoying and slightly gross in his rotund form. I suppose this is Prince Iman and Princess Ima. May the seven be always in your thoughts. He bowed and they managed their own bow and curtsy back, not too clumsy, I noted with approval. Patrick merely laughed in delight. I have arranged for Sept and Bede to take you both on a tour of the September, he said, in his kindly old man voice. He gestured to an older man, who gave us a respectable bow in turn. And yes, I have been sure to include the galleries we inherited. I smiled in amusement as Iman's mouth snapped shut. Go, I said. I have business with the good Septon. That was enough for them to flock to Bede, both of them ready with questions about the September, its history and how it had been to seize it from the faith. Bede, for his part, remained stoic, answering their questions one at a time and not getting too overwhelmed by their rapid-fire tangents and queries. Tell me, Your Grace, how is Septa Layla performing in your service? Layla was not, officially, part of Patrick's flock. She had trained in a mother house in the Crownlands, one that still paid lip service to the starry September. As royals, my children could not afford to lack an education on the seven, which had put me in a quandary. To accept Eustace's nomination was to invite a spy into the heart of my household, to say nothing of what she could have filled the children's ears with while I was unable to pay close attention. Layla had been a comfortable fit between the two, and Eustace had still raged over the matter. Well enough, I replied. The children are well fond of her and she is very well informed. I am glad. I followed when he gestured to a more private area, where we could speak without the masses around us and our conversation audible to even the most incompetent spy. Joffrey tells me you've misplaced a few knights, I observed once we were alone. It is worrying. Their attacks escalated, and then stopped altogether. Are we any closer to discovering their master? I asked. No. Neither I, nor your man, were able to shed light on the matter. I worry for my flock here, I grimaced at his tone. Sir Stefan says they were well trained and certainly no mercenary hedge knights, interjected Sir Eric. I smiled ruefully. Sir Stefan had been overseeing some matter or other, I could not even remember what now. Yet he had saved Patrick's life when those men had entered the newly seized September via tunnels and sought to end his life. No, we have noticed that also. Septon Patrick examined me before continuing. I would have theorized they were hired by some outraged lord who has now run out of funds but... I apologize, Septon, I said finally, after a beat of silence. My information services are stretched thin. I can scarce keep up with her plots these days. He merely shrugged. Joffrey had approached Septon Patrick with the idea of spreading spies out amongst his Septons, to gather rumors and confessions. Patrick had been loudly and firmly opposed. Enough so that I had told Joffrey his spies were banned from impersonating any of the faith from now on. I feel as if I have been stalemated. Frustration made me say it. Daemon and Larrys elude me and now these knights and their true master. The seven shall grant your victory over the unrighteous, Septon Patrick intoned. You face a monster who consorted with slavers, a man whose ambition drives him to corrupt those around him, and now men who would strike at our own fledgling movement, one that seeks to cleanse the faith of corruption and halt its slow rot into decadence. Your words cheer me, Septon. I will remember them, I lied. He smiled warmly at me and I remembered yet another problem I needed to address. Have you spoken with Lady Waynwood recently? This is regarding Lady Velaryon. I was kind of impressed there was no change of tone when he said her name. She still refuses to be in the same room as her. Is there nothing you can do? He hummed in thought, bringing his hand up to rub at his mouth. I could speak with her, he finally said. Yet I fear my aid will not be as useful as you believe in this matter. She is not a witch, I lied again. She's hard-headed and difficult to deal with but she doesn't murder small children or whatever it is witches do. I confess myself unsure, beyond the tales designed to scare children, chuckled Patrick. And there is no specific text that bans the practice of magic within the faith, merely the practices associated with it. Practices? I asked, frowning. Blood magic, human sacrifice, that sort of thing, he explained. I would be aware if one of my own ladies was sacrificing humans and performing blood-fueled rituals, I told him dryly. Indeed. He was back to rubbing at his mouth in thought. I will speak with her but I make no promises on the outcome of such a conversation. My thanks, Septon Patrick. He gave me a shallow bow and I hesitated. She researches dragons. They are her greatest passion. If you ever wish to confirm that for yourself. I am not here to judge dragons, he replied quickly and I winced. He may not approve of the doctrine of exceptionalism but he damn well made a show of following it, despite my promise I was working to see it rendered obsolete. Perhaps we should seek out the prince and princess. To the art then, I sighed, taking the hint. They were exactly where I thought I'd find them, poring over a tapestry depicting Mager's burning of the September of Remembrance. I could hear Iman enthusing about technique and color choice from the next room over. I said my goodbyes to part3 and joined my children on their tour, taking pity on Bede by hurrying them along when they found something that absorbed them for longer than 5 minutes. Not that Bede seemed to need mercy, he seemed thrilled that they were interested. He seemed able to summon any given fact about a piece from memory alone. part3 had chosen wisely when he'd made Bede the tour guide. The sun was high in the sky when we left, Iman and Ima chatting happily about the grand sights they'd seen and all the interesting tidbits of history they'd learned of. I'd have to let their tutors know of their field trip so that they could give some kind of report on it. It is nice to see you enjoyed it, I said as we closed in on the manse. Yes. It was fun. We should go to more places like that, said Iman. Then he looked at Ima and nudged her with his elbow. It was fun, she admitted. But I still want a dragon, Mama, and I still haven't forgiven you. Oh joy. Chapter 150, Flashpoint, Chapter 126. Chapter text. I swear poor Aegon thought I was mad, sighed Helena, as I guffawed at her story, unladylike snorting and all. He looked fit to cry and then I started crying. Is it going to be like this the entire time? I managed to get myself under control and dabbed at the tears that threatened to fall as my little sister pouted away. Next to Helena, Visera peered at us both over her book as if she could not quite understand why Helena absolutely losing it over an incorrectly flavored pastry was hilarious to me. Oh, it absolutely is, I replied. I think my ladies seriously contemplate quitting every time I announce a pregnancy. That's another thing, she exclaimed, much to Visera's alarm. Aegon is so desperate for me to have ladies. I have survived this long without them. They help, I replied, thinking of the unwavering support my ladies gave me. I'd be lost without them, probably. Lady Jane tried to give me one once, she quit after I suggested camping, said Helena in a dreamy tone, startling giggles out of me once more. Then she shook her head, small smile telling me she'd terrorized the poor girl into quitting on purpose, and turned to Visera. What about you, Vis? She asked. Do you have any playmates? No, her voice was so quiet I had to strain to hear it. I prefer to play with Durin. He would have been sent to squire for someone eventually, Visera, I said as kindly as I could. At least he is squiring in King's Landing. She nodded but did not reply, her small face scrunched into a frown that gave me a hint she might be fighting tears, and I saw Helena grimace, then cast a look at me as if I knew what to do, how to fix this gulf between both us and Visera. Mine are always available, I said, and my youngest sister cast a look at me that would be more suited to being offered a swim in the black water. She didn't even dignify it with an answer. Ima is quieter than the twins. An avid reader too. Maybe, she replied in that same quiet voice, although I could tell her maybe might as well have been a no from the pained look on her face. Sister bonding time was not going well, it would seem. When Visera's gaze drifted back to her book, I shrugged at Helena. My sister scrubbed her face in her hands and then forced her face to brighten up. This had been her idea more than mine. She wanted so desperately to bring Visera closer to us both, especially now that Durin was squiring for Emond. The fact that Visera didn't seem to want a replacement for Durin in her older sisters was not deterring her. That was Helena though, her mind ran on rails. I'll start showing soon with any luck, she said brightly, curling her hand across her stomach. She must be nearing the 4-month mark now, 16 weeks give or take 1 or 2 and still as flat as a board. Likely not Jaehaera and Jaehaerys of canon then. Good. Another month or so, I agreed, recalling Lena's first pregnancy. How has Alicent been? Oh, mother is tolerable, when Aegon is distracting her, Helena mumbled, her bright and forced expression dimming into something dangerously close to exhaustion. In the corner of my eye, Visera's violet eyes were on me again. I forced myself to smile indulgently. It is her first grandchild, surely you can make some concessions. Alicent would not hear any reports of me bad-mouthing her from Visera, that was ammo she could use to complain to father and I wasn't giving her that for free. Helena groaned and brought her hands up to her face. You aren't supposed to defend her, Rhaenyra, she whined. You're supposed to agree with me on how overbearing she's being. That made me laugh and even Visera managed a little smile. Give her Tim. A pounding on the door cut me off. I frowned in the silence afterwards, then as our visitor began pounding again, Sir Stefan and Sir Eric's angry voices reached us as well, ordering whomever was attacking Helena's door to stop. They did, although from the sound of it that was because one of the white cloaks guarding the door had been forced to physically stop them. I caught Helena's eye yet she seemed just as confused as I was. Poor Visera seemed to be debating moving closer to Helena as a voice that was familiar to me rose in volume to out-yell Sir Stefan's equally as angry tones. Keep Helena company would you, Visera? I'll go see who is mounting an assault on her rooms. Visera nodded, gratefully sliding a little closer to Helena, who dropped a comforting arm about her younger sister, even if her expression was still one of bafflement as she stared at the door. I gave them both a reassuring smile and rose, making my way to the source of the noise. As I did, the noise changed from angry yelling to what sounded like a struggle. Even more concerned now, yet reassured by the lack of general alarm, I threw open the door to find Sir Stefan and Eustace wrestling with one another. I wouldn't have thought the Septon could put up such a spirited fight, and yet every time it seemed Stefan got a hold of him, he would wriggle free again. The third time he did it, both the knight and the Septon noticed me watching with an incredulous look. What, in the name of the seven, is going on out here? I asked, and Septon Eustace went red with rage. How dare you? How dare you invoke the seven, he screeched, although his righteous anger was somewhat ruined by him being so out of breath he was swaying back and forth. It is an outrage. Hypocrisy of the highest order. Perhaps you should take a few deep breaths and control yourself before attempting this conversation again. It was less a question and more a command. I watched as he peered around at the stoic face of Sir Eric and the decidedly unfriendly look Stefan was giving him. We waited in silence as his breathing slowly came back under control. Your Grace, he began. I apologize for my rude interruption. You would do well to apologize to Sir Stefan and Sir Eric as well. Your conduct was quite undignified. He flushed at my condemnation and mumbled apologies to the two knights. It was best to always keep Eustace on the back foot. If he was apologizing and justifying himself, he wasn't launching into a tedious sermon or rant. I was quite overcome when I heard the news, he said, straightening back up and his eyes taking on that glint again. You were seen entering the Great September. The way he pronounced it, it was as if it were some unbeatable trump card that I would be unable to deny. Indeed, I replied, feigning puzzlement. My son and daughter wished to see the art. He went red again and Stefan tensed. Stolen art. Stolen when that false Septon seized the September, he proclaimed. The High Septon himself has declared the Great September off limits to all true members of the faith. I imagine that this comes as a surprise to the true members of the faith that worship there. When he opened his mouth to reply, I held up my hand. My father has made his ruling on the matter, Septon, and I will abide by it. I watched as he seemed to inflate in rage, puffing his chest out as he tried to set his angry thoughts in order and deliver some sort of coherent denouncement. He is a thief. A thief who brings the whole of the faith into disrepute, he screeched. By refusing to combat him, your father is going back on the promise King Jaehaerys gave us. I do not think King Jaehaerys would be opposed to Septon Patriarch, I replied coldly. Given the Septon preaches much of what we know Barth believed. Barth was a noble man. A good man. How dare you drag his name into association with a man that masquerades as holy for profit? A man who misleads his poor followers further from the light of the seven every day. Oh boy, he was pissed. Eustace was beginning to go a funny shade of purple and I half wondered, with a sinking feeling of horror, if he was to have a heart attack right here. Septon Eustace, I began. My father has affirmed this to be an internal dispute within the faith. We betray no vows and oaths. He stepped forward, his eyes blazing with anger, and both knights went to seize him. Yet he stopped before they could, attempting to intimidate me with the height he did have on me. Yet I was surrounded by Valyrian giants for the most part, and he had nothing on Ren's ability to suddenly loom. That is not for him to decide. To declare the whole thing some of court chicanery and have done with it. This is about the faith under attack. Not two women bickering over a crown. He knew he'd gone too far the moment he'd finished saying it. His eyes bulged and he let out a strangled yelp as if he could somehow take it all back. I fixed him with an arctic glare. Sir Stefan. The knight moved to attention. Have Septon Eustace escorted to his quarters, it seems he has lost all semblance of his manners. Yes, your grace. He moved forward, laying his hand on the pommel of his sword, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Move. Septon Eustace stared between the furious-looking Kingsguard and me. Finding mercy in neither, his bottom lip trembled for a moment, then he drew himself up once more, puffing out his chest. The High Septon will hear about this. See if he does not. I shall send a letter personally to protest the way you have treated me. And my father will hear about you disturbing our afternoon tea. Poor Viserys was quite unnerved by the whole matter. When he remained unmoved by my subtle threat, I gave him another hint. And Helena too, I should warrant. Then he got it. He paled, his eyes flickering nervously at the door he had so spiritedly attempted to breach not 10 minutes prior. Stefan moved forward and the Septon began backpedaling down the corridor, no doubt imagining the horrors that father could inflict should Helena endure even a single twinge of discomfort that could be blamed on his actions. Is the princess so unduly stressed? Asked Sir Eric, his voice a mirror of his brother's, yet more cool with me than Eric had ever been. No, she is looking after Viserys, I replied, with a sinking feeling that had I not been here, Helena may well have come out swinging herself. That would have ended badly for Eustace. Will you inform them of what occurred? I believe I should report this to father. He is unlikely to approve of having his Septon locked in his quarters like a naughty child. His tone made it clear he disapproved. I merely shrugged as he turned his back and stepped into Helena's rooms. I waited until I could make out his low tones from within before setting off. It was not terribly hard to find father, not truly, it was a simple matter of following the servants carrying enough wine between them to stock a small feast. He was hosting some kind of get-together in the gardens, colorful marquees keeping the summer sun off of the nobles hanging on his words. I waited, listening as he told the onlookers some likely great exaggerated story from the conquest of Dorne. His audience seemed enraptured though, and he did not seem likely to stop anytime soon, so engrossed in telling everyone about his exploits as he was. I took a seat on a low wall to the back of the crowd and fixed a small smile on my face as I listened to his story. The sweet smell of the flowers and the summer sun made my head feel heavy and the layers of fabric I wore much too thick. I waved away a proffered goblet of wine from a servant and let my thoughts wander, in a way I rarely allowed myself to in the Red Keep. I had not expected Eustace's reaction to be so direct, or so furious. It seemed that the High Septon considered the good Septon Patriarch to be a greater threat than I had realized. Well, he had a following these days, a lot in the Crownlands, some in the Riverlands and a minority of the Stormland Septas and Septons. Yet not enough to truly challenge the faith, not yet. Perhaps this High Septon was merely a proactive one, seeking to nip a problem in the bud before it got out of hand. I shivered as a thought crossed my mind. I had landed my children squarely on his shit list. Fuck. Chapter 151, Flashpoint, Chapter 127. Chapter text. How dare he? I exclaimed for what felt like the 40th time. I wasn't entirely alone in my outrage. Father sat in his seat, nodding along, his face nearly purple. I will admit to putting it on slightly for his benefit, but putting Iman and Ima in the firing line had spooked me. I will have him dealt with, promised father, after it became clear I had finished my rant. He shall be sent back to Old Town in disgrace. And have the High Septon send another? I asked. It will be Edmund all over again. Then what would you have me do? Snapped father. I have listened to your counsel on this Septon Patriarch. I have denied Eustace's and Edmund's petitions to retake the September. I cannot judge Eustace, I must send him back to the High Septon, it must all be done as my grandfather promised it would. You can overrule Jaehaerys, father, you are king in your own right, I told him sourly. Viserys sighed, slouching in his chair. Have I not already overruled him by naming you my heir? I know you argue differently but we all know what he intended when he called that council. I cannot tear down every decision he ever made. Westeros will not stand for it. He was not a king that could get away with that. I sighed in response and his features softened again. Rhaenyra, I will have words with Eustace. Strong and pointed words, for I do not take kindly to him threatening my family. Your children will be safe, he promised. I gave him a smile I did not feel and dropped a kiss to his temple. He chuckled and stood, pulling me close for a fatherly hug that I let myself enjoy. Perhaps I sometimes ignored that for all that I fought for the throne, father was my greatest supporter. I should work to ensure not every meeting we had was full of stress. Thank you, I mumbled. It is no issue, he said, standing back. They are my grandchildren. Iman will one day sit the throne. I owe it to them to ensure they are safe. I know father. I merely worry. He smiled indulgently. As is a mother's right, he replied, then he gestured to the gardens where his nobles had long since dispersed. I fell into step with him and we ambled off together, picking our way among the flowers. If there was one thing I could compliment Alicent on, it was that the Red Keep never lacked for beauty with her at the helm, whether it was art or plant life. Lord Corlys tells me you are trying for another babe with Laenor. The excitement was winning out over disapproval in his tone and I forced myself not to smile. We did not wish to tell anyone until we knew there was even a babe on the way, I said. I am fast approaching 30, father, not an ideal age. You still have a decade, maybe even more, he said quickly, as if he feared I worried over the matter. It is not my intention to imitate the good queen, I told him. Yet Lord Corlys was fretting. I understand, father replied. The Seven knows he frets enough about those islands. He'll launch a play for them soon enough. Just be minded he may elect to resign his seat over the matter. He has long been bitter over their loss, they were to be part of his legacy. Along with his blood on the Iron Throne, sighed father. I thought you had mended your fences with Rhaenys. I said it before I could stop myself, worried and alarmed. That made him laugh. No need to sound so horrified, Rhaenys and I are still at peace and I do believe her when she says that Rogue loves her more than he likes everyone to think, he said, after he'd calmed down. I was impressed that he kept a criticism of Laenor out of the conversation given he still believed Corlys bastards to be my husbands, and me the scorned wife playing a loving role. She was a wildcat in her youth. Oh, the stories I could tell. I knew most of them already, of course. I had heard father reminiscing about her many times over. A girl who had pursued the manly arts with a greater degree of success than many boys her age, a girl who had been fearless and outspoken, a girl whom father saw as vanishing the day she married Corlys Velaryon, a man 2 years older than her own father. Yet when Rhaenys had been bleeding from a dozen wounds and had still managed to slit the throat of her attacker, had fought with a fierceness that had let her survive her would-be assassin until help arrived and distracted him, that was when my father realized that his Rhaenys had never gone away. So you have said, I replied. Something about trouncing some older boys for mocking you in the yards. He went pink at the memory. Rhaenys had been older than them and taller besides with just enough skill to send them running. I doubted she would manage it now, but it was an amusing thing to think of her with blade in hand, terrorizing those she saw as wronging her. She'd put the blade down the day her grandfather stripped her of her birthright. Yes, well. I have no doubt Rhaenys can master Corlys well enough. It is just he paused for a moment, struggling with the words, then he sighed in defeat. It is nothing. The fancies of an old man. Well, you have the old part right, I told him, fighting to keep my face straight, and he roared with laughter. Ha! Such insults, he chuckled, wiping at his eyes. It's days like these I miss Mushroom. He could always make me laugh, no matter how grim the situation was. I kept silent on the subject of the dwarf and he snorted. You were like that as a child too. He never appealed to you. He did not, I admitted. I found him far too vulgar. Well, perhaps he was not everyone's preferred vintage, but I liked him well enough. So did your mother. That brought a lump to my throat. Did she? She had never struck me as the type. Oh, yes. When we would take our private meals, I would bring him in to sing and dance for her. Inevitably he'd manage to slip something crass in there and her little face would scrunch up as she attempted not to laugh, and tried to scold him. I swallowed thickly. Little face, a reminder that she had been a mere 15 when she'd had me. That she had only just turned 22 when she'd died. When I said nothing for a long time he sighed again. I watched as a bumblebee carried out its slow business around the blooms. A bit of laughter would do all of us good, father stated, although I suspected it was more of a general observation rather than specifically directed at myself. I made a noise of agreement anyway before being momentarily distracted by Silverwing flying low over the palace, Tessarion trailing her. Good boys, both of them, father observed as they disappeared towards the dragon pit. I shivered without meaning to as I pictured the great building and what could happen should Ema try and tame a dragon there. Rhaenyra confusion slithered through me as I wondered what I had possibly done to earn such a warning tone before it clicked a moment later. By the 7, no. I cried at him. I was merely worrying on some matter. That should come to mind at the sight of your brothers, he pointed out, tartly. That should come to mind at the thought of the dragon pit, I replied, with an equally sour tone. Ema wishes for a dragon. What is the worry then? I shall inform the guards to expect her. It's a dragon. I cried. She is only 6. As was Helena. I grimaced. He had a point. Yet I had known nothing could go wrong for Helena, canon had guided me there. But we were so far off the rails of canon now, and Ema was so much smaller than Helena had been. So much more delicate. It is different, I finally mumbled, crumbling in the face of his raised eyebrow. Helena is, well, Helena. I'll grant you that, said father, snorting in amusement. I cannot deny she seems older than her years when she wants to be. If only you knew, father. You would wrap her in wool and never let any near her. It is not that different though. I sighed and rubbed at my face. Is this what Alicent went through? I asked, and when he blinked, not understanding, I elaborated. When I took them that morning. If so, I owe her an apology. That made him laugh until he was bent double at the waist, snorting and almost giggling in a most unregal manner. Oh, Rhaenyra, he managed to choke out. She was worse. She was fit to turn into a dragon herself that morning. I thought I would need to have her restrained as you rode off. Your Grace. His laughter transformed into a groan of annoyance and he turned to face the page that hovered a respectful distance away. Your Grace, the Lord Hand asks that you speak with him as soon as possible on an urgent matter. I am sorry, Rhaenyra, he said grimly. Lionel would not call me. Go, I said, kissing him on the cheek. As long as you fill me in on the details later. As like as not it's the Blackwoods and the Brackens again, he groaned and I grimaced as well. Then I definitely need to be told. Ollie and Jane will be at it before sundown if I am not warned. He managed a pained smile at that. I hugged him once more and let him go, waiting in the gardens until he was long out of sight before sighing. Somehow, I had expected father to be a little more sympathetic to my plight with Ema and yet, not even he would see that Ema was not Helena, that she was not Aegon. Least of all Ema herself. I decided to scrap court and going back to Helena, instead taking a litter back to the manse. Laenor had told me that I was wrapping them in the same wool I so hated. That Ema considered herself ready, was willing to brave the dragon pit. Laena had expounded upon the supposed docility of pit dragons, how the pit served to make them used to humans and to temper their natural aggression. Wild dragons did not lair with other dragons and became almost feral as a result. Yet pit dragons were social creatures at heart, and so rarely become dangerous. It still left me uneasy. Yet I could not deny the growing realization that I was probably in the wrong on this occasion. That 6 had long been the agreed age for the dragon pit, and I had been fine with slinging my brothers and sisters in there. Hells, if Iman asked today I'd let him go. Concealed within the litter, I groaned, rubbing at my temples in a vain attempt to fight a headache that was threatening at the realization I must have come across as a total hypocrite. Had I not always striven to be consistent with them? Yet fear had trumped even that resolution. Ima was a smart child though. Empathetic. If I just explained the matter, maybe she would decide on her own not to go until she was older. Although, with how stubborn Targaryens could be, I had a few doubts about that plan. Once back at the manse, I located Laner easily enough. He was going over some reports on Spicetown, making notes on desired expansions and areas that he felt needed development. "Husband," I said, startling him. "Where are the children today?" "The garden, I think," he told me, trying to recover from his mini heart attack. "Lena and Sira are looking after them." "Why?" I took a deep breath and steeled myself. "Perhaps we ought to revisit the issue of Ima's dragon." He smiled at that, but there was no hint of smugness on his features, something I had been dreading. "You know my opinion," he said. "I do. I have thought again on the matter. With your help, I will explain to her why I was so reluctant, and then we can take her together." "Today?" he asked, his nose screwing up. "No," I cried. "No, tomorrow. Or the next day. Today is too soon." "Oh, this is painful for you, isn't it?" he snickered, before noticing my dark look. He stood and tugged me close. "She is our daughter. She is fierce and every inch a dragon. She will be fine, and you will soon be cursing the hatchling she brings home with her for its mischief." Gods, I hoped he was right. Chapter 152, Flashpoint, Chapter 128. Chapter Text. We found ourselves outside the dragon pit a few days later. It was as imposing as I remembered, guarded by the dragon keepers, an order I would have to attend to sooner than later, and seemingly radiating heat that made the air close to the stone dance. Ima stopped when she truly beheld it, swallowing hard. I dropped a hand to her shoulder and she reached up to clutch at my fingers. "It's big and very warm," she whispered. She had not been here often. Not with our dragons living on the beaches outside King's Landing. She looked up at me before giving me a small smile. "We can leave anytime," I told her. "And come back anytime. Nobody will look down on you for it." "Thank you," she said, before letting go and taking a deep breath. I hadn't thought she would take the bait, but part of me had to try. The part of me that still insisted she was in danger, about to become a dragon snack, made all the louder by having no idea of what her fate would be. Then again, did I truly know anyone's fate these days? Ima is made of sterner stuff than that. I turned to find Lena and Laner watching with amused looks. They had insisted on coming along. Laner because he was her father and a dragon rider too, and Lena, well, she mothered my children as much as I did at times. If one needed something, they had an equal chance of going to her than they did me, unless it was Ellie's. I owed it to Jocelyn most of all to admit that, even if it still hurt as much now as it had on Dragonstone, to realize that she may know them better than I did. "And what if Rena wanted a dragon, I asked her. She gave me a wide grin. "I'd encourage it," she boasted. "Well, she does want a dragon, actually. She won't tell me which one though." "I know," said Ima. "But I swore an oath not to tell anyone." "Jove, and I will get it out of her eventually," muttered Lena, making Ima giggle. Lena's moment of tomfoolery seemed to have worked, and Ima started walking again, her eyes huge as her head swiveled about, taking in the sheer size of it. It was an older Franklin that met us, his bow as practiced yet lacking any true feeling as always. When he looked up, he was grinning, making me smile in turn. As unimpressed by royalty as he had been since I had first brought Cyrix to the pit. "Franklin," I said warmly. "Meet my daughter, Princess Ima." "It's a pleasure to meet you, my princess," he said, eyes sparkling in amusement. "I am Sir Franklin Hill." "Greetings, Sir Franklin," she replied, voice polite. "Ah. The very image of her grace at your age. I could tell you some stories about the mischief she got in, why, I remember," I interrupted him with a cough, and his grin only became wider. "Oh, but we were just getting to the good part," Laner almost whined. "Stick around, Sir, and I'll tell you all about it afterwards." From the way his eyes lit up at the offer, I suspected he would know several embarrassing stories from my childhood before sundown, well, the dragon-related ones Franklin had witnessed anyway. I didn't bother looking at Lena, she would be more gleeful about the matter than her brother was. The next hour or so was spent watching Ima as she toured the dragon pit. I would be lying if I wasn't desperately wishing she would chicken out and demand to go home. Yet my youngest did not, and when she saw the dragons themselves, well, it was over. She and her siblings had ridden on Cyrix's back, of course, Seasmoke and Viagar too, yet there was a world of difference in being a passenger compared to being the rider in your own right. There was power in it, to direct such a fearsome beast, to have it respond to your commands and your commands alone. I noted with some annoyance and not a small amount of relief that Seasmoke appeared to be present, rumbling away in annoyance at being in the pit if I knew him well. Which I did, by this point. Some dragons were like their owners and some were definitely not. Seasmoke was going to be more akin to Caraxes or Vermithor, I was sure of it, big for their ages and hard to beat in battle as well. Yet he was not so unlike my husband that he would threaten the children or allow any harm he could prevent to come to them in presence. When I turned with raised eyebrows to my husband, he blushed, looking guilty, prompting Lena to giggle at how uncomfortable he looked. I wanted to teach her, he mumbled. It's her choice, I told him, turning to watch her as she took a few more cautious steps to peer around Seasmoke's bulk. But I admit you will probably be her first choice. He looked very pleased by that. I suspect that it would be Ima that would have him wrapped around her finger as she grew older, even more than the twins and Iman. Oh, gasped Ima, clutching at Seasmoke's wing. She's beautiful. Dreamfire stirred from her sleep, raising her head to watch us all through disinterested eyes. Pale blue and silvery, she was a largish dragon, although she would likely soon be outstripped by others if she remained here. I swallowed thickly, terror turning my blood to ice. She was supposed to tame a hatchling. A small thing. Not Dreamfire, not a dragon bigger than Cyrix, Seasmoke, and even Malaise, although that last one was by a slim margin these days. I wanted to reach out and pull her back to safety, to cancel the whole idea now and take her home where she would be safe. But I could not. Do you know her history? I asked, forcing myself to move up behind Ima. My voice sounded a little hoarse to my own ears, but I doubted Ima noticed, what with how entranced she was by the dragon. She jumped a little at my voice and presence but remained staring at her future mount. The mount of Rena Targaryen, older sister of Jaehaerys Targaryen. She tilted her head and then added, Aunt Helena told me all about her. Suddenly, a lot of things became a bit clearer. The day she came to speak with Alice. I asked, keeping my tone mild. Ima, normally so in tune to that sort of thing, didn't answer as she stepped forward again. Of course. From behind me, I could hear Laner and Lena muttering amongst themselves. Helena's meddling again, asked Laner. Is it a dream, do you think? I will not complain about her meddling, but something tells me Rhaenyra will, muttered Lena. I turned and gave them both a look. I would have time to be furious at my little sister later, when my daughter was not facing a full-grown dragon instead of the hatchling I had hoped she would attempt to tame. Yet was she not doing what I myself had done? Manipulated those around me based on knowledge of a future that may not even come to be? And, I reminded myself firmly as Ima took a few small steps forward, Laner tore me a new one for doing so. So I'm allowed to get angry over this and pass the sentiment on to Helena. I watched as the dragon made a disinterested huff and lowered her head once more, as if she had her fill of curiosity for the day and merely wished to go back to sleep. I fought the urge to sigh. A decade had not improved her mood or done much to rouse her from her curious stupor. Another topic that fascinated Lena, I should add. That a dragon could carry its rider's grief far after their death. Not that Dreamfire made her study easy, surly creature that she was. Hello, said Ima brightly. Laner took my hand and smiled encouragingly at her when she looked back, biting at her lip. There is no set method, called Lena. Just do what feels right. A small hand grazed lightly over the dragon's snout. Dreamfire's eyes flickered open again, this time with the most life I'd seen in them, well, ever. She still did not move though, or make any noise, for the longest time. Long enough that my breathing had long gone back to normal. Hello, said Ima again. I'm Ima. I'm a princess, like Rena was. Dreamfire rumbled, her head moving alongside my daughter, as if curious about the small child that was disturbing her sleep and not going away despite her usual methods. Every twitch she made had me tensing, despite Laner moving to rub comforting circles in the small of my back. I have a friend called Rena, Ima continued, running her hand over pale blue scales. She's not like your Rena though, her hair is different and she isn't a princess. Dreamfire rumbled again, as if in reply, as my daughter moved around her head with slow steps, running her small hand down her neck. Would you let me ride you? I promise I shall be the best rider I can. The dragon's head came up once more, as if she understood Ima's words. Well, if I knew having a chat with her would work, muttered Lena, only to be shushed by Laner. I watched as Dreamfire lowered her head once more into Ima's waiting hands as if against her better judgment. The force of my relief nearly knocked me from my feet as her little face lit up in delight and happiness. Well done, I said, stepping forward and feeling as I might just float off from how light-headed I was feeling. You did very well. Indeed, said Laner, bending down to scoop her into a hug. Emma clutched at the shoulders of his tunic tight. Now you need to choose a teacher. The little laugh he gave afterwards gave away how much he wanted her to pick him. Don't be silly, Papa, she said, frowning. I choose you. You even brought Seasmoke here for me. Lena snorted in amusement and Laner lowered Emma to the ground, his ears red at being caught out by a 6-year-old. Admittedly an observant one but still. Well, he teased, rubbing the back of his head. I suppose I have free time in my schedule. Emma looked over to me and grinned widely. Can I go for a ride now? With Papa of course and Dreamfire can come with us. I held up a hand to cut off the excited babbling that was to come. If your father will take you and if Dreamfire will follow. She didn't even have to ask, Laner was already leading her over to Seasmoke. He winked as he passed and I rolled my eyes at his sudden jubilant mood, no doubt he would be insufferable later. Dreamfire stirred, watching with interest as Laner and Franklin seemed to saddle Seasmoke in record time. Go on, I said to the she-dragon. Have a good stretch of your wings with them. I was regarded coolly and then she threw her head back and gave out a bellowing roar that sent the hatchlings flapping about in alarm and Seasmoke flaring his wings. Yet no fight started and it wasn't long before she followed them out on clumsy legs, Emma calling back encouragement the entire way. Her first few flaps were shaky but she was soon trailing after Seasmoke with relative ease. I suppose even if you did not fly for a few decades, you never forgot it. I wonder what Rena Targaryen would have thought of all this, mused Lena, as we made our way back outside the dragon pit after bidding Sir Franklin goodbye. She left quite a bit of writing on the topic of dragons at Dragonstone. She was incredibly learnt on the matter. And a great fan of Velaryon ladies, I teased back and she snorted. But if you want an answer, she'd probably have spontaneously combusted when Jaehaerys passed your mother over. Grandmother always said Ali's Anne felt guilty over passing Arya over. Not at the time, it was necessary to push Jaehaerys' claim at the time but, afterwards, yes. Grandmother? Lady Jocelyn. Lena smiled and nodded. It's a shame you never met her, replied Lena, finally, after squinting at the sky for a good few minutes. Seasmoke and Dreamfire seemed to be racing one another, swooping this way and that. She would have liked you, I think, and she would have given mother and father an earful about working against you. Lady Jocelyn Baratheon had died shortly after hearing of Laner and I's betrothal and Bormund had gone not a year later. It was odd to think both were my great-grandfather's siblings. We stood there in companionable silence for a good while longer until the dragons began their descent once more. Chapter 153, Flashpoint, Chapter 129. Chapter Text. Of course, Emma taming Dreamfire meant father insisted on holding a feast. So a few weeks later I found myself seated at the high table alongside the guest of honor. I watched with no small amount of amusement as my ladies and good old Septilela attempted to herd the sheer amount of children we could count between us all, including said guest of honor, into something approaching good behavior. Given there were 15 of them across an entire range of ages from 5 to 13, this was no easy task. Even Fal and Lena were united in preventing Manfred and Luke from arm wrestling or Jocelyn and Rolf attempting to duel with their knives. Oh dear, said Laner, from my right, hiding his smile in his wine as Walter Strong somehow smeared mashed vegetables into his brother's doublet. They seemed to be outnumbered. I glanced to my left, in time to see Emma attempt to eat beef and gravy with her hands. At my raised eyebrow, she went back to cutlery with an annoyed expression. Thankfully, the noise of the feast and general merriment was enough that the bad behavior of my children went unnoticed. Besides, there was much more entertainment to be found in the hall tonight for the eagle-eyed. The delegation from the Stormlands had stayed, even if my northern admirer had yet to quit sulking that I had not played his game. That meant one Lord Royce-Caron and one Lord Manfred Swan had to be in the same room as the other for an extended period of time. The subtle posturing, feeling of hostility and occasional elbowing between each man's supporters was glorious. They aren't wolves, Laner. They're just exuberant, I replied, in a good mood. He raised his eyebrows at me. You seem, well tonight, he asked. Did something happen? Nothing, I just feel happy and content. Amused, he turned back to his own meal and I stuck my tongue out at him, which, naturally, Jocelyn saw and looked utterly delighted by. Laner chuckled into his vegetables. It's rare to catch you in such a mood, especially at a feast. I'm not quite sure what you are insinuating, my love. My reply caused Emma to snicker into her beef and inevitably attracted father's attention too. What has you giggling away? He asked her. Mama is teasing Papa, she replied, causing him to chuckle. I had to hand it to him, he knew how to hide his dislike for my husband around the children. I suppose it was the least I could ask for if I couldn't engineer a close bond between them. Besides, he'd given Laner dark sister. I'm sure he knew, or at least suspected, the truth behind the blade's disappearance and reappearance, yet he'd gone along with it anyway. Mama teases everyone, he said. She called me old just the other day. I wonder why, muttered Aegon, sarcastically, from somewhere beyond Viserys, causing Emma to smirk. A few moments later, he leaned around father's shoulder, nearly crushing Alicent into her chair in the process, and gave me a conspiratorial grin. The old man's positively decrepit these days. Oh, yes. More grey than silver, I agreed, causing him to guffaw and Viserys to cuff him gently about the head. Aegon, do not lean over me, complained Alicent. He got up instead and dropped next to Emma. Switch seats with me, he asked. Helena is talking about babies. That made Emma's eyes light up and she looked at me, her features radiating hope. I sighed and glanced back to Laenor, who shrugged. She didn't wait for my reply, scrambling past her grandfather and uncle to find Helena. Aegon took over her seat a moment later and sighed. No offense, Rhaenyra, but women speak of babies entirely too often. I might have replied sarcastically but Laenor beat me to it. And men not enough. Are they not ours as well? Aegon flushed at that but nodded. It just seems so tiring, he complained. She used to speak of hunting and flying, now it's all names and household preparation. Important things, said father, laying a hand on Aegon's shoulder. You should take a leaf from Laenor's book. Be involved with your children, you will regret not being. That made Aegon pause, tilting his head back as if looking at father in a new light. Perhaps he was. I'm not sure how good of a father my siblings rated father as. He had abandoned them to Alicent and when Alicent had stepped out of line, he had sent them away to others, entirely to punish their mother and not to save them from the fear she had struck into their hearts or the ruin she was making of their childhood. You are right, he said finally. I'll apologize to Hela after the feast. I doubt it will take much, I told him. She's a sensible girl. Has the midwife not filled her in on activities she can safely do whilst pregnant? Yes, he admitted. But she's fretting. Ah, said father. The worries of a new mother. They pale in comparison to the worries of a new grandparent, I opined slyly and he had the grace to blush at that. My pregnancy with Aemon had not driven him nearly as mad with worry. I had even been allowed to retain my place at his side in the small council until I was fit to burst. Mother has been, worrying, said Aegon softly, his violet eyes seeking where his mother was sat in conversation with Emma and Helena. He chuckled softly. And so has Aemond, now that I think on it. He did not strike me as the worrying type, said Laenor, then flushed as father fixed him with a sharp look. That is, he is the bold type, to strike first. It is true, Aegon replied quickly, glancing at father as well. But pregnancy and the birthing bed is not something he can fight. Not with a sword, I said cheerfully. Forceps maybe. Perhaps he should retrain. That made Aegon laugh and father smile broadly. The image of Aemond, dressed as a midwife and armed with forceps and a stethoscope flashed through my mind, making me dissolve into uncontrollable giggles. It even won a snort from Laenor, which was rare indeed when it came to Aemond. The incident at Dragonstone had not helped my husband's slight dislike of my brother. Aemond had his eyes on Dark Sister and Laenor was not about to relinquish it. Alicent had claimed the blade should go to the most talented with the blade of House Targaryen. Father had put a stop to the verbal jesting after I had suggested Alicent seek out my uncle then, so that she could return what the Dornish stole. In retrospect, it had not been the most tactful response. Silence fell as we finished up our courses, each of us occasionally glancing out over the assembled nobles. Even the children had calmed down, focusing on some tale Sira was telling them. Judging from the way my more rambunctious charges were enthralled, I'd guess it's some tale of her and Alisa's youth. No doubt she was introducing them to some new prank or trick that one of us poor adults would eventually fall victim to. I had long since forbidden them from messing with the staff in that manner. Well, except for the stable boys at the keep. Those were able to hold their own and I'd made it clear that any consequences of a prank was on my children and I would not have some poor boy fired or mutilated because they were caught in a water trap. The stable boys were winning, it should be noted. I chuckled at the same time Aegon did as Sira's story had them all falling about laughing. I have a great hope our children will be friends, he said finally. I see no reason they won't be. I cannot imagine any child of yours being meek. He snorted, taking my compliment for what it was. No, I cannot either, he mused. Then a frown crossed his face, annoyance soon following. I tracked his gaze to find Lord Caron and Lord Swan in a terse conversation. Do they not have any decency? This is a celebration. Apparently not, I murmured as Aegon's sudden icy tones attracted father's attention once more. What is it? He asked gravely. Caron and Swan, father, I replied. He found them in the crowd and then turned to Laurent, murmuring something in his Lord Commander's ear. Laurent disappeared and then reappeared and a moment later, a man I recognized as one of father's knights quietly broke them up, sending them a few seats away from one another. I did not miss both lords' red faces and angry looks. Deftly done, I complimented him. It's needed sometimes, father admitted. Blackwoods and Brackens mostly. They should not even be here, grouched Aegon, taking a deep drink from his mug. Lord Boros is their liege lord and their argument is over some title that was defunct in Argilax's day. Oh. I chuckled. Have you been researching the matter? Yes. He might have said more but father's sigh interrupted him again. We have been over this, Aegon. His tones carried steel and I winced. I had the sudden feeling father had reason to have spoken with Aegon about this topic many times before. I understand your position, father, yet by even hearing this matter we undermine our vassals and their rights. As they seek to undermine our rights as their lieges, I argued. And undermine the rights of their own vassals in turn. It is the same at every level of governance. It should not be, he insisted and father brought his hand down angrily. Enough, he hissed. I have heard enough of this reasoning. I give the Lannisters a concession and they fill your head with nonsense. How will you advise Rhaenyra when she is queen if you continue to spout this rot? Aegon went red and Alicent, catching the last of his sentence, turned to look at him, clearly annoyed. Dissenting opinions are always welcome, I said, trying to prevent a public argument. Yet my good mood from earlier was well and truly gone now and my stomach was rolling with nerves. People were beginning to notice and I could feel the eyes of the room slowly turn to us. Humph, said father. You would do well to see how ruling truly works. And how would he do that, dear husband? Asked Alicent, voice full of poison. When you have so effectively barred him from any kind of power. A tense moment passed, my stomach lurching again, and I realized with a horrifying clarity that it was not nerves that had me so upset. Excuse me, I said, rising abruptly. I have to go, right now. I didn't bother looking back as I swept out, sweat beading over my face. Sir Stefan followed yet I barely paid any attention to him. I needed air in a quiet corner, and possibly a privy. Yet my stomach was not wanting to cooperate and I took the risk of sticking my head out of the window instead, cool air doing much for my peace of mind. Your Grace, Sir Stefan murmured. Should I fetch a healer? I didn't answer him and he didn't prompt again because moments later there was the sound of another, clearly chasing us. His hand dropped to his sword and his face adopted a grim look. Yet it was no physical threat that rounded the corner in a rage. You cannot just storm from the room because you lost an argument. Aegon growled, frustrated. I pulled my head back and only for my stomach to give up. With a mental prayer that nobody was standing below, I threw up. I felt his hands in my hair, ensuring my braid was pulled back. A warm hand started rubbing comforting, if slightly reluctant, circles on my lower back. Ugh. That was all I could manage as I pulled my head back in and leaned against the wall. Sir Stefan stepped back, not taking his eyes off of my brother. Aegon barely seemed to notice the white knight as he stared at me with wide eyes. Rhaenyra? Are you? He stepped closer, laying a hand against my forehead. I ignored his horror in favor of rooting through my sleeves for a handkerchief. I gave up and Sir Stefan handed me one of his own, the stitching looking weirdly familiar. Pregnant? I asked, wiping at my mouth. Probably. We have been trying. He gave me a thin smile and stepped back, looking worried. I do not remember you being so ill. I was with the twins, I replied, suddenly too tired for anger or fear. But if I'm having twins again, I'm gelding my husband and having done with it. Aegon giggled a little uncertainly. Could you inform father of what has occurred? And send Laenor back to me at the manse, little brother. He hesitated and my stomach did a little flip-flop. Ugh, if it helps, this news will absolutely distract him from the argument. All right, Aegon said. I'll go back. Be well, Rhaenyra. Chapter 154, Flashpoint, Chapter 130. Chapter text. And thus, taking into consideration the evidence provided by the Honourable Sir Laenor Velaryon, Sir Forrest Frey and Lord Torren Royce, I am forced to conclude I was misled by accusations of embezzlement and deception by my former regent, Lord Baron Karstark, and will be releasing him from my custody. I stopped, glancing up in Joffrey in surprise. Surely this cannot be true. Sir Forrest writes that Cregan released Lord Baron after the trial with a genuine apology and a promise such false evidence would be investigated thoroughly, said Joffrey, in his usual calm manner. Which is not to say Lord Baron believes him on the matter, of course. That doesn't make any sense. I burst out. He had Baron dead to rights. We know he was selectively giving the subsidies out. Joffrey raised an eyebrow at me before leaning back in his chair, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The next part of Cregan's letter may shed some light on the matter. I glanced down and read ahead. Yet whichever way I turned it over in my mind, I could not make sense of the matter. He wants us to keep sending the glass through White Harbor and wishes for an order to be placed in his name? Oh, and he sends us an invitation to visit Winterfell at some point. It still made no sense. When I said as much to Joffrey, he chuckled and I gave him an annoyed look. Surely you do not see his game. I can guess. When I gave him an expectant look he sighed again. He steals the glass from Bernard and links his name with yours, a move that will only gain him friends. Not to mention, he beats his hated uncle at his own game. The man is supposed to be a political genius, I told my spy master, voice sour. He would not try something so, he is not one to seek the strength of others to bolster his own. I think you have an inflated sense of his political acumen. He is a young boy with a grudge. A young boy who has the potential to. You are getting hung up on the hour of the wolf once more, said Joffrey, interrupting me. Right now, Cregan seeks to secure his rule against an ambitious uncle. A sentiment you can agree with? I can, I replied, slumping back into my chair. So you think he intends to steal Bernard's place in my circle of allies? Almost undoubtedly. It still feels too simple, I complained. Perhaps he has some other plan brewing. The important thing is that he cannot accuse us of any wrongdoing in the matter. Bernard is a different story entirely. I smiled at Joffrey's tone. You believe he needs to be dealt with? I asked. He smiled, but it was not a friendly smile, more one that promised bad things to come for Bernard Stark. I find him tiresome, I will not lie. He reaches for what is not his. Somehow, I don't think he was referring to the north, at least not entirely. The implication made me blush and Joffrey smirked in turn. Damn them and damn their little game. Plus, he said, after I had finished pouting at him. Cregan brings more to the table, if your book is to be believed. He has his mind, and the Winter Wolves led by Roderick Dustin. At my statement, Joffrey tented his fingers and nodded. Indeed he does. If he can be persuaded to commit every available man as soon as possible. Any war that breaks out is ours for the taking. It will certainly be an advantage, agreed Joffrey. I snorted. Stormlanders and Dornish to fend off what Reachmen there were, Northmen and Valyman to take on the Lannisters. Yet Joffrey was probably right. If war did break out, I could only stack things in my favor. Anything could happen, after all. Bernard will be hunting vultures for a while, I said, interrupting both of our reflective silences. And when he gets back, your spies and informants will have ingratiated themselves well enough in his holdings. I will be less worried about him when that happens. Certainly, less unpleasant surprises will come from that corner of the world. If we can bring Cregan to our side, we can have Lady Elenda safely sideline Bernard, Joffrey said. Although I may reconsider my dislike if he brings us the heads of a good few vultures. I hope he has the sense to capture a few alive, I sighed. I want to know just who among the Dornish still supports Will. He raided most of their lands, if they are cooperating with him now, it is by Garen's will. I wonder what the prince offered them to have them overlook his crimes. Likely his head, after all is done. If Lord Dane and his ilk are the best of the Dornish, then Garen and his men have proved themselves the worst. Yet even the prince will find Walter Will hard to betray. The thought of Dornish betrayal had me picturing Aelyandra once more. I knew without asking that Joffrey likely had someone searching her room since she'd been allowed to bar anyone she wished from it. Especially since more than a few of the friends she locked herself in there with were from the Dornish court of hers. Yet he had not brought anything up, so I assumed he had not found anything too incriminating. If only I knew how Garen and his supporters were communicating with one another. I suspect we'll only find out when we catch them, in all honesty. My tone was doubtful as I handed Cregan's letter over to Joffrey to dutifully file away. Did you see that he thanks us for the midwife? Indeed I did, said Joffrey, sounding amused. No doubt he will thank us even further if it saves his wife's life as you so believe it will. I'm confident it will. Which reminds me, I must send for one soon enough. I don't suppose Alanis is available once more. Joffrey shrugged and made a note of my request. He was calm now, and slightly amused. He had not been so calm a few weeks ago, when I had beaten my hasty retreat from the feast. My extended family had pried themselves from the festivities as soon as was polite and had rushed home. Reactions had been varied. Iman was overjoyed, wanting it to be a little brother. The twins had given him that, begrudgingly, despite both still privately wishing the baby would be a girl they could mold in their image. Both had approached me after their writing lessons today to tell me they hoped it was a girl and that she would be their Helena. They had not been old enough to try and forge a close bond with Emma, sadly. By the time they had thought to try, she was already the little bookworm she is, enjoying Mama's stories more than roughhousing or dresses. As for the other part of my little family, Luke had been disinterested, his distracted congratulations before picking a fight with Rolf over some knight's prowess on the field earning him a stern word from his mother. Rena and Emma were already planning what outfits they could put the baby in, boy or girl. As for my wards, well, they had each given me their polite congratulations. The girls were curious, each fast approaching 16 and soon to be in a position to have their own babes. I was more surprised Luke and Aelyandra hadn't discovered some way to argue over the matter. Truly, some days I wish I could see your thoughts. I opened my eyes and raised my eyebrow at Joffrey, who smiled widely. You went from smiling softly to frowning within seconds. Haha, I muttered. If you must know, I was thinking of how the children were dealing with the news, which led to thinking about Alyandra and Luke. Joffrey's smile died slightly. It is not getting better, is it? He asked. My boy. I understand both of their objections to the other, and yet we must begin to take an active role in healing the breach between them, I decided. I will not see them both miserable and blaming us. When Joffrey said nothing, electing to glare at his desk, I sighed. On to more amusing topics, I said. Perhaps we should schedule a dinner, to let dear Bernard know the good news. Joffrey's smile was a nasty one again. He will be furious, he said. Cregan has come out of the matter smelling like roses. A far cry from Bernard's true goal, I agreed. Schedule it soon, Joffrey, I could do with the amusement. Maybe I should get a fool. He chuckled at that. I stood and Joffrey followed me up, grunting as he put weight on his bad leg. My fingers panged in sympathy as he leaned on his stick. Do you need a visit from Girardi's man again? I asked, taking his free arm. He seems to help. He does for a while, but 7 hells the treatment itself hurts, he complained. I grimaced. Has he no alternative? I asked. He has his researchers looking into braces used in the free cities. I was determined that by the time my rule was done we will have caught up to the free cities technology-wise. Well, we were already ahead of the curve in some medical matters now, so at least I could boast that. He thinks it will prevent these attacks of pain. I asked as we ambled through the house towards Laener's room. He believes so. I am not practiced in medical matters. But your leg is your own. You know what helps and what doesn't. He snorted at my interruption. What I need is rest, he replied. Yet my patron, she is a slave driver. She sounds terrible, I said, with mock sympathy, and he smiled, his first genuine smile of the day. Oh, she's not that bad, really, he teased as we reached Laener's room and opened the door. Laener was there, but I hadn't expected anything else. He seemed to be absorbed in a book on dragons, although I did not recognize the title. Likely it was from Laena's collection. He didn't react to us entering, or me helping Joffrey lower himself to the bed. I watched as he paused in his reading to make a note on the paper before him before turning the page over. How long has he been at this? I whispered as his brow furrowed in thought. Joffrey gave him an impossibly fond smile. Since shortly after we awoke. He wants to put together the perfect lesson plan for Emma, he whispered back. He's even preparing a reading list. Oh dear. That was so typically him. I cleared my throat and he almost leapt out of his chair, causing Joffrey to chuckle. Jove. Rhaenyra. How long? He managed to say, after recovering from his fright. Before we could answer he squinted out the window and ran his hands through his hair. Oh, it's past noon, isn't it? Have you even eaten? I asked. He shook his head, glancing back to his notes and books. Well, neither have Joffrey and I. I'll send for her some food. Have you even moved from that chair? I heard Joffrey tease as I ducked outside and flagged down a passing maid. Once our lunch order was relayed, I ducked back inside to find Joffrey laughing and Laener blushing beet red. Oh, please never change, he managed through his giggling. Dork, I supplied and Laener shook his head. I still do not understand such an insult, he said. Ah, said Joffrey. But I do, and it fits so well. Laener opted to take the mature route out of the conversation and stuck his tongue out at us, causing us to giggle at his expense once more. How does the lesson plan go? I asked, easing up. I hear you are setting her reading. Oh yes. I got the idea from Laena. I winced, surprised I hadn't heard that in complaint from Alice. She says that every writer who truly wishes to be great has to know their mount. Was my response. I'd set Jocelyn reading but she'd hate it, perhaps I should do the reading and drop it into our lessons. Or you could read together like you did when her arm was broken, suggested Joffrey. She enjoyed that, stated Laener. She wouldn't stop talking about all the different things she had read about with you. That brought a smile to my face, a mix of pride and happiness. I'm glad, I thought it would bore her. Yes, I believe we shall have some sessions when we read together. Ah, said Laener. Which reminds me of some other dragon-related things we need to discuss. Nothing too serious, just ground rules for how we will deal with independent writing as they grow older. Well, I had not thought parenting a child with access to a weapon of mass destruction would be easy. Chapter 155, Flashpoint, Chapter 131. Chapter text. Rhaenys returned from Dorne the next day, per the raven sent by Corlys who'd gone back a week earlier to wait for her, and Laener insisted on delaying the meal to visit her in Driftmark. Word from Malentine, likely dictated by Corlys so he could deny it if she found out, was that she was suffering and hiding the fact. Who are you riding with? I asked Joffrey as we prepared to set off. Laena or Laener? Neither, he replied. Laena is taking Rhaena and Laener is taking Aemon. I blinked at the change of plans before frowning in the direction of my husband, who was already opening his mouth to defend himself. I need to stay close to Emma and I can't focus with Joffrey behind me, he explained, his ears going red. I sighed in annoyance. You seem intent on giving Alicent ammunition. Very well, I shall take him. He gave me a small smile in response before eyeing Syrax suspiciously. Joffrey was not as fond as flying as the rest of us, but he had come to trust Seasmoke and trust his rider. I can take father. Luke piped up. Or Rena. We are not changing plans now, sighed Lena, appearing at his elbow with a scarf. Put this on, or you will get cold. I glanced around and noted a good amount of my children were wearing hats, scarves, and gloves. I could have taken Rolf, groused Jocelyn. And Alice could have taken Jane and Emma could have taken Ollie. My daughter was not impressed. She was being forced to leave her friends in King's Landing under my lady's watchful eyes. She had thrown an hour-long tantrum over the matter until being confined to her room as we sorted the details out. For their part, my wards had promised to be good. It wasn't as if we were even going for that long. Who would take Alyandra? Asked Emma, pulling her scarf up over her face, despite the warm day. Luke, of course, said Jocelyn as if it were obvious. They are getting married. I wouldn't take her. You take her. I'll take Rolf. Luke screeched, his fists balling up. They aren't even coming, said Iman, watching them all with wide eyes. So why are you arguing about it? Ah, my poor boy, stepping in to play peacekeeper between two of the most stubborn people in existence. Shut up, Iman. Luke and Jocelyn began. Enough. I barked and several pairs of guilty eyes turned towards me. They are staying in King's Landing whilst we visit your grandmama. Everyone began mounting up, called Laner, and I shot him a grateful look. Jocelyn scrambled onto Morrigan and Alyssa managed to mount Vermithor with a little more grace. It was almost comical, really, how small she was on his gargantuan back. I winced as Emma was fastened in by Laner, who was calmly talking her through the different techniques. She should not be independent riding already, yet Laner had insisted she was capable. Dreamfire was as gentle as dragons got and already trained to respond to the whip and commands. If there was one thing I could say about Rena Targaryen, it was that she had not been lax in training her own dragon. Laner helped Emon mount Seasmoke and fastened them both in, and himself to our son as well. Rena and Lena were already fastened in and behind them. Skywalker shifted with impatience. I sighed and turned to Joffrey, aware now the convoy was now waiting on me. Do you need help? I asked as Syrax deigned to crouch slightly to make mounting easier for us. No, I can manage. Ladies first. I smiled and clambered up, pulling myself into the saddle. Joffrey was soon up behind me and we both locked ourselves in. Skywalker was the first to go, Luke barely waiting until Joffrey was properly seated behind me to take to the skies. Jocelyn was not to be beaten however, and Morrigan soon followed. Then Vermithor and Viagar, Lena shadowing her pupil as her daughter's faint cries of joy could be heard. I glanced to the side to see Laner calling out to Emma, coaching her through what would happen on the flight over and side. She shouldn't be riding already, I murmured. She'll be fine. Do you think we can catch up to Luke? At the subtle challenge I smiled. Syrax shifted beneath me as if she'd also heard and understood. A crack of my whip and Syrax answered for me as we left the beach behind and began gaining ground on my children. Their half-a-minute head start was worth nothing, and Syrax soon brought us alongside Luke and Skywalker. It was well worth it to hear his cry of dismay and Joffrey's delighted laughing. Skywalker was still the same mischievous hatchling at heart, although time had transformed him into one of the speedier dragons. I was glad he lacked the aggression that Morrigan definitely had. The Scarlet and Bronze Dragon was big and ready to fight although slow for her age, hence my daughter rapidly falling behind in our little race. I had seen the damn thing snap and snarl at Vermithor, of all dragons. It was a testament to how chill that dragon was that he hadn't made a snack out of Morrigan. Alyssa liked to boast that Morrigan best mind her manners in his presence, but the Bronze Fury didn't seem to care that the younger dragon was less than polite. At least Dreamfire wouldn't be an issue, she was the least aggressive dragon I had ever seen. The fastest though, I reflected, as the pale blue and slender dragon began catching us up. It wasn't long before I could actually see Emma, even bundled up in her layers as she was. Her face had transformed into sheer glee as Dreamfire fell in beside Syrax, as if to tease that what was top speed for my mount was a comfortable stroll for hers. Perhaps we could slow down, said Joffrey finally. Getting queasy? I asked, but signaled to Luke and Emma anyway. Some of us weren't built to hurtle around at such speed. He sounded faintly offended. Don't worry, we love you anyway. That made him laugh and pat my shoulder. I should hope so, he said. I'm the only one among you that knows how to make good, well thought out decisions. I had Syrax perform a barrel roll in revenge and Joffrey sulked the entire morning it took us to reach Driftmark. I had not visited since Spicetown had been officially judged rebuilt all those years ago, and the island was still as beautiful as I remembered it. Spice Town was rebuilt in stone courtesy of the treasury, with high tide standing proudly nearby. My warning of what was to come had pushed Laner to make suggestions in the building of Spice Town. Should the Triarchy, as irrelevant as they were these days, somehow recover and assault the town, well, they would find it a much harder target to sack. Hull, too. The city of shipwrights had been given more than a few defenses as well. Laner was determined to make Driftmark the naval capital of West Eros. Corlys had made his house rich, put his blood on the throne and given them a seat finer than all but the greatest castles. Laner intended to build on his father's legacy, to turn Hull into the place to buy a ship. He wanted the speed of the Bravasi arsenal combined with the advancements in shipbuilding that the Princess Rhaenyra was just the beginning of. We landed nearby Malaise, who was snoozing in the mid-afternoon sun, and were greeted by what passed for the dragon keepers on high tide. A few distant cousins who had managed to rise to knighthood for protection and some very well-paid stably boys to ensure the area was kept clean and the dragons fed on time. "How is mother?" asked Laner when Lena had finished greeting our escort. Father wrote to say her leg was paining her greatly in Dorne. "Yes," said the knight, cautiously. "The Lady of Driftmark has indeed been bed-bound on Lord Corlys' orders." "She'll be in a fine mood then," I said, and Lena grimaced. "Grandmama will be okay, though?" asked Iman. Like Jocelyn, Rhaenys was given to spoiling Iman and he was close to her as a result. "She will be fine," Joffrey assured him, herding Ima and Rena forward. "Has she learnt of Rhaenyra's news?" Laner paled at that and I fought the urge to groan. We had informed Corlys, of course, but Rhaenys had been in Dorne. Surely father would have informed her, chuckled Lena, although her laugh was strained. "He would have done," said Laner, although he still looked worried. Nobody wanted an earful about Rhaenys being the last to know she was to become a grandmother for the 7th time and I had run out of names that would move her to tears. Besides, I already knew the name of the child that grew within me, regardless of the gender. Laner and the rest had agreed when I had told them. We stripped ourselves of hats, gloves, and scarves once we were within high tide. When not in the air, the summer sun made it far too warm to wear them. Well, with the exception of myself. None were foolish enough to ask me to remove my gloves. I took Iman and Ima's hands as we made our way to the rooms that Corlys and Rhaenys awaited us in. The twins and Luke raced on ahead, which was typical, I suppose. All my children were no doubt eager to hear Corlys' stories, although I was quite certain they heard them enough at home. When we got there, the old man was drowning in hugs and Rhaenys was propped up on a low couch, her legs stretched out before her, watching with an impossibly soft smile on her face. "Mother," said Laner, going straight to her and kissing her on the temple. Lena soon followed and Rhaenys greeted both her children with a wide smile. "I'm glad to be back home," she told us, once the children were seated and had stopped swarming all over their grandparents. "And glad to hear news." Her eyes were sparkling with joy when they fixed upon me. I smiled and placed my hand over my stomach. "I will soon be showing," I told her. I was showing with Ima in the 14th week. "I cannot wait," she said quietly. "I hope for a boy but another girl would please me just as much." "I want a brother," said Iman brightly. "Maybe you could call him Balin." I forced myself not to flinch at the idea. No, no child of mine would be called Balin. I had already lost 2 Balins, the name was forever ruined for me. "Perhaps," I said. "Or perhaps I already have another name in mind." "Before we start guessing," said Corlys, forestalling that particular tangent. "Who wishes to join me in exploring high tide? And leave the boring talk to Rhaenys and your parents?" The children were quick to accept, wanting stories and tales of his journeys. I sighed into the silence that followed and Rhaenys chuckled. "An excitable lot you have," she said as Laner moved to sit closer, his eyes ablaze with concern. "You need not look so worried. You push yourself too hard," he told her and she rolled her eyes. "Honestly, to think I am being mothered by my own son." "Grandmother would have been of the same opinion," said Lena. "If you would just let me." "No," said Rhaenys firmly. "No, even if the damn thing stops working altogether I shall not suffer magic. Neither will your father." Joffrey and I squirmed in the uncomfortable silence that followed. Rhaenys' hard gaze soon softened however and she leaned forward, taking her daughter's hand. "I know you mean well, my sweet girl, but magic is not a solution many would choose." When Lena said nothing, she sighed and added. "For good reason, might I remind you? If you are not careful. They already think me Visenya reborn," she muttered. "I hear them talk, why not use it to help you? Or Rhaenyra?" "Lena," said Laner softly. "Not while mother is ill. I can help you," she insisted and Rhaenys chuckled. "I know. I understand that but it is my choice." I did not miss the pride in her gaze though, as she pulled them both close. "It is enough for me that you have both grown into a good man and a good woman and married, fairly tolerable people." Joffrey and I chuckled as her teasing eyes rested on us, sparkling with amusement. Yet neither of us missed the worry there. I would warrant it was directed at Lena more than Laner. Things would come to a boil with the rumors eventually unless something was done. I was sure of it. Chapter 156, Flashpoint, Chapter 132. Chapter Text. We passed only a few days at Driftmark before a raven from White Harbor informed us that Forest Frey would soon be returning, which meant it would not be long until Bernard would know beyond all doubt that his scheme had failed. I had been half tempted to fly back alone and tell him. To be brusque on the matter, to let him know that I knew well what he desired and I would no longer be a part of his plotting and schemes. Yet I could not, for all that I might wish to. Bernard had been a welcome ally in the days that Rickon had been the master of the North as well as during Cregan's regency. I had many allies there that I would not have had it not been for his support. Despite the fact that we were both using one another for our own goals, I could not deny that. I owed him more than dropping him for his nephew the moment he was no longer useful, and, in more mercenary terms, I did not want his mind thrown against me. He may not be quite the political savant his nephew was purported to be, but he was still canny and he had friends in high places. Friends that I could not afford to drive away from me. I could not see Lady Elenda abandoning my side over Bernard Stark and his failed ambition. After all, she only cared so much for her niece, but it would certainly put Borrow's nose out of joint. The travel back was blessedly free of the arguments and sulking that had made the first one something of a headache. Even if I was finding myself uncharacteristically nervous about the meeting. "Stop worrying," murmured Joffrey. "Even Cyrix can tell you're on edge." He wasn't wrong. She was straining underneath me, wanting to go this way and that, clearly picking up on my agitation. I took a deep breath and let it out, repeating the action until Cyrix calmed. "We'll send him back to his hole and he shall not bother us again," Joffrey assured me. "He has risen to a lordship, he has been rewarded for his actions so far. He does not have the right to turn potential allies against you and use the blacks to fulfill his ambitions." "You are correct," I said finally. "He has been repaid for his services." Yet nerves still set my stomach aflutter, only growing worse as we arrived in King's Landing, or at least our beach, and dismounted. "Check it properly," Lena told Alice, who pouted and made a show of examining part of Vermithor's harness. Not far away, Jocelyn glanced at me guiltily, bit her lip, and went over her own harness. Joffrey laid a hand on my shoulder, distracting me from Laner's lesson to Emma. "You are still worrying," he said, sounding amused. "Do you have so little faith in me?" "Of course not," I grumbled. "You and Lena have shown you can master him in a way I cannot." "Who, Papa?" Joffrey jumped as Luke materialized at his elbow, eyes wide with curiosity. "No one, Luke," replied Joffrey. "Just idle talk between your aunt and I." He narrowed his eyes, clearly not believing a word his father had just said, and turned his eyes to me. I raised an eyebrow in response and he flushed. "I am 11 now," he insisted. "I know all about politics." "Do you?" I asked and he nodded. "Jane and Alice Ann told me." He leaned forward and dropped his voice to a whisper. "About the Greens and the Blacks. Please tell me you have not said that aloud." I groaned as Joffrey grimaced. Gods, I would have to speak with Jane and Ali if they were being this loose with their tongues. What did they know of politics anyway? They were 13 and 12 respectively. I haven't. I only asked because Alyandra and I argued about it. She said I was an empty-headed fool. The outrage in his voice drew Rena over, her little hand slipping through mine and Joffrey's. "I will speak with her," I promised, before smiling down at the newcomer. "And do not repeat those rumors," warned Joffrey. Luke nodded seriously. "I do understand," he said, sounding faintly offended. Then he turned his eyes on his sister, mischief dancing in them. I might have spoken up to warn him to cease whatever he had just decided to do when Iman tugged on my free sleeve and I was forced to direct my attention to him. "Could I speak with you?" he asked, worry shining through even his solemn look. I surrendered Rena's hand to Joffrey and walked along the beach with my son, using the moment's silence to simply breath. That was just 6 of them, and I was adding a 7th. Was it too late to change my mind? "Mama," said Iman. "I want a dragon." "Well, at least there aren't any massive ones left in the pit." "There is no issue with that," I said, proud it was not growled through gritted teeth. Iman blinked slowly at me, before his mouth twisted even more with worry. "I don't want a dragon from the pit," he told me. "I want one from the Dragon Mont. That's where the big ones are." 6 and 10, I said warningly. "Mama," he said. "How can I be your heir if I wait until I am 6 and 10 to get a dragon?" "You act as if you will have inherited the crown by then," I said dryly. "If the gods are good and kind, I will still be Princess of Dragonstone when you turn 6 and 10. "You said the gods are never kind," he said accusingly. "I know Alyssa broke the rules when she went, but maybe I could go at 10 as well? I am 8 now, I can learn all about dragons for 2 years. "Iman," I said warningly and he gave me a heartbroken look. I winced. "Damn Alice. I will. I will speak with your father on the matter. Your grandfather too. Okay, Mama, he said, looking a little more cheerful now. I winced at the anachronism. I had slipped more than a few times around my children. I half suspect it won't be long before more than a few odd turns of phrase become far more common. You don't have to worry, I won't sneak off like Alice did. If you say no, I will not break the rules. I pulled him close and dropped to one knee to cuddle him properly. He was not lying, I was sure of that with sudden clarity. He'd brought the matter up away from the others because he knew that if I said no in front of the twins and Luke and Rena, they'd never let the matter drop, they'd beg on his behalf until both of us went mad. Come on, I said. The horses have arrived and we have a meal to attend tonight. So soon, he asked as we began walking back. Why? I have bad news to deliver to Bernard, I told him. But that is between you and I. Of course, Mama, he said, frowning. What bad news? Lord Baron is free with all charges being dropped. Iman's frown cleared. And you said he wanted you to move against his nephew but you can't do that, he said, excited. As Joffrey says, we'll make a schemer of you yet. I left him as he found his pony among the mass of animals. I mounted up and gave Laner the parental we need to talk about the kids look and my husband rolled his eyes but nodded. We made good time to King's Landing, both a blessing and a curse, as it gave me little time to mull over why I found this whole business so unsettling. Perhaps it was because there was a game being played right before me and I was a mere piece, unable to see the plans of the players. Or perhaps it was as Joffrey said and I was too caught up on who Cregan would be and not what he was now. Mama. Can we race? I jerked out of my thoughts to find Jocelyn waving at me. From just beyond her, I spied Lena, who gave me a little shake of her head. Amused, I shook my head as well. No. We have a dinner soon enough. I do not wish you breaking your other arm on the way home. She blushed at the response. Benyon will be coming, teased Iman, trotting his pony up beside her mare. I bit my lip to hide my amusement as Jocelyn went even redder and Alice cackled from atop her own mount. Iman, called Laner. Do not tease your sister. Sorry, Papa, he called back over his shoulder. We're having another one, I mused. Whose good idea was that? We'll blame Corlys and have done with it, chuckled Joffrey as Lena dropped back to ride alongside us, keeping one eye on the children. Perhaps he'll be inclined to babysit more often if we so openly blame him, I suggested, sulking slightly. Laner snorted. If you offer, he'll kidnap the poor babe, he giggled. Only if it's a boy, said Lena sourly. If it's a girl, we're stuck with her and he'll want Rhaenyra to pop another out soon enough. He isn't that bad, I admitted, blushing at the sudden looks I got. Truly, he let 6 years go by and then only complained because Rhaenys made him. I'll concede the point, said Lena doubtfully and I winced. Their relationship had only gotten worse in recent years. No one had missed the fact that he had barely said 2 words to her over the past few days, or that he had taken every excuse to leave the room after she entered it. Come now, said Laner as King's Landing came into sight. We shouldn't be so grim. Laner is right, I decided. We should not be. We have a new babe on the way, we are making gains once again in and outside the court and we shall soon be rid of our unwelcome guest. Not to mention the dragons, chirped Lena, her sulky feature brightening at the thought. Having access to so many bigger ones will be wonderful research-wise. There is still Larry's, warned Joffrey. And the Faith, the Maesters. Aegon. There you go again, sighed Laner and Joffrey raised a dark eyebrow. I am merely reminding you. There was a smile playing around his mouth, however. What did Iman wish to speak of? At the reminder, I groaned. Oh no, laughed Laner. That doesn't sound good. Iman wishes for a dragon from the Dragonmont, I told them all. He has opened negotiations at 10. Well, Alyssa has rather set the tone there, sighed Lena. Yet, 10 is not an awful age. No, do not approve of this madness, I begged her. He is worried about the girls having dragons whilst he does not, isn't he? Asked Joffrey and Laner sighed heavily when I nodded. If he gets a small one from the pit, he'll still have the same problem. Even Morrigan would be bigger. At Laner's statement, I ran an agitated hand through my hair and sighed. If we say yes now, we have 2 years to ensure he does not fail, said Lena. 2 years to tip the scales in his favor. 2 years for him to change his mind, said Joffrey and I narrowed my eyes at them all. Yet the whole business with Emma, my realization that I could not let fear rule me when it came to my children and their future. If you all approve, I will not stand against you. It did not mean I could not accept it all with bad grace though. Laner urged his horse forward and dropped a kiss onto my cheek. From somewhere in front of us, the sound of Rena and Emma awing did not quite drown out Jocelyn pretending to gag and Luke teasing her over it. Perhaps I should bestow a kiss on my husband, said Lena, loudly. To show him how much I love him. No, Mama. That's fine, said Luke loudly, and Jocelyn's fake gags became loud guffaws, and even Alyssa snickered at his discomfort. To think my wife only wishes to kiss me when she wants to embarrass our children, sighed Joffrey mournfully despite looking supremely unbothered. I'll kiss you, Papa, said Rena, excitedly, making Lena grin widely and Joffrey stick his tongue out at her. Yet my good mood evaporated almost instantly as we passed into King's Landing. Time to face Bernard and send him running. Chapter 157, Flashpoint, Chapter 133. Chapter text. 2 months passed by almost comfortably. There was no urgency, no impending disasters or plots to send us all scrambling desperately to foil them. 126 AC became 127 AC with little fanfare beyond the usual celebrations. Yet again, it was the Starks that prevented me from having a truly good time, though. Bernard had left the city the day after we had informed him of Baron's release. He was angry about the matter, yet desperately trying to pretend he was not, trying to convince us all he was truly pleased that his nephew had seen sense and that his good father was safe. Cregan was another matter entirely. We had exchanged a few letters with one another. He had written to tell me of the North and of the troubles he was discovering in becoming a ruler so soon, although I suspect he carefully kept any mention of more political trouble out of his missives. I had written back to tell him of my pregnancy, the details of my bureaucracy and amusing stories from court. It was a start, I suppose. Oh, how I wish I could have had what Robert had, although I suppose I was not too far off these days when it came to establishing my own stab alliance. The Vale was my ally, along with the Stormlands, a good chunk of the Riverlands and some of the North. The danger of the Reach was contained, and soon to be further so if Arabella consented to the match, while there was a pretty good chance of Dorne actively siding with me in any conflict. I was just missing my quiet, competent, and above all, loyal Stark to call upon should disaster strike. Not that I was sure I would ever trust Cregan to bail me out of trouble, the original Rhaenyra had bet on that and she'd ended up as dragon food. You are brooding again. Sabitha's teasing cut into my thoughts and I glanced up from the book I had been reading on the life and times of Septon Barth to fix her with a raised eyebrow. How do you know I am not merely reading? I asked and she grinned, stretching in her seat by the open window. You're a pretty fast reader, princess, and you haven't turned that page over in almost half an hour. I sighed and closed the book, annoyed it was so obvious. Do you not have a husband to bother, Sab? I asked, leaning forward to enjoy the cool breeze and the scent of flowers it brought into the room. He's off with Sir Laenor, came Maris' dry observation as she pushed open the door, frightening the life from both Sab and I. She was carrying a pitcher of juice, something I gratefully accepted before leaning back. If you are not careful, he may choose to spend more time with Laenor than you, I teased. Sab snorted in derision at the idea. Small chance of that. Forrest is devoted to me, she boasted. I did sometimes wonder about the finer details of their marriage. He seemed genuinely fond of her yet she saw him as a close friend at best. Perhaps it was best not to throw stones. Maris smiled fondly at me before her eyes traveled down to my rounded stomach. How is he doing? She asked. Again you insist he is a he, I pointed out dryly. No one could know for sure. Sab leaned forward, sharing a grin with Maris and I sighed. He is active enough to put the twins to shame, I admitted. Although I am glad he did not feel the need to make me sick to my stomach like they did, despite our rocky start. Laenor must be over the moon, said Maris. It certainly has Harwin considering a fourth. Sometimes I think he merely wishes to beat Laenor when it comes to children. Still, I shall not complain. She ended her statement by waggling her eyebrows. Sabitha cackled and I snorted in amusement as Maris gave a satisfied smirk, dropping into the seat opposite me. Laenor cannot wait to feel the baby himself again, I told them. You know what he is like, he acts as if every new babe is his first. It is somewhat amusing to watch but I warrant you'll have the rest of them glued to you as well, pointed out Sab. Gods know Valder and little Dennis were like that when I first got pregnant with Manfred. I carefully didn't react at the idea of a Valder Frey. I knew in canon that Manfred would end up as Lord Frey, that something would happen to his cousins and his uncle, but I wasn't sure what. What about your little madams? Asked Maris. How do they feel on the matter? Curious, although Alyandra is sulking if you must know, I told them, with a sigh. Again? Asked Sab. I thought her attitude improved after you gave her permission to. It's not that she chafes against my rules, I insisted, interrupting. It is her betrothal. I was half ready to charge father and beg him to reconsider. I had a long time ago promised Joffrey land for Luke to inherit. He did not need to be prince consort of Dorne, yet father would not bend on the matter now, I knew that for sure. So Joffrey and I were tackling the matter directly. He would speak with Luke and I with Alyandra and with any hope we could work the matter out. Yet those talks only brought me guilt. How could I tell a girl who hadn't even hit puberty yet that her life had been decided from the moment she was 3? That she would be forever shackled to a man based entirely on how effectively others believed he could control her, relating the tale of my own marriage, or at least a heavily edited one, had done little to mollify her. Neither had suggesting compromises, paramours and friendship between the two. Alyandra wanted control and I could not give her that. Not over her marriage or over her future husband. In turn, Joffrey reported that Luke wanted to follow in Corley's footsteps and that he believed adventure would not come easily if he were bound to a woman that already hated him. Both viewed their betrothal as punishment and neither believed they deserved it. What a mess, and as time went on, as they grew closer to Alyandra flowering, there was less chance of me annulling the betrothal. Father would want her wedded and bedded the moment she had flowered, no matter her actual age. Luke is a finer match than she deserves, said Maris with uncharacteristic harshness. A dragon rider and cousin to the future king. I thought you liked the girl, said Sab, eyebrows threatening to disappear into her hairline, preempting my own startled question. I do, but she acts as if the universe has conspired to do her some great injustice. She is a princess, a ruler of one of the 7 kingdoms, she has the favor of the future queen and has grown up with the future king. She could have Luke wrapped around her pretty little finger tomorrow. Ah! As opposed to someone we know, I started, ignoring the look on Maris' face. Whose family screwed up, was cast into disgrace and clawed her way up from there, relying on favor 1 year before that might have been withdrawn at any point. Who is now richer than most lordlings, with an excellent marriage and 3 beautiful boys, added Sab. Maris went red before pursing her lips. Perhaps you ought to speak with her then, I mused. The 7 know I am not having much luck. Perhaps I shall, said Maris. Are you sure that's a good idea, asked Sab, smiling broadly. If she gains half of Maris' ambition she's liable to become a terror. What's that supposed to mean, asked Maris, sounding almost offended. It means we all know who will be ruling the roost in Harrenhal one day and it's certainly not Harwin, I said dryly, and even Maris snickered at that. Come, try and convince me you do not already have plans. She couldn't, going red once more, as Sabitha dissolved into giggles at her expense. Sir Simon lets me look over the finances when we are there, she told us. The damn castle is ruinous and the land barely supports it. I intend to hire one of your architects and see if he cannot create a somewhat passable plan of restoration that would see costs cut down to size. I would even go so far as to tear down the bits that cannot be restored. And if you do so during my time as queen, I'll give you a hefty discount on the taxes you'll pay for it. Maris' eyes narrowed at that. Perhaps I could convince my queen to be even more generous and waive the tax entirely, she purred. I might have made some sarcastic response, but a knock on the door interrupted me and I stood, Joffrey opening it before I could. His face was pale with worry and it sent my stomach plummeting. What is wrong? I demanded. The children are fine, he finished, interrupting me before stepping inside the room and letting the door swing shut behind him. Then what? I let the question trail off as he leaned against the wall and scrubbed at his face. You bring bad news from further afield. Jane? She had her fair share of troubles lately. I had thought them long behind her when her men crushed those rebels, yet we truly did not know who had funded them even now. Could someone have? It's Lady Tyrell, said Joffrey. She has selected the Florent? You needn't be so grave about it. When he didn't answer, my stomach plummeted lower. She did not select the Florent, did she? No, she intended to betroth Lionel to Emma as we suggested. I did not like the fact that he was using the past tense to refer to her. Understanding was beginning to trickle through me and I swallowed, trying to compose myself. Tell me, Joffrey, how obvious was her assassination? From the corner of my eye, I saw that both Sab and Maris were also focused on him now. Very, he confirmed. She went hunting with her kinsman and a few guests she was hosting. A cousin of House Mullendor managed to put an arrow through her arm. Not traditionally fatal, I pointed out, slowly. He grimaced. The wound became infected. She lingered a mere 3 days before passing. I forced myself to breathe deeply, fighting the urge to throw something. I was 29, nearly 30, I had long since outgrown tantrums. Her maester allowed this? I asked. Here I thought they had mastered the art of healing. Unless another maester complains to the citadel directly, it will not be investigated, Joffrey sighed. And none will, I spat. Unlike Girardi's, Arabella's maester likely had rock-solid protection. Was he an incompetent, missing poison on the arrow? Or was he the poisoner, ensuring Arabella passed from this world with little fuss or suspicion? Maris, can you put about the details of her death? Make it clear the maester's refusal to acknowledge college innovations have claimed lives? Yes, I can do that. She smiled and it was not a pleasant smile. I suspect the maesters would be set to lose even more reputation among the small folk soon enough. Their name was already mud as it was. Sometimes being beloved of the small folk could be a boon, especially if your close friends had access to many bards, all willing to trash your enemies. How long until King's Landing at Large Nose? I asked. Geoffrey shrugged. There is some dispute on who should take over the regency, he told me. As like as not, they will end up here soon. They? I asked, frowning, and Joffrey grimaced. The Hightowers and our old friend, Alan Tarley. I leaned forward and scrubbed my face in my hands before heaving a sigh. Alan was a good man, truly he was just, enthusiastic. He worshipped the ground Lena walked on, or flew over, after she had prevented his father's body and heartsbane from falling into Dornish hands. Conversely, he hated the Hightowers, Ormond Hightower in particular. The Lord of Hornhill blamed Ormond for his father's death and had been known to imply, but never say, that Ormond had planned the whole thing. I did not know how true that was. From what Lena had told me of her time serving with him, I suspected he was simply incompetent. Alan Tarley as regent of the Reach, I groaned into my hands. The Seven save us. He may be our best bet to get that betrothal, warned Joffrey. I sighed again. Throw our support behind him, I ordered. If the Tyrells stay neutral on the matter of succession, it will only encourage those under them to bargain for their support. I will dedicate myself to the matter, Joffrey promised. I will too, said Maris. I can already think of quite a few choice rumors to have running about the court. I almost feel sorry for whomever they send, I said, not meaning it at all. No you don't, chuckled Sab. And I don't either. Nail the bastards. Chapter 158, Interlude, Aegon. Chapter text. Lady Arabella Tyrell is dead. He stopped cleaning himself and turned to stare at his brother. That's not possible, he said, voice still ragged with recent exertion. Gawain Westerling had put up quite the fight. She was in excellent health. A hunting accident. The tone Emond used made it clear what he thought of that excuse. A mix of emotions ran through him then and he placed the cloth he had been using down gently, trying to control the sudden anger. Yet it was not just anger that had his hands shaking, it was guilt too. No. No, he would not fall prey to this. He had to be better than this. It was not our sister, was it? He asked, already knowing the answer. He didn't need to see Emond shaking his head but he forced himself to watch anyway, to acknowledge why Arabella had died. He'd only met her a few times, truly. She had been a sweet woman, a Florent by birth if he remembered rightly, and she had truly loved her husband despite his flaws. She loved her son too. Lionel Tyrell was very young, utterly reliant on his mother, and she had sought the best match she could for him. Little Emma, if rumor were to be believed. No, Rhaenyra would not have killed Arabella. Which only left one suspect. Mother, he said finally, wanting to weep and rage in equal measure. It seems more the snake's doing, said Emond, tone carefully free of any emotion. But she gave the order. He ran a hand through his hair as Emond watched him. His brother snorted. The snake only obeys. The snake obeys as long as it pleases him, yet I could not see her not knowing, he finally said. You've been spending too much time with our sister. The non sequitur made him blink in surprise. It took Emond miming running his hand through his hair for him to realize he had fallen into copying her mannerisms again. His brother chuckled as he let his hand fall to his side, but the chuckle was strained. What am I going to do, EMS? He asked, quietly. She'll burn my cause to the ground before I can even begin. What man would follow a dishonorable cur? Plenty, said Emond dryly, and he gave him a pained smile. He knew well that men's hearts were not always true, that sometimes ambition drove even the honorable to actions far beneath their station. Take her in hand, urged Emond. She wants you to be king, be one. Make her see. I can make her see nothing, he sighed. He had been trying since he had returned. He knew father had stolen his throne from him when he had proclaimed Rhaenyra his heir. That was the full extent on which he and his mother agreed. You know well we argue the matter constantly. Emond shrugged at that. His brother was not terribly interested in politics, but he'd follow him to the end of time itself if he asked. None other would be so loyal, his strong right hand. Rhaenyra will be well wroth, sniffed Emond. She will be looking to point fingers. He did know that. He knew his sister better than she could even guess. He'd studied her actions. Back then, it was because he'd believed she would kill him if she got the chance. That she would make it slow, make it painful, because she hated him for what he represented. He had believed that because he was a threat, she would kill him, his siblings and any children he should have. That wasn't true, he knew that now. His sister had a woman's heart. She would sooner lose her arm than kill him or his siblings. She loved them fiercely, he knew this, he had seen her pride when he'd claimed Frost. Seen how much she adored Helena, how she understood Emond in a way others refused to do. The old frustration boiled within him, only adding to the anger and guilt. I know, he said quietly. I know. Aegon, we need to do something about her. The whine in Emond's voice wasn't about Rhaenyra, he knew. It was their mother. It was always about their mother. She had made the world terrifying for them and she their only refuge. When she had lost in her games, they had suffered instead of her. She had told them they would be forgotten in their fosterings, that their father hated them and that it was Renera's fault. "How is Durin?" he asked, pulling himself away from those memories and the pain they always brought him. He was a man now, he would not be consumed by childish fears. "The same as ever," his brother growled, glaring at his boots. "She had too much time to poison him." "Helena says much the same of Visera," he told Emond, picking the cloth up again and forcing himself to be calm. A man, especially a man who would be king, could not be ruled by his frustrations. He should lead by example, that was what Lord Jason had told him. Emond waited in silence as he finished cleaning himself and pulled on a clean shirt and doublet. It gave him time to think, at least. What could he do? His mother had likely ordered a good woman's death yet he had no proof. The snake had likely been the one to carry it out yet he had no proof of that either. His sister was intent on stealing his throne yet it was not her crime but his father's, the king who had raised her up in defiance of law and tradition. His father said the king's word was law, that his will should be obeyed, yet he'd risen to his own position on the back of the lords that had elected him over Sir Laner and Princess Renus. He spat on their will and had all but forced his sister into being his accomplice. "Emond," he said slowly. "See if some of our more like-minded friends wish to take a ride with me this evening." He would not plot. Plotting in the shadows was for women and those less than men. He was a knight, he was a prince and he would one day be king. It would be done honorably, which is not to say it would be done foolishly. "What are we hunting?" Emond asked, his eyes shining bright. He smiled grimly at his brother. "Snakes," he replied, reaching down and buckling on his sword belt. Emond gave him a fierce grin. "We should invite our sister," he said. "Rumor has it she dislikes him as much as we do." "She has her own," he said shortly, thinking of the Night of Kisses. If even half the stories were true about the man, he made a mockery of the title of knight with his every breath. To think his sister held him so close, another crime he could lay at father's feet. She would not associate with such a cur if father had not placed her in danger. He reached for his cloak. Emond merely grunted. Emond only cared about their mother's creature, after all. There were some days he thought Emond might hate their mother. His resentment seemed almost perpetual in comparison to Hela's and his own, that came and went like the tides. A man should not hate his own mother, he should honor her, yet in the dark of the night it was harder to tell himself that. She opposed his appointment, did she not, he said, forcing those thoughts away again. Why did they dog him so? Why did every thought eventually drag him back to her? It was almost constant. "She knows he is mother's," said Emond, opening the door as he finished fastening his cloak over his shoulder. "She knows what mother will use him for. Then we shall visit our sister before we meet for our hunt and ask her if she has any further concerns on the matter," he decided, falling into the deniable doublespeak they used when they were not certain they were alone. "It will be easier to tackle our plans for an even greater gathering if we control the planning committee." If she had any further concerns, she would have acted on them, said Emond. He grimaced. That was true. She has no love for snakes. Again I might point out she has one of her own, he said dryly, and Emond smiled. And I might point out that rumor says she keeps him around for a very different purpose. He blushed like a man not wedded and bedded, who did not have a babe on the way, and Emond roared with laughter, earning them some strange looks from the servants. "Emond," he hissed, annoyed. "Our sister is not some harlot." His brother didn't answer, just snickered to himself, more pleased by his reaction than the implication of the joke. He had heard both sets of rumors surrounding Joffrey Valerian's rise to father and husband of dragons from mere second son of a minor storm lord. What rot! The man may be a dishonorable dog, but his sister and Sir Laner were not. "I bid you goodbye here, brother, I have a hunt to plan and a squire to take in hand." He clasped Emond on the shoulder and embraced him briefly. "Be swift," he said, picturing Lady Arabella's face. "Matters may escalate if we do not act soon." "Do not worry, brother," said Emond, his features becoming serious. "I will do as you ask. We shall put a stop to this deadly bickering between women." He hoped that true. He was not sure how much more of the princess and the Queen Westeros could take. Chapter 159, New Life, Chapter 134. Chapter Text. How could words from a stranger ever comfort you when you lose your mother? Lionel was even younger than I was when Emma Oren had died. I could recall the weeks afterwards with crystal clear clarity. The grief, the horror, the constant barrage of condolences from men and women that had never even met her. How insincere they'd seemed then. For every lordling that had sent genuine words, there were 5 more that had likely only sent such words to see what opportunities the situation might bring them. My body may have been 7, but I had not missed the women pouring into the capital, all full of false grief whilst draping themselves in finery to hopefully catch the eye of a king. I could picture what Highgarden would look like now. Those with any blood tying them to Lionel through his mother or father would be pouring in, each insisting only they could protect him. Hightower and Tarly troops patrolling to ensure nothing went wrong as they anxiously awaited father's decision on the matter. Would the boy lord know his mother was murdered, or would he buy their explanation of an accident? I could hardly tell him myself. I had no proof for one, only a suspicion that Alicent had ordered his mother's death based on timing and implausibility. Others would see that too. I had no doubt the whispers would already have begun. I would have to take my blacks in hand, especially if Alan Tarly had emerged as their leader. He was the type to consider revenge killings. I made a note to inquire what had happened to the Mullendor that had fired the arrow. I sighed and put the quill aside, staring at the page, blank of any comforting words, and instead scrawled with my thoughts and reminders. What would the words of a princess he had never met do for Lionel really? A knock on the door interrupted my brooding quite neatly. "Come," I called, and the door opened to reveal a maid. "Your Grace," she started, "your brothers are downstairs awaiting you." Did Aegon already know? I rose from my desk. "Thank you for letting me know. I will attend to them shortly." She bowed and left, shutting the door behind her. What could Aegon want? Wait, she had said brothers, plural, Aemon too? Neither were plotters and schemers, so what were they up to? I could not believe Aegon would be involved in Arabella's death, even if I was certain his mother was. He was honorable, as much as I wanted to laugh at the idea. He was not the type to poison, he was the type to challenge a man to a duel and fight him fairly, to let him pick up another blade if he disarmed him. Aemond may be more flexible in his morals, but again, he was the direct type. If he wanted you dead, he'd pick up the blade and do it, and damn any who tried to get in his way. No, I was thinking into this too much. They probably weren't even here about Arabella. Merely visiting their pregnant sister, which they were wont to do on occasion. I stroked my swollen belly thoughtfully before making for the door, grimacing as the little one made sure I knew of their presence as I reached the stairs. Aegon and Aemond were indeed waiting for me within, dressed in leathers and cloaks. Did I miss some invitation? I asked, jokingly. Aegon smiled and rose as I entered, Aemond's eyes following me coolly. My brother did not sit again until I was seated. "We intend to hunt later, that is all," said Aegon. "A little late," I pointed out. "The sun will be setting by the time you make the forest, even if you leave now." "That is the point, sister," said Aemond. "We are not hunting normal prey." The way he said it had me wanting to shiver. Instead, I forced my smile to remain in place, looking askance at Aegon. My brother blushed under my look and shot Aemond an annoyed look. "You might have been more tactful," he muttered before turning back to me. "Aemond speaks truly. We hunt snakes." "Snakes," I repeated, doubtfully. "Forgive me, unless you speak metaphorically, I doubt you will find much prey this close to King's Landing." "We speak metaphorically," Aegon assured me, and I wanted to groan. What had happened now? Why were they here? As if I did not have enough to worry about with Alicent blatantly murdering the Regent of the Reach. "Then you will drown in them. This city is a nest of them, and you would do well to leave the matter to those best equipped to deal with them." I could already tell my warning would not work. They were fired up. Who were they even hunting? "Do you have a specific snake in mind?" "Yes," said Aemond. "Larry's strong." The smile did die from my face then, and Aegon looked triumphant. "I knew it. You do know who he is?" "He was Alicent's. Why did Aegon seek his downfall?" Confusion slithered through me. "Of course I do." My tone was easier than I intended, and I hurried to correct it. "He is yours though, why do you hunt him?" Aegon scowled at his boots, and I had to marvel at such a swift change in his handsome features. "You see," he said, turning to Aemond. "This is why we must rid ourselves of him. The people think him mine." "He is not." I asked. "Yet it is your cause he serves." "He serves mother," spat Aemond. "Not Aegon." "Is there a difference?" I asked, part of me begging myself to stop talking, to ally with them, and to not push the matter. "Yes," said Aegon, firmly. "I will not rise to the throne through dishonorable actions." "You have heard of Lady Tyrell's fate," I guessed, and both of them nodded, faces grim. "We thought to speak with her ourselves," explained Aegon. "But she chose you. We would have abided by that." "Your mother would not have done," I said. "But I confess, this is overt. Very overt. She plays the longer game, the quiet game." "It is not a game." Aegon burst out. "It is real people. Lady Arabella is dead." "I am sorry, you are correct," I said, a flash of guilt making the apology genuine. "Besides," said Aemond. "Does it matter what game she plays? There is no other that benefited, and mother has her snake. All she had to do was suggest to him life would be easier without Lady Arabella in it." "Which is why," said Aegon. "We want him gone." "And you came to me," I said. "I will not deny I want him gone too, but it is out of my hands." You have nothing on him, asked Aegon, his voice full of frustration. What about your knight? Does he have any information? Any proof? The way he said knight seemed to convey the capital letters associated with it, and I frowned. My knight, I repeated slowly, and Aemon smirked as Aegon's frown only deepened. Which knight do you mean? I have many in my service. He means the Knight of Kisses, said Aemon, smirk growing. The one who disappears people and sneaks around so you don't have to. Joffrey does not disappear people. I lied indignantly. And he is a perfectly respectable man. Just because he is crippled. Let's not argue, said Aegon, looking at me as if he was gravely disappointed in me. Ugh, he looks like father when he's like that, and it was like getting caught kicking a puppy. We must focus on Larry's. He is slippery. I wrestled with my thoughts for a moment. Should I tell them of his true obsession? That he only cared about Joffrey? That if they truly bothered him, he would have them killed, and damn what Alicent thought on the matter? Aegon, listen to me, he is your mother's ally, but not her subordinate. He has his own goals then, he asked. I do not know if I should be comforted or horrified. You should be on your guard. You are nothing to him, and Aemond is even less. Should you rouse his anger? He will have us killed, said Aemond, scowling. Let him send his assassins, I can handle any who would threaten Aegon. And if he tries to poison me? Asked Aegon dryly before frowning. But I understand your warning, sister, and I thank you for it. But you will not give up. I guessed, sighing heavily. He shook his head. I cannot suffer such a dishonorable bastard associated with my name. The stubborn set to his mouth told me I could do little to dissuade him from this. I wanted to groan but restrained myself, instead nodding in return. When I bring proof of his misdeeds to father, I assume you will back me up. You will find little proof, I told him. But if, by the will of the seven you do, I will back you up. Aegon sighed in relief before rising. This time, Aemond followed him up. Thank you, sister, he said, earnestly. Maybe once Larry's is gone, you can get rid of your own snake. Again, Joffrey is a perfectly nice man, I told them. Aegon gave me that look of disappointment again. Aegon, he has 2 children. He has indeed risen high, said Aegon. I know you feel you need him to be safe, sister, I do not fault you for that. But when we have vanquished Larry's, he will not be necessary. Keep that in mind. Is that a threat? I asked, tone cold again. He blinked, looking unsure. No, said Aemond. He just thinks you don't actually like Sir Joffrey. He is my good brother and good friend, I insisted. More, if you believe mother, snorted Aemond before catching my annoyed look and adding quickly, not that I do. Aemond, we spoke about this, warned Aegon before turning back to me. We shall depart, sister, else we shall be late for our hunt. I dropped a distracted kiss to his cheek and then Aemond's. Both of them looked determined, eyes shining with excitement. Once they were safely gone, I dropped onto a couch and very carefully did not scream in frustration. Damn those empty-headed idiots. A moment later, I rang the bell and a maid appeared soon after. Tell me, is Sir Joffrey in today? I asked. Yes, your grace, he is in his office. Would you like me to fetch him for you? She asked. No, that is quite all right, I told her. Have some fruit tea sent to us though. I wish to talk over some matters with him. Yes, your grace. After she had gone, I rose and trooped off to Joffrey's office. There wasn't much sound from within, then again, there never was. He liked his peace and quiet, it gave him time to think as he went through the many reports he had to sift through to stay on top of the intelligence game. I knocked with a sigh. Come, he called, and I entered. He smiled when he saw me and it seemed to me he should wear glasses. It was such an irreverent thought, I giggled. Do I have something on my face? Not at all, I am merely in a strange mood. He frowned at that and I sat in the seat across from him. A strange mood for a strange day. Aegon just left. Joffrey put his report down and I received his full focus. My explanation was cut off by the maid arriving with tea, however. Once we had sent her away with our thanks, I ran through Aegon and Aemon's visit. By the end of it, I was certain he had given himself a concussion from the many face palms. They're going to get themselves killed, was his response when I finally finished. Mother's mercy, they have no sense of tact or subtlety. No, they do not, I agreed, sipping my tea. I want you to keep an eye on them. Easier said than done, said Joffrey, rubbing his eyes. Is there no knight in his retinue with a taste for pretty girls? I asked. Or a taste for gambling what he cannot afford? Plenty, said Joffrey. Even if they try to keep it quiet. Perhaps the farman boy. I don't want Aegon to get himself hurt, I said. He may have his head firmly lodged up his own behind but he is my brother. I understand, said Joffrey. I think you are being hopeful on the matter, but I understand. Thank you, I said, slumping in my seat, before remembering a certain detail of his visit. You have well earned his ire though. Joffrey snorted. I have earned the ire of many. He is not the first and he will not be the last. Still, I laughed. Perhaps you ought to make sure you don't become the subject of your own snake hunt. Then I will be most diligent in that task, he said, tone clear he was mocking me. Now, do we intend to meet tomorrow in our usual time and place? Any pretense of work dissolved from there, giving way to court gossip and jokes. Chapter 160, New Life, Chapter 135. Chapter Text. As Joffrey had predicted, Alan Tarly and Ormond Hightower soon presented themselves at court, each vying for the right to assume the title of regent for Lionel Tyrell. According to them, Arabella had left no written will and the young lord could hardly be trusted to pick his own regent from the mass of men and women that surrounded him, each claiming his favour and fighting for his attention. In addition to the Tarleys and the Hightowers, the Florents had also arrived. They argued Arabella's will was clear. She had wanted her cousin, Lord Desmond Florent, to become regent for Lionel in the event of her death, as she mistrusted the rest of the lords, fearing they would use Lionel. I had to admit that seemed true enough. Even Lord Alan was only interested in the title for the power it would give him to check the Hightowers. The matter seems obvious to me, said Edmund. Ormond Hightower is a proven commander and has spent his entire life tirelessly serving the Reach and its overlords. The matter is not obvious, said Corlys. That is the issue. Too many feel this unfortunate death is being used to advance Hightower power at the expense of the Tyrells, who still rule the Reach last I checked. Edmund's jaw clenched, his eyes flickering about for support. Larry seemed amused and Jasper, well, I was fairly sure Jasper was still attempting to avoid Elenda's notice when it came to his political leanings. If I may, said Lord Jasper. Why not bring the boy here? If the families of the Reach insist on pulling the boy this way and that, perhaps he should be removed altogether. We have precedent to justify it, after all, in the form of Aelyandrum Martell. Not the worst idea, I suppose. The Reach lords would complain endlessly about such a move, said Larrys, smiling in that same manner he always did. They would see it as an attempt to seize more power and oversight of the Reach. And half the Reach would see a Hightower regency as a Hightower coup, said Corlys, sourly. As if Lord Alan Tarly is any better, asked Maester Edmund. The man is known for questionable associations, as I am sure you know, Lord Corlys. And what does that mean? Asked Corlys, his voice dangerously low. I forced my own neutral, somewhat bored expression to remain fixed in place. Enough, barked Viserys. If you cannot be civil, do not speak. I would thank you, Edmund, to not cast aspersions on my kinswoman. The maester flushed and mumbled an apology, yet Corlys still looked as if he wished to leap across the table and strangle the man. Even the hand, so quiet these days, was giving him an icy look. A fostering with the crown is not a terrible idea, I said, and the eyes of the table turned to me. Lord Lionel will need consistency and guidance, could a Reach in turmoil truly offer that? But who would foster him? Asked Larrys. Yourself. The king, of course, I replied. Or the Lord Hand. I am afraid, Lord Strong, that I already have far too many young people to watch over. I followed up by patting my belly. As if on cue, the little one began his activities. Viserys smiled indulgently at me, before stroking his mustache in thought as the others chuckled. I fear Lord Strong is right, said Lyman. Too many Reach lords would not see the crown as neutral in the fostering. I blinked, turning my wide-eyed look of betrayal to Lyman. The old man met my gaze evenly, almost apologetically, before turning back to my father, who nodded sadly. Lyman rarely offered his opinion on matters not directly linked to the economy or the treasury. Then, father murmured. I will make my decision tonight and deliver it tomorrow. Rhaenyra, walk with me. I rose and followed him, our arms linking together as we ambled out over a familiar balcony. This was where he had taken me to task for the first time all those years ago. How I'd cursed him then, how I'd raged at the injustice of it all. To think I'd been so shocked that of all people, the king should be more than a problem to be planned around and not my greatest supporter. This is a bad business, father said finally. A bad business indeed. I agree. I am watching them all carefully. Father snorted in derision at that. I don't doubt it, he said finally. You are of mind with me, then? Her death was preventable. Preventable in the same way assassinations are, I said. You speak boldly. I could hear the faint disapproval in his tone. She had just agreed to have Lionel and Emma meet, I replied, and he let my arm drop, bringing his hand up to rub at his eyes. Might I remind you who the Mullendors are sworn to? You bring my accusations with no proof again, Rhaenyra, he said icily. I merely point out the timing was extremely fortuitous for Hightower interests. He scowled at me. The Mulandor that loosed the arrow has been sent to Bravus in exile. A nice fat deposit in an account at the Iron Bank for him. Larry's has told me none of this, Viserys interrupted, eyes narrowed. Does your man tell you differently? You know he does, I replied. Just as you know in your heart why Larry's has not told you the truth of the matter. Challenging him like this was wrong and very, very dangerous. If I wasn't careful, he would rage and rant. He would punish me, whether by barring me from the small council for a while or worse, sending me to Dragonstone to stew for a few weeks. What had made so bold and reckless lately? What was pushing me into using my words like my knives, flung with the intent to harm? I curled my hand around my stomach. I have had enough of this argument, he told me, voice low with warning. Then let us not argue, father, I suggested, backing away from the metaphorical ledge. He stared at me for a good long while before extending his arm again. I winced at how stony his face had gone and how stiff his posture was. I am sorry. It felt wrong to apologize when he was the blind one, but I had been indiscreet. I needed him on side more than ever and I needed him to think well of me. It must have worked because he relaxed by a small degree. You must understand, said Viserys quietly. By casting such aspersions on Larry's, you cast them on Lionel and Harwin as well. I find no fault with them, I protested. It is him. Yet you have no proof, my father pointed out and I sighed. If I take you at your word, with no proof, then I am no better than Magar. He is a talented man, I cannot fault him for playing politics when you have half the court doing so. Not quite half the court these days. Actually, these days, it was barely a quarter, but I saw the rebuke for what it was. I understand, I said. He will slip up eventually and I will have proof. I just do not understand why you welcome him to the small council when you know he is Alicent's creature. Alicent is fighting a battle she lost years ago, said Viserys. You think your brother will usurp you? He wants that council, I replied. I am aware, said Viserys calmly. He will not get it in my life or yours. He will not move against you otherwise. Am I wrong? If Alicent forces his hand. She will not, said Viserys firmly. He is too good a man to let himself be blackmailed into doing so. Now, let us change the subject. The Regency, I said. That is what you wished to discuss. Yes. What do you think? He watched me carefully, his eyes speculative. It took me a moment to realize that this was some sort of test to him. I turned my attention to King's Landing, laid out before us and pursed my lips. Not Ormond, I said. The High Towers are already too powerful within the Reach. Before we know it, the Tyrells will be another extension of their rule. Father said nothing. What answer did he expect? He watched me with those violet eyes that gave nothing away. Since when had he been so good at hiding his feelings? The Florents, I hesitated. In truth, they were likely the best choice beyond a royal fostering. They would protect him but I would almost certainly lose my betrothal. I would choose the Tarleys, father. Lord Alan has every virtue Ormond supposedly has and lacks the issues of a high tower regent. Father said nothing for a while and then he sighed deeply. I'm a little disappointed, if I am honest. I stared at him, wanting to rage or cry and caught between the two instincts. Tarley is a firebrand. He'd set the Reach on fire or die trying. But he is loyal, I insisted and father smiled sadly. To you, not to Lord Lionel. The boy would likely die in his care and I think you know that. Father was exaggerating but he wasn't entirely wrong either. Alan would clash with the High Towers over everything. I will be announcing the Regency has been given to House Florent tomorrow. Yes, father, I said, bile rising in my throat along with frustration. What the hell had he just sprung on me? Some stupid test? Choose between the shitty option, the option that's only for you or the one that gives you more chances of being brutally murdered but is the right one. The Florents will protect him. They will guide him. He will be raised by his mother's kinsmen who will love him for who he is to them, not the power they can wield through him. I stayed silent, hoping he did not notice my growing anger but resigning myself to the fact he probably could. Why was it every time I thought I had a handle on him, he screwed me over, seemingly out of spite? And Rhaenyra, I will not bully them into accepting a betrothal that was never put into writing. This is I started, rage getting the better of me but he was quick to speak over me. You are to be queen. You cannot leave your subjects worse off for your own gain. He ignored my glare. You must follow the law and do what is best for them. He trailed off, his eyes softening. You know this is the best choice for Lionel, he said gently. I gritted my teeth. He was right, damn him, but he was still screwing me over. Emma will find another betrothed. A betrothed who will fit her better. I wanted to demand, where? Who could top the Lord Paramount of the Reach? But I stopped myself in time. Anything I did here out of anger would act against me. He'd set me up in a test he knew I'd fail and he'd hold it over my head. Did you have any in mind? father? I asked. He stroked his mustache thoughtfully. The strong boys jump to mind, he said. Or a Dornish match, perhaps, to bind them ever closer to us. Perhaps the young Oscar Tully or even further north. I will investigate such matches, I lied. I had long since given up on the Tullus, their silence had grated until my patience had snapped. As for the north, no, not until I knew where Cregan was falling on the political map. Thank you. He smiled at me. You will be a great queen, Rhaenyra, you just need to remember that you are their protector as well as their leader. The throne and the crown are not there to benefit you. You are there to benefit them. He delivered the line with such a straight face that I was envious. Had he not partied half my childhood away? Had he not danced the line of a civil war because he wanted me heir and not Aegon? Had he not thrown his own power about with abandon, squandered the potential Jaehaerys had left him and cruised through his early reign on the advice of his counselors? Unfortunately he took my shocked silence as thoughtful musing and clapped me on the shoulder in a fatherly manner. I am proud of how far you have come, he said. I cannot truly prepare you for rule but I can do my best. I love you. He left me there, gaping at him like a fish, ignoring the fact that I hadn't even responded to that last, heartfelt statement. Oh, one of the Velaryons will be hearing about this tonight. I don't know which one yet, but boy will they be hearing about it. Chapter 161, New Life, Chapter 136. Chapter text. It had been Laena that had heard my complaints about Viserys. She'd been the first unfortunate I'd crossed and she'd at least been somewhat sympathetic on the matter, sending for juice and wine and listening to my ever more incoherent rant about the sheer audacity and obliviousness of Viserys Targaryen, adding in her own murmured agreements and nodding her head at all the right moments. She'd gotten her revenge though, being that it was her that had arranged for me to be woken before dawn for an emergency meeting regarding the situation and my latest fuck-up when it came to properly managing my father. So I was already grouchy, curled up on a low couch in front of the fire, with the fruit tea I had gained a taste for filling the room with a pleasing fragrance. I have already informed Lord Tarly of your father's decision, Joffrey told me, as if it were not before sunrise and he had not had a few hours of sleep tops. It won't be long before everyone knows, I murmured before yawning. He told the small council yesterday. Indeed, said Joffrey. I suspect he has already informed the Florents as well, given they sent orders home to raise some troops in case the current guests at Highgarden are reluctant to leave. That was a chilling prospect. Tarly will leave, said Laenor. And by doing so, he'll force Ormond to leave as well. He can hardly stay behind to protect Lord Lionel in defiance of his true protectors when the one he is supposed to be protecting him from has already buggered off. And if he comes up with some other excuse, Viagar is itching for a chance to meet him again. I did not like the smile on Laena's face. It was dangerous, as if she were already savoring his death. But it leaves us back where we started, I pointed out. The betrothal went from a sure thing to not happening, Joffrey finished for me. He wasn't good enough for her anyway, said Laenor, firmly. Had she married him, she'd have spent the rest of her life wrangling his vassals for him. You didn't tell me you disapproved, I mumbled, taking a sip of my tea. He shrugged. Unlike Rolf, I can't train him myself, he admitted. You can't train Osgood either, Joffrey pointed out and Laenor gave him a quick grin. No, that's John Harding's job. Joffrey's face twisted into something vaguely approaching annoyance at the mention of Laenor's ex-lover. He will soon be a page, will he not? I said quickly, wanting to head off that argument. He will be 7 this year. Yes, said Laenor. He's supposed to be serving as Jane's cupbearer. That's nice, I said, recalling serving as father's cupbearer. Be silent, be attentive. Hopefully he would not be as lax as I was with the networking side of the role. I had passed up on a dozen friendships out of arrogance back then. It still means we are on the back foot in the Reach again, Joffrey reminded us, pulling us away from the tangent we were liable to go on soon enough. And, although I hate to say it, I believe we have reached an impasse in court itself. You mean to say we should take Rhaenys' advice, I said, getting the point immediately, and go on a progress. All Targaryen monarchs before your father travelled, said Joffrey. So did their heirs. Father has travelled. I wasn't sure why I was defending him given his behavior yesterday, but I felt like I should. To the Riverlands, said Laena and I shot her a look of betrayal. She shrugged. Mother said he only went because of Sir Gonzo's death. Oh, the Tullus of this era. He did, I admitted. But we saw much of the Riverlands. And even now, your familiarity with Lord Samwell and Lord Amos has them looking kindly on you. You have their sisters, after all. I fixed Joffrey with a glare. I am aware of the benefits of knowing your vassals personally, I told him, unimpressed. He gave me an amused look and I tried not scowl at him. He was baiting me, I knew that. And what will happen if we leave court? Asked Laenor. Surely we cannot abandon it to Alicent for half a year at a time. Therein lies 2 problems, said Joffrey. The court, and the time frame. I don't understand, said Laenor. He means we'll be gone much longer than half a year, I told them. My initial plans were for a grand progress. That had been when I was 19, though, and lacked children and babes. Grand progresses were slow affairs, and given the size of Westeros, it could take over a year, maybe even 2, depending on how we chose to travel and how long we stayed at each place. That is, said Laena slowly, that is not doable. We would be better placed to go traveling for a half a year at a time. So you say, I said. Yet if father passes before we have completed even half the progress. And you would abandon the capital for that long, she asked, disbelieving. You would have our children on the road for that long. It is not ideal, I admitted. But nothing. A grand progress is ridiculous, especially at this stage, she snorted. It is the spectacle of it that attracts me, I said finally. It screams power. I have to make my rule personal for them all. That way, even if Aegon calls for his ridiculous council, none will support him. You cannot think this is a good idea, asked Laena, aghast as Joffrey nodded along with me. It is so unnecessary. We have a reasonable guess that Viserys has a few more years left in him, said Laenor slowly, and I winced at the reminder that, in canon, father was due to die 2 years from now. Exactly, said Laena. So if you gallivant off for 2 years on some spectacle-filled progress, you won't be in the capital when he dies. But we will have recently met and secured the oaths of most of the lords of Westeros, I pointed out. In truth, she had a very good point. There was no reason for one long grand progress beyond my own desire for one. Yet if I said that out loud, she would grind me down with excuses and whining. She sighed in frustration and leaned forward in her chair. I cannot leave my own research for so long, she finally admitted. I simply cannot. We waited in silence at that. I had not thought her work so involved, in truth. She came and went from the dragon pit, she frequently left for trips to Dragonstone, and I had known her to go further afield than that for books or information, but... You cannot come with us, then? I asked quietly, and she grimaced. I want to, she told me, almost as if she were begging me to understand. We shall see what can be arranged, said Joffrey, as Laenor shifted uncomfortably. And as for the court, prompted Laenor, gazing at his sister with an expression I didn't recognize. I will write to Jane. Many of her lords are still here, I suggested. It is funny you should suggest her, said Joffrey dryly. You have a letter waiting for you from her. If this meeting hadn't been so God's bedamned early, I could have read it beforehand. Joffrey smiled sweetly at me but then fell into a thoughtful look. Perhaps Lord Redford, he murmured. He is out of favor with Jane and would likely jump for a way back into her good graces. I winced at the reminder. He should not have gone behind her back so, said Laena, tartly. He should have told her from the beginning someone was blackmailing him. Instead, how do you say it? He threw Jess under the cart. And it earned him nothing, I surmised. I will write to Jane. I do not know if Jess is ready to forgive her father yet, but getting him out of the Vale may help. I felt for Lord Gerald, I really did, but he'd messed up and he knew it. His last piece of bargaining power had been working to separate Jess and Donnell Templeton, and even that had been taken away when the man had been sent to the wall alongside his fellow conspirators. In truth, there had been no need to take Jess away from Jane. Certainly the traitors would have been better off sundering Lord Dennis Waynwood from Jane's graces, yet I half suspect they had targeted Jess solely to hurt Jane. So we can effectively form a block to ensure Alicent and Aegon do not get ideas. If something goes wrong, we can return on the dragons with a good amount of speed, Joffrey surmised. And who are we taking with us? Doves, for the most part, I told him. The more we can get them seeing the lords of Westeros swear to me, the more that will be inclined to swear to you in turn, finished Laenor, looking pleased. The more that swear to us now, the less we may have to fight. It will not come to that, I said, sounding unconvincing even to myself. Father's reasoning made sense, yet nobody had exactly planned the dance in the original timeline. If it did kick off here though, I would be ready. So would Laenor, I suspected. He'd been studying tactics and keeping up with his practice. We should begin making arrangements as soon as possible, I decided. The faster we leave, the faster we can return to court to attend to any business. Laenor cocked his head, putting me in mind of a confused puppy for a moment. You intend to begin so soon? In the corner of my eye, I saw the moment Laena's eyes lit up with realization. The babe, she exclaimed. How will you travel with such a young babe? He will be fine after a few months, but if it bothers you so, I shall check with Alanis the next time I see her. Laenor looked unsure, but nodded anyway. Likely he knew I was due to see her very soon indeed, given my checkup was next week, and Helena's confinement on the same day. Blast, how had I forgotten about that? I would have to buy her some books to tide her over. The Seven knew her mother was unlikely to, although I grant that Viserys may. What books did Visera even read? I feel it's too much, Lena whined. I gritted my teeth, but it was Joffrey that interrupted. As if you have not had your adventures, he asked archly. She flinched and lapsed into silence. Now, do you wish for me to dig out your old plans? Storm's End, to Highgarden, then on to Lannisport, Riverrun, the Eyrie, and finally Winterfell, I said, reciting what I could remember of the old itinerary. Add Sunspear in. I'll take Aelyandra to Dorne if I have to hide her in my saddlebag. No Pike? Asked Laenor. Do you want to go to Pike? I asked, and he shook his head, looking amused. Miserable place, muttered Laena. With a lord who needs gelding. Time has not been kind to him, I offered, and she snorted. Time was in the process of not being kind to him when I was there, and yet he still grabbed parts of me when he wanted to. I swallowed the old anger that brought. Hagen Greyjoy was dying, it was not worth the reputation loss of roasting him. He can barely rise from his bed these days, said Joffrey, frowning. I suspect it will not be long until someone kills him. Are things that bad? I asked. Dalton Greyjoy is popular. Young, but he has kills to his name, Joffrey explained. The boy is not even 4 and 10, murmured Laenor, aghast. He has been reaving since he was 2 and 10, I said, recalling Joffrey's reports. The future Red Kraken was going to be a problem, I just knew it. His uncles may have raised him, but they have done nothing Hagen himself would not have done. This line of Greyjoys would fit right in with Balon and his little rebellion. I was willing to bet Dalton had been a hero to Balon, actually, and I'm betting the man did not see the problem in how he died. He'd see his reaving of the Westerlands as glorious, and the fact that Dalton had accomplished little to nothing wouldn't have occurred to him. Well, I would not see him reave to his heart's content under my rule. If he thought he could, I'd let Laenor take his fleet and dragon and turn him and his whole rotten band of budget Vikings into charcoal. Chapter 162, New Life, Chapter 137. Chapter text. It feels wrong, Aegon complained. I have been at her side the entire time. Why not now? It is wrong, said Laenor. As I have complained many times, yet it is tradition, apparently. I watched them from my comfy chair, stroking my belly in amusement. There is no guard on her door, Aegon, I told him, and he turned to me, looking upset. What prevents you from entering? He blushed a vibrant red at that, and Laenor looked amused. It was an old argument for us, but a new one for Aegon. I supposed it spoke well of him as a father and husband that he did not wish to be parted from his wife for so long, and I could not begrudge him the frustration that Laenor shared as well. Helena herself, he grumbled. She told me not to rock the boat, whatever that means. Laenor gave me a disappointed look, and I flushed with embarrassment. I may have slipped more than a few times around Helena too. Perhaps I should be glad I was widely considered well-read, so that when I said odd things, they merely assumed it's something I had picked up from a particularly obscure book. It's a phrase used on Driftmark, said Laenor, turning back to Aegon. It means that you shouldn't try to change things or do anything drastic. I see, said Aegon, puzzled. You can blame me for that particular turn of phrase, I told Aegon, and his puzzlement became amusement. I should have guessed, he laughed before crossing to me. How goes your own pregnancy? The little one is excitable, I said. Soon, you will be able to feel him yourselves. I pray for a son. A strong son, said Aegon as Laenor joined him by my side, his warm hands resting on my stomach. It is magical to feel your own babe growing, said Laenor, full of reverence. Although I was not sure how he could miss the little one partying away down there. My 22nd week approached faster than I thought it ever could. When I first felt our babe, started Aegon, before hesitating and blushing, I thought I might weep. I did weep, admitted Laenor. For all of them. It is a beautiful thing, to be a father. Aegon blinked then, and I looked away, giving him time to compose himself. I could not speak with him about it, he would not accept such overtures, but I wished I could. Instead, I took his hand with a smile. We will be better to our children than our parents were to us, I told him sincerely, and he smiled again. We will, he said. I believe that from how you have raised your own children. I remembered that conversation Helena and I had, just after Alice had tamed Vermithor. She had confessed then that she feared what her mother would do to a son of hers. Did Aegon fear it also? Or did he fear what his own push for the throne, as gentle as he wished it to be, would do to his son? Your Grace. I peered past Aegon to see Alanis in the doorway. It is time for your own checkup. I rose, giving my husband and my brother a smile. Aegon squeezed my hand briefly before releasing it, and Laenor, ever keen to win my blushes, dropped a kiss to my lips and pulled me as close as he could with a wicked smile. I didn't miss the heat go to Aegon's cheeks in turn as he quickly looked away, nor did I miss Alanis' raised eyebrow. Fiend, I murmured, his pleased-looking smirk only growing in response, before I disengaged myself and followed Alanis through the manse. In my room, I found Sira waiting and greeted her with a kiss on the cheek. Do you need help changing? She asked. I let her help, relaxing as the gown that was almost comforting in its familiarity was draped over me. It seems like no time at all since you announced your pregnancy once more. I know the feeling, I said, catching her hand and laying it on my stomach. She beamed, although I did not miss some pain there. She had her nephews, she had the children of the other ladies and the 7 knew she doted on all of my children, but I could tell the prospect of being unmarried and childless for the rest of her life pained her more than she would ever dream of saying. Has some night caught your eye yet? Many catch my eye, she replied with an impish smile, before her features darkened a little. It is catching their eye that is difficult. I can add more to your dowry, I replied, a little too quickly. I fear all that attracts is old lords, already awash with heirs, she whispered. But I thank you for the offer. If one does catch your eye, tell me, I insisted, aware that Alanis was waiting with a stony expression. I will bargain with him. Land, a title, a good dowry, and an offer to legitimize any bastards you are willing to endure. A pretty offer, she said and then drew me close. Thank you. Your Grace, said Alanis and I huffed in laughter. When Sira drew away, she was similarly amused. My apologies, I said and laid on the bed as she usually wished me to. Her hands, always just a shade too cold, came to rest on my stomach, likely feeling for movement. I was sure others could have felt emo when I had been this far gone with her. I was not worried though, I could feel this one myself, in fact, he or she seemed intent on making it impossible not to. I answered her questions truthfully, and stoically endured her lectures on food and exercise. None could ever deny that Alanis did not take her duties seriously. I knew she had lost babes, but I also knew she'd lost less than most and in most cases, it had been out of her hands as to whether the babe lived or died. Tell me, Alanis, how are things at the college? I asked as Sira helped me dress in the aftermath. Alanis paused in her note-taking and glanced up. Right now, she asked. Things are hectic. Master Juret is about to make the journey to King's Landing. What? I asked, causing Sira to snort in annoyance as I managed to wrench a sleeve from her hand. I have heard nothing about this. It's the Grand Master again, she said dryly. I knew Dean Girardis has been ranting about it. The other deans are not best pleased either. Jowan, I murmured and she nodded. From the sounds of it, he's not well. His compatriots refuse college healers so we don't know too much but most doubt he'll see the end of this year. And Juret wishes to take advantage of the upcoming election, no doubt, I surmised. Alanis nodded again, jotting down a few more notes in the silence that followed. And the college itself? Well enough, she replied, then noted my raised eyebrow and sighed, placing her quill aside. Ever more men adopt the techniques the agricultural school puts out, she told me. Although I fear your attempts to introduce new crops to West Eros may be doomed to failure. The rice is still proving difficult. I asked. She replied. I fear you may need to find a new source of seeds. The ones you have now are not doing well. I do not understand, I murmured, frustration evident. It should be warm enough. Although everyone seems impressed with the new corn, Alanis said, not giving me time to get too annoyed at the rice. Honestly, it had been Corley's idea. I had wanted to see about creating more variety in the Westerosi diet, and Corlys had calmly asked if rice might not help as he'd eaten plenty of it on his journeys. I hadn't even realized it existed here and had jumped on the matter, but it seemed like it would be harder to grow than I thought. I did not understand that, by all that I could remember, rice was supposed to be a hardy plant. The selectively bred one? I asked and she nodded. Gives you more for less, she said grinning. Or so I've heard. She was high up enough in the college to know these things, being head of the midwifery course and one of Girardi's right-hand people. I suppose selectively bred animals won't be appearing for a good few decades yet, but the corn is good news, I said and she nodded. More food is never bad, what else? She murmured, scratching at her chin. Your print house is still losing money hand over fist but I reckon you knew that. The glassworks more than make up for it, I insisted and she shrugged. As for our neck of the woods, we're building on what we already know. Germs, tools for diagnoses and surgery. Surgery? I asked and she nodded seriously. It seems ambitious. Dean Girardis generally is. The ether helps, as does the dragon salt, Alanis told me. He wants to show the maesters how it's done. Oh, and train up an entire generation of men better at it than they are. Doctors, I said gravely. Girardis had separated his people out based on how long they'd studied with him and what course they had done, without me even prompting him to. Medics were generally the cross specialists that had done a year with him. People like Sanderson, who was a sailor first and foremost, but knew enough about healing to massively reduce deaths on the ship he served on. His Wiseman and Septon healers would be next. They were what Girardis considered the second most basic of his healers. They knew enough to treat common ailments and symptoms, to perform first aid in emergencies and to recognize when something was out of their hands and send it along to those who knew better, namely, his doctors. This was all a stopgap though. The moment I was queen, I would have a grand hospital built in King's Landing, one that Girardis would be able to fill with his men. Doctors would take their oath and begin their service, wisemen and septon healers would become nurses and the staff of the clinics. It would not be the NHS of my previous life, but it was far better than anything people had access to right now. And, since I knew West Eros well by now, there would be part of those doctors and part of that hospital reserved for use by the highborn. Those that were willing to pay for the privilege of the best medical care they could get. They would, I knew that. The alternative was the care of the maesters or slumming it with the lowborn. Their pride would not allow either if I continued to trash the maesters and spread about tales of the skill of Girardis' men. Apart from that, not much is going on. Yet Juret opens new schools every month, it seems, I said dryly. I was exaggerating. Juret was as good a master of the college as I could ask for, and it seemed he had taken Girardis' expelling worse than Girardis himself if the roadmap he'd presented to me was any indication. He intended to have 21 schools by the time he was done, each staggered in their opening and each rivaling the citadel in some manner. The intent, he'd stated, was to lure the heirs and spares to the college directly. I could not deny that it would work. I had already received some queries from lords about the matter. After all, why rely on a maester when you could learn to do it yourself and be sure you weren't being played? Still, it was only a few inquiries, likely from the cleverest of lords. I expected a few more soon enough, once the implications of Lady Arabella's death had thoroughly sunk in for everyone. As of last time I'd checked, he had 10 of the intended schools open, although only a few could boast students so far. Most had grown naturally from the alchemists I had brought to Dragonstone initially and the book they had studied, although I confess I had requested others to be prioritized: agriculture, architecture, chemistry, geography, economics, engineering, law, history, mathematics, and medicine. By the time I was queen, those learned in these subjects would be available for me to choose from and my reign would be off to a strong start. Perhaps if they continued to impress me, my own children might study there. The more I thought on it, the more I liked the idea. The chance to encounter royalty would do much to boost the fledgling college. Chapter 163, New Life, Chapter 138. Chapter Text 1 and 10. I crowed in delight as the twins were shown into the drawing room where the rest of my household were already gathered. Even Rennis had made her way back to King's Landing despite her leg still not being entirely right. My girls, my firstborn, to think it seems like yesterday you were just little babes. Jocelyn and Alice both blushed as I pulled them in close, although they gave in and curled into me just as tightly as I was clutching at them. Their freedom was short-lived because when I released them, Laner drew them in close, murmuring his own congratulations. We were both a little weepy this morning. We had awoken together and realized that our babes were closer to being women grown than they were those angry, pink blobs they had been when I had presented them to court. "Do you feel any older?" asked Lena from her place by Joffrey's side. Both were worn and haggard looking, as if they had gotten little sleep, although Joffrey wore it better than Lena did, her scars standing out an angry red against pale skin. I would guess they had been talking, as they so often did. I hoped it had borne some fruit. Their friendship had been strained since Rena's birth. "Not really," said Jocelyn, smiling ruefully, rubbing the arm she had broken so recently. An odd expression for her, I noted, pulling her close again and burying my face in the crook of her neck. She giggled and returned the embrace once more. "Mama," she said after a while passed and I did not release her. "My first babe so grown," I murmured, and she huffed with laughter before gently disentangling herself, being sure to be gentle with my right hand. I sent her off to endure the attentions of the others. "Well, I believe they've put up with our embarrassing behavior enough for one morning, don't you think, my love?" said Laner after Jocelyn and Alice had been hugged and kissed and made a fuss of by every adult in the room. I smiled as the younger members of our family were suddenly laser-focused. Presents was something they had been waiting for. Now it is time for the gifts. The girls were shown into the center of the mass of children, both barely containing their excitement, with even Alice not managing to conceal her squirm of anticipation. I caught Laner's eye as he reached down to where he had concealed Jocelyn's gift. He smiled and produced the beautifully carved box, its lid bearing the dragon of House Targaryen. I'd followed in original Rhaenyra's footsteps when it came to my own personal sigil, but it wasn't Jocelyn's. She had yet to create hers. She took the box with curious hands and a bit of embarrassment at being the focus of so many. Yet that could not temper her excitement, however, and her hands shook a little as she undid the clasp and flipped the box open, before letting out a delighted gasp. The sword and dagger laid in the black velvet had been forged by the finest smith on the street of steel, a Kohorek, it should go without saying. "Oh," she whispered before bouncing to her feet and rushing us. "Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you." She was met with indulgent laughs as we scooped her in close again. "You are good," said Laner. "I think it's time we got you an actual tutor instead of letting you observe Rolf's lessons." "Really?" she asked, looking ready to cry. Her lack of tutor had been a point of contention between us in the past, but it was time to acknowledge my daughter was not going through a phase and that even her future husband would hardly find her talent with the blade displeasing, given it was his lessons she so often joined, much to his delight. Speaking of which, Rolf whooped with delight at Laner's words before leaning over to examine the sword and dagger once more with an impressed whistle. I had no doubt those two would have a fine marriage, they were fond enough of one another now, even if they sometimes bickered in the way children did, and Jocelyn had privately confessed that Rolf was a bit of a fool. Once Jocelyn had settled down, still making the occasional sounds of awe over the blades we had given her and nudging Rolf and Luke when she spotted some new detail, I turned to Alice, who perked up instantly, directing a sweet smile at me. Her gift had been simpler to hide and she looked puzzled when I handed her the sealed letter, breaking the seal with a frown. I saw the moment she realized what it contained, her face lit up with delight and she bounced to her feet in excitement. Yes, she exclaimed before thrusting the letter at Alyandra, who took it with a puzzled smile before her own eyes went wide. I could understand why. An entirely new wardrobe, put together by the finest seamstresses King's Landing could offer with the finest materials Laner could gather and import, was quite a gift. She would be the best dressed in all of Westeros, as like as not. Look. Jocelyn took the letter, bemused, as the rest of the children craned their heads over her shoulder. Jane seemed to get it, as did Rena and Emma, although I'd warrant the others were clueless as to why she was so pleased. It didn't seem to dim Ali's happiness though, as she took the letter back and gave us all a tight hug. I shall take you before the feast, I murmured and her eyes lit up. A feast father had insisted on making as grand as he could, hence it being a week after their actual name day. There had been talk of a tourney too, although only a small one. And now time for the other presents. Rennis and Corlys went first, smiling indulgently as Corlys presented Alice with a selection of fragrances and perfumes from far-flung places. For Jocelyn, they had gotten her a fitting for a brand new set of riding leathers which, I noted, included boots, gloves and all the other trimmings like goggles and a fur-lined jacket. Both seemed pleased enough and thanked their grandparents happily. Lena and Joffrey came next. A gift of knowledge, said Joffrey, as he passed a stack of books to Alice, and Lena did the same with Jocelyn. Both girls took them curiously, managing to hide the instinctive disappointment 11-year-olds had with the less exciting gifts. Dragon lore, painstakingly researched and put together by my beautiful wife. And illustrated and printed by the College of Dragonstone, she added, smugly. I watched with a smile as Jocelyn flipped open her book to a random page to find a truly beautiful picture of a dragon, freshly hatched, with its anatomy labeled and explained on the opposite page. I sense new reading material in our lessons, I told her, and she smiled, looking pleased. Thanks Aunt Lena, she said happily, and Lena pulled her close, dropping a kiss to her forehead. Alice was still flipping through her own book, seemingly enraptured by the illustrations and information. You have not been so detailed in our lessons, she finally said, an accusing note to her voice. Lena snorted and Laner and I tensed, preparing for an argument. Did you wish to learn from lectures in a book? You are due to begin writing in earnest soon, we can delay if you wish. At that subtle threat, Alice snapped the book closed with a look of panic. Truly? No, no. I will study these in my own time. I promise. Lena merely smiled and drew her close for a hug, something that did not often happen. Then again, I had hoped they were slowly forging something from their lessons. Both of them complained to me less and less about the other as time went on, and I could not deny Alice seemed to almost look forward to her lessons, and seemed genuinely annoyed when her health prevented her from attending them. That happened less and less these days, but it was telling Lena had never punished her for skipping the lessons, instead acknowledging she was genuinely ill. Vermithor was doing wonders for Alice in more ways than one. Can I give my gifts now? Asked Alyandra when Alice managed to squirm free of her aunt. Amused, I nodded. I had made it clear the children need not buy each other presents, that I would ensure they all received something no matter what, but my older wards had insisted on buying something every year since they had been old enough to have their own allowance. Jocelyn grinned at her as she was passed a thick leather-bound book, the front embossed with a woman wielding a spear. Tales of Nymeria, said Alyandra. From her flight from Essos to her uniting Dorne. Thanks, Ali, she said, running her hands over the book in delight. She passed Alice a set of beautiful and delicately made scarves next, and my second-born seemed just as pleased with them as Jocelyn had been with her gift. You always try and steal mine, said Alyandra by way of explanation, as Alice delighted in the work that had gone into making them. They are fine gifts, I assured her, and she blushed. I haven't got my gifts here, said Jane, when the twins' attention turned to her. But father is having them sent over. Them? Asked Jocelyn, and Jane smiled. 2 of the finest horses, straight from father's personal stock, she boasted. 1 true black and the other white, for your own colorings. Truly, said Alice. They had their own mounts already, of course, but they were not Bracken-bred horses. Jane nodded in response to Ali's wide-eyed question. Oh, and I hope I did not overstep, but Jocelyn's is a destrier." Jocelyn cut her off by throwing her arms about Jane with a squeal of glee, and I shot Laner a look of defeat. He smiled in turn before rolling his eyes. "So it seems you'll be learning the lands as well," he said ruefully, and Jocelyn went pink but nodded. I laughed and Jane seemed to relax. A bracken-bred destrier was a fine gift, probably one of the more expensive ones Jocelyn would receive this year. I would have Jane make sure both knew how to properly care for their horses. That is, if the damnable things didn't pull their arms off, those horses would be strong. Then again, my daughters rode dragons. A horse was nothing compared to a dragon. "A courser for you," Jane was saying to Alice. "I know how you want to go hunting." "Thank you, Jane," said Alice, smiling widely. I did not miss the triumphant gaze Jane directed at Alice Ann, nor did I miss the annoyed frown that crossed the Blackwood's face in response. I sensed a competition there, one Jane had just won. I strangled a sigh and resolved to take them to task later. Alice Ann's own gifts were 2 beautiful hunting bows made of weirwood and horn. It seemed both my children had expressed a desire to see and take part in a hunt at some point. Perhaps it would be worth arranging one once Helena had given birth and recovered. She was the true hunter in House Targaryen at the moment. Alice Ann, like Jane, was drowned in thank yous and hugs for the thoughtful and expensive gifts. Rolf was next up, blushing as he told Jocelyn about a fine hawk he'd procured for her to hunt with. He blushed even darker when she squealed with glee and threw her arms about his neck with a laugh, dropping a delighted kiss to his cheek. I couldn't help but snicker as he rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Yes, I truly had no doubt their marriage would be a happy one. He gave Alice jewelry, beautiful silver dragons inlaid with a wide variety of precious stones. There was no jealousy from Jocelyn, she had never been the type for jewelry anyway. "Thank you, Rolf," said Alice, her tone pleased but polite as she turned a small silver brooch in the shape of a dragon with amethyst eyes over so it caught the light again and again. "And now it's time for my gifts," crowed Luke, and I really wished I had missed the look of alarm of both Lena and Joffrey's face. It meant, quite simply, that they had not known this year would be the year Luke decided to start giving gifts out. "Do you need any help with them, my boy?" asked Joffrey, going to stand. Laner glanced at him, picking up on his sudden nervousness. Luke shook his head happily and disappeared from the room, returning a moment later with a basket covered with a blanket. I caught Lena's eye and gave her a raised eyebrow, and she flushed before elbowing Joffrey. Not that her husband seemed to care, he was too busy staring at the basket in horror. Mostly because it was now very obvious to all that something within the basket was alive and scrabbling about. "This is for you, Jocelyn," he said proudly, laying it down in front of her. Curiously, she pulled aside the blanket before her eyes went soft in a way I had only ever seen when she was with the entity of pure evil they like to call a cat. "Oh, Luke," she breathed fondly, before reaching in and producing a small, black puppy. It barked happily and lapped at her face, earning a giggle as she brought it in closer. I winced. It was not even the gift that was the issue, it was the fact that I had not been warned, and I very much doubted Luke of all people had thought ahead and bought the various accessories when he'd bought the dog. Actually, I thought, examining the dog closer. Where had he gotten that thing from? It did not look like any breed I could recognize offhand. "I got it from the market," Luke was saying proudly. "He bit me and it reminded me of Jocelyn." "Oh no." I raised my eyes to see Joffrey go pale and Lena to drop her face into her hands in despair. "We'll have it cleaned," muttered Laner, wincing as the puppy lapped at Jocelyn's face again. "And trained. And possibly a visit from one of Gerardi's men for Jocelyn. Who knew what a mongrel bought from a market in King's Landing would have picked up? I certainly didn't want my daughter catching rabies or something. And Luke too if the blasted thing bit him." Laner snorted as Luke trotted out the room again, returning with a book of all things. He presented it to Alice, his ears red. Puzzled, she took it. "This reminded me of you," he said. I rolled my eyes. It seemed Luke's presents were destined to always be interesting ones. If it reminded me of you was how he intended to go about it, although I'd bet he was in for a lecture on appropriate gift-giving from his father if Joffrey's expression was anything to go by. Alice flicked it open, her eyes skimming over the pages before her puzzlement became delight and she threw her arms about Luke's shoulders. "Poems," murmured Laner, sitting back with a smile. "On the nature of beauty. He's a good boy. I shall treasure it," Alice promised. "Thank you, Luke." Chapter 164, New Life, Chapter 139. Chapter Text. To Alyssa and Jocelyn, roared Viserys, for what must have been the 50th time that night. The feasting hall was quick to echo his toast, letting out an almighty cheer that had father beaming at them and both Jocelyn and Alice looking pleased by the general merriment their 11th birthday had produced. I watched with an amused smile as Rhaenys, who seemed glued to their side today, leaned across in her chair to tell them something. Whatever it was, it had Jocelyn grinning and Alice giggling. "Your father is in good cheer," said Laner, whose gaze was roaming about the hall. "He always is when it comes to my children," I told him before ruefully adding, even if he is dissatisfied with their father. Laner snorted with laughter at that and scooped up his wine. I followed suit with my juice and caught his free hand to lay across my stomach. He smiled as the little one inside squirmed within me. He will be an active one, said Laner. A handful. So was Jocelyn, I said with a nod to our daughter. We've survived it once and we will survive it again. On the road with the Rod of King's Landing behind us, he said with a smile before frowning. Have you told your father? I winced. No, I have not. He will not approve, I admitted, and Laner shook his head with a smile. Maybe I should tell him, he is already wroth with me, he mused. I snorted and reached up to tug on his beard a little, earning me a squawk of indignation. Enough talk of grim things, I told him, letting go. Let's enjoy the feast, maybe dance a little. He smiled and caught my hand, rising with me. Both of us enjoyed dancing, I had discovered, and we frequently found ourselves partnering up, even in the privacy of the manse. Lena detested dancing despite being talented at it, and Joffrey could not without quite a bit of pain. Laner was grinning by the time the first song came to an end and much more relaxed besides. Not everyone was enjoying the festivities though, given the way Aegon was slumped at the high table, shooting annoyed glances at his mother. Alicent looked similarly miserable, although she hid it much better. The strain was there though, and her gaze wandered frequently enough to Aegon that I could guess from the way her eyes tightened in pain that they'd argued recently. Very recently, if she were this obvious. The biggest hint was Aemond though, I reflected as Laner whirled me about. My brother seemed to be struggling to decide just who he wanted to glare at more, Alice or Alicent. He'd settled for letting his furious gaze flick between the two as he tapped out an angry beat on the table and clenched his jaw so tightly I could see the muscle straining when the dance took us close. Durin hovered close by to him, acting as his cupbearer rather than a prince attending the name-day feast of his nieces. I smiled as Aemond almost lazily gestured and Durin came forward, pouring more wine for him in a surprisingly speedy manner. My youngest brother's gaze soon turned to elsewhere in the room though, and it wasn't hard to see where. Visera, huddled by Emma and Rena and seemingly only listening to the animated conversation the two were having. Thank you for the dance, I told Laner as the set came to an end. You're quite welcome, wife, he teased back. Have you spotted something that requires your attention? You know me so well, I teased right back and he adopted a smug smile. Think we can get my wards dancing among themselves? Laner raised an eyebrow before glancing back at the table our children occupied. Alice Anne and Aelyandra were discussing something with a great deal of animation, arms waving and faces set with determination. Rolf, Luke, and Jane were also similarly caught up in conversation, with Jane seemingly lecturing the two boys. I would guess on horses, it was the only topic they were likely to defer to her on. Laner looped his arm through mine as we seated ourselves at the table. Where is Aemon? I asked, receiving giggles as my answer from the girls. Lady Cassandra dragged him away to dance, Luke said, as Rolf blushed. Oh dear, drawled Laner dryly. The girl Aemon was betrothed to was not set in stone yet, it had been agreed it would be decided closer to his birthday. However, Elenda had warned me that her girls had gotten wind of the arrangement and all three wanted to be queen. Cassandra was the eldest and viewed it as her right, yet she was 8 years older than Aemon, something her younger sisters viewed as reason enough to try themselves. Maris had 4 years on Aemon and was the cleverest of the sisters by a country mile whilst Ellen was closest in age to Aemon at only 3 years older, and easily made up in sweetness what she lacked in Maris' cunning and Cassandra's drive. Regardless of their personalities, I sensed Lady Cassandra abducting my son might have something to do with this ongoing competition more than any real desire to dance with him. Father went to watch, Luke told me. So he says you aren't to worry. Ah, I said back, relief washing away the first stirrings of worry. He knows me so well. Now, come, I want you all showing the world I have not been remiss in my lessons to you. That got a chorus of groans and unhappiness. May I dance with Jocelyn? Asked Rolf, eyes flickering nervously up to the high table where Jocelyn sat with Alice. I smiled indulgently at him. Go and ask her, I told him. She is 1 and 10, I cannot decide for her. Rolf left the table so quickly I thought he might have been running. It certainly got indulgent smiles from the rest of my wards and children. Luke, I said warningly and he dropped his gaze to the table. Both Joffrey and I had told our respective project in operation, happy marriage, that they should make the effort to dance together tonight. Aelyandra, he said finally. Would you do the honor of dancing with me? Aelyandra's dark eyes fixed upon my face as she gave me a glare to let me know how unhappy she was with the situation, before holding out her arm. I would be happy to, Lucerys, she replied through gritted teeth, words at odds with her tone. We all watched, partly in horror and partly in amusement as Luke led his betrothed off to dance and they promptly managed to turn it into a fight as to who might lead. Can Emma and I dance together? Asked Rena, tugging on the sleeve of my dress. Of course, I told them and they gave each other wide grins before parking themselves beside Luke and Aelyandra's ongoing mess, distracting both of them with chatter. Said Laner. That's rather clever of them. And who should we dance with? Asked Alizan, glancing at Jane with trepidation. Wait here, I shall find you suitable dance partners, I assured them as an idea sprang to mind. I made my way back to the high table to find Renus and father in a deep conversation about dragons, Jocelyn and Rolf shuffling about together and Corlys dancing with Alice, beaming at his granddaughter as she proved able to keep up with him. I smiled at them all as I slipped past and found Aegon and Iman sulking closer together than they had been before. Brothers, I said in a low voice. I have a favor to ask. Oh, said Aegon, forcing a smile onto his face. If it is within our power, we shall grant it. I ignored the glare I was getting from Alicent and gestured for Durin to put his jug down and come closer. He did, looking curious that he should be included. I have 3 ladies with no dance partners, I told them. Including our dearest sister. Then we shall aid you happily, laughed Aegon, his smile becoming a bit more genuine. Come Durin, no doubt Visera would love a dance with you. I have had too much wine, said Emond, sulking slightly. Aegon pulled a face and I stepped back, directing my attention to the crowd as Aegon stepped in close and he and Emond proceeded to have a hissed conversation. The issue with Emond was that he was entirely too rash. He'd jumped to conclusions in his anger and by the time he was finished acting on those conclusions and calmed down, he often found himself in the wrong. I was given to believe that was what had happened with Alice. She had told him of my detailed records of the dragon movements on Dragonstone and given him the letter detailing Vermithor's flight from his lair. In his anger, he'd concluded that I had betrayed him, deliberately tried to play him false as to his desired dragon's location and jumped into his little plot with Alice as a result. Now he could not let go that he had been manipulated so, especially by one so young, and it was driving him mad. After a few more heated whispers, I heard Emond sigh in defeat and turned back. Emond turned his gaze to me and I raised an eyebrow. He sighed heavily and finished his wine in a single gulp before rising. He was not going to let it go, I knew that for sure. In fact, I suspected the only reason he'd never turned that anger on me was the fact that he knew he had been in the wrong when he'd helped Alice escape. He would certainly turn it on her if I let him though. I led the 3 princes back through the crowd, garnering many curious looks as I did. My ladies, said Aegon with a bow as we reached them. I am told you lack a partner. We do, my prince, said Alizan, scrambling to her feet with a blush on her face. Have you come to aid us? Aegon caught her hand and lowered a kiss to the back of it, sending her redder. If I weren't so damn sure he was loyal to Helena, I might have made a scene, but as it was I suspected if she ever thought him unfaithful she'd cut something he considered very important off. Indeed we have. Care to dance, Lady Blackwood? She was giggling as he led her off, even the back of her neck was red. Flirt, said Laenor without much heat as we stared after them. Durin shoved his way over to Visera and held out his hand. She took it with a shy smile and the 2 were soon gone as well. Which left? Did you want to dance, Lady Bracken? Asked Emond. It was not quite the elegant proposal Aegon had given Alizan but Jane merely smiled and shrugged before offering him her hand. I was sure to mouth thank you to him as he led her away. My brother merely rolled his eyes and produced something I think he hoped was a smile but looked closer to a grimace of pain. Where is Laena, if Jove is with Emond? Asked Laenor suddenly. I'm not sure, I said, peering about for my lover. Yet I saw no flash of silver gold hair beyond my own children. I sighed. I will find her. Go and find Joffrey and ensure our son does not end the night married. The worry drained from Laenor's face and he laughed, dropping a kiss to my cheek before striding off. Rhaenyra, said Aelyandra. Surprised, I glanced around. Both her and Luke seemed to have tired of stamping on each other's toes and were watching me carefully. Lady Laena was feeling ill, so she told us to tell you she went home. She told father, said Luke, shooting her a glance in annoyance. But father went off with Emon. I see, I said. I will find her when the feast is over then. Aelyandra gave me a thin smile and I was forced to wonder what she thought of her would-be good mother. Father may have declared the Bulwer as responsible for the massacre and Laena blameless, but given the rabble-rousing of Miles Sand, I wasn't sure how believed that was by the Dornish themselves. I would hope that being taught the spear by Laena would give Aelyandra insight into the woman she was, but I couldn't help but wonder if it was another layer to her dislike of Lucerys as a husband, that he was the son of a woman she believed had slaughtered her subjects. Might we find Alyssa? Asked Aelyandra, interrupting my thoughts again. Yeah, agreed Luke. We should find her and make sure she isn't lonely since Jocelyn is with Rolf. Amused, I stared at them both. Well, it seemed there might be one thing they agreed on at least. Although I wasn't sure how that would help them in their adult life, but if it meant cooperation now. Go, I chuckled. And tell her not to consume too much wine. Chapter 165, New Life, Chapter 140. Chapter text. You left early. Laena jumped as I let myself into her room, nearly dropping the book she was absorbed in. I did not fail to notice she'd changed into more comfortable clothes either. Rhaenyra, she breathed. You surprised me. I apologize, I said, and she smiled, although I didn't miss the fact she seemed almost unsure of herself as she rose to face me, fidgeting with the spine of the book. I was feeling unwell. She was lying. At my look, she blushed before dropping the book into the seat she had been occupying until very recently and striding to the window, pulling aside the curtains and fumbling with latch with an aggravated sigh. It is foolish, she finally muttered. Not if it has you so upset, I shot back, and she sighed again. I overheard some squires speaking of me, that is all. I grimaced at that and stepped closer, laying my hand on her shoulder as gently as I could. She felt as if she were made of stone beneath me. I knew what would be said about me before I began this quest. But it still hurts. I asked quietly. She pushed away from the window and caught my hand, smiling sadly. I care little as to the rumors a gaggle of squires spread about me, she told me. It merely hurts to know my parents are of the same mind. Ah, I said, before pulling her in close and gently stroking her hair. It must have hurt her back to bend down to the point where she could lay her head on my shoulder, but I wasn't about to point that out as she took a great shuddering breath in my arms. Rhaenys and Corlys are some of the most stubborn people I know, Laena, but I don't doubt they love you. Then you are wrong, she whispered. You are wrong. I fear I have not been truly loved by them since Luke, since Daemon. It was their mistake as much as it was yours. They threw you to him, they encouraged it, and had you married him in the end, they would not have cared at all when Luke was truly conceived. At my adamant tone, she chuckled and stood up properly again, meeting my eyes with her own tear-filled stare. You are kind to say so, she said. Stay with me tonight. At that request, I had little choice but to agree, even if I had for some reason not wanted to. I wanted to hold her close and keep all the worries of the world from her, but I knew that was impossible, so I'd settle for staying with her in the darkest hours, when she was at her worst. I would have to speak with Rhaenys and Corlys soon enough. I did not know how much was Laena reading into their discomfort with her chosen area of study, and how much was true discomfort. I had brought Laena and Laena together once more, and Joffrey was fixing his relationship with her. I could bring her closer to her parents once more, I was sure of it. And the last thing I needed, in purely mercenary terms, was my main supporters divided if the worst should happen. The moon was high in the sky when a knock at the door awoke me, my face pressed into Laena's hair. It took quite a bit of confused snorting for me to disentangle myself and realize the one calling my name softly through the door was Laena. I heard Laena sit up as I padded across to the door, wearing little more than my shift. Laena looked anxious as he stepped inside, holding one of my more austere dresses. You will need this, he said, tone serious. Put it on. What has happened? I asked, obeying with Laena's help, worry rising in my chest. A messenger arrived not a few minutes past. Mother is with him now, he told me quietly. Your sister. The baby is coming. I hissed, pulling the dress about me with speed. Laena nodded. A bit early but not dangerously so. Why are you so grim? Your father's man said there had been some disturbance with Alicent, he sighed. And I know not what effect it had on your sister. I wanted to scream but concern for Helena kept me focused on dressing, despite the unevenness of my breath. It did not take long, although it felt like an age before I was mounting up alongside Sir Eric and a small contingent of Velaryon guards. Stay with your sister, I told Laena. She needs it tonight. She is not ill, he guessed, smile sad. I will stay with her, never fear. Go to your sister's side, she will need you. He still adored my sister. Still felt like he should be doing something to protect her. I think he only loved her half as much as he did because he'd seen her as a child, confessing the horror her dreams would bring her. We set off at a brutal pace, the chilly night air made my face numb and I instantly regretted the decision not to wait for a scarf and gloves. Instead, I urged the horse onward a little faster and tried to banish the thoughts of things going wrong. Helena had given birth to twins in that other time, healthy twins, and then another son after that. With a midwife on hand and a much less high-risk birth, she would be fine. I must have repeated that phrase inside my own head 1,000 times before our little party thundered into the Red Keep. My sister? I asked the man who had evidently been waiting for our arrival. Right this way, Your Grace, he said, calm in a way I hoped meant everything was going as it should. The messenger mentioned something about a disturbance, I asked, nerves making it impossible to remain quiet. Perhaps I shouldn't have, for the servant's response made my heart sink into my stomach. Him biting his lip, almost involuntary, told me more than I needed to know. Her Grace merely disagreed with Princess Helena's birthing plans, he finally murmured. I can say little more. That meant father had placed a moratorium on discussing the matter. He only did that to protect family. Had Alicent done something to Helena? I wanted to charge up there and start demanding answers, but such things were not fitting for a princess and heir, so I forced myself to keep pace with the servant as he led me to the rooms Helena had spent her confinement in. I knew the way myself, of course. I had been the one to ferry Aegon's letters to her and take her replies back to him, despite both refusing to let me know what they contained. I could have read them myself. Joffrey was well practiced in reading a letter without breaking the seal, but I had demurred, based on the chance I may end up reading something I couldn't unread. There were guards outside her door, Sir Byron and Sir Eric. I swallowed when I saw them. There should be no need for them to be so alert looking in the middle of the Red Keep, outside a birthing chamber of all things. When he saw me, Sir Byron went to unlock the door, shooting me a relieved smile. Sir Eric's greeting was a lot more restrained, despite his twin brother tailing me. Sir Eric was insistent he was merely a grim man, that he would follow Viserys' wishes whether he liked them or not, but I had a feeling I had lost Sir Eric long ago. I would have to keep them from each other, should war come. If not, I would have to look into honorably discharging the two of them. I could not have someone so openly disloyal so close to me and my family, and if I sent him to Aegon, he'd be part of plots against me in no time at all. It was hard not to fidget with my hands as I waited for what seemed like eternity for Sir Byron to open the door. Sir Eric remained outside, greeting his brother with a grin as I almost shoved my way past Byron. I would apologize later, when my sister did not need me. The birthing chamber itself smelled of sweat and was quiet, save for Helena's whimpering and the quiet, professional tones of the midwives. I was instantly taken back to Rena's birth all those years ago. The terror, the worry, the desperation. I swallowed the bile that thought brought and forced myself to move into the room proper, pausing only to wash my hands in the basin and don an apron. Rhaenyra, whined Helena, when she realized who had come to her side. This is awful. I know, I said, curling my hands into hers. I felt like a giant hypocrite as she groaned instead of answering, her fingers curling tighter into my hands as she tried to find a position that wasn't too uncomfortable for her. I wanted to ask what Alicent had done, why her mother wasn't here, but now was not the time. Instead, I lead her through the breathing exercises I knew from memory at this point. The babe would not come for a while yet anyway. Her contractions still came and went a good few minutes apart. The breathing helped, as did the brief massages to her sides and back. The midwife wanted her to get up and move around a little, but my stubborn little sister refused. It will be okay, I told her, and she huffed with laughter before wincing and shifting in the bedding. Should I worry about my babes picking up odd phrases? She asked, a little breathless. I have searched the library for these books you get them from. I blushed as she whined again, seemingly trying to push herself back into the bed. One day, someone was going to actually confront me over these books, I was sure of it. I wasn't even sure why it was so easy to slip. Certainly nobody else had used those phrases in day-to-day conversation until they had picked them up from me. Melos destroyed Runsitter's system of bookkeeping, I told her, stroking her forearm as she gripped my hand tightly again before easing off. Have you asked Edmund? I fear he is not my biggest fan, she gasped. I had him kicked out. Mother too. That explains the guards, I said, trying to keep my voice light, and she smiled, delighted. Father actually placed guards. I retrieved a cloth and wiped at her forehead before nodding. Thank the seven. She was that insistent. At my question, Helena snorted in a most unladylike fashion. She came back with her own knights. I thought father would kill them himself. He had her marched away and confined Edmund to the maester's tower. What was Alicent thinking? Then again, given this was her first grandchild, I'd bet money on her not thinking at all. She merely saw her daughter preparing to give birth without the attention of the Grand Maester, a man she knew was more competent than Melos and Runsiter put together. That does explain why he is not hovering nervously outside, I joked, trying for levity and earning myself a pained chuckle. You know that's his favorite activity when babes are born. She sniffled suddenly, and concern made me bracket her face with my hands. What is wrong? I asked, worry settling in my chest. This part was more uncomfortable than painful. Pain meant something had gone very wrong. Pain? No, she whispered. I am a bad daughter, Rhaenyra. No, I assured her. No, you really are not. If I had a daughter like you, I would count my blessings. Even when it came to my first battle, she asked. Even then. I would worry but never think you a bad daughter for it. She laughed again, tears coming properly now. What is wrong? I don't want her near my children, she whispered finally. I don't want her near me. Or Aegon. Or Aemond. It's why I wanted Viserys to like us more than her. We can take them from her, save them from her. Your mother loves you, I whispered, unsure of where this conversation had come from, or where it was going. I do not doubt that, she replied. But her love is poison. Look at Durin, at Viserys. Look at how Aegon and Aemond used to be. Do not dwell on this now, I whispered. Do not, it will make the birth harder. But when do I dwell on it? she asked. When she has my child in her arms. I will speak with father, I assured her. Together, we will make sure she is never alone with your child. She winced again, attracting the attention of the midwives who crowded around her. I watched them, waiting for some sign of what they were examining for. They had been quiet during our little talk, content to time her contractions and wait for when they were needed. All right, said the lead midwife, a woman I did not recognize. Princess, it's time. Chapter 166, New Life, Chapter 141. Chapter text. Son, I told Helena, body aching and head heavy with exhaustion. My little sister was exhausted too, barely managing to keep her eyes open, but I didn't miss the look of almost grief that flashed across her features as the midwife handed her the wailing bundle. What is wrong? Mother will do nothing, I said firmly, cutting her off. I meant it too, even if I had to wrestle her with my bare hands. This is a moment of joy, Helena. I know, she whispered, cradling her babe. It was a miracle I could even hear her over the noise. Two pink hands waved at her as her son let the world know of his general displeasure. What will you name him? I asked. Her face twisted again. Aegon wishes to name him Jaehaerys. The name sent a trickle of fear down my back and I forced a smile. Of course he'd pick that name for his heir. Alicent would be delighted, I had hoped that would be enough to change his mind. A fine name, I replied, reaching out to stroke his cheek, only to be flailed at as his wails increased in volume for a moment. A strong name for a strong babe. I don't like it, she sobbed, holding the babe closer. He deserves his own name. I cradled her as best as I could in my arms, more than aware I was completely unprepared and unable to deal with, whatever this was. Trauma? It hurt to think she'd never come to me about it. Had she thought I would use it against Alicent? That I would be anything other than her supportive big sister? I swallowed down the sudden lump in my throat and prayed that the tears that threatened would not fall as I dropped a kiss to her forehead. All I got was a sniffle in turn. I will send Aegon to you, I told her. Tell him this, please. He loves you. He loves the little one. Alicent, father, and Aegon were waiting outside, each seemingly more worried than the last when I staggered out on legs that felt like jelly. I was quite certain I was seconds away from sobbing myself, if only for the pain I had seen in Helena's gaze when it was fixed on her newborn son. Looking at Alicent's face, caught between worry and anger, it made me want to scream at her. To tell her that it had been her that had torn this family apart. Everything would have been fine if she'd just left well enough alone. How is she? Asked Aegon, beating even father and Alicent to the question. The moment of rage and anger was over, popped like a bubble by Aegon's question. I blinked and gave him a shaky smile before jerking my head towards the door I had just stepped through. See for yourself, brother. He didn't answer me, slipping past me a moment later. I thought I could hear the shakiness of his breath as he passed me. There was a moment's silence as the wails of the babe increased in volume before the door shut, muffling them once more. Then Alicent stepped forward and father caught her by the shoulder. No, my love, he whispered, let her rest. Viserys, she hissed, her eyes flickering to me and then back to father. You can't be serious. I can. Stay here and keep Rhaenyra company. I wasn't sure if he was deliberately ignoring the look of hate she directed at his back or if he had genuinely missed it, but I had to wonder at his bravery if he had seen it and still turned his back regardless. Once he had gone to see Helena, Alicent's mask fell back into place but it was strained. The most peaceful expression in the world couldn't hide the pain in her eyes or the way her hands worried at her dress. Nor could it hide the shuddering breath she took. Sir Byron, I said, making the knight jump in surprise. Could you have some tea sent up? Yes, your grace, he replied, stepping past the queen, who did not react at all. Sir Eric took the knight's place by the door with a serious nod at me. Sir Eric gave him the ghost of a smile before they fell into the usual wooden expressions Kingsguard were expected to have when on duty. I sat down before my legs gave out, mentally applauding the midwives who were no doubt still attending to Helena, despite being on their feet longer than I had been. Perhaps you should sit, my queen, I suggested. Those green eyes came to rest on me then, fury springing up in them. I am fine standing, she replied after a moment of silence that went on just a little too long. She turned her stare back to the door that led to Helena's chambers. Muffled, I heard father laugh loudly and stamp down a smile. He truly loved children, no doubt he'd come close to breaking Aegon's ribs a few times in the few minutes they'd been in there. Why does she not want me in there? Asked Alicent and I wasn't entirely sure until she turned to me. I am her mother. We argue but I could answer her. I could tell Alicent everything Helena had said to me. Perhaps she would even believe me, take it on board and work towards fixing the relationship she had with her oldest children. Perhaps, in a perfect world. When I said nothing, she huffed in annoyance, pulling at her dress even more obviously than before. It took me a moment to realize I had not seen her do that in years, not since mother had her dead to rights over helping me sneak out. I chuckled before I could help myself. I blame exhaustion and the emotional roller coaster Helena had me on at any given moment. It served to rouse Allison's anger though, and a moment later she was in front of me, looming over my sitting position, eyes blazing. "What is so funny?" she demanded. "Does my grief amuse you so?" "No," I replied, refusing to crane my head upwards to peer at her. "No, you know it doesn't. I merely... Do you remember when mother figured out who had helped me escape to tame Cyrux?" From the look on Allison's face as she stepped back, I couldn't have surprised her more. A light blush started at her neck, moving to her cheeks, and she stepped back again, before her face twisted in annoyance. "Of course I remember," she hissed, glancing at the Twin Kings guard by the door. Idly, I wondered where Sir Ricard and Sir Willis had gotten to. I saw them so little these days. Father's influence, I wonder? "Your idiocy nearly lost me my place at court." "I was 6, I replied, feeling a little lightheaded with lack of sleep. "You were, what, 3 and 10? 5 and 10, she replied in an acidic tone. A woman groaned. "And yet you helped little old me sneak out of Dragonstone." Some more of that anger drained away and she threw herself into the chair next to me, in time for Sir Byron to return with a servant carrying my ordered tea. We waited in silence as he poured us each a cup and left again. "I used to hate this stuff," I murmured, taking an experimental sip and promptly burning my mouth. "Lena got me addicted to it." "I do not understand what you see in that woman," muttered Allison, before blowing gently on her own drink. "She is." It was my warning look that cut her off and she settled for a snort of disgust. "You beat her to father." "If you had not been on the scene, he would have married her," I said finally. "So why does it matter?" "You would not understand," said Allison finally, after considering my question for some time. "You never understood, even back then. Too wrapped up in your books." "We used to read together," I said, remembering days spent in the library together, each of us absorbed in our own different tales and histories, occasionally pointing out something especially interesting to one another. It was a comfortable memory. I had indulged my fangirl side a lot back then. Things had been less hectic, less immediate. They are good memories. At my confession, she placed her cup down onto the small table in front of us, her hand shaking slightly. She cast a glance at the King's Guard, whose eyes were trained on us as if they feared we would begin attacking one another without a moment's notice, and leaned in. "Do not try and play the friend to me," she hissed. "You are poison. You corrupt everything you touch. Damon, Viserys, and now you take my children too." I sat there, frozen at the sheer hate in her tones as her hand came to rest on the hand I was not using to drink my tea, tightening painfully around it until I was forced to flinch at it. All it garnered was a satisfied smile. "I hate you," she said finally when I attempted to pull my hand back. "If I could go back and make sure you met with some accident even then I would. I wish it had been me that had killed Alice Strong. I wish your nasty little child had killed herself on that boat, and I wish Corey had killed your sword-swallowing excuse for a husband." She gave one final squeeze, one final twist before releasing me. I realized why a moment later, when Sir Eric spoke up from his position by the door. "Is everything okay, Your Grace?" But the hate, the real genuine hate in her voice had robbed me of any reply I might have had at that moment. I had known she hated me, but to see it, to feel it in the flesh. I cradled my throbbing hand against my body and turned to Sir Eric with a smile. "I am well enough," I replied, merely exhausted. He nodded and resumed his stance by the door as I turned back to Allison, who was watching me with guarded eyes, as if waiting for my response. Quietly, I placed my cup down next to hers and rubbed some life back into the hand she had gripped with such surprising strength before fixing her with what I hoped was a truly frightening glare. "If you were worth anything, I'd think up some comeback or witty response," I told her. "But you aren't. You haven't been for a long time. You are a failure clinging to relevance, and soon even your children will be done with you. You asked why Helena doesn't want you there? It's simple. Helena, Aegon, and even Iman see you for what you really are. A grasping bitch." She was going to slap me. I realized that a bit too late, but even as she rose and I resigned myself to it, I couldn't help but muse on the wonders this was going to do for my cause when father found out. As it was Iman that saved me from the blow, however ignorant he'd been as to why Allison had been in the process of launching herself to her feet when he opened the door sprinting in. "Rhaenyra," he cried. "Is she okay? Why did nobody wake me?" "I do not know," I said, rising and stepping around a genuinely furious-looking Allison to embrace my younger brother. I dared not look back at the King's Guard. There was no way they didn't have their suspicions about what had just occurred. Yes, Eric could back me up until he was blue in the face, but I doubted Eric would be so firm. All it would take was a little doubt from the night, and father would convince himself it was some sort of mistake in a second. "But Helena is fine," I told him, and he sighed with relief. "Father and Aegon are with her now." "Thank the seven," he breathed, stepping back from my hug, a blush rising to his cheeks. What, that is to say? Son, I said and ignored the small whining noise Alicent made in the back of her throat. I believe they are discussing names now. I could not have timed the statement better as the door to Helena's chambers opened and father stepped out, his face shining with tears. Aegon followed him, looking a little shell-shocked as he clutched his son to his chest. It was as if he couldn't quite believe he was holding him, as if he expected to wake up and discover he had been dreaming. He had a broad smile on his face when he finally looked up at us all. The little one had quieted down well enough and had settled for squirming angrily in his father's grip. Might I introduce you all, he said with obvious pride, to Rhaegar Targaryen. Chapter 167, New Life, Chapter 142. Chapter text. Nobody liked me getting a full and restful night's sleep, I decided as Joffrey shook me awake. Next to me, Lena grumbled, annoyed, and might have hit him with a pillow if she had been more awake and he slower on the uptake. I sat up and peered past the candle light to find him dressed in dark clothes, his stick mysteriously absent. What? I asked. Although given my sleepy state, I came out closer to WSTFGL. Joffrey, no, whined Lena, echoing my sentiments exactly. In the darkness, he smiled in a way that made my skin crawl. Come now, I have someone you'll both want to meet. His tone stopped the gooseflesh rising over my arms and instead turned my blood to ice in my veins. I could see now, in this moment, just why the Night of Kisses was a terrifying nickname and not a derogatory one these days. I swallowed and met Lena's gaze before clambering out of bed. I was somehow not surprised to find him handing me 2 dresses made of dark wool. A step down from my usual fare, but maybe that was the point. They fit well enough anyway, and we were soon on our way. It was odd seeing him without his stick, I mused as he led us past the stables and into the street where a litter awaited us. He was limping badly and I'd bet money he'd be feeling the strain tomorrow, but I supposed even a less ostentatious stick than the silver seahorse and ebony one he had was a dead giveaway as to his identity. You asked me to keep an eye on Jurat, he explained as we clambered inside. And something interesting came up. It better be good, I warned. Oh, I assure you, it's well worth the trip. We wound about the streets, stopping to cut through a darkened alley and get into yet another litter. I understood why, of course. If anyone was following us from the manse, and there would likely be some that would try, Joffrey wanted to make sure they had a hard a time as possible. The original litter would arrive at one of the charities and 2 ladies who could pass for us at a distance would disembark and remain inside. If I were not so damn sure Joffrey would die for my children, if not myself, I would be terrified of him. You are aware Jurat has one main opponent in his election run, Joffrey told us, when we finally climbed out of the second litter and entered a small house on the edge of Flea Bottom. 2 men stood guard by a cellar door. They were thugs, that was the best way I could think of them. I was not, I admitted. But go on. Wisdom Gregor, he elaborated. Magic hardliner and has the old guard thoroughly under his thumb. He sounds fun, said Lena, dryly. I do not understand that complaint though, Jurat is gifted at magic in his own way. I suppose she would know, it was he that had set her on the damnable path. The politics aren't important, said Joffrey, taking a torch from a bracket on the wall. One of the men opened the door. Joffrey tipped him a coin and we all entered. What's important is what I found when I delved into Gregor's background. Let me guess, green backing. I asked and he shook his head. No, although I'll grant you that I thought the very same thing. Gregor had money he shouldn't have had and that normally points to our reach friends. It always did, but it seemed Joffrey was enjoying himself by dragging it out, so I remained quiet, opting to share a look with Lena, who merely rolled her eyes. My princess, meet Wisdom Gregor. My heart sank as the light cast by his torch illuminated a man bound, gagged, and chained to the wall for good measure. He was filthy and what rags were present to cover his body all bore some kind of bloodstain. Horror sent bile running up my throat, yet when I turned to Lena, she shared none of it, merely examining the captive with a critical eye. What is this? I asked finally, when I was able to. Regardless of the morality and legality of this. Joffrey would not do something like this without good reason. He would not drag me here to see it with my own eyes, gods wasn't I a hypocrite, unless he was certain this man had done something truly heinous. An arrest, said Joffrey. Gregor here has been associating with enemies of the realm. I heard his muffled protests and saw him tug at his bindings in response to that, his eyes wide and desperate. Explain clearly, I told him, my voice cold as I forced myself to examine Wisdom Gregor. I had to have faith in my spy master. You see, Wisdom Gregor was quite a shocking pick by his factions, do you know why? I shook my head as Gregor tried to speak through his gag once more and failed. He went missing for a while. Disappeared, completely off the map. Twice, even. Let me guess, said Lena, her voice like the Arctic. The first disappearance was about 11 years ago. It took me too long to understand her meaning, but when I did, it must have showed clearly on my face because Gregor shuffled back in fear as any hope he had of an ally vanished into smoke. Indeed, said Joffrey, moving to place the torch on a wall bracket. And the second just 5 years ago. You consort with my uncle, I said, tone frosty. Joffrey stepped past me and seized the man's hair, pulling his head back before unfastening his gag. Scream all you wish, Gregor, we have established nobody is coming for you, he told him, and I wanted to shudder. Yet the side of me that pointed out this was wrong was rapidly drowning under the sheer rage that was building at the thought of this man having all the answers I needed, of knowing where Daemon had been all this time, and having never come forward. Please, your grace, please, he sobbed. I never meant. You went back, Lena said. You could argue you did not know to begin with, but you went back. The magic, the art, he gasped. Why don't you tell us all about it? I suggested. Start with Bloodstone. He raised his head to me and I could see the bruises, the cuts and the blood in the flickering torchlight, and in that moment, it bothered me more that I didn't care about his injuries than the injuries themselves. He offered good gold for wildfire, he mumbled. We went. By the 7, Father forgive me. Was it wildfire he blew Bloodstone with? I asked as he began sobbing once more, curling in on himself. Answer me. Yes, he cried when Joffrey seized his hair once more. We made it while the priests and priestesses watched. I swear we did not know what it was for until it was too late. They burned all those that disobeyed, tortured them. I let out a shaky breath. What then? Asked Lena. How did you get away? Those of us deemed useful, they put us on a ship with his woman, a ship to Lys, he gasped. I met Joffrey's dark eyes and found no pity for our captive there either. His woman said we should leave, go home and await her word. Mysaria, said Joffrey. She fits the description. Pale and second only to Daemon himself. Tell them what you told me. About his woman. She was pregnant. She was pregnant when we left. I don't know how long Joffrey let him go as shock hit me. It was like being punched in the throat, and from the way Lena physically staggered under the weight of the knowledge, I was willing to bet she felt the same. Your second dragon rider, said Joffrey, lifting us both from our shock and horror. About a year younger than Luke at best. Gods, I said to no one in particular. So young. You went back, said Lena finally, her eyes even colder than they had been before. I had not thought it possible. She stalked forward. You went to Gargassos. No, he cried, his voice full of terror. I swear on all the gods I did not. I did not. It was to Lys. To see her. She has been rebuilding in secret, Joffrey said quietly. Men loyal to her that will be ready to move when Daemon is. Can you track them? I asked. Some are obvious, like Gregor. Others he shrugged. They do not communicate with her, they do not act in his interests, all I can do is plan for the worst case. And your friend? I asked, interrupting him. Would he be interested in this information? I will lead him to the desired conclusion, said Joffrey. I know not what he will do. Hopefully exterminate them if he can, I replied, watching Gregor as he watched us, his eyes wide with fear. He wants the game to be limited to 2. Mysaria returning to it will not thrill him. It makes sense. Then again, so does him using it against us. You have angered her grace recently. Enough about Alicent, growled Lena. I want to know about Mysaria. Joffrey nodded, then shrugged at me before approaching the captive once again. Tell my wife about your trip to Lys, Gregor. Tell her about the girl. The girl. Daemon had produced a girl. Only a girl? Not a son as he had long desired? The girl, she was young. I don't know how young. Pale. She wasn't supposed to be there, his woman was furious. No other babes about? No signs of any recent pregnancy. Gregor shook his head miserably. I only saw the girl, he whispered, terrified. I thought she would kill me for it. She should have done, I reasoned. We know he has a daughter now. The identity of the second rider. Only one, spat Lena. Perhaps his whore couldn't give him another. She has a history of losing them, I told her, shuddering at the memory of the night my fingers were broken. Without thinking, my hand went to them only to realize I had not put my prosthetic on when I'd left, when I found empty air where the little one should be. I swallowed thickly, trying to make sense of it all. To be woken in the dead of night, to find Joffrey had tortured and broken a man, to find Daemon had a daughter, a second rider who was unlikely to betray him. Tell me of the priest and priestesses you mentioned, I commanded finally. After all that broke the silence was Gregor's sobbing. Are they our Haller's followers? He nodded, miserable. Not of Volantis, he said finally. They said those in Volantis were fools. They argued about it enough that we heard them. What did they argue about? I asked. The more I heard of this, the less I liked. Hadn't Melisandre been the type to disagree with the head priest and go her own way? I swallowed again. If these priests were like her. They thought those in Volantis were being fools, but about what they did not say, he replied only after Joffrey took a threatening step towards him. We only heard them when it became heated. I swear. Please. Please. I caught Joffrey's eye, feeling like my heart was in my throat. I knew what would happen to this man now. More questioning by those thugs upstairs and then death, likely before the sunset tomorrow. I could save him. I could order Joffrey to release the wretch into Flea Bottom. He might even take an entire day to convince a few people of his ordeal, but it wouldn't be much longer before he came to Alicent's notice, or Mysaria's, apparently. No. No, it could not be done. He must die. Lena, I rasped. Do you recall the magic I described to you? It took her a moment to understand, but I saw the light of understanding dawn behind her eyes and she nodded, seriously. I do. What about it? She asked, curiously. Recognizing my dismissal, Joffrey stepped forward and wrestled the gag back into place, Gregor sobbing and fighting the entire time. We will likely need some kind of defense against it, I said, going for the door and feeling like a coward for not once looking back at the dead man's face. A shadow baby delivered on Dragonback. Formidable indeed, she said, beginning to follow me up, glancing back herself with a dubious look. I will find some way to ensure you are safe. Good, I replied, stepping past Joffrey's men. I dread to think what he could do with that power at his fingertips. The alchemists would have been bad enough, murmured Lena. How many would have died to the wildfire they would make for him? He won't have them, I stated as Joffrey appeared at the top of the stairs and took a few moments to lean against the frame. And as for his men, we will burn them out of Westeros like the disease they are. Chapter 168, New Life, Chapter 143. Chapter Text. It was somewhat grating to find Larry sitting at the desk in Father's Solar when I had specifically requested a private meeting between the two of us. I had hinted heavily it was to do with Daemon, however, so perhaps I shouldn't have been surprised. Your Grace, said Larry's respectfully, and I wondered if Joffrey had sent his message yet. You have been busy. Please pass my thanks on to Sir Joffrey for the warning. I shall, I replied, voice cool. But he would say that words are empty unless backed by action. You wound me, Your Grace, said Larry's, affecting a hurt expression. I will do my duty as Master of Whisperers. You will serve your own goals and needs before any other, Larry's, I told him, and he smiled again. But I trust this matter at least is as much a threat to you as it is to me. Need I remind you who will die slowly and screaming should he return? Larry's face darkened at that thought, and part of me was surprised he was even acknowledging the idea that I knew what he truly desired. All of us, I would think, he finally said, tone light. But I understand your meaning, Your Grace, and I shall ensure my part is done. I might have pushed the matter even further, but the door to Father's Solar swung open and Father himself stepped in, flanked by Laurent Marbrand. Outside, Ricard Thorne and Garibald Grey stood guard. Rhaenyra, said Father, finally. You asked for a meeting regarding Daemon. He was grim and resigned, I noted. A weariness had settled over him, and I was surprised by how much it hurt to see him so beaten. He had loved his brother, maybe not in the way he thought he should have done, but he had loved him. When Daemon had shown his true colors and burned Spicetown, the rage had kept him going, but now, a decade later, now it was just grief, as if the Daemon he knew had died horribly, and everyone seemed intent on reminding him of the matter. I have information, Father. At my statement he turned towards Larry's. I have heard whispers as well, Your Grace. Her Grace's own information merely adds weight to the rumors, Larry said, expression solemn. It occurred to me that Larry's was like Littlefinger, almost. Dangerous in a way most were not, fiendishly clever and likely, if Maris was right, the type to hold grudges. Yet if you knew what he wanted, he was, I hesitate to think controllable. I doubted he ever would be, but certainly you could work around him. I wonder if that had ever occurred to Alicent. Go on then, said Viserys. What news of him? Karth, I said, and Viserys' eyebrow shot up. I know, I was surprised too. I dared not believe it, so I sent men to confirm the rumors. A lie, technically. Corlys had his sailors scouring every port from here to Slaver's Bay, and not one man was willing to gossip about Daemon, nor the supposed second dragon that Lena's informants had seen. Yet rumors of such were found, if you looked hard enough. Which meant that whatever Daemon was doing in Karth, he had found some way to silence those who had seen him since. Beyond the implications. The idea made my head hurt. And you confirmed it? Asked Father, his fingers drumming on his desk. No, not precisely. Nobody could say that they had seen him themselves, but enough second. Rumors and whispers in taverns do not constitute information, said Father, voice sour. It's all we have in Essos, I replied, keeping my tone level. I was never able to get men there. Too focused on Westeros even with the threat of Daemon lurking about. No, not Daemon lurking about. Daemon was loud and in your face, he'd want you to see him coming from a mile away if only because he wanted you to fear him as he approached. Mysaria was the threat in the shadows. It's true, Larys cut in. I was not so internally focused, but I have lost 3 informants this past year and the 4th sends me information that has become suspect at best. I would guess anyone with eyes in Essos is having the same difficulty. I suppressed a shudder at that. Joffrey's informants had merely stopped responding to him. Granted, they'd never gotten as far as Karth and their reliability had always been suspect at best, but could Daemon's influence already threaten Slavers Bay? What does any of that mean? Asked father. It means, I said, testily, that Daemon is building a power base and taking steps to ensure we know as little about it as possible. Then he means to come west, father realized as Larys nodded along with my statement. It seems likely, said Larys. But as to what he will bring with him? He will have to bypass Slavers Bay and Volantis, I pointed out. Even with power built in Karth, that would be no simple feat yet. I hesitated. Daenerys had conquered Astapor and Mirian with 8,000 men and 3 small and badly controlled dragons whilst being a 14-year-old girl with no combat experience. Daemon had another rider, 2 dragons, at least one of them full-grown, an excellent spy ring and whatever mercenaries would flock to his banner, as well as being a tried and tested general and a terror in personal combat. Yet, asked Larys. He might try simple brute force, I admitted. It is likely he has priests of Arhala following him. He could amass quite a following. So he follows a foreign religion now, demanded father. He has cast aside the 7? Fool. In word if not in deed, I replied. He likely sees it as following in Aegon's footsteps. I would have to tell him soon. I would. I did not know how he would react though. There is something else, I finally said after father had stewed in his rage over that statement for long enough. Something a little more troubling. Tell me then, father said. How could it get worse? He consorts with false priests and likely slavers, what could be worse? A second rider, I admitted, and father's head snapped up so fast I thought he might have given himself whiplash. Even Larys was careful to cover his surprise, not fast enough that I did not see it however. A second dragon. There was silence after that, deep and terrible, as father's eyes travelled from me to Larys and then back to me. Who? He rasped. The line of Sarah come back to haunt us. I blinked at that thought. It was true, she still had descendants living in Volantis. I had even met the 3 that had come to push their claims at the Great Council, although I could not recall any of their names now. The first had been the son of a triarch though, throwing around gold and inviting all who would listen to see that blasted elephant of his. He had been nice enough, he'd known he was unlikely to be selected by the council. I think his arrival and his display of open-handedness was more an insult to his royal grandfather on behalf of his mother than any real desire for power. The same could be said for his 2 brothers. One had been the spitting image of Jaehaerys when he'd been younger, and supposedly as good as my great-grandfather with the blade too, and people's amazement at this fact was oft repeated in the taverns of Heron Town. As for the third, well, if his older brothers had been a demonstration of power and family, the third was there to ensure Westeros knew Sarah's line had brains. He had been quick and sly, clever and witty, and had charmed women and men alike. All 3 had indulged my childish questions with kindness and amusement, and there had been no raging, no ill will when their claims had been dismissed relatively early on in the proceedings. Indeed, Jaehaerys' rudeness to them had only garnered jokes, and the 3 doubling down on announcing whom they were and telling all who would listen stories of their mother's wild younger days. No, I doubt she, if she still lives, has much love for Westeros, I told him, stroking my very swollen stomach thoughtfully. Inside, the babe wriggled and kicked. Sarah would be about 60 now if she were still alive. They cared little enough at the council. True, father admitted. They were there for the spectacle and to see what contacts they could make. No, this rider is much closer to home, I fear. At my grave tone and hints, Larys got it. Ah, he said. A bastard. Mysaria's bastard. Father's hand slammed into the table, causing me to flinch, as he pushed himself to his feet, and terrible scowl on his face. Did I not already seize an egg from that woman, he bellowed. Now I find he gives his byblows honors they do not deserve once more. It would be a very, very bad idea to point out he was being hypocritical. Lucerys had received an egg with father's blessing, and we both knew the truth of the matter. I was not sure if Larys did, though. Alicent was certain she knew, but would Larys lean towards giving Joffrey more credit than he was due? After all, it was a popular rumor that the former Lynmouth's second son had set out to seduce his way into a marriage better than he deserved, leveraging a childhood spent together to get close to Laena and dishonor her. Would Larys believe the narrative that his mirror was that cunning? Or would he want to believe Joffrey had used Laena's mess to reach heights many thought he had no business attaining? All of this musing was pointless, though, if his father or mine had briefed him on the matter. Lord Corlys was of the opinion he was likely to have kept some when you demanded he return the ones he had stashed away. At that, he dropped back into his seat and ran his hands over his face before groaning. Lord Corlys has the right of it, he finally said. I suspected, but, do you know why I was so furious, Rhaenyra? Beyond him giving the source of our power to a bastard and whore? I asked. Father snorted and shook his head. Had they been Caraxes' eggs I might have let him. Oh, don't look at me like that. The more dragons in this world the better. No, I ordered him to return those eggs because they were Viagar's. Viagar, I breathed and Father nodded. Her last clutch. Father kept them safe. Daemon took them from Dragonstone when he stormed there in his rage after Emma died. Suddenly, a lot more of Father's anger on that day made sense. To steal eggs from Viagar's clutch. If I might interrupt, what is clearly not my area of expertise, murmured Larys. Would the eggs being from Viagar be significant beyond sentimental reasons? Not especially, I replied. Although Laena is the one to ask these days. She's the resident dragon expert. I will have her summoned, decided Father. Larys, let Sir Garibald know I desire her here. Then get working on finding my damned brother. Larys stood and bowed, limping out of the room. He had evidently learned to read my father well then. His moods, his rages. I turned back to him, hunched over his desk. His hands were clenching and opening in a rhythm as he worked through his anger. I could see the muscle in his jaw jumping and I realized that if I did not interfere, did not calm him somehow, he would blow his top before Laena got here. Either that or have a heart attack. Father, I said gently. His eyes opened, although the anger did not disappear. I am sorry. 'Tis not your fault, he murmured, posture losing a little tension and his features softening slightly. It is not. Rhaenyra, please believe that. It is his, and my, blame to bear. It isn't yours, I protested, feeling like mold for lying. You loved him as any brother should. He decided to betray you. I should have loved him better, I should have given him a marriage he could have been happy in, I should. He was a prince. He was beloved by all. He would have been satisfied with nothing less than your crown and your throne. Father chuckled bitterly at that. You did not know him then, he sighed. He was wild and reckless. Ambitious too, but he loved me. He swore to defend me. Had I not made you heir, had I not followed Otto Hightower's advice, where would we be now? He would have stormed off the moment you married Alicent, I told him. And he would have stormed off if you'd married Laena too, so don't protest that. He stared at me, eyes wide, before laughing a little more genuinely. Perhaps you are right, he admitted finally. Perhaps he was always destined to sunder himself from me. It was always him, I insisted. Never you. Even grandfather knew that. Perhaps, he muttered mournfully. But I desire a cheerier topic whilst we wait for Lady Laena. I smiled as he banished that sulkiness and straightened at his desk. Yet there was still anger and self-recrimination in those violet eyes and there was still tension in my own posture. I have a gift for you, my daughter, he told me with a smile. I had meant to give it to you on your name day but truly, I think it better now. Oh no. It's not that I disliked gifts from him, he had given me a crown after all, but they tended to be great or really bad. I watched with a sinking pit in my stomach as he leaned down to fiddle with the lock on the desk cabinet. You need not, father, I exclaimed with what I hoped was not a brittle smile. I am content. It is a little thing, Rhaenyra, he laughed, bringing a box up as he sat up straight in his chair. No need to panic. He slid the box over to me and my hands shook as I opened the clasp and flicked the lid open. Oh, I said. Oh, he replied, looking worried. I had thought Rennis had this. I murmured, running my hands over the smooth egg. It was cool to the touch. No, said father, smiling again now. Truly, even the rage had died from him. No, I had it put into storage the day you tamed Syrax. I was smiling when I lifted the pink egg, shot through with red, from the velvet it rested on. Oh, it had been a long time. Little raspberry ripple. It's for the little one, he said. I know you intended to give it another of Syrax's eggs but I came across it. We will place it in their crib together, I told him, putting it back into the box. Well, if we were talking about arrangements for dragons. There is something else I wish to ask, though. Regarding Iman. Chapter 169, New Life, Chapter 144. Chapter Text. I swear this one is more active than all the others combined, I groaned as I shifted in my chair. Next to me, Laner busied himself with wine, wisely choosing not to make himself a target. I smiled as I noticed the redness of his ears. Soon you will have another babe to melt over. Another one to spoil rotten. Yes, he replied, grinning. And I am forever thankful for both you and my children. Good answer, said Laena from somewhere beyond Laner's elbow. Have you been taking tips from Joffrey? Maybe Joffrey takes tips from me, he replied, offended, causing his sister to guffaw in delight. I recalled that of the two men, it was Laenor that wrote his lover poetry in secret. I wonder if Joffrey had ever told that little tidbit to his wife. Likely not, she'd never let it drop if she knew. Well, someone has to be the romantic, I opined, scooping up some juice and smiling at the thought. And I am of the opinion I am not cut out for such a role. I know, teased Laenor. I long for the day you'll sweep me off my feet and take me off into the sunset, but it just never comes. At the mental image, I snorted a great deal of pulped orange up my nose, causing Laenor to cackle. Ass, I muttered uncharitably as I tried to mop myself up in vain. Perhaps I shall go and dance with some of my lords, Laenor, and leave you here with father. Seems terribly unfair of you, he said with a smile, dropping his hand to my stomach. To deprive me of your company and leave me all alone and undefended. So now you appreciate my romantic gestures. When I might not be around to play the knight in shining armor, saving you from the attention of the king. He blushed at that as Laenor leaned around him again. She's only the one in shining armor when mother badgers her for a sitting again, she told her brother. I admit, it was badgering these days. My enthusiasm for wearing armor had diminished greatly around about the time I realized how bad it smelled. It wasn't awful if you were only in it for a few hours at most, but after a day? Or even half a day of dragon riding? I would be smelling metal and sweat in my nightmares, I was sure of it. Must I be so maligned? By my own husband and good sister? I asked aloud, earning myself more snickers from the two siblings. It eased something in me to see them approaching their old manner with one another. Perhaps I shall go dancing. Come now, Rhaenyra, your father's making his way over. I blinked in surprise at Laenor's warning and moved to watch father almost literally drag my youngest sister over. His face settled into that jolly obliviousness that usually heralded bonding exercises and bad ideas born from good intentions. I sighed and drained my juice, wishing it were wine suddenly. Hello father. I greeted him, voice full of false cheer. Hello, Visera. Enjoying the feast? Oh, indeed. I still say your 30th year ought to see a grander feast, but I will abide by your decision, daughter, he told me happily. And what of Visera? I was under the impression you were to spend some time with Aemma and Rena. Helena might have been the one to spend time with her at this feast, but both her and Aegon were not present, both still wrapped up in their newborn son who was barely a month old. I was, she replied before glancing up at her father with a worried expression. Father said I should spend some time with you. Indeed. You so rarely see her after all, he chuckled. I fought the urge to grimace. It was true. I promised myself I would see more of my younger siblings, and then something invariably happened and my promise fell by the wayside. It would not get better in the coming years. I would be away from court more often than not, flying back every now and again on Syrax. I knew that Aegon and Helena were unlikely to let up in their campaign to sunder the two from Alicent, but that did little to bind them to me. It was still Aegon's desire to attempt to force a great council. He could only do so with enough force behind him so that fighting him was the less preferable option. He had half the reach, a good deal of the Westerlands and some of the river lords too. Not enough by itself, but if he could bind enough dragons to his cause it would frighten the doves, and my own denials of such a council would be drowned out as my more easily influenced supporters clamored for a peaceful solution. Explaining that Aegon was unlikely to rebel militarily should he fail to get his counsel would be lost on them. It is true, I admitted, shame not entirely faked. Come, sit with us for a while, Visera. Looking more uncomfortable than not, Visera clambered into the chair next to me and gave us all a polite smile. One I recognized as likely drilled into her by Alicent, if I knew my stepmother. Father beamed at us all and then dropped a kiss on my cheek. Enjoy the feast, daughter. It is not every day you see your 30th year. His smile was infectious, even if I wished it were not. Indeed, father, I replied. Do not worry, I shall enjoy every part of it. I even aim to get some dancing done, if the little one wishes to cooperate. Father's eyes went soft as he laid a hand on my belly. Confinement would come soon enough and I was dreading it. I had been confined with Aemon and Aemma and bored out of my skull more often than not, and when I wasn't bored, I was fretting over Laena. The idea of being in that chamber again was making me feel ill when I thought of it. I would have Laena this time, she had sworn it on bended knee. I waited until father had ambled off before catching my little sister's eye. Come, I said gently. Do you not wish to feel the babe? She gave me that bland, polite smile again and dutifully passed me her hand. I had a feeling Visera was at an age where she didn't really get babies. Likely she thought them loud and irritating, at odds with her own quiet nature. Your newest niece or nephew, I said as her little hand felt the little ones kicking. I pray they will be healthy, she said, the stock phrase making my teeth itch. Thank you, sister, I said warmly. Now, on to matters more interesting, tell me, what books have been reading recently? Her eyes lit up at that, even if I suspected she saw through my blatant attempt at using her interests to have at least one non-awkward conversation with her. A History of the Reach Houses by Archmaester Dallin, she answered. It is fascinating, have you ever read it? I believe I may have schemed it, I replied, scratching at my chin and trying to recall whether the, admittedly unremarkable, title stood out on my mind. Is it the one that focused on the children of Garth Greenhand? No, I believe that's the one by Maester Marin, she replied, forcing me to suppress a smile at the speed of the answer. Believe my arse, I'd put money on her knowing I'd gotten it wrong. Archmaester Dallin focuses on the historical evidence. I see, I said. Perhaps I have not read it then. I confess to preferring the myths and legends of West Eros. She smiled thinly, too young to know how to hide her thoughts on that. It seemed my littlest sister was a stickler for non-fiction. A contrast to Helena, who hated the dry texts of history and preferred her tales of implausible adventure. She is terrible for it, said Lena, appearing at my elbow as if summoned by talks of books. I grant those stories have their place in the study of history, but I swear she believes everything is the truth and not some minor house's attempt to glorify itself. Tell me once more about the Driftwood Throne, dear Lena, I teased. What's the Driftwood Throne? Asked Visera, interrupting Lena's acidic reply. My lover paused before sitting back with a smile. It was given to House Velaryon by the Merling King as part of our ancient pact with him, she boasted. It is a beautiful thing, princess. You should see it. It's huge, its carvings done by no human hand. It looks like someone early in the Velaryon line found an entire tree in the ocean and decided to carve it into a chair, I said dryly, causing Visera to smile and Lena's to look outraged. It was feigned, of course. The throne had been one of the first things she examined and she had sadly declared it absent of any magic or power. I am insulted, she said finally. Princess, can you believe the audacity? What was the pact? Asked Visera, curiously. Likely, I said, shooting another teasing look at Lena, the Velaryons of old were chosen to look after the land in the narrow sea for the Merling King, in return for the sea's bounty. It was something like that, yes, she mumbled, giving in. She might have said more on the matter and Visera might have asked more, but we were interrupted by an almighty crash. My head turned so fast I swore I pulled a muscle, wincing as many of the lower tables descended into chaos I couldn't quite discern the cause of. What in the seven? Murmured Lena. I noticed how she moved a little closer, and how her eyes scanned the hall with the alertness of one who'd seen war. A painful twist to my left showed Lena on his feet as well, grimly assessing the carnage. The fight did not go on for long, though. Guards in Targaryen livery with Velaryon ones to back them up were waiting in and seizing the fighters. My heart sank when I realized Aemond was amongst them, struggling as it took 2 men to subdue him. His lip was busted but there was no other mark on him that I could see. I rose to my feet. Keep Visera company, Lena, I told her, more intent on my brother. Shock was winning out over anger right now. To start a fight in the middle of a feast, to say nothing of it being a feast in my honor. Father beat me to the mess, his face bordering on purple in rage. Yet it was not enough to cut through whatever had driven Aemond to his own anger, because he was still struggling, still hissing insults to the one other man the guards had singled out. As I got closer, they grew more distinct. Say it again. Come on you fucker. Say it. I'll geld you. I'll kill you. Aemond, barked father. You will calm yourself now or I will have you in the cells until sunrise. At the threat, Aemond paled, his anger draining slightly as he glanced around at the now silent hall. His eyes met mine and it seemed like he was pleading with me. Father, perhaps you could allow my brother to explain. If it wasn't good, I had no doubt father would follow through on his threat. Damn it, if Aegon were here he could have prevented this from happening. Aemond, he said finally and I noted his hands shook with rage. I want an explanation. He insulted our family, growled Aemond, his eyes alight with anger once more. He said. I don't care what he said, roared father suddenly and it was a struggle not to jump in fright. I have told you 1,000 times over to curb your anger. You strike out and shame our family name with the results. Perhaps, I said quietly, aware that crossing father in public was a bad idea. Perhaps we should listen to what the knight said that so angered my brother. Well, snapped father. What did he say, Aemond? He called Prince Aemon names. Anger rushed through me and it was all I could to not rush the damnable knight where he stood. My eyes picked out my son who clutched at his uncle Joffrey's hand, his violet eyes wide and worried. He said he was unmanly. Unworthy of his place in life, he accused him of being like his father. A sword swallower. He said only one such as that could enjoy the things he did and be content with being dragonless whilst even his younger sister rode a beast such as Dreamfire. It broke my heart as Aemon realized what that meant for him and dropped Joffrey's hand as if it were scalding hot. He was doing his best to look angry but I could see the tears brimming behind his eyes. I turned to the knight, hands finding one of the knives hidden in the folds of my dress. I needn't have bothered, father acted before I could. He strode across to the hapless idiot and delivered such a punch that the knight went over, unconscious almost immediately. I knew what was coming next and my only regret was that father was unlikely to let me watch as his men carved the knight into pieces. Have him sent to the black cells, said father once he'd finally recovered enough from his rage to speak. Unless any here would speak to his innocence. The deafening silence said everything and the man was soon hauled away, blood oozing from his nose. There were none brave enough after the great doors had slammed closed to speak up and break the silence. I wanted to. I wanted to look them all in the eye, I wanted to ask them all how brave they'd been at 8. How skilled they'd been at 8. How half of them would piss themselves now if they had to ride a dragon as men grown. How dare they? Should any of these rumors be repeated, you will find yourselves thankful if it is only your tongues I take, growled father. Let that piece of shit serve as a warning to all those who would spread false rumors and speculations solely to harm my family. That actually earned a flinch from most in the crowd. I was focusing on the wrong things, I realized. Light-headed and... Oh. Oh no. I tried to speak but no words would come out. My grandson is every inch what a Targaryen should be, father continued, every eye in the room on him and him alone. And if any of you are fretting about his dragon, I have it on good authority he is soon to tame his own mount. From the dragon mount no less. Which was naturally when my waters broke. Chapter 170, New Life, Chapter 145. Chapter Text. A son, Rhaenyra, said Laena, her eyes full of worship, handing me my newborn. He was sobbing but not the wail I would have expected. I might have been relieved at a son and then promptly guilty for putting more stock in a son over a daughter, but I was too tired to. I had labored longer to bring this one into the world than I had with any of my other children. It had felt like it might go on forever and I had been beginning to fear something akin to Rhaenyra's last pregnancy had occurred. Laena had helped, she'd been there, murmuring comfort all the while and coaching me through. I cuddled my babe close, caressing his screwed-up cheeks as he wailed. Slowly, he calmed in my arms, sobs and wails becoming sniffles. Then he opened his eyes and I nearly choked on my tongue. You could have warned me, I breathed, tone full of wonder. My son peered up at me through mismatched eyes, one blue and one violet. His hair was more gold than silver gold but I couldn't care at that moment. He's beautiful. I'm sorry, she whispered. It was too good an opportunity. She stretched out a finger, brushing it lightly over the little one's face. He promptly began wiggling, trying to find the source of the touch. His worried warbling earning a giggle from us both before wonder and love snatched away any other feeling again. Are you still set on the name? Asked Laena. I am, I whispered, offering my hand up as sacrifice. My son promptly took it and attempted to put one of my fingers in his mouth. Hello there, little Viserys. He's hungry, said Laena, smiling broadly. Perhaps he takes after his namesake already. I snorted in derision at that and laid back as Laena undid the gown with practiced ease, letting me bring him up for his first meal. It took him a few tries, coughing and spluttering more than even I remembered Ali's doing. Still, he took his meal in the end and was soon asleep at my breast. His odd, mismatched eyes drifted closed as I rocked him gently. I was aware of Laena at my side the entire time, hand brushing my arm in a way I suspected Alanis and her girls were going out of their way to ignore. Viserys, I said softly. With any hope, he will take after the second. With hope, said Laena. Do you wish for me to summon Laenor? And father, I replied. I intend to tell him the name was Laenor's idea. It had not been, but it would win some points for Laenor in father's eyes. I had not been intending on naming him Viserys when I'd first gotten pregnant, I'd still had my heart set on Baelor for the prince who had bore the name Breakspear. Honorable, kind, the type of man Aemon would need by his side. Then I'd spent an afternoon with father in the gardens, relaxing after a small council meeting, and the revelation that he was my greatest supporter had smacked me upside the head when he'd stared at me with the wide smile of pride. I'd spent a few days fretting over the matter before bringing it to Laenor's attention. The second Viserys hadn't been so bad, I reasoned. He'd been loyal to his brother, he'd practically ruled the realm for him at times when his brother's world became too black. Aemon would benefit from a man like that as much as he would benefit from a Baelor Breakspear. Oh, I knew there was no guarantee that my little Viserys would be like the Viserys of canon, but I could start by giving him the name at least. And, I'd also reasoned, if father ever had reason to waver in the coming future, I could just drop little Viserys on him for a few hours and his wavering would cease entirely. What did it say about me that I had considered the emotional blackmail potential of my potential son's name? Nothing good, I supposed. Finding a name for a daughter had been a bit harder. My gut had been for Visenya, but I could also understand that associating myself with that name would be a bad idea. Too associated with Maegor and too associated with the one babe Rhaenyra had failed to carry to term. It seemed like tempting fate. I admit to considering Rhaenys, if only to see the dumbfounded look on my good mother's face, but if there was ever a time to name a babe Rhaenys, it was long past. Jocelyn fit it best, I had to admit. Corla was considered along with Larissa, Valaina once more and Bela. I'd have found it easier to name a child of mine Bela instead of Balin, but it had been Lena that had mentioned a need to honor the Velarian side of her heritage. We'd settled on Elena, in the end. Another name that bore my hopes for what she would be. Talent-wise at least, used as a breeding mare by her morally bankrupt cousin was not one of my desired career paths for her. Rhaenyra, said someone quietly, and I forced my eyes open to find Laenor leaning over me, a soft smile on his handsome face. Just past him, father hovered anxiously, his face pale. He was always like this, fretting away until he held the babe. Hey, I mumbled, sleep dragging my eyes closed again. A son, murmured Laenor. Have you named him? You know what I named him, I replied before yawning and forcing my eyes open again. You suggested it. I'll credit him with getting it straight away instead of looking puzzled. I'm glad you accepted my suggestion, he said a little louder, giving me a roguish wink. Then he stood and accepted his son from Lena's arms, smiling down at Viserys until I thought he might have strained something in his face. Your Grace, he said respectfully as father eyed him in the manner someone might eye a dog they were unsure would bite or not. Might I introduce you to your newest grandson, Viserys of House Targaryen? The suspicious look fell as my father melted. His bottom lip wobbled as he struggled not to lose it entirely, instead taking the babe from Laenor as if he had been offered some priceless and impossibly delicate treasure that he feared he may shatter. I could not resist when Laenor suggested it, I croaked, earning myself a watery smile. Laena sat beside me, taking my hand gently. Gods, I felt as if my head were the only part of my body anchoring me to the bed, that without it I might just float off. The world seemed to swim around me for a moment. I watched in silence as father rocked the babe back and forth, murmuring praise to him. I saw the exact moment my son opened his eyes. By the 7, breathed father, his eyes widening almost comically. Point taken, I mumbled at Laena, who laughed softly and began stroking my hair back from my face. Does Laenor not wish to hold him? She shot me a puzzled glance. He has? For quite a while. I blinked in surprise before she gave me a little smile. You slept through most of it, I think. I must have, I said back, turning my attention once again to my father and Laenor, both of whom were marveling over Viserys' eyes. Like mother, father was saying. Although her eye was green. It sounds beautiful, said Laenor, and father smiled sadly. Yes. She was unique, my mother, he replied, before peering at Laenor. I hope Viserys has something of her in him. As do I, replied Laenor solemnly. Rhaenyra, whispered Laena. You're drifting again. Am I? I asked, a little louder than intended, attracting the attention of both the men in the room. What is wrong? Asked Laenor, needing only a few quick strides to reach my side. I'm tired. She needs rest, said Laena, interrupting me. Could you keep an eye on her? I need to go wash up. I blinked at what sounded like an excuse. Laena? I asked. She gave me a thin smile. I'll be back soon, she promised, before disappearing through the door, only the telltale sound of water telling me she'd stopped to wash her hands. What's wrong? I asked and Laenor shrugged. You know what she's like, he finally said, although I could see the concern etched into his features. Although I'm inclined to agree with her when she says you need rest. I've just given you another son, Laenor, I told him, letting my head fall back into the pillows. You are supposed to call me beautiful. Surprisingly enough, that got a chuckle out of father, who was still cradling Viserys close to him as if he feared his namesake might vanish. Forgive me, said Laenor gently, dropping a kiss onto my forehead. You are always beautiful, no matter the circumstance. Flattery will get you everywhere. Sleep was pulling at my eyelids once more when a thought floated through my head. But our Viserys is healthy though. Yes, replied Laenor, his smile wide. As healthy as any man can hope his son will be. Healthy enough to travel? I asked. In a few months, replied Laenor, his eyes flickering to a suddenly wooden-faced father. Travel? He asked. Progress. I should see all the kingdoms, shouldn't I? My words were slurred. Wasn't that odd? Progress, he repeated. How long have you been planning such a thing? A few months, replied Laenor. But truly, the birthing chamber is not the place to discuss such matters. As if on cue, Viserys awoke and began wailing loudly. Father shushed him, rocking him gently, but my son was not to be calmed or mollified. Father sighed, barely audible over the noise. This is more of your politics again, isn't it? He asked, annoyed. The love, the pride from earlier was gone, and it hurt. Even if it wasn't, I still need to do it, I replied. I am not you. You came pre-approved. What? He asked, looking to Laenor as he rocked Viserys almost absent-mindedly. What is she talking about? She means the Great Council. Your rule was always secure because the lords elected you, sighed Laner, holding out his arms for his son. Father handed him over reluctantly, looking disgruntled. Do you resent the fact you aren't king? Father asked finally as Laner put Viserys into his cradle. I caught my husband's eyes and he shrugged, helplessly. No, he finally replied. The seven know I do not envy you, yet even Aegon, were he your heir, would need to make a show of winning the support of the lords if he wished to rule as you did. Father looked unsure at that, sitting down gently in the chair next to the cradle. I fought to stay awake. This was important. Yet it was so hard, it felt as if weights were attached to my eyes. You believe it necessary for my daughter to rule? He finally asked. This is not some plot or ploy to further divide the court. Jaehaerys travelled, I pointed out. So did Aenys. Aegon the Uncrowned and the Conqueror was barely in the capital. I take your point, growled Father, raising his hand to massage the bridge of his nose. I do not like the idea of you roaming Westeros though. One grand progress to show them all the might of House Targaryen, I pleaded. To show them my heirs, to show them the strength of my consort. Laner blushed at that even as Father eyed him speculatively. The chamber fell silent for a while and I was keenly aware that the only sound was my own heavy breathing. It is not a punishment either, he asked finally. I know well your grudges. Punishment? I asked, peering at Laner in confusion. What for? Larry's, he said and his voice was bitter. I had never heard that tone from him before. For not jumping to your command when it comes to Daemon? For marrying Alicent? For pushing aside your allies? It is not, said Laner firmly. If Rhaenyra were not half-conscious, she'd be furious with you for thinking so. So you say, said Father, leaning back in the chair and sighing. Was it not you who suggested naming the babe after me? Not my own daughter. I wanted Baelor, I finally said, recalling the name I had suggested if the twins had been born boys. He said my honoring should be more direct. Gods, I was so tired. Yet my protestations did the trick and Father's expression softened. We will discuss this at a later date, Rhaenyra, he said gently, standing up and crossing over to me. When you know what you are saying. I am fine, I insisted. Perfectly capable of speaking. Of that, we do not doubt, said Laner, appearing at Father's side. But giving birth is an exhausting task. We have kept you from sleep for far too long. Fine, I mumbled, trying to make myself comfortable. We'll speak when I wake up. Chapter 171, New Life, Chapter 146. Chapter text. Drink some more, urged Lena, pouring out some clear water. I'm fine, I mumbled, before shivering and pulling the blanket higher around my neck. Truly, Lena. I knew why she was worried of course, a fever after childbirth such as mine could be deadly. It had killed her in that other timeline. Had she realized that? Was this what was pushing her into this infernal hovering? Lena, I warned and she dropped back into her seat with a sigh. Girardi's has stated it is only a mild fever. Easily treatable with the penicillin. He also said that his stocks of the stuff were perilously low. It was an ongoing issue. Finding a strain that reproduced fast enough to create a stable supply of antibiotics was a pain in the arse. Girardi's had marginally improved the yield on his strains by repeated experimentation, but it was still not ideal. There was, however, enough for the Princess of Dragonstone, no matter what Lena might think. I was recovering well according to Girardi's. He was very proud about it. I groaned as pain caused my stomach to seize. I will be fine in a few days. 2 weeks at most. She didn't look convinced and I sighed, letting my head fall back into the pillows. I ached everywhere, as if I had gotten the flu in addition to my stomach pains and pain in other areas. How are the children? Worried, she replied softly. Even as young as they are they know what a childbed fever is. You have told them not to worry, right? I asked. I wanted to be with them, I wanted to be with little Viserys. Have they met Viserys? Yes, I have told them not to worry and no, they have not met their brother yet, Lena assured me. He is with Syrah right now, no doubt crying for yet more food. He deserves his mother's milk, I whispered and she grimaced. Alanis and Girardi's had made the decision for me and Laner had agreed. I'd fed all 4 of my children at my breast, yet I wouldn't be allowed to feed Viserys. A blessing maybe, considering we would be traveling soon enough, but also a curse. I had come to appreciate how close I felt to them as their mother when I had fed them. If you drink some more water and sleep a little, perhaps we can persuade Alanis to let them come and meet their brother and comfort their mother as well. I smiled at the obvious attempt at bribery and pushed myself up, wincing in pain as I did. My stomach was round and tender and the rest of my body did not feel that great either. I took the cup though, wincing at how cold it felt on my warm skin, and sipped at it obediently. Under her watchful gaze I drained the cup. Sleep, she said as I handed it back to her. I will bring your children to you in a few hours. This has you more worried than you'd like to admit, I teased, and she snorted, leaning forward to brush my hair from my face. She didn't answer though, beyond finding some problem with my bedding and rearranging it around me before tucking me in, mother hen that she was. Sleep was not easy or particularly restful, but I certainly tried my best. One moment I was hot, too hot for the sheets, and the next I was freezing cold. My stomach would not let up aching and my skin was tender against everything it touched. No matter how much water I sipped it proved completely unable to fend off a headache that soon had me grimacing away and my sleep even more disturbed. I was quite surprised and a little annoyed when my door was opened to reveal Iman. My son shut it quietly and crept closer to my bed, before pausing with a guilty look when he noticed I was awake. Auntie Lena said you were better, he said, by way of explanation. Somewhat, I replied, swearing to myself I wouldn't play the grouch in front of him. He looked worried, pale. Paler than I'd seen him in a long time, actually, and there were bags under his eyes when I studied him in earnest. No 8-year-old should have bags under his eyes. Come, sit. He did so, shooting a pained glance at me before clambering into the chair that might have been mistaken for Lena's bed. These past few days I had been ill. I will get better, I told him. I just need rest and medicine. Girardi said that, said Iman, fidgeting. But nothing. My former maester did not lie. I will be well before you know it and harassing you about your morning lessons. He didn't smile at the poor attempt at a joke, instead he flinched and I wanted to weep for him. We had not had time to speak since the debacle at my name day feast. Iman. At my soft calling of his name, he glanced up and I could see tears in his eyes and his bottom lip wobbled. Oh, my boy, come here. He hesitated for a moment. I won't hurt you, he asked in a painfully small voice. No, no you won't, as long as you are gentle. It was testament to how much he needed me that the reassurance was all it took for him to climb up next to me and curl close. I draped one arm around him as his head rested on my collarbone and used the other to stroke at his hair gently. The feast. Are they all saying that? He whispered. That I am not good enough. No, only those who wish to divide the court, I told him firmly. Only those who wish to see us both fail. I am sorry, my son, I should have protected you better. I went to all my practices, he told me. Papa said I didn't have to, but I went. I even disarmed Luke. Well done. I laughed, even though it made my stomach hurt. I am proud of you. Your cousin is no pushover in the yard. He thrashed me after, admitted Iman, his ears red. But you disarmed him first. That's the most important part, I said, tapping his nose gently and earning myself a smile through the tears that still threatened. One day, you'll be better than even your papa, I have no doubt about that. Papa says he isn't very good, Iman mumbled and I laughed again despite the pain. He's better than he thinks, I assured my son. And you will be greater than even him. I am sorry I miss my classes, he said, sitting up with that guilty look on his face again. I'll go to all of them. Iman, there is no need. I want you to be happy, you need not change because of one drunk night. He brought his knees up beneath his chin and stared at me mournfully. I sighed again and motioned him in close, but he shook his head. I'm scared, he finally admitted. I want a dragon, Mama, but you are scared, I finished for him and he nodded miserably. I stretched out my hand and he stared at it for a moment before taking it gently, as if he feared I might break at the touch. I was scared too, I told him. I felt so very young on that mountain. I kept thinking how nobody knew where I was. Cyrix followed me for some time before I realized she was mine. I thought she wanted to eat me. Every time I turned around she was there. It was like she was hunting me. He said nothing to that, but his face grew thoughtful instead of ashamed, and I chalked that up as a win. I think, I said finally, that it is more sensible to be afraid. Look at your aunt for example. She clambered atop Viagar, the last living dragon of the Conqueror, and it never occurred to her she should fear it until much later. Aunt Lena is not like most, he said solemnly, and I smiled at him. No, she is not. I think if you asked her now, though, she would not do it. She has learnt. He stared at me some more, pulling back his hand to wrap around his shins. He said it was unmanly. Unmanly, my arse, I said, a little louder than I intended. Pardon my bravery. Iman, how many of those so-called brave lords do you think would gladly approach a dragon and feel no fear? I watched as his face twisted at that, what he knew warring with the answer before finally he sighed and gave in. None, he admitted. Most don't even like Skywalker or Dreamfire. None, I confirmed. They expect from you at 8 what they would not do themselves at 8 and 10. It still feels wrong, he said. Alice wasn't afraid when she went up the Dragon Mont. Alice was a fool, I said dryly. Too much like the aunt she thinks she hates. Alice doesn't hate Aunt Lena, he said with a shrug and a small smile. She just gets frustrated. I'm glad to hear that. Both our heads whipped towards the door and Iman went white as Lena stood, the light from the hallway haloing about her. Her arms were crossed and her mouth set in disappointed mother mode. I wanted to giggle at the sight of it but thought better, Iman was unlikely to appreciate it and Lena D probably just assume I had backslid into delirium. Iman is merely keeping me company, I said quickly. Iman gave me a panicked glance before looking swiftly back to Lena. She had not taken my excuse particularly well. Lena, please. He was worried for me. She relaxed a tad and I heard Iman start breathing again. Go find your sisters whilst I sort your mother out, she said, tone still rife with steel. I'll send someone to fetch you when she's ready. And Viserys? Asked Iman, hopping off the bed. And Viserys, confirmed Lena. Your mother is eager to have you meet him. I'm right here, I observed, causing her to roll her eyes. Indeed you are, she said. Go, Iman. We will talk about you slipping away later. Don't go too hard on him, I implored her, once he'd left at speed and Lena had shut the door. She didn't answer, moving from the grate where she had managed to coax a fire into being to the various candles dotted about the room. Lena. Do you feel better? She asked after I had trailed off with a whine. I see you drank the water I left. Headache, I told her. It's not as bad as it was. And your stomach? Still sore and tender. You are ignoring my question though. She sighed and looked down, which might have worried me until I realized she was fighting a smile. Iman is as stubborn as his mother and just as crafty, she finally said. All right, I'll go easy on him. He fears the night's words, I said as she approached the bed and began pulling back the sheets and covers. It hurt him. The night is dead, said Lena, as if she were commenting on little more than the weather. Your father evidently decided to channel his worrying into making an example of him. He is decorating the battlements of the Red Keep in bits. I wanted him dead, I admitted, moving to let her pull the sheets back around the bed. There were maids that could do this, as I'd pointed out before, but Lena was intent on playing nurse. But perhaps it was not the wisest choice. Any lord in your father's position would have done the same, said Lena, tapping at my side to get me to roll over. I did so, wincing in pain at the exertion. You fear it looks as if you fear the accusation. Yes, I replied, rolling back. She laid a gentle hand on my stomach, making me flinch at the contact. To do nothing would be to look weak, she assured me. Let your father handle the repercussions. But he has put the onus on Iman, I complained as she began attacking my pillows. He has all but forced Iman to scale the dragon mont with his hasty words. True, she murmured, pausing. But it is not the problem you think it is. Is it not? I asked bitterly. Sheep stealer, grey ghost, they are the only famous dragons to remain that Iman could expect to tame. The only others are nameless or the cannibal, Lena finished for me. I will fix this. I will have the Watchers scour the dragon mont for a mount worthy of a king. I will guide him to it myself. I will have Viagar nearby in case of any unwanted attention. I let out a breath of relief, a knot of tension in my chest unwinding. Truly. I breathed. Thank you. I know he will not fail with you by his side. I wish for more time but I will have him ready. Tell him he will go up the day after his name day. Chapter 172, New Life, Chapter 147. Chapter text. If the knight were not already dead, I would kill him myself. It hurt so much to see my solemn little boy's smiles, so hard-won already, die entirely. Instead, they gave way to a determination that only an 8-year-old could manage. If he was not practicing in the yard with Lena, he was with Lena, dutifully learning all he could regarding dragons and their taming. His work was less doodled these days and he had yet to even try and draw his new brother, something that he had been excited to do before that night. Have you thought of making him your official cupbearer? Asked father, cradling his namesake close. After his name day, of course. It would do wonders for his confidence. Perhaps, I mumbled. We were sat in the small council chamber having seen off the others. I might have left myself but Felena had appeared with my son and I knew when a plot was afoot. She was outside now, waiting with Sir Stefan and Sir Willis for us to emerge. I wish you had left the bastard for me to kill. And have those vultures say that he hides in his mother's skirts, asked father, before cooing in delight as Viserys managed to catch his chin with a pudgy hand. You speak sense, I replied, sinking into my seat. I was still healing from his birth, still on reduced duties for this past month, but Alanis and Gerardis assured me I would be ready for when we planned to travel. A few months yet, at least. I eyed father, waving a single finger in front of his newest grandchild, much to Viserys' consternation, if the flailing were anything to go by. We have not spoken of the grand progress yet, I observed, well aware I was walking on eggshells with the matter. Still, he would not grow too angry with my son in his arms, I was sure of it. His features did still darken slightly though. You kept it from me, he finally said. I hold no illusions as to that. I did not mean to, I assured him. It was not set in stone until a few months ago. Yet you still would not have told me. His tone was full of accusation. It was the fever that saw me find out. I am sorry, I said, meaning it more than I was quite comfortable with. I was waiting for the right time. And when would that have been, he asked, voice rising in pitch as Viserys wiggled away in his arms. The day before you left. When you would not take it as you did, I replied tartly. He sighed. I apologize for accusing you. You need not. I know what it looks like. He looked up at me for the first time since our conversation began, his eyes studying me for a few moments as he processed that. Then he smiled, finally. I did speak with Alicent quite harshly, you know, he said, and I tilted my head in question. For the night of little Wrecker's birth. Her behavior was unacceptable. She was scared, I said, taking the moral high ground in the matter. It would win me points in father's eyes. Indeed, my defense of her brought a smile to his face, even if it was a little strained. She was, he said softly. But armed knights? Speaking so harshly to you? Don't look at me like that, Sir Eric may have played the blind man but his brother was not so vague. You had words, I am certain of it. Then there is her behavior after Aegon revealed Riker's name. I wonder sometimes. It was ill done, I confess. Aegon surprised her with the name change and she takes surprises badly. Especially since he was named for me and we had just, as you say, had words, I replied, not recognizing the look on his face. In his arms, Viserys began crying and he glanced down, snatched from his thoughts with a guilty look on his face. Here, take him. I fear he wants his mother. I did as I was told, rocking my newborn babe back and forth until he calmed. Will you consider allowing him to share his lessons with Riker? If Aegon asks, I would consider the matter. Father chuckled at my response. He said the same thing, he elaborated after I glanced up in confusion. He is a good boy, Rhaenyra. I know. Father, I do not wish my brother ill. I love him. I just wish that he was not so dense about matters. Father shrugged in response to that. Dense, repeated father, before smiling. I'll give you that one. Clever in many ways but dense in others. I know not what to do about it. Perhaps you should discuss with him what his inheritance will truly be. I suggested. In my arms, Viserys was beginning to doze. So he knows he won't be begging for handouts from his big sister. It might focus him. Give him something to look forward to. Viserys raised his hand and scratched at his chin, thinking on that suggestion. You think he'll drop the idea of a council if he has land? He asked. If he has something bigger to lose than just honor. It could not hurt, I said finally. Honestly, the idea had been a spur of the moment. I had highly doubted that it would move Aegon to abandon his plans, especially since he believed the throne was his by law and that he was only doing his duty by claiming it, but spurning such a generous offer from an older sister that did not have to do so would lose him points in the eyes of many. Hummed father. I will think on the matter. I'm sure Aegon and Helena would be glad to hear that. At the mention of my sister, he smiled gently. She's already given Riker his egg, he told me. It's a beautiful one. Paler even than frost. I have seen it. Helena had hardly been quiet about it. Born from her own Morgul, she had been eager to show me the pure white egg that had been propped up next to Riker. My nephew was already advancing on the 2-month mark. It seemed as if time was flying by, especially when I considered I had celebrated Viserys' first month on this earth only a few days ago myself. As if in response to my thoughts of him, Viserys cooed in his sleep and attempted to shove his entire fist into his mouth. It's a good pick. When will you give little Viserys his egg? He asked, strangely eager. I thought of Raspberry Ripple and smiled. Soon enough, I assured him. Do not fear, I have not forgotten my promise. He chuckled and flushed at the same time. It is easy to tell you are a mother in truth, he said ruefully. But then you mothered your siblings enough. I told them stories, I argued, shifting Viserys about in my arms. Hardly mothering them. You read them stories, you fretted over them in the cradle, you taught Helena her sums. Something I'm sure gave Lyman a fright. I joked and father smiled, but it was a distracted smile that soon gave way to a frown. What am I to do, Rhaenyra? He asked. About my siblings. I really did not like this, frustration he seemed to bubble with all of a sudden. Alicent, he corrected me, tone dry as the Dornish desert. Helena has complained, Aemond has complained, even Aegon tried to, in his own way. I cannot advise you objectively, I told him, diplomatically, fearing another of his bullshit tests. Then advise me subjectively, he commanded and I raised an eyebrow at him. He flushed again. You know well what I mean. Give Aegon and Helena a good reason to be away from court. Hells, give Aemond, Durin, and Visera one as well, but let it be their choice if they take it. Remove those that are hers from their posts. He'd never send Alicent away. Even when she'd been the obvious suspect in a murder attempt on my own life, he'd barely been able to bear it then. Like Larry's strong, he asked, and I flinched, recalling the meltdown that had occurred last time he had been brought up. Lionel would take it as an insult. He still resents you made the accusation in the first place. He has looked into the matter himself and found no evidence of Larry's allegiances. Even Aegon knows, I muttered. He came to me after Arabella's death telling me he was intent on exposing him. Viserys snorted incredulously and turned to gaze out of one of the windows, bringing one hand up to rub at the bridge of his nose. He swore oaths, he said finally. But I will ensure he no longer meets with Alicent unguarded. As for your other advice, I will speak with Aegon. I relaxed into my chair, letting go of tension I had not known I was carrying. Alicent was the last actor that needed to be gone, or at least defanged before Father's death if I had any hope of avoiding the dance altogether. Father would never send her away, but ensuring she had no one to act on her behalf was the next best thing. Then again, I had little hope Father's men would catch Larry's in the act of communicating with her. I would have to speak to Joffrey about him. Yes, we were technically at peace whilst the two men sought to root out Mysaria's sleeper agents and try and find her hideout in Lys, but Alicent would always be a danger as long as she had Larry's. Unfortunately, my own campaigning against him had tipped my hand quite obviously. I couldn't just kill him, not unless it looked like a very improbable accident or illness anyway. Losing Lionel's support if he even thought I'd slain his son would be a blow to the gut, to say nothing of what Sira would say. My lady did not know of Larry's true nature. She did not know of Mara's theory as to the origin of the poison that had taken her ability to have children and killed her twin. One day, she would have to be told, but it was no easy thing. Even now, she found it hard to believe he had thrown his lot in with Alicent when she, her father and her brother were such staunch blacks. One day, I would need to break it to her in its entirety. It would break her. Do you have anything more to add? Asked Father, breaking the silence that had fallen between us. No, not really. Nothing realistic anyway. Do you resent me for it? He asked. Do you resent that I did not marry Lena? The thought of him marrying Lena made me want to screw my eyes closed at the absurdity of it all, as if doing so could banish the thoughts of it. Then came the disgust, that Father had been considered a match for my lover was enough for me to have to fight a shudder. I liked Alicent well enough at the time, I told him. And Lena? I fear your marriage would not have been blissful. What does that mean? He asked, sounding faintly offended. She's hard to keep in one place, I told him, aware I was smiling for all that I cursed that adventurous spirit at times. Ever wanting to be on the move. She would resent the title of queen, she would resent any man tying her down. It explains a great deal about her marriage, I suppose, said Father, cutting me off. Does she have a lover somewhere, as you do? I spluttered at the implication and he shrugged. I can only hope you do. To think of you bound to that man, with no chance at happiness. Laner is the only man I have lain with, I insisted. The only man I will lay with. I am very fond of him and Lena is the same with Joffrey. What was it that old Maester said? More interested in dragons than boys. He studied me for a while, before nodding. As long as you are happy, he said. When are you due to sail? I grimaced at the reminder. In a few days, I told him. My people prepare for the feast and tourney as we speak. Perhaps you should take your siblings too. Is there enough room aboard your ship? Suggested Father. I blinked. He moved fast, it would seem. I will ask them. It may be they are far more interested in whatever you will think up for them to do. He smiled at that. Do so and I shall tame Alicent. Again. Chapter 173, New Life, Chapter 148. I have given some thought to your travel plans, said Father. I approve. Forgive my protectiveness. It was a testament to my surprise that I looked away from my son, gurgling sleepily away in the cradle, his new egg next to him. We'd all been present for Father to lay it next to him, just as we'd all been present for the twins, Aemon and Emma. Viserys wasn't old enough yet to truly appreciate what it was, but, well, it was a nice thing. I had vague memories of it myself. I really hoped it hatched for him. I wasn't sure what it meant that only one egg had hatched for my children. In canon, all of Rhaenyra's children that had ridden dragons had done so via eggs they hatched themselves. Why then, did mine not? You approve? I asked. You were still set against it last we spoke. I was struggling to understand why, he admitted. Yet Sir Laner did much to clarify your reasons and I admit Rhaenys bent my ear on the matter as well. I laughed, I couldn't help it. My good mother had demurred at my offer to join us on our grand parade about Westeros, citing a desire to stay with Corlys, who would be bound to the capital by his role as master of ships. They were not the only ones I was leaving behind. Maris was staying with Harwin and Marya with Byron. It hurt to think I would be seeing them so infrequently after getting so used to seeing them once a day. I had known it may happen when they married but, well, it was easy to know things, I had learnt. At least Forrest Frey was accompanying us, so I would not be short SAB, and I suspected it would take a crowbar and a team of very determined men to pry Sira from my children. Felena too, surprisingly. I had questioned her on the matter and she had simply brushed off my concerns regarding the charity as well within Marya's abilities to manage. Lena. I had not been able to bring myself to ask Lena if she was still intent on not accompanying us. I knew, in my heart of hearts, that it didn't matter. Not really. She could fly to me and I to her, but perhaps it was foolish. She bent my ear as well, I told him. This idea of a grand progress. I came up with it before the twins were born. I put it aside, it never seemed the right time. Rennis disagreed, he asked, reaching down and brushing his fingers over Visery's sleeping face. Vehemently. She cornered me on Laner's ship on the way back from Dragonstone. He chuckled at that, a genuine chuckle. That sounds like Rennis, he admitted. I will miss you. I will be back on a regular basis, I told him. I have Cyrux. I am a raven away. To have Bale Ryan again, he murmured. A great many things would be different if he had not died. I waited in silence. In the cradle, Visery's hand rose to clutch at father's finger and his thoughtful face, lined with grief, softened as he glanced down. How are your preparations to sail tomorrow going? He asked, shaking himself. I left them to Laner, I replied. He knows the sea better than anyone I know, bar his father. I admit the ship he built, it's a fine thing. The praise was begrudging, more fitting to be hissed through gritted teeth. Given that he had spent several nights in the company of one of Joffrey's ladies recently, I felt he had little reason to complain. A tribute to our love, I said and watched a muscle jump in his jaw. The next one will be called the Sea's Kiss. Humph, said father, trying to coax Viserys into releasing his finger. I hid my smile as I helped him, deciding not to bait him further. My son already had quite the grip and seemed intent on not releasing father's finger without being awoken. When we finally did accidentally wake him, he started bawling at the top of his lungs. I shall leave, Rhaenyra, said father quietly, dropping a kiss to my cheek. If I do not see you again before you leave tomorrow. Have fun, don't burn Dragonstone down and be safe. I suggested when he trailed off. Cheeky, he mumbled and made his way out, the telltale sounds of Sir Ricard following him. I rocked Viserys close to me for a while until he calmed enough to be placed back into the cradle. Go to sleep, I told him. You need all the sleep you can get, little man. The nursemaid will be by soon anyway, you needn't fear going hungry. I wanted so bad to feed him myself, but my milk had already dried up, and it had been fucking painful to boot. Viserys yawned at me and I found myself imitating the action before smiling ruefully at him. More like Jocelyn, aren't you? I said. She never wanted to sleep. He cooed softly at the sound of my voice, stretching his hands into the air and wiggling. I laughed, despite my sudden mood. You are going to be a terror, I realized, scooping him up. He snuggled against me. You will not be able to be this close when we are aboard my namesake. He cooed softly again, wriggling in my grasp. No, no cutie eyes, I told him, voice falsely stern. You simply cannot. I have duties. As it was, I did end up cradling a son aboard the Princess Rhaenyra, just not my newborn one. I'm sorry, said Aemon mournfully. He was trembling against me, I could feel it through my dress. I'm trying to be brave. Being brave isn't a lack of fear, I told him, channeling my inner Ned Stark. It's doing something in spite of being afraid. In fact, you can only be brave when you're afraid. Else it's just stupidity. His hands tightened on my dress and he buried his head in the crook of my neck, coaxing a sigh from me. Aemon, I said, trying for soothing. Do not feel bad because you fear dragons. You aren't even 9 yet. No one expects you to face a full-grown dragon at 9 and not feel fear. Aunt Lena said the same, he mumbled. She said anyone who called me craven could speak to her on the matter. And Viagar, no doubt. He nodded and I felt tears on my neck. I swallowed thickly and decided not to point it out. He was taking it badly as it was. Perhaps it was the only reason I was not freaking out myself. If you had told me a few months ago this was likely to happen, I'd have told you I'd be tearing apart the cabin in my anxiety. Yet even though it bubbled away under my skin, surging up my throat every now and again, I found I could keep a lid on it. My son didn't need a wreck, he didn't need to see my own fear, and so he didn't. He needed to see me strong and confident, convinced he would succeed. When I thought of it like that, it was easy to play the part for him, it would seem. Even the most fearless knight would pause at a conversation with Viagar, I told him. Because dragons are scary and most would piss themselves if they had to face one. You swore again, he mumbled. You never swear. I do. I protested, giving him a little nudge. I merely try to restrain myself around my children. He drew back to face me and tried a little smile. The tears had stopped at least, but his smile conveyed misery. Father said you don't know the meaning of the word restraint. Then he giggled, actually giggled, when my jaw dropped and I spluttered in indignation. Iman's smile became a little brighter and I suspected he knew exactly how much hot water he'd just landed his father in. Wait, father. I shall have words with him, I said dryly, after making a show of my offense. Since when has he been father? I am growing up, he said, blushing. He should be father. He will be sad, I told him, fighting the urge to summon Lena and ask her if she'd mastered necromancy yet. He likes being papa. Iman gave me a pained look and I sighed, pushing myself upright on the bed. Iman, you remember the conversation your uncle Joffrey and I had? He nodded solemnly. The ones about underhanded people? Those that forsake honor and do bad things in the names of their causes. Scheming, he confirmed. You realize this night, what he said was said to hurt, not because it was the truth. No one thinks that what he said about you was true, I told him gently, taking his hand in mine. I was inclined to think of my little boy as little, but, I realized with a startling clarity, he was growing. He'd be a beanpole when he was older. It wouldn't be long before he was taller than me. It hurt, in some undefinable way. Nobody thinks your father is sword swallower, I carried on. He has 5 children and, they believe he has Adam and Alan too. The only man to ever accuse him lost a fight to prove it whilst I was pregnant with the twins. But. No buts, I said sternly. Loving art is not unmanly, waiting for a dragon less so, unless you'd like to call Iman unmanly. Iman's face screwed up before he sighed. I guess, he mumbled. I know you say ignore the whispers but, they aren't nice. They never are, I replied, coaxing him in for another hug. Else they'd say it to your face. He sniffled but did not answer. Lena said you did well enough in her crash course, anyway, I said, nudging him with my elbow again. She made me feel dizzy with all the facts, he admitted. But she knows a lot about dragons and she rides Viagar, she said she'd come with me. She made the same offer to me, I confirmed. Do you want her to? Yes, he said, in a very small voice. I do. Is that bad? No, I'd call it smart. He frowned at that, sitting back to peer at me intently. Smart, he asked, his ears going red in a way that reminded me of Laner so much it made my heart hurt. Why not take the biggest, baddest dragon around with you? I asked, and he tilted his head in thought. Everyone else has gone alone, he finally said. There is no rule that says you have to, I replied, watching as he processed that particular information. No, he said, drawing out the O. But, tradition. Tradition, my arse, I told him, making him giggle again. It's hard-headed foolishness. I include myself and your sister in that. Uncle Iman too, he asked, smile more cheeky than not now. Oh, the worst of the bunch. Iman sat back, looking suddenly more cheerful than I'd seen him since my name day feast, and something eased within my chest. I said thank you, he said at last. To Uncle Iman. He was still avoiding Grandpapa. Iman had taken exception to how father had handled the whole mess. To accuse him of lashing out and then to lash out himself. I had thought he would come with us for the progress because of that alone, but he'd cited other plans. Aegon and Helena had turned me down as well, but only because father had mentioned having something in the works for them and they were curious to know what. He's sulking. He does that. He's still doing it with Alice, I told my son and Iman smiled slightly. I know not how to mend that. I don't think you can, he said after thinking for a moment. Alice. I think Alice really hurt him. I couldn't forgive Alice if she did that to me. I hummed. My clever boy. When did you become so wise? He blushed, then smirked. Uncle Joffrey taught me, he said in a sing-song voice. He says someone has to teach me useful things. Someone is being sassy today. I exclaimed, leaning forward. I had been intending on punishing him by exploiting certain ticklish spots but I was interrupted by a knock on the door. Come. Lena appeared, anxious features smoothing into relief when she spotted Iman halfway through a dramatic escape from my attempt to grab him. I thought you'd fallen overboard, she joked, coming over to ruffle his hair. I laughed as he smoothed it back into position. Your sisters are looking for you. Although I have made them promise that there will be no climbing this time. That earned a grimace from me as Iman directed a hopeful look my way. I glanced up at Lena, detecting no meaningful look or ulterior motive. Go, I said, giving in. Lena can keep me company. To his credit, he stopped to give me a kiss on the cheek before he scrambled off. He seems more cheerful, she noted, seating herself down next to me. I gave him a pep talk, I told her, and she smiled, although I could detect some tension in her shoulders. What is it? Memories, she replied, a little too fast. I will be fine soon. Why are you in bed? You aren't feeling ill, are you? Merely tired, I assured her, shuffling over to make room. Latch the door. She did so and then clambered in next to me, not protesting much when I scooched close enough that our noses might touch. It will be fine, won't it? I asked. He'll be fine. He is your son, she assured me. My nephew. He has Viagar at his back. Do you have a candidate? I asked and she nodded. One of good temperament that I believe will appeal to him, she told me. I flew out to look at it a few weeks ago. You should see it, Rhaenyra, it's more beautiful than any other dragon on the mountain, and just aggressive enough that none could accuse him of choosing a soft target. A pit of dread opened up in my stomach at her words. Is it? I asked, voice rasping suddenly. What color is it? She tilted her head. Is it one you recognize? She asked. Calling it gold is an understatement. It's like looking at living metal. Chapter 174, New Life, Chapter 149. Chapter text. Corlys and Rhaenys were fascinated by their new grandchild, with Viserys being passed back and forth between them, enjoying cuddles and raspberries blown on his belly. I couldn't fault them, of course. They'd sat through our little private family meal without swooping down on him. They'd even restrained themselves until we had all moved to a different room to gather around a fire in comfort on low couches. Well, most of us were reclining in comfort. Laenor was on the floor with the children, playing Monopoly. I know, it ruins families, but nothing was funnier than looking over and seeing my sweet, innocent Ema surrounded by Erzat's money as she took the rest of the children and my dear husband to the cleaners. And all with an innocent smile on her face. At least my wards were not present. I had a feeling things might get a tad competitive, more so than now. Viserys Velaryon, said Corlys, tone choked with pride, dragging my attention back to my newborn. Targaryen, corrected Rhaenys. Not a Velaryon yet, my dear husband. I watched Laenor wince at her tone, or maybe at the fact Rena of all people had just won most of his silver from him. For his sake, I hoped it was the latter. I was not going to get between the two and Laenor should not either. Corlys grimaced at his wife's tone, clearly fighting the urge to be short with her before he forced it away and beamed at his wife. He received a strained smile in return and I sighed, before directing my attention to the source of the tension. How go your studies, Adam? I asked. The 12-year-old was small in size for his age, although I knew for myself he more than made up for that with speed in a fight, his silver hair cut close to his head and his eyes the usual Valyrian purple. He actually looked quite dashing in his burgundy and black, with a simple dagger in his belt. Sir Roga had been kind enough to let him join us for the feast. The gods knew my children were desperate enough to see him given the last trip was cut so short. Well, your grace, he answered before Jocelyn elbowed him in the arm. He gave her a look of helplessness and I rolled my eyes. Call me Rhaenyra. I believe that is what Jocelyn is trying to say through violence. Allie snickered at her sister's sudden discomfort as Adam went red. It was somewhat sad. Jocelyn and Adam had been close before it had been made clear to him just what the difference between a bastard and a true-born child was. Their insistent belief they were siblings despite everyone and their own mother telling them they were not hadn't helped matters. Regardless, I said as Rhaenys lifted Viserys into the air, cooing with delight, I am glad you are doing well. Sir Roga reports you are an exceptional student. He bobbed his head, ears going red as he stammered out some thanks. Your Gr. Rhaenyra. I glanced down in surprise. Might I ask a boon? If it is within my power, I shall do my best to fulfill it, I told him kindly, and a look of relief passed over his face. The tourney tomorrow, he said, and I smiled even wider. Might I compete? Oh. Can he, Mama? Rolf is competing. Jocelyn asked, eyes bright. He was likely aiming to ask for her favor too. I smiled at the thought. If Sir Roga has no objections, neither do I. Your father will be over the moon to hear you have even entered. His eyes drifted to Laenor and I strangled a sigh. Adam. My apologies, Your Grace, he squeaked. Mama, sighed Jocelyn. I gave her a glare and she scowled at her pile of money, woefully low, eyebrows forming an angry V. I charitably ignored the angry muttering. Jocelyn, Mama, and Papa both say that Adam is our uncle, said Iman, quietly. His eyes flickered to me, clearly worried, though. He was also clearly lying. He might toe the party line better than my other children combined when it came to the Hull boys' parentage, but it was clear that he still believed Adam and Alan to be his brothers. Why had I ever found it funny? I hoped Corlys did not see my guilty glance. The memories of the raw hurt on his face whenever they slipped were starting to grate at me again. Perhaps it was good to have a distraction from the numb stupor of dread that Lena's admission had put me into. To make matters worse, Iman had easily picked up on it. It had taken a lot of reassurance from Lena that my state was her fault rather than his. Perhaps that was reinforced by the fact she was not here with us, instead in her quarters, desperately flicking through her reports for anything that could replace fucking Sunfire as Iman's mount, Joffrey at her side. She hadn't known. It was my own damn fault, if I had just been the one to tell her myself. Joffrey was an excellent spy master and a good man, but something so simple as the color of a dragon had gone over his head entirely. All Lena had known was that the dragon that had killed original Rhaenyra was called Sunfire. Joffrey had not waxed lyrical about the color or its beauty. She had not even been thinking of the beast when she'd spotted him roaming the mountainside and assumed such a dragon would appeal to Iman on a base level. But protested my daughter, before shooting another angry look at me. Fine. The outburst caught everyone's attention and I sighed, rubbing my fingers across the bridge of my nose in a desperate attempt to release some of the tension building there. What is the matter? Asked Corlys as Rhaenys liberated Viserys from his arms in his distraction. It is nothing, I replied quickly. He did not need the pain of knowing, not again. Jocelyn is tired and cranky. Come. Bedtime for you. Her lips thinned into nothingness as she fought with her desire to deny that. Then she sighed and gave in, releasing an explosive breath of air. She was still angry, I could tell. I had no doubt she was likely to explode sooner rather than later. She had been so good since her fall. I had been beginning to believe she'd matured somewhat. That her lessons with me were helping in some way. I waited until we were some distance away from the room before confronting her on the matter. What is wrong? I asked. She was silent for a while, frowning angrily at nothing in particular. I waited in silence. Pushing her was just asking to exacerbate the explosion, not avoid it entirely as I hoped. You keep pretending, she finally said. Can't you see how much it upsets him? I am not pretending, I told her, keeping the annoyance from my voice. Adam is not your brother. Your papa is not his father. He is. And everyone says that the only reason Grandpapa claims them is because of you, she cried. Papa would claim them if you weren't stopping him. I am not stopping him, I ground out through clenched teeth. Your papa is their brother. Even Grandpapa says papa is their father, she threw back, face triumphant in a way that made my teeth itch. She'd gotten that from Joffrey, I was certain of it. My father, I said, putting the emphasis on my, does not like your papa. He tries to keep it from you, we all do, but it is an unfortunate truth. Unfortunately, all that did was make her more triumphant. Because he dishonored you with another woman, she crowed. Why was this making me so angry? I had weathered such conversations 1,000 times before, yet the self-righteous accusations of my daughter were enough to make me want to scream at her. He did not dishonor me with another woman, I managed to say, voice hoarse. And certainly not with Marilda of Hull. Stop lying, she yelled. I know he is my brother. I don't need protecting. I am 1 in 10. There is a lot, Jocelyn, that I protect you from, but if Adam and Alan were your brothers I would tell you. I cried, cutting her off. She bit back whatever her retort to that was and glared at me. Like what? She finally asked. What? I responded, bewildered. What do you protect me from? She asked. Her eyes flickered to my hand for a moment. Him. Him, I echoed, fingers touching the prosthetic gently. She reached out and curled her fingers about it, causing my teeth to grit in discomfort. She was still angry, I could tell, but part of her had gone soft in the face of the reminder. I will be as good as Uncle Emond with the blade, she promised me. I will be as good as Aunt Lena on Morrigan. My little warrior, I chuckled. This does not get you out of your punishment. Okay, she said, a smile lighting up her face. A trickle of dread slid down my spine at that. Jocelyn was not the type to change like the wines, that was more Allie's wheelhouse. Jocelyn, I said warningly, and she gave me a faux innocent look that only further served to convince me she had just decided to do something she knew I would not approve of. I could see it in the way her posture had changed, the way she was trying to hide her smirk and the way she suddenly couldn't quite keep still. I'm not. She cut herself off before I could. Whatever you have just decided to do, do not, I commanded. I'm not going to do anything, she protested. Really, Mama? I swear I won't do anything like Allie's did. No sneaking out. No going where I shouldn't be. And where should you not be? I asked. The town, the docks, the dragon stables, the Dragonmont. I waved my hand, cutting her off as she ticked the options off on her fingers. She was up to something and I damn well knew it. Jocelyn, please, I said finally. Don't do anything rash. I won't, she promised in a tone that told me my pleas had gone unheeded. I grit my teeth. Very well, I said finally, after mentally running through a few solutions. Understand, if you pull something stupid within our time here at Dragonstone, you will be in for a world of trouble. There will be grounding, lessons on responsibility, lines to do on the chalkboard. Her confidence flickered at that. Yes, Mama, she said finally. I understand. I escorted her back to her room, the silence between us bubbling with tension and resentment from Jocelyn's side. Gods, why couldn't my children be easy to deal with? Why were they so stubborn? So intent on getting themselves killed? On the way back, I stopped a guard and told him to have Sir Roga post a knight to the door of Jocelyn's room after confirming with his own eyes she was still inside, as well as one under her window. I doubted she'd climb out, but if she was desperate. When I got back to the room, Emma had been crowned Queen of Westeros after bankrupting her opponents and was perched on Laenor's lap, beaming at all her new subjects. I'm Hand of the Queen, said Rena as I sat down. Luke is Master of Ships, Alice is Mistress of Whisperers, Eamon is Master of Laws. You can be Mistress of Coin, Mama, said Emma, happily. And Adam is my Lord Commander of the King's Guard. Adam puffed out his chest proudly. I shall protect you, Queen Emma, he promised. What am I? Asked Laenor, mock offense suffusing his tone. Husband to the Mistress of Coin, of course, I replied, making the children giggle. That, or the Iron Throne itself. Are you saying I am too spiky, my love? He asked, eyes twinkling. No, Papa, said Emma. You can be in charge of the gold cloaks. Well, I said, smiling. It seems like a solid little administration. Apart from myself. I fear I would make a horrible Mistress of Coin. Do not tell Lord Beesbury you selected me, you might make him cry. We don't want to do that, said Alice. He might stop giving us the honey nut cakes. Aha! I knew he was slipping you all something, said Corlys in triumph. Lionel owes me 5 dragons. Another game, said Luke finally. I want to win back the crown. No, I'm going to win it this time, Rena told him. I'm better than you anyway. No, you only win because Emma helps you, he sulked. A great start to Monopoly, then, I remarked dryly. Rhaenys handed Viserys to Corlys and gave me a wink. None of you will win, she said. Because I'm going to be queen next. Chapter 175, New Life, Chapter 150. Chapter text. Sira attended to me that night, removing my braid and freeing my hand of its glove and prosthetic. She chatted away, updating me on what my wards had been up to whilst we had enjoyed the family time. Nothing groundbreaking beyond a small spat between Alice Ann and Jane. Still, I was more than ready for sleep by the time she departed and I realized that Laena was not yet back. I debated getting under the covers anyway but thought better of it after a few minutes of staring guiltily at the door. She was doing her best, she didn't deserve ill treatment from me. I pulled on the silken, black and red robe and set off, Sir Eric falling in behind me as dutiful as ever. He was a cheerful man when he wanted to be, although he had no smiles or japes for me tonight. In truth, wandering the halls in search of my lady was likely to raise some eyebrows were I caught, but the court had long since recognized we were closer than the average pair of good sisters were. Most had forgotten the rumors and claims Damon made, and even Alicent made it clear she disbelieved them. Perhaps I ought to thank the Rhaenyra in me's need to look at every passably handsome man I passed. As luck would have it, I passed nobody on the way to my old labs. Dragonstone was not particularly full at the moment. A few lords, more knights, all here for the small tourney that would be held tomorrow. There was a modest prize to be won, certainly not enough to bestir many of the bigger names to it. I might have gone all out, but I suspected it was not what Aemon wanted. The more eyes were on him, and Dragonstone, during his attempt to tame a dragon, the more pressure he would be under to succeed. Have you found an alternative? I asked loudly, pushing the door open. Sir Eric dropped into his usual position with a nod. Laena jerked up from her position on the floor, eyes heavy with sleep and a grimace on her face. No sign of Joffrey. We have been looking, she insisted, before peering about for her husband, conspicuous by his absence. Has it borne fruit? I asked, a smile fighting its way onto my face despite the worry. I held out my hand and she accepted it, using me to haul herself to her feet and nearly unbalancing both of us in the process. No, was her reply, and my heart sunk again. The feeling of panic edging away at my ability to think. Why was I so afraid of him? He was not Aegon's dragon? He did not haunt my dreams, and my son was hardly going to feed me to him. Yet the mere thought of him was enough for me to tremble. Was this how Laenor had felt about Carl Corey? How Joffrey felt about Kristen Cole? I jumped as she wound her arms about me and pulled me close. I can try and track Grey Ghost, she offered as I let myself be held, sinking my face into the crook of her neck. He is elusive, but the Watchers know where he was this last moon. Perhaps if I track him from there. Try, I murmured. Please. I shall take him to its last known location, she promised. But if we can't find him? I shuddered. Then Sunfire, I said finally, and the very decision made me want to vomit, bile burning up my throat for a brief moment. Why? Lena disrupted the next round of questioning by carting her fingers through my loose hair. It will be well. It will not end the way it did in your memories, she told me. I swear it. Aegon has been tamed, without him Alicent is toothless. He still wants that blasted council, I grumbled. As long as he is in opposition to me, we will not be safe from war. He is not the type, she said simply, stepping back. I may find his ambition distasteful, but he is genuinely fond of you. He would not. It will not matter if he is tricked into it, I groused before shaking my head. I was being pessimistic, as I so often was when I had received an unexpected and unwanted surprise. The dance would likely not happen, and if it did, it would not be the clusterfuck of canon. Yet in my darkest moments all I could see were Daemon and Aegon, each eager to take my crown. The reminder of Sunfire and how Rhaenyra had failed in the original timeline was only making it worse. But you are right, I need to stop dwelling on it. Lena looked unconvinced. Perhaps I can distract you, she asked, depositing a final kiss on my forehead before bustling over to her workbench. I would welcome a distraction, I told her. Is this regarding your research? Yes. I have been somewhat successful, she mumbled in a tone I wasn't sure I liked, rummaging around in the boxes stored under the workbench. Somewhat? I asked as she reappeared holding a mud-brown dragon's egg. I've made some progress, it's just not quite right yet. Do you remember the egg that hatched for Lena Velaryon? I nodded, more curious than ever now as she placed the egg in the middle of the floor. You figured out what was wrong with it? I asked. Something like that, was her mysterious reply. It wasn't the egg. It was how it hatched. Stop being coy, Lena, I sighed. Spill. She shot me an amused smile and I found myself rolling my eyes in response before I could quite stop myself. I was 30 and Lena still knew how to bait me into acting like I was a teenager again. Judging by the utter delight in her eyes, she knew it too. All right, I'll explain it as best I can, she said, a smile still playing about her lips as she remained crouching over the egg. It's magic at its heart. I had gotten that, yes, I bit out, tone as dry as Dorne. So, magic needs fuel. In the wild that could be a combination of many things. The dragons themselves, the dragonmont. I haven't quite figured out how it works under non-test conditions. She has spent entirely too much time around Jurat. This is all his doing, I just know it. So when we place an egg in a cradle, it needs magic to hatch. Oh hookey, I said slowly. I left the rest of my slight disbelief at that hanging. I'm serious, she laughed from her position on the floor. It's getting very late, Lena. Not that I wasn't desperately curious, but her leading statements and sudden amusement was grating on my need to sleep. Leftover frustration from handling Jocelyn and the Knowledge Iman's tournament was tomorrow and we all had an early start. Fine, fine, she said holding up her hands in surrender. Then, much to my horror, lowered her hand to her belt and produced a small knife. It was so habitually hung on her waist these days that it hadn't even registered to me that she was wearing it. Hey, what then? She sliced the palm of her hand. It was odd that most of me was more annoyed with how dramatic she was being than horrified at the self-mutilation. Surely a small prick to the finger would have worked. I watched, mouth hanging open as she began dabbing a strange symbol I didn't recognize into the surface of the egg in her own blood. It looked, almost Valyrian. Yet not. Certainly one I had never seen, although I would admit I was not gifted with languages. I was barely fluent in High Valyrian and only knew smatterings of Tyroshi, Bravasi, and Pentoshi. Although Lena had taught me a few swear words in Lysane. She was murmuring under her breath too. Strange words that again, sounded almost Valyrian in their musical quality. The stirrings of unease in my gut started up and I shivered, despite how warm it suddenly seemed in my lab. I had not truly seen her perform magic. I had seen the runes, seen the books, seen the evidence. She finished and stepped back, sweat shining on her forehead and her gait a little wobbly. I wanted to reach out to her and steady her, but she was just out of reach and my feet felt as if they were made of lead and my hands nailed to my sides. All I could do was watch slack-jawed in the impossible heat as the egg began rocking almost violently back and forth, spiderweb cracks appearing on its surface as some light seemed to shine from within. I knew something was terribly wrong when the maw that punched through the hard outer shell was not a hatchling's maw. It was stunted somehow, not as long as it should be, and as it continued pushing its head from the egg, I realized it had no eyes. The stirrings of unease became an uncomfortable churning and I clenched my jaw so tightly my teeth ached with the force of it. In front of me, Lena swayed on her feet, almost falling before barely catching herself. Heedless of us both, the monstrous creature kept pushing its way from the shell, the noises that emitted from its mouth mockeries of a true hatchling's call. It only served to set my teeth on edge, putting me in mind of nails across a chalkboard. When it was finally born, I realized there were no wings either, just one long continuous body putting me in mind of a worm or a snake, only so jarringly wrong it made my head hurt and my skin crawl. If this was the creature that had hatched for Bela's daughter, I understood why Alan had hacked it to pieces. It was wrong. Unnatural. I knew it in my gut with a strange and sudden certainty. Almost unconsciously, my hand crept towards the one knife I'd taken with me on my journey. Bile burned in my throat as my hand curled around the hilt. Then Lena took a deep breath in and strode forward, ignoring the way the thing twitched and curled on the floor, and brought her boot down heavily on its head. It should say a lot that the relief of the creature's death far outweighed my horror at the sound so similar to that of my own maiming at Damon's hands. The sound had haunted my worst nightmares, yet it was nothing compared to the horrifying thing that had just hatched from the egg at Lena's command. Its death was like a spell being broken, and I staggered back, my limbs like jelly, forcing me to grab the workbench for support. I gulped down the suddenly cool air, shivering as I realized I was sweat-soaked. My stomach cramped suddenly and I groaned with the force of it, still clutching the workbench as if it were the only thing saving me from falling. I couldn't speak, even when I opened my mouth to demand what the hell that thing had been and why she thought showing it to me had been a good idea. My head ached fiercely, feeling heavy and forcing me to bow my head slightly. "I'm impressed," said Lena quietly. "The first time I did it, I threw up." I still couldn't answer her. "I can explain," she finally said as my silence went on. I managed through gritted teeth, and she winced. "It's not, we only react that way because it's a perversion." I distinctly remember saying no perversion, I growled. Anger was easy. "You meant moral perversion," she replied simply. "This is a perversion of dragons. They're meant to receive their magic slowly, and when they hatch, they're supposed to bind to the one that has been feeding them magic. I merely overwhelmed it all at once and it hatched before it was ready." "Merely, that was less damaging than what you did," she barked suddenly. I blinked, surprise momentarily sweeping aside the anger. "You damaged yourself in more ways than you know." "What?" I croaked, throat sore. "The runes. Rhaenyra, we are beings of fire. We became so when we first bound ourselves to our mounts. They are part of us and we are part of them. Just as we change them, they change us. No matter what our ancestry, any who tame a dragon is changed by it." I waited, eyes wide and unsure what I was feeling. "But there is another force in this world. One opposite to that fire. That force of life and warmth." Ice. She glanced at me surprised. "A song of ice and fire. What the fuck?" She gave me a helpless look before shrugging. "Perhaps? I have never heard it phrased that way. They seek each other out. Life and death, warmth and cold, ice and fire, each in opposition. Simultaneously drawn to one another and the most potent forces in destroying one another. You claim it is a cycle." "I don't claim," she interrupted, worrying at her lower lip with her teeth. "Those books I wanted, so long ago. I stole them from my father. He hasn't figured it out yet. I took copies and returned them, but that is what they allege." "How does this relate to me?" I asked, morbid curiosity pushing me on. She smiled, pained before stepping closer. She'd wrapped linen cloth about her hand, I noted as she raised her uninjured hand to my cheek. "You, a being of fire, laid your hands on what was essentially pure ice magic," she said finally. "Cyrix saved you, you were so close to a fate worse than death. You bear the scars still." "Scars?" I asked. "Where?" "They aren't visible unless you look for them. Do you know how much fear it fills me with? That every time I look I see proof that this nearly never was," she asked. Her hand grew warm on my freezing cheek and reached up to grasp it with a shaking hand of my own. Even not wearing my prosthetic failed to bother me as much as it did as the stump touched her skin. This was not a good distraction, I decided. Then, finally having enough of my antics, my stomach gave out and threw up down her front. Chapter 176, New Life, Chapter 151. Chapter Text. "What did you do this time?" Sab hissed, trying to keep her voice low enough that I did not hear it. I felt my eye twitch in response as Felena handed me the prosthetic. To say I had been mildly put out with Lena last night would be an understatement. I'd left her to her cleaning and gone to bed, a small headache growing into one of truly epic proportions by this morning. She must have joined me at some point despite not waking me, because when I finally awoke before sunrise, she was curled up next to me, violet eyes shining in the darkness. The dark circles around her eyes were even deeper than mine, and it hadn't taken long for Felena and Sab, my attendants for this morning, to pick up on my annoyance with her. I watched as Felena fixed Lena with a suspicious look, her lips thinning slightly in disapproval, but managed to keep her peace. I didn't hear Lena's mumbled response, but I heard Sab's hastily suppressed snort of amusement. "Are you japing? She has barely looked at you all morning. What did you do?" Annoyed, I turned to direct my gaze at her and she flushed red. Lena didn't look set to look up from her fruit tea and sausages. "She can hear you. Gossip on your own time." My tone was like ice and I knew, with a guilty lurch of my heart, I should not be taking it out on Sab. The woman had been nothing but a friend. I forced my tone to soften. My apologies. My sleep was much disturbed last night. It is no issue, Sab replied, her frown at odds with her words. She glanced at Lena once more, my lover still studiously staring at her breakfast. I sighed and rubbed at the bridge of my nose. It was ill done of me, I replied. Now, I do believe I have a name day boy to attend to. Even Lena perked up at that, her head coming up to reveal how pale she was. The way her scars were red in contrast and how dark her almost sunken eyes looked. I winced. She looked ill. Lena, I finally said, my concern warring with my need to sulk. After we have given him his gifts, I think it would be best if you went back to bed. You need to be well for tomorrow. I will be fine, she insisted. I just need some more food. Sab laid a gentle hand on her shoulder, looking torn. Even Felena, normally Lena's biggest detractor in our little group, looked concerned. I eyed her rapidly cooling sausages, nearly untouched. Please, I wish to see the tourney. Luke is so excited. Her tone of voice took me off guard. Rhaenyra, said Sab, suddenly. I'll keep an eye on her. You will make sure she eats after Iman has received his gifts, I said finally. And if she gets woozy today, you are to march her to her rooms. As you command, Sab almost laughed, looking marginally more relaxed. Felena gave me a helpless shrug as I turned back to her, allowing her to pull at the mantle I wore. I suspect it was more for a need of something to do than genuine worry it wasn't sitting right on my shoulders. As if to prove she was trying, Lena plucked a sausage from her plate and nibbled at it. Good, I said finally, as Felena stepped back again. I do believe it's time for presents. My wards and children were already gathered, Viserys too. He was seated in his oldest sister's lap, tugging at one of the laces on her dress. I blinked when I saw her. Jocelyn was a tomboy through and through, much more than my old self. To see her dressed so, appropriately without the threat of force only sealed my certainty that she had something planned. She smiled sweetly at my narrowed eyes but I was prevented from broaching the matter by Iman being pushed forward eagerly. Lena passed me with a smile, joining Joffrey in his seat by the fire. No Rhaenys or Corlys yet, somewhat surprising. 9 years, I told Iman, smiling broadly. My son is 9 today. He blushed and I pulled him close, hoping he could feel my pride in him. As if I could somehow pour it into my embrace and into him through that. He clutched me back just as tightly. Wife, do you intend to release our son at any point? Asked Lena after a moment. I cracked the back of my hand on his arm but let Iman go. He was blushing slightly, his ears red, and I smiled fondly at him. Lena lifted him from his feet and held him close a moment later, much to Iman's delighted shout of joy. Are we late? Rhaenys asked, stepping through the door with a box in her hand. Corlys followed her, looking sheepish. Iman got quite the haul from the ensuing gifts. It was something of a shock to realize Lena and I's gift was probably the least lavish of the lot. A high-quality alchemy set with all the ingredients he'd need to make his own paints going forward. Corlys gifted him an old and beautiful tapestry Iman had long coveted from his collection in high tide. Joffrey and Lena went for books, what must have constituted a small library worth on art and architecture ranging from new manuscripts written by Juret's people to copies of older works Lena had wheedled the Maester of Driftmark into acquiring. Aelyandra presented him with an ornate spear, Alizanne gifted him a book of old First Men fairy tales with suitably gory artwork. Jane's gift nearly started a fight between the two. A beautiful carved weirwood shield that sent Alizanne into a fury upon seeing it. Thankfully, the last 2 remaining gifts were received without argument. Rolf gifted my son a set of Syvas figurines in gold and silver, each king having gems for their eyes, and Luke, under Joffrey's strict supervision after the puppy incident, gifted my son a book on heraldry that Iman thanked him earnestly for. As promised, Sab dragged Lena off soon after even as she promised her son she would be there to see him compete, passing by the nursemaid who arrived to whisk Viserys away. He was still too young for a tourney to be appropriate for him. He received his fair share of fuss before being relinquished though, and even Aelyandra held him for a few moments, smiling down at him. Luke was technically a squire for his father although he learned his skill at arms with Lena and Rolf. Perhaps it was an oversight I should fix, yet Lena was loath to see him leave her side and Joffrey was of the same mind. Perhaps Corlys might be an acceptable compromise? All right then. I called, interrupting Iman's excited reading of a particularly grim tale from Alisanne's book. We have a tourney to get to and 2 of you are competing today. They scrambled up, affectionate shoving of Luke and Rolf included. I doubted any would win. There were boys competing today half a decade their elder, but it was a start to their careers and I could feel their excitement. It filled the room. Mother, may I accompany Rolf to the tents? Asked Jocelyn, eyes bright. I stared at her hard, finally realizing what she was up to, before giving her a strained smile. Little fiend. Of course, just be back in the royal box before the melee starts. The squires melee would be the first event, then the main melee followed by the justing and finally a small archery tournament. I had a feeling Alice Ann wanted in on that one. I did not mind, she was not barred from doing so. I would ensure she was told as such by Sira. I watched as Jocelyn disappeared through the doorway along with the small crowd of children, almost skipping as she pushed her way between Luke and Rolf. The two boys were trying their best not to run with excitement and the others were contenting themselves with excited chatter and a more sedate pace. "What's wrong?" asked Joffrey. I glanced around to find Laenor deep in conversation with his parents and only Joffrey stood close enough to hear my answer. "You have that look." "That look?" I asked, gesturing for us to begin our walk. I gave a wave to Laenor, who waved back, clearly distracted, and I did not fail to miss the fond smile on Joffrey's face as we left him nodding seriously to whatever his father was telling him. Sir Stefan fell in behind us with a solemn and respectful nod. I was startled to find that I had become somewhat fond of the knight a long time ago. The one that says something has dissatisfied you and you are debating the merits of introducing the problem to Cyrux. I chuckled and he relaxed slightly, having gotten the reaction he wanted. "It's Jocelyn," I admitted as we followed the trail of startled mates that indicated we were not too far behind our children. "I believe our squire's melee may be due a visit from a mystery contestant." "Ah," he said sagely. "I see. I will have Sir Roga informed that mystery contestants are banned, for the squire's melee, at least. I fear the commons would riot if you banned mystery competitors from the main event." "Do," I replied before letting out a deep breath. "That is not all though." It was a statement and not a question. Joffrey knew me well. "Laena has upset you in some manner. She is being her usual self. Clever in some ways and infuriatingly dim in others." The idea of some part of me bearing scars I had not known about, it sent a chill through me. So did the memory of the terrible noise the creature had made as it pulled its way from the egg. A perversion of dragons indeed. "Do you wish for me to speak to her?" he asked, after watching me for a moment, expression unreadable. "I will do it myself," I decided. "I believe it is time she received a little more oversight in her experiments here." "Who would you have supervise her work?" he asked, tone dry. "None of us have the knowledge and there are few who would overlook the methods." "Find her some amenable and controllable wisdoms," I said, after thinking for some time on the matter. He was right, unfortunately. "I have many of those," he said with a chuckle. "I spoke with the farman boy, as you asked." It took me a moment to realize he had changed the subject. "Did he play nicely?" I asked and he snorted. "He has agreed to provide information but he shies away from anything more serious. I am searching for another in the inner circle to consult." "Whatever you need, you have," I promised as we left the castle proper and began making our way to the tourney grounds. I could see a small crowd in the distance that I recognized as the children. My smile widened a bit more when I realized they'd picked up Sir Eric at some point and Rena was riding on his shoulders, shouting with glee. He was supposed to be off duty but I supposed he intended to enter the tourney himself. "I am gratified to know my princess has such faith in me," said Joffrey, his tone teasing. I spared him a smile and a raised eyebrow. He chuckled. "Now, I believe I have a certain princess's plan to thwart." He left me to my own devices and I made my way to the royal box. It was a small riot of children when I arrived, Aelyandra trying in vain to get them to calm despite clearly wanting to join in if the smile on her face was any indication. Even Iman was in high spirits, laughing along at some joke Jane had told with a broad smile on his face. Judging by Emma's scandalized look, it had not been age-appropriate. Alice Ann and Alyssa huddled together, leaning over the railing and pointing to things in the crowd with excitement. Rena had all but climbed the edge of the box, imitating the two girls as she watched the festivities with wide eyes. I scooped her away before she could get herself hurt and seated her on my knee as I dropped into my overly large chair. She squirmed, giggled, and made herself comfy. Jocelyn was still not present but then if I were right, I fully expected her to slink in moments before the melee started. No doubt she would be in a nasty mood at being foiled so. "Look, there is Sir Eric," exclaimed Rena from my knee and I forced myself, as difficult as it was, to focus on the present. Sunfire, Laena, and Jocelyn's inevitable tantrum could wait. "And Rolf?" "Rolf is in the squire's tent," said Laenor, making me jump a little. The moment he sat down, Emma climbed into his lap and leaned back into him. I chuckled and turned my attention back to the mass of people still swarming about. "I have dispatched Joffrey to put a stop to Jocelyn's plan," I murmured to him. He nodded, sighing. "She wished to enter in disguise." "I thought it might be something like that," he admitted. "Otherwise she'd have escaped earlier." He leaned back, pausing only to tickle Emma's side when she started grumbling about something to Rena. Her screech of delight made me wince. Across the field, the announcer's voice could be heard and a horn blew, sending my wards and children scrambling into their seats. Emma and Rena hopped down and rushed to their own as well, leaving me free to stand when the time came for me to stand and make my declarations. Joffrey seated himself a moment later with an annoyed grimace on his face. One mysterious contender who paid the entry fee without complaint, he told me. I told the fiend that if she could lift her helm and show me she was not Jocelyn, I would allow her to compete. And? I asked as even the crowd began to quiet. She did not. She said nothing the entire time I spoke. Then she left when I warned her you would be angry with her, Joffrey told me, his eyes flicking over the crowd before returning to my face. I snorted. I will be anyway. Lines, I think. Grounding from the yard, too. A cheer went up from the crowd as the announcer invited me to say a few words and I allowed my face to fall into a look of happiness and pride. It wasn't hard to do so, all I had to do was gaze at the back of Iman's head and forget what this day meant. Then I murmured to my husband and friend. Wish me luck. Chapter 177, New Life, Chapter 152. Chapter Text. And so, with great pride, I welcome you all. As speeches went, it wasn't great but the crowd hadn't come to hear me speak and they cheered me regardless. I sat down and smiled benignly as the crowd kept up their cheering for a suitably polite time. Finally, the announcer stepped back in again, laying out the order of events and working the crowd into a frenzy of excitement once more. More than a few times he mentioned placing bets. Maris doing most likely. She, above all others, knew how much money there was to be made in bets at events like these and her customers appreciated her honesty. If they won, they got their winnings and not a pair of broken legs. A clatter dragged me from that thought as Lena arrived, breathless, as if she had been sprinting. Oh, thank the seven, she breathed, dropping into her chair. I didn't miss anything. No, said Joffrey with a smile. Although the squires will soon be putting in their appearance. I gave Luke my scarf, said Rena, proudly. I'm sure he will wear it proudly, said Joffrey, ruffling her hair and making her squawk with indignation. Emma soon set to fussing about her, pulling the hairstyle back into place. Sabathy is a monster, groaned Lena. I swear I can never eat another slice of bacon or bowl of porridge again. She did look better, I realized as I studied her. Although the color in her cheeks may have been from all but sprinting here to see her son compete. She caught my suspicious eyes and gave me a strained smile, earning herself a small one in return. I might have said something but I was cut off by a squeal of excitement from the younger members of our family. Even Alyandra was leaning forward, dark eyes studying the squires entering the field with interest. My eyes picked out one of her friends from the Dornish court, a lad of 15 called Miles Lady Bright. I was unsure whom he squired for exactly, but the few times I'd seen him fight he seemed relatively talented. A cousin of Jane's earned a cheer from her as he bowed low in an overly florid manner. My own children cheered for Rolf, Luke, and Adam, waving as they picked out each figure in the mass of squires that had poured onto the pitch. Each wore a colored band on their left arm, red or blue. Rena cheered only for her brother though, looking overly thrilled when she noted he had worn her scarf on his arm as favor, on his right arm, opposite his red band. He says when he is old enough to joust he will crown me queen of love and beauty in every tournament, Rena informed her mother. Joffrey rolled his eyes in response but couldn't fight the grin on his face as Lena laughed happily. It's a shame Jocelyn isn't back yet, said Alice, in a tone I knew was supposed to be innocent. I raised an eyebrow at her even as Iman elbowed her in the ribs. I'm just saying she hasn't even given Rolf her favor, as she promised him she would do. I peered at Rolf, armored up with even his visor pulled down, only recognizable by his surcoat, and realized my daughter was right. He did not wear Jocelyn's favor, he wore no favor at all. That, in itself, was not unusual. There were only a handful of squires that did so, after all, but I had been so sure he would ask for it. Humph, perhaps the little fiend had been in an even darker mood than I had predicted at being foiled so. After the melee was over, I'd have a guard sent to locate her and drag her to her room. She could wait there for me to come and dish out her punishment. I won't be anywhere I'm not supposed to be indeed. Without thinking, I tapped out an annoyed beat on my chair arm. Not that anyone else noticed my agitation, they were watching as the squires were split into two teams. I would admit to it taking me slightly by surprise. I had been in such a state about Sunfire, I had done little to review today's agenda beyond a cursory glance. I glanced at Laner, who was beaming as the squires took their positions. You must tell me how our boys are doing, I said, making his eyebrows rise in amusement. It's hardly going to be top-tier military strategy, said Joffrey. I expect a great deal of reckless charging. A horn sounded as I went to question him on that end, as he predicted. Most of the squires immediately charged each other as if it were some grand battle of legend. More than a few were calling out their family words or simply just screaming incoherently. I forced myself to cover my amusement with a cough. Melees were not my favorite part of the tourney, I much preferred jesting and it was hard to hold on to that amusement at their youthful enthusiasm as the first contestants started going down. It did not escape my eyes that it was mostly the younger and smaller ones going down first. The older squires, the ones with any shred of decency anyway, were hanging back and testing those of their own age. I winced as a squire much too tall slammed a mace into the ribs of a boy nearly 2/3 his height, sending him crashing to the ground. I could not hold brutality in a melee against a knight or squire, but by the 7, a few of these would never find themselves service with me. Which was not to say the older boys were dominating. The idea of teams was finally getting through to them, with several younger boys grouping together to stay in the fight. I almost laughed a few moments later when a small figure darted out of a pack of blue squires in recognizable burgundy and black and scored a few painful hits on one of the more brutal boys. The pack followed suit a moment later and the boy was downed. I cheered a little for him. Adam was good. I had high hopes. Sir Roga had high hopes. When he was knighted, and it would not be for a long time yet, Adam would have his choice of roles that I could offer him. Moments later, the blue squires moved on and linked up with a small group following Rolf. It was somewhat shocking to realize, as the many disparate groups coalesced into two once more, that I had been watching for nearly 10 minutes. There was a pause, considered good manners, as officials hauled as many squires as they could possibly get off the field away for a quick check over. Girardi's students had been press-ganged for the occasion. A good source of practical experience, according to my old maester. It seems our son is holding on, observed Joffrey. Luke was indeed still standing, flanking the Lady Bright boy in the much smaller group of red. It seems his group lacks the numbers to prevail, I japed, and Joffrey shook his head. They could still come through, he told me, beaming in pride. They may not have the numbers, but their more skilled members are still standing. What do you think, husband? I asked. Laener's eyes were fixed on the field though, confusion furrowing his brow. Laener. Hey. Even Joffrey was frowning as his attention finally fixed on us. What is wrong? I asked. He glanced back to the field and then seemed to shake himself. Nothing, nothing at all. I merely spotted something odd, that is all. I glanced back at Joffrey, who looked as puzzled as I felt. Even Laena looked mystified by her brother's odd behavior. Odd? I asked, peering over the grounds as the squires prepared for round 2. Odd, he confirmed. I'm not sure. He stopped speaking as the squires charged again, cheering loudly although showing a little more strategy. I spared him one more look, which he waved away distractedly and went back to watching the show. My wards and children cheered wildly. Most of my children had dropped any pretenses of remaining objective and had begun cheering for the blue team, calling Rolf and Adam's names like they were the finest knights in all the realm and this the biggest tourney of the season. Rena and Laena cheered for the Reds and Luke though, even as the melee began turning against them and they were slowly forced back as more and more of their members fell or yielded. To be fair to Joffrey, he was cheering too, yet I sensed Laener's odd behavior had troubled him. His gaze kept flicking back to his lover as if he could somehow divine the cause by sight alone. Oh dear, Joffrey finally said. Allow me to revise my earlier suggestion. Reds are going to lose. I asked and he nodded grimly. Surprisingly, Luke hadn't gone down yet. It was certainly impressive for someone who barely made the age restriction to fight in the tourney. I watched as he put a blue squire in the dirt and then turned towards Rolf with what I suspected was glee given his movements. He didn't get 2 steps, though, before Adam swooped out of nowhere and engaged him, pushing him back. Luke seemed almost surprised by the aggression but was soon giving as good as he got, punishing his bastard uncle for every mistake. Adam was good, but even I saw the moment he overextended. Luke showed no mercy and began his trek towards Rolf again, seemingly more determined this time. Oh no, said Joffrey, causing my head to whip towards him and the smile on my face to die a little. I had been enjoying the melee, despite my earlier worries, yet the look on Joffrey's face. He looked, angry was perhaps the wrong word but it was the closest I could think of. That girl played me for a fool. My smile died. Laener. I know, said my husband stiffly, divining Joffrey's sentence before it was completed, and I turned to him as well, feeling my heart beating out of my chest but not quite understanding their meaning. Jocelyn. I finally asked and Laener nodded. His lips were pressed together so tightly they were nearly invisible and his hands were clutching at his chair arms. Understanding trickled through me, feeling like something ice cold until it reached my stomach and became burning hot anger. Where? She and Rolf switched, hissed Joffrey. Rolf isn't that sloppy. Look at those strikes. If Luke wasn't so exhausted, he'd have put her in the dirt by now. I couldn't answer that. I was ready to leap to my feet, to demand the tournament be halted so my daughter could learn the meaning of pain when Laener rested his hand on mine. Do you trust me? He asked, turning to face me. Around us, the royal box was beginning to notice our anger, despite Laena's confused efforts to redirect their attention back to the squires. With what? I snapped. He nodded out across the field where Luke and Jocelyn were still locked in combat. With her punishment. You promised her lines and grounding. I have a better idea. I stared at him, anger making me want to snap no until I realized he was just as angry as I was. It made me hesitate just slightly. Laener, as a rule, did not get angry at the children often. Very well, I finally managed. I will defer to your judgment in this matter. He nodded and turned his eyes back to the melee where Jocelyn, disguised as Rolf, had been pushed back from Luke as the final blue charge saw most of the reds yield. Joffrey merely sighed heavily and gestured to Sir Stefan. My knight approached with a puzzled look on his face. He must have picked up on our anger, but without being privy to the conversation he would have no clue why. Go to the squire's tent and apprehend Jocelyn, Luke, and Adam please, I commanded, voice shaking a little with the urge to shout and rage. And have a guard track wherever Rolf has hidden himself. I want them delivered to my rooms as soon as possible. Your Grace, acknowledged Stefan, his eyebrows climbing high in surprise as he glanced at the grounds where the remaining blue squires were jumping up and down in glee at their victory, Rolf among them. A good few older squires could expect to be knighted after this victory. Yet their happiness did nothing to ease the heat of anger settling in my body. Jocelyn competed, said Iman, quietly. Truly. Indeed. Iman, stay here and enjoy the night's melee. I need to have words with your sister. I rose and Laenor rose with me. When Joffrey went to rise as well, I laid a gentle hand on his shoulder. Stay with them. He nodded, turning his attention to his wife and daughter soon after, as Rena complained loudly that Luke's side had not won, commiserating with her. We'd barely left the tourney grounds for the castle proper when Sir Stefan found us once more and reported all 4 had been successfully captured. He fell in behind us after that, face a mask of disapproval. Whatever your punishment is, it better be good, murmured Stefan. Chapter 178, New Life, Chapter 153. Chapter text. How could you be so foolish, bellowed Laenor. Adam flinched in the face of his anger and then stared at his feet. Jocelyn's glare fell away, her gaze swinging from me to her father, her eyes wide in surprise. Luke was squirming on the spot, shifting from left to right and looking everywhere but at Laenor and I. Rolf was already on the verge of tears, only taking his eyes off of Laenor to shoot little glances at Jocelyn. You put yourself at risk. You put your team at risk. Do you understand what could have happened had you been killed or crippled? Father started Jocelyn. No, he growled, cutting her off. This goes beyond your usual stunts. Her pleading look became a sullen glare, her arms crossed across her chest and her eyebrows practically meeting to form a V of anger. I wanted to take her to task myself, but I had promised Laenor this was his to handle. Instead, I took a deep breath, momentarily catching the foursome's attention before Laenor began pacing and they all looked to him again. What possessed you to join the melee? He asked. How could you be so stupid? Stupid, she exclaimed. Even if I'd asked you'd have said no. For good reason, he shouted back. Because you are 1 in 10. Because you have no formal training. Only because you wouldn't let me, she argued. I've wanted to train since before Iman even picked up a practice blade. And you were allowed, I cut in, angry that she would throw this of all things in my face. The way she was standing, the way those angry and accusing eyes swung towards me, this was not new for her. Why had she not come to me about it? Not properly, she grumbled, making my anger burn a little brighter in me. You only said I could have a proper tutor recently. It was always Rolf you were training. Not me. Laenor stood there for a moment and then raised his hand up to rub at the bridge of his nose. It does not matter what has happened in the past. Even if you were the best squire of the Red Keep you would have still broken the minimum age rule. That's stupid as well. Jocelyn protested and I clenched my fists tight despite the pain it brought. No other tourneys have that rule. But ours does, said Laenor. You will be punished for this. You will all be punished for this. Wait, said Luke, eyes wide and suddenly far more concerned than he had been before. I didn't know. Jocelyn, tell him. You did not realize it was not Rolf wearing his armor? I asked. Truly? Would you swear such a thing? He met my gaze with an unwavering look of his own. I swear I did not know Jocelyn had switched places with Rolf. It took me a few moments to realize he was lying. He seemed earnest, there were none of the usual hints of the mistakes children usually made when lying. No smirk or chuckle. No false sweetness. There was also no fear anymore. None of the concern that had dominated his features earlier. I turned from him to Adam. And you? I asked. His head jerked up when Luke nudged him. A squire hit her, he told me, sounding miserable. I heard her curse. I see. Unlike Luke, I did not think Adam was lying. We shall discuss your punishment first then. No. Jocelyn burst out, her tone full of panic, even as Adam turned white with fear. You can't. He didn't know. He really didn't know. Only Rolf knew, I swear Mama, don't punish Adam. He protected me. Either a very convincing act or, no. No, the panic in my daughter's eyes was real. You cannot fake desperation like that. Not really. Very well. I believe that Adam did not know until it was too late. His sigh of relief was audible. Adam, seek out Sir Roga and inform him of what has happened. Tell him I assign no blame to you. Adam bowed low, looking ready to weep with relief. Luke was frowning angrily at me and he looked so much like Damon in that moment. Next time you realize something is amiss, said Laner, cutting off that particular panic as Adam bolted for the door, tell an adult as soon as possible. Yes, Sir Laner, thank you, Sir Laner. Thank you, Your Grace. He disappeared soon after, nearly tripping over his own feet and still looking to be on the verge of tears. I would have Jocelyn write him an apology letter, and I should inform his mother of what had occurred. Marilda would know how to reassure him, this incident would have shaken his confidence. You should all thank Rhaenyra. 3 heads whipped back towards my husband. I would not have believed him. I would have stripped him of his place as Sir Roga's squire and sent him back to his mother. Jocelyn glared at him, a little bit of hate in her gaze. Yet for Rolf and Luke, it seemed to be finally sinking in how much trouble they were in. Luke, I do not believe you didn't know, he continued. I believe they did not tell you, but you are no fool. You knew. He opened his mouth to protest, his body language screaming righteous offense at being questioned so. Annoyed and feeling my earlier headache returning with a vengeance, I decided to head it off at the pass. Admit so now and it will speak well of you. Your punishment will be tempered slightly. His mouth snapped shut as he thought that over for a moment. I realized. Just before we were due to go out, he said finally. I am sorry, Auntie Rhaenyra. I should have told someone before the melee began. Very well, was my answer to that. I glanced towards Laner and he nodded. Thank you for telling the truth. Luke, he straightened as Laner said his name. 1,000 lines of I will think through the consequences of my actions and 100 of I will tell the truth. There is no time limit to complete them, but you will be banned from the yard until they are done. Luke swallowed at the pronouncement before nodding grimly. Furthermore, I will be telling your father and mother everything that has happened here. You will accept whatever punishment they give you in addition without complaint. Yes, Uncle Laner, he said, looking frustrated and, maybe a hint of shame was there. Or was I imagining it? Laner nodded and then gestured to the door. Luke bolted, much in the same way Adam had done. Rolf was next to the block and he knew it too. I am disappointed in you, Rolf, said Laner, his voice solemn and grave. I have taught you to be better than this. Rolf couldn't quite meet his mentor's eyes and he whispered his apologies. I saw Jocelyn crack a little as she gazed at him, her angry facade falling for a moment to reveal guilt, worry and grief. She would see her partners in crime punished first, a lesson to ram home how her every action reflected on those around her. I could have kissed Laner in that moment. He had always been content to leave punishment to me in the past, merely backing me up when the children confronted him about it. Of course he occasionally had his concerns, but he was fine with being the fun parent. I will be speaking with your father regarding your behavior. You are, as of this moment, on probation. Another toe out of line and you will no longer be my squire. Do you understand? Rolf screwed his eyes shut and nodded, his throat bobbing with the force of keeping his grief in check. In the corner of my eye, Jocelyn's lip wobbled a little. And you will be on punishment duty for a month as well as undergoing the punishment given to Luke. I'm sorry, Sir Laner, he managed to say, his voice cracking at the end. He looked so miserable in that moment that I forgot, just for an instant, that I was furious with him. Yet, as odd as it sounded, I don't think it was the heaps of mind-numbingly boring chores he would be saddled with as part of his punishment duty, like the ones Alyssa was still working through now, or even the lines and ban from the yard that was truly hurting him. It was the fact Laner was disappointed in him. He was proud to be Laner's squire. Do not tell me, said Laner. Show me with your actions. Now go. You are still expected at the feast tonight. Do not go back to the tourney grounds, however. Go straight to your rooms and stay there until you are collected. The boy nodded and all but sprinted out, leaving us alone with our daughter. In the silence, she couldn't meet our eyes. All her earlier defiance was gone as she stared at the floor, clutching and rubbing at her upper arm. I thought that you had improved, I said finally, anger making it hard not to yell. But yelling wouldn't be productive, not with Jocelyn. She'd yell back and then we'd both be at it and the point of Laner's lesson here would be lost in our mutual anger. That you had matured. I did, she whispered. I wanted to show you. You have shown us that your judgment is not what we thought it was, Laner told her sternly. Her fists clenched at her sides and she turned her face away from us. I waited in the silence for her to respond to that. I had expected anger. I had not been expecting her shoulders to slump in defeat. Yes, Papa, she whispered finally. He frowned but refrained from reaching out and comforting her as I would have expected from him. He had always yielded to their sadness before, and his disappointment in them was more painful to them than his anger, I suspected. Silence fell again as she stared at her boots and Laner and I stared at her. When she stayed like that, Laner sighed once more, sounding weary. I watched as the anger left him marginally and he gathered himself to deliver her punishment in the face of her downcast expression. You wish to be a squire. To receive training as a squire would, he began and her head jerked up, head tilted in confusion. Do you remember Alyssa's punishment? The punishment she is still enduring. She has to study with Aunt Lena, said Jocelyn, frowning now. And she thinks Aunt Lena hates her. Indeed, said Laner. She may have stopped complaining to your mother by now, but she is reminded of her foolishness every time she checks her saddle pre-flight and every time she has to go through Lena for permission to fly. Jocelyn still looked confused even as an inkling of what Laner might have planned began to manifest in my head. There were many, Iman included, who had seen Ali's punishment as a reward, underestimating how much Alice loathed her lessons and how hard Lena was inclined to work her. And yet nobody could deny she was a better rider for them. Sir Stefan, I hear you are short a squire at the moment. Behind us, Stefan straightened in response. Laner's tone had changed drastically. He was making an attempt to hide his anger now, to seem more thoughtful. I wasn't sure if Jocelyn or Stefan had realized though. Yes, I am. I knighted my previous one not 2 months past, he stated, voice devoid of emotion in his usual manner. Yet there was a cautious slant to his stance, a slight lean forward, that said he might have picked up on what Laner had planned just as I had done. It was the hog boy, wasn't it? Murmured Laner, scratching his beard thoughtfully. I recall he was an excellent fighter by the end of it, but came to you having been served badly by his previous master. Jocelyn's head seemed to be on a swivel between the three of us now, caution and hope fighting it out over her features. Some of my anger drained at the almost confirmation of Laner's plan. Stefan nodded. I see. Then I have no doubt you could enforce some sort of crash course as my wife so elegantly puts it. Stefan's grin became savage and Jocelyn began to look a tad more worried. Up before dawn, training, lessons, chores, and then bed, that sort of thing. I'd be honored to, Sir Laner, said Stefan, sounding pleased. For how long? He scratched his chin again, feigning obliviousness to our daughter's increasing concern. How long, wife? He asked finally, tone darkening again. I defer to you on the length of punishment. 6 months, I said without hesitation. That should give her time to think through the consequences of her actions and give her a thorough grounding in the duties of a squire. 6 months, she burst out, looking outraged. It was one tourney. A squire's one. It wasn't like I played Jonquil Dark. Need I remind you how your uncle Joffrey was maimed? Laner's tone was ice and suddenly, his rage made sense. Jocelyn froze in response to his tone. You have come too close to doing yourself permanent harm these past few months, several times already. It is time you learned responsibility. I reached out and placed my hand on his arm and he raised his hand to mine, almost without thought. Jocelyn just stared, looking as if Laner had physically struck her before the tears began falling and she seemed to curl in on herself. I am sorry, she said finally, still crying. I am. I never meant to hurt Adam or Luke or Rolf. I never meant to get hurt myself. Intentions are not everything, I told her before turning to Stefan, who had been watching the exchange in silence. We shall send her to you tomorrow, I think. Before the sun rises. In padding, Your Grace, he said, nodding. I intend to find out just what our princess can do. Chapter 179, New Life, Chapter 154. Chapter Text. Jocelyn spent her last night of freedom alternating between worrying at her food, barely eating anything and throwing scowls and dark looks at anyone that brought up her little misadventure that day. I might have banned all 3 of them from the feast as punishment but it wasn't my call and Iman had wanted them there, despite their best attempts to ruin his name day. Still, we all got through the feast without any real incident and Iman seemed to have enjoyed it regardless of the pressure he had to be feeling. I'd bent on my normal rules and allowed him a glass of watered-down wine at his request. Given his face immediately screwed up I could only assume he hadn't inherited my slight disposition to be something of a wine snob. I half suspected it was Alice that had put him up to it as she almost immediately claimed the glass from him with a cheeky smile in my direction before scampering off to resume cheering Jocelyn up. Honestly, of all the ridiculous. Calm down, murmured Lena, still looking half asleep as she pulled her boots on. I myself was halfway through pulling on one of my more austere dresses. Iman will be fine. A flush of guilt made me fumble a knot and had me huffing in annoyance at myself. Today was the day my son climbed the dragon mont to claim a dragon and all I could do was sit here raging over the latest stunt my eldest had pulled. I glanced across in time to see Lena yawn again, covering her mouth with a gloved hand. She was dressed in her travel clothes, her hair tied back in a severe braid and a knife tucked into her belt. She was climbing the dragon mont with my son for me. I took a deep breath and tried to push down the mix of emotions swirling within me. You look like a bandit, I told her, trying for a teasing tone. I didn't quite manage it but she graciously overlooked it as she turned to give me a grin. Is that so? She asked, standing up and coming around to my side of the bed. Perhaps I shall steal myself a kiss or two. I let her, only feigning spluttered indignation. She laughed at my terrible acting before busying herself with arranging my dress around me so I did not look like I had been dragged through a hedge backwards. Villain, I murmured as she continued to chuckle away to herself. Come, she said finally, wiping at her eyes. Else poor Iman will think I've abandoned him to the tender mercies of Laner. Oh, do I dare ruin his happiness? That got me smack in the arm as we made our way out of the room. Sir Eric was on duty today, as Stefan had the day off to break in his new squire. He greeted us both with a friendly smile before dropping in behind us. We walked in silence for a while, my stomach feeling as if it were doing backflips. It would be okay, I told myself. Lena was the expert on dragons these days and many Targaryens had claimed their dragons at an earlier age than Iman. I tapped out a nervous beat on my thigh. It was testament to my fretting that I had forgotten my gloves and the prosthetic and I found myself unwilling to go back and fetch them. When are you sending Princess Jocelyn off to Stefan's tender mercies? Asked Eric, interrupting my ongoing panic. Judging from the look Lena sent him, she was glad he had. Was it that obvious? Or was I just that predictable? After we have seen Iman and Lena off, I decided. She was sent to her rooms early last night. She has only herself to blame if she did not take that opportunity to sleep. I still feel a bit sorry for her, he said with a rueful grin. Stefan can be a monster when it comes to training. So I've heard, I said with a smile. Stefan should have been Lord Commander, I could admit that. He had missed out on the basis of being Jahari's last appointment and on that basis alone. Viserys had wanted to be sure the Lord Commander was his and Stefan had taken his oaths when Otto Hightower all but ruled the roost in King's Landing. If it weren't for Cannon, I'm not sure how much I'd have trusted him on that fact either. I take it you approve of her punishment. It's certainly inventive, Eric said. I was surprised Sir Laner handed it out mostly. Still, I'm with Stefan on this. No point guarding her day and night only to lose her in a tourney accident. Laner was recalling what happened to Sir Joffrey. A dark look flashed over Eric's face then. Cole, he all but spat. We all remember that one well. He ought to have taken the black there and then if he was so intent on spitting on his oaths. Luke was quite incensed Joff would not take his side, said Lena, making me jump. At least until Joff described to him in quite a bit of detail what exactly happened to his leg. Hopefully not why, I mused and she laughed. Oh, they've all heard those rumors. That made me blink in surprise. From who? I asked sharply. In the corner of my eye, Sir Eric was also directing a curious look at Lena. She shook her head, amused. Alicent keeps them alive although these days it smacks of desperation. I'm sure Joffrey has told you this, she told me, tilting her head in confusion. She was right, he had, but the idea of that somehow reaching my children. I was prevented from further questioning her on it by us finally reaching the courtyard where my husband and son awaited us. Upon seeing us, Iman gave me a shaky smile and all but flew into my arms. I held him close, feeling him shake with nerves. You'll be fine, I assured him, feeling that same fear. He drew back, face pale. I would bet money that if he hadn't thrown up already, he would soon enough. I searched desperately for something to lighten the mood, something to help him, it hurt to see him so scared. I have Aunt Lena, he said, more to himself. I rested my hands on his shoulders and gave him a kiss on the forehead. She'll keep you safe, I assured him, before shooting her glance. Just make sure no one arrests her for looking so suspicious. That was one time, she protested, tone mild. And Harwin got it all cleared up straight away. Iman giggled, despite how bad the joke was and some of the tension in his shoulders left him. I pulled him close again, stroking the back of his head. My boy, I'm so proud of you, I whispered. Laner moved close, resting a hand on both our shoulders. He looked as if he had not had much sleep either, his face pale behind his beard. He hadn't had it clipped recently and it was starting to get out of control. Iman peered up at his father before wrapping his arms around Laner's waist too. I'll come back with a dragon, he said, sounding muffled as he buried his head into Laner's doublet. Of that your mother and I have no doubts, said Laner warmly. Iman let go of us then took a few steps backwards before turning and finding Lena waiting for him patiently. Ready to go, she asked and he nodded, his fists clenched tight. She reached out and he unwound enough to take her hand. The two set off at a brisk pace, leaving the three of us behind to watch them go. He'll be fine, I said, more to myself as Laner allowed me to slip close to him. He will. He's our son. I was quite glad when he half turned to let me get closer, wrapping his arms around me. We stayed like that for a while longer before Eric coughed politely. Your Grace, the sun shall soon be rising, he reminded me. And we have a daughter to send to Stefan, I finished stepping back from Laner's chest. Coming, dear husband. Laner's sigh of response was weary and he reached up to rub at the bridge of his nose before he responded. I ought to, he said finally. It's my punishment. I didn't have an answer to that as we started walking. Laner was the cool dad. The one that took them on dragon rides and snuck them sweetmeats when I wasn't looking. At functions, he was the one that pulled faces to entertain them or mocked lords to get them to laugh. Well, he could enjoy Jocelyn being furious at him for once. He was quiet as we made our way to Jocelyn's room. There was no sound or movement when we reached our goal and I grimaced. Someone being more careful after being punished might have arranged for a maid to wake them, but I suppose it had not occurred to Jocelyn. I knocked on the door, gently at first and then louder. No answer. With a sigh, I pushed the door open, letting the torchlight from the corridor spill into her room. It was messy in a way I suspected would drive the maids mad when they finally got in here to clean it. Her dress from last night's feast had been thrown into the corner, what looked like her homework that her tutor had set to be completed by the time they got back to King's Landing was strewn about the floor by the small desk. I risked a glance back at Laner and found him looking almost disappointed. Jocelyn was still in bed and still sound asleep it would seem. I gave him a nod and moved across to the fireplace, soon getting a small blaze going. It was a simple matter then to find a taper and set about lighting a few other candles so that her room was relatively well lit. Laner did not move during all of it, instead leaning into the door frame and continuing to look vaguely disappointed. Neither did Jocelyn stir, but then she'd always been a heavy sleeper if the maids reported correctly. Terrible for actually going to sleep but a heavy sleeper once she was. Once I had finished, Laner stepped in, gesturing for me to wake her as he busied himself with an overly large trunk. Jocelyn, I murmured, making my over. When that failed to wake her, I tried again a little louder. Jocelyn. That worked somewhat. I watched as she frowned before her eyes opened, sleepily trying to comprehend why I was in her room. Then memory must have hit her because they widened to a comical degree and she sat bolt upright, peering at her window. Not that she could see anything through it, given the curtains were closed. I gave her a raised eyebrow as she groaned and rubbed at her face. You will not be late if you get dressed now, I told her. Yes, Mama, she sighed, still looking half asleep as she swung her legs around. She was too tired to be angry right now, I realized as she staggered upright looking like some kind of zombie. She stood still for a moment, seemingly getting her bearings before she rubbed at her eyes again and peered at me. Mama? Why are you waking me? Why are we waking you? Asked Laner, reappearing at my side with a pile of clothing in his arms. I would have thought you would have arranged for a maid to wake you. But you normally do that, she protested. I reached out and pried her hands away from her eyes before she inevitably did herself an injury. And now it is up to you to ensure you are awake and on time, said Laner, handing her the bundle. Sir Stefan will forgive you for today but ensure this does not happen again. Despite her evident exhaustion, the look she gave him was borderline mutinous. He met it with a calm one of his own, staring her down until she looked away finally. He nodded once as she swallowed. I will leave you with your mother to get dressed. I'll be outside though, ready to escort you to Stefan, he told her, turning on his heel and sweeping out. I watched as my firstborn picked through the bundle of clothing listlessly. He didn't have to be that mean to the others, she finally said. Adam won't even talk to me and Luke. Luke said I was brainless. You are a princess, I told her, keeping my tone gentle even though I wanted to snap. Everything you do reflects on others. Would he really have done that to Adam? She asked as she began to dress. Adam is so scared. Sir Roga is my knight, I said. Not your papa's. I know Adam did not know and thus he will keep his squireship. Had he known? I cannot say. Your papa is fond of his brothers but not so fond he would allow one to put you in danger. Brothers, she said quietly. Everyone says they're his. Everyone. Even Grandpapa Viserys. They say that Grandmama Rennis would have strangled Grandpapa Corlys if they were really his. They said that even you acted like they were his. They said that you were angry at Papa when everyone first found out and Grandmama Rennis didn't care. Well, I could hardly fault the court from picking up on exactly what I'd wanted them to think at the time. I bit my lip and drew her close. Adam and Alan are Corlys, I told her seriously. It's a complicated story as to why people thought they were your papas and it would take too long to explain now. Tears welled up in her eyes and she stepped back, hastily pulling a shirt over her head. I stood there dumbfounded as she sniffled and tried her best not to let the tears fall. She did a horrible job though and I was left feeling like I'd somehow messed up. What is wrong? I asked finally, after my mind brought nothing up. They aren't my brothers, she said angrily. They're my uncles. My mouth hung open as she wiped furiously at her eyes again, her small body trembling with the force of emotion she was feeling. Then the guilt hit me, welling up from my gut to send me cold with the realization that what I had found a very funny joke a decade ago had just come back to kick me fairly squarely in the gut. She had spent so long believing they were her brothers, and I had just taken them away. I swallowed thickly but was prevented from opening my big stupid mouth any further by Laner's head appearing at the door. Are you ready? he asked sharply before frowning at the tears. His eyes traveled to me for a moment before he seemed to shrug it off. It is nearly sunrise. I'm coming, Papa, she replied, shooting me one last mournful look. I didn't even get a goodbye. She left, leaving me alone in her trashed room feeling like mold. Chapter 180, New Life, Chapter 155. Chapter Text. I trailed into Viserys' nursery as day broke, passing the wet nurse on her way out after feeding him. He was awake, gurgling and cooing away happily as the sun began lighting the room in gold. His egg was securely next to him, and when he saw me, his face lit up into a smile that made my heart hurt. I scooped him up and settled down in a richly upholstered chair, letting his fingers spider walk across my cheeks as I bent low to kiss his forehead. At least I haven't managed to mess up with you yet, I told him, sitting back up and watching him shake his little fists at me. It was only then I noticed I still wasn't wearing my glove or prosthetic, and something in me was revolted at having my maimed hand so close to him. He went still as if he could sense my complete disgust before smiling again, staring up at me with obvious fascination in his mismatched eyes. I poked him on the nose and earned myself a few full body wiggles that had me chuckling as his tiny fist chased my finger and he struggled to bring his eyes to focus on it. Heir to Driftmark. Future Lord of the Tides. I poked him on the nose again, and this time he attempted to open his mouth wide enough that he could gum at my finger. I sat with him as the sounds of Dragonstone awakening and getting to work sprang up around me. After a while, he grew sleepy in my arms, tiring of chasing my hand and tired of my constant baby talk, and I cradled him as he snoozed away, his little snores making me want to giggle in delight every time they rose in volume. Rhaenyra, called Joffrey softly, almost frightening the life from me. I looked up from my sleeping son to find him in the doorway, smiling gently in a way most rarely saw from him. He stepped in, coming to my side to peer at Viserys. Have you been here all morning? Since sending Jocelyn off with Laenor, I replied before being ambushed by a yawn. In my arms, Viserys awoke and beamed up at me with evident delight, evoking a smile from both of us in turn. You sound upset, said Joffrey finally. I swallowed as her tear-stained face intruded on my memory again and stood. No more than usual after I've messed something up with my children, I replied, placing him in his cradle. Dare I ask? I shot him a look as I arranged the blankets around Viserys, scooping his egg a little closer. He was already looking sleepy again despite his fussing with his blankets. He could sleep a little more. It would not be long before the wet nurse arrived to feed him once more. Ah, that bad. That bad, I agreed, straightening up and directing one last smile at Viserys before turning to Joffrey. Jocelyn finally believes me on the matter of the Hull boys. I see, he said, and I realized he had done as I had and overlooked the gut punch it was to believe someone was your sibling only to find out they were not. Annoyed with myself and annoyed with Joffrey, I swept out, checking my pace so that he could at least keep up with me. I trust that news is not as good as you thought it would be. It is not, no, I told him, voice terse. I have some meetings arranged for you, he stated, evidently deciding to avoid the topic so fresh in my mind. With whom? And why? I want to be sure I'm free for when Iman arrives, he cut me off. And you will fret half the day away until then, he pointed out. So you have arranged a distraction, I drawled, a mix of relief and anxiety hitting my gut again. Joffrey merely hummed in response and I sighed. He did not deserve my annoyance for the predicament with Jocelyn. It was entirely my fault. I had come up with the idea to imply the boys were Laenors, I had laid the groundwork for the rumors to be so believable, and I had neglected to address the matter before now because I'd found it funny. I will need to change first. Send Felena to me. I believe she already awaits you in your rooms, he told me. I've summoned Master Harshios to Dragonstone for an interview and... Oh? Are we finally sending him to Lyman? I asked. I would admit to not paying too much attention to his progress under Corlys. The idea to have him become our financial wizard had been Joffrey's. Laenor may have made a few excellent investments in the Vale, but he would be the first to admit that a great amount of his success was due to luck. He could balance a budget, but the financial skills needed to truly make Westeros a mercantile empire were not something he possessed. I believe the heat in Bravos has died down enough that we can risk exposing him, said Joffrey. The Sea Lord has been distracted by other matters of late. Like what? I asked, not missing the dark look on Joffrey's face. He raised an eyebrow and I got it a moment later. Daemon. Just so, replied Joffrey. I have yet to discern what he knows or his plans regarding the matter. How many Bravasi were affected by his little tantrum on Driftmark? I asked. Joffrey tilted his head thoughtfully. I'd have to check. Certainly not a great amount, I would imagine. I huffed in annoyance. Bravos and its new Sea Lord had been unbearably hostile since his election. The official party line over there was that we had overstepped greatly when it came to Dorne, and that unofficially, any attempt to further expand would be met by Bravasi hostility. Likely it would take the form of sabotage, favorable loans to our enemies, and a suspicious amount of Bravasi pirates hitting our trading routes. An easy way to bond with the city over a common enemy would have been a boon. And Lord Redford has also asked to see you, said Joffrey as I reached my rooms. My eyebrows climbed high on my face in surprise. I had not thought he would be sent so soon. I finally said. Our progress is not due to begin for a few months yet. Jane was eager to be rid of him, drawled Joffrey. She was of the opinion that the sooner he is out of the Vale, the sooner Jess can set about healing from his betrayal. Poor Jess, I murmured as I stepped inside. Felena was waiting for me, standing straight when I entered. She gave Joffrey a gracious nod. Morning, Fal. How are Sira and Sab? Sira is with the children, Rhaenyra, she replied. You know what she's like, and Sab mentioned something about the training yard. And Marya and Maris were still in King's Landing. Sometimes I was sad that my ladies were not entirely free to follow me where I wished these days. Still, they had found their own callings and their own happiness and I could not begrudge them that. My brows furrowed when I finally processed Felena's report on where Sab was. I see Laener's punishment of Jocelyn has already gotten about. Felena grimaced as she started unraveling my dress. A most unusual punishment, she said finally, after fighting with a tricky knot I suspected was mine. But then Jocelyn is an unusual princess, so I suppose it fits. An uncommonly broad-minded opinion, I said, and then regretted it. Felena paused and raised an eyebrow. Jocelyn is how the Seven made her, she replied finally, then her tone darkened. As is Lady Laena. Will you finally speak against her to me? I asked, struggling not to go still. Felena sighed as I stepped out of the dress. No. You have made up your mind. You will hold her close until the end of days and nothing I say will change that. I know when I am beaten. I could not see her face as she bustled across to fetch me a dress more suitable for meeting with lords and ladies. I swallowed thickly anyway. I had known Felena long enough to know when she was masking emotions in her voice. Beaten? I asked, curiosity getting the better of me. She brought a dress over, an odd expression on her face. Were it up to me she would never have returned to your side, she stated, beginning to help me dress. She disgraced herself, she disgraced the trust you have in her. She did not do so lightly, I argued. Even you cannot deny she was not well. Felena was silent for a little while and I had begun to get annoyed with her when she sighed heavily and gave me an odd kind of lopsided smile I had never seen from her before. I hope she knows how far you go to defend her. I blinked at that, annoyance evaporating. I hope she knows how much you love her. I opened my mouth to deny everything and then closed it again straight after when she shot me a raised eyebrow. I have served you for over a decade. I have seen you birth your children. I have seen your lowest points. I am loyal to you. You are my princess and my queen. It is not my place to judge, only to serve. I did not know what to say to that, so I said nothing, allowing her to finish dressing me and fixing the prosthetic in place. She left before I did, her back straighter than many knights new to my service and I cursed myself. She was proud of her service to me. To pay trek. It meant too much to her to throw it away over Laena, or any habits I may have that she found distasteful. It was with a considerably worse mood that I made my way to my offices and found a familiar face waiting outside. He looked nervous, but then I'd have been offended had he not. He also looked considerably thinner than when I last saw him. His dark hair and beard streaked with silver, yet not even that could hide just how tired he looked. I bit my lip and forced myself to remember what had landed him here. Lord Redford, I said, smiling at him as he bowed low. Princess Rhaenyra, he murmured, returning my smile. It has been quite some time. I have not seen you since Jane's wedding, I replied, smiling despite myself. Damn it, the man had stood up for me all those years ago. He'd been more than helpful, and then he'd thrown it all away by caving to pressure. Indeed, he said sadly. Better times. Yes. I gestured to my office and he stepped in ahead of me, waiting until I was seated to take his own seat. I waited in silence as he shifted in his seat, peering about at the space that I had run Dragonstone from for over a decade before smiling. There was pain in that smile. When my boys were rowdy, I'd call them to my solar. Now I know what that feels like, he chuckled. It was bitter and full of self-recrimination. Now my boys won't speak to me. And Jess? I asked. He shook his head and swallowed. As far as I know, she burns the letters I send her. He cut himself off and sighed. I cannot blame her. She did not want the match. Even if I were the type to overlook that in my children, it was not a match worthy of her. Then why? I asked. I was quite sure he'd been asked 1,000 times before. His jaw clenched. If someone has information that compromises you this badly, I will have no choice but to send you back to Lady G. No, he barked, eyes wide. I watched as his face shifted through emotions before settling on defeat. He slumped in his chair and raised his hand to his eyes. By the 7, very well. I am damned if I do and damned if I do not. You have my word that the only other I shall tell will be Sir Joffrey, I said in my most conciliatory tone. He sighed and was silent for a long while. I was starting to grow annoyed with him again when he swallowed loudly and leaned forward, meeting my eyes. My first foray here. I viewed it as an opportunity to raise the profile of my own house. I was not disloyal to my liege, you understand, but I was not entirely loyal to yourself. I grit my teeth and forced my expression to remain neutral. His eyes flickered about the room as if he were trying to estimate the quickest way out. I made contacts on both sides of the factions here. I made a bit of money. No, I am bending the truth. I made a lot of money off of blacks and greens alike who wished me to take advantage of my position. And compromise mine in turn, I growled, annoyed that I had somehow missed this. That Joffrey had somehow missed this. Never anything too dangerous, he protested before sinking back into his seat. Then I figured it all over and done with when Rhea took my place. At least until there were those that remembered and were eager to remind you of it. He rubbed at his brow again. They had proof, he told me. They had proof. They wanted little things at first and then more and more. That is how blackmailers operate, I told him testily before biting my lip. One slip, that's all it takes. He lowered his hand from his face and stared at me. Jess, seeing that bastard cloaker in Templeton colors, that was the final straw. I told them I would do nothing more for them. That they could all go hang. Had I known it was those incompetent, he cut himself off, fury dying as suddenly as it had come. It likely was not, I told him, feeling pity gnaw at the anger I felt for him. What punishment could I hand down that would top what he had already received? Joffrey believes the Greens involved. Go to him. Tell him everything. Every lord, every knight, anyone you had dealings with, however minor. And my shame spreads, he muttered bitterly. It is likely to spread further should they choose to target you on your return to the capital. Mayhaps Joffrey will use you as bait. He laughed at that, although there was little joy in it. I will serve however you wish me to. Maybe if I am tempting enough, my children might one day forgive me. I stared at him for a moment and then swallowed thickly. His situation was not mine. I should not read into it. The sound of a bell ringing made me freeze and Gerald himself sit up straight in his chair. The prince I didn't hear the rest of his sentence because I bolted as fast as my legs would take me, forcing poor Sir Eric to up his own speed to match mine. I must have knocked more than a few staff flying as I sprinted to that courtyard. It felt somehow worse now than it did the day I realized Alice had gotten up there. Then it had been over before the fear had ever truly set in, but now all I could see was my son's worried face that morning. I could barely breathe as I crashed out into the almost empty courtyard. It was not almost empty for long though. Stefan and Jocelyn, Alice and Renus, Emma and Rena, Laner and Rolf and the multitude of others from about the castle were streaming in. It seemed a struggle to even force air into my lungs, and I was glad of Sir Eric stepping forward to hold me upright as the world spun around me a little. A moment later, I was even more thankful for his support because when I looked up into the late morning sky, and my eyes found my son's new mount flying alongside Viagar, the world shifted underneath me again and only his hold kept me upright. Lena had been right when she had said words did not do him justice. It truly was like looking at living gold. Chapter 181, Interlude, Iman. Chapter text. He paused, leaning down to grip his knees and allowed himself a moment's rest whilst feeling guilty all the time. His mama needed him to be the best he could. Then came the fear. At least the guilt vanished when his aunt crashed into the gravel next to him with a groan. The things I do for your mother, she sighed, then peered at him with a grin. How are you holding up? He ran through the breathing exercises Sir Roga and his father had shown him, slowly bringing the desperate beating of his heart under control. I'm good, Auntie Lena, he replied, trying for cheerful. She smiled at him once more, eyes shining with sympathy, and he looked away, suddenly annoyed. He'd seen that same look in his mother's eyes. They all saw his fear and they all pitied him for it. Even Joe and Alice did. Alice hadn't been afraid. She'd come up here alone while he had forced Aunt Lena to follow him up like some kind of baby. He'd needed words of comfort from everyone to even stop shaking at the thought of the dragon mount. My father feared his mount and it hatched for him. His grandmama had told him, laughing all the time. Mother used to tease him about it. He only truly went down and rode Caraxes for the first time after she bullied him into it. Iman. Your namesake had been married to my mother for 2 years by that point. That had made him feel a little better. Grandmama Renus had told him that Prince Iman had not been a rider in truth until he was 17. Nobody he had ever met had called Prince Iman a craven or spoke ill of him. Neither did any of the books about him that he and Emma had found when they had scoured the library for them. Even Grand Maester Edmund had helped find them books on the matter so that they could check. Grandpapa Corlys had been kind as well. So there I was, staring down a girl young enough to be my daughter and near shitting myself doing so. Just 5 and 10 she was, and not as tall as she is now, let me tell you. He had recounted solemnly. Not so much a courting as a hostage negotiation. Then she insisted that I fly on Malay's back at least once before the wedding, and I tell you, I almost gave the whole matter up for a bad job there and then. He had laughed at the time, picturing a young grandpapa Corlys who'd sought his grandmama's hand in marriage and found that she had decided to seek his as well, whether he liked it or not. Even men who had sailed around the world and fought storms and pirates were afraid of dragons. That's what everyone insisted. The fear it made him lesser somehow still gnawed at his insides, but it hurt less now, and he felt a bit better when he straightened and caught his aunt's eye. She groaned again. I'm beginning to think I'm getting old, she opined finally, smiling at him. If I can't even keep up with a tiny thing like you. I'm sorry to hear that, Auntie, he said finally. Then he smiled, thinking of what his mother might say to that statement. Should I let Mother know? She barked with laughter and pushed herself to her feet, grimacing when her legs shook underneath her. She had made him swear an oath he would not tell his mama how much her injuries were bothering her. Iman, I'd sooner walk through the doom once more than let her know. Your mama does not need to be worrying over me, she said, eyebrows drawn together in a frown. I've already caused enough trouble recently. She had not told him what trouble that was, but he knew his mama had banished her from the family gathering the night before his name day for it. He had let it lie, she would not tell him, and it wasn't like Joe hadn't caused her own mess. You're her heir, she had said miserably to him. Not me. Why am I not her heir? Do you want to be heir? He'd asked, genuinely curious. She had given him a look of despair before shaking her head. I wouldn't be very good at it. Just like I'm not good at anything else. He'd wanted to tell her that wasn't true, but he knew it was impossible to reason with Joe when she was like that, so he had left the matter alone. He could tell Uncle Joffrey, he supposed. He might know what to do. Aunt Lena, Papa, and Mama were out, though. They'd overreact, they'd either draw her close or scold her for even saying it out loud. He felt guilt stir in him again as they began walking. He liked being heir. He wanted to be his mama's heir. He did not want Joe to be the heir instead of him, even if Joe did really want it. He found himself fidgeting with his sleeve as Aunt Lena strode ahead of him. Was this what Uncle Aegon was like? He did not know what he would do if his mama decided Joe was her heir one day. He was distracted from his thinking on the matter as Aunt Lena slammed to a halt with an annoyed sigh and produced a rumpled map from her belt, laying it out, squinting at it before sighing again. He scooted closer, peering at her spider-like scribbles and finding he understood none of it. She was mumbling to herself, like she did when she had her books out and spread across Uncle Joffrey's desk at home. If only I had bothered to check, his aunt was muttering, chewing on her lip and looking frustrated. Bothered to check what, Auntie Lena? He asked. She blinked slowly, her angry mutters dying on her lips as she turned to face him. It is nothing, Iman, just something we need to avoid. That statement made fear rise in him once more. The cannibal? He asked, hating how small his voice had gone. She blinked again and then cursed, sending his ears red. Mama would box his ears if he said those things. Mama would box Auntie Lena's ears if she heard her saying those things. No, she assured him after a moment, turning the map so he could see it. She pointed to a mark. This one here. Then she hesitated, tongue darting out to wet her lips in the way she only did when she knew what she was about to do would make Papa and Mama angry at her. Or Uncle Joffrey, but that didn't happen a lot. You know, she said finally. This is a dragon your mother is terrified of. He stared at her before staring at the map, and then at her once more. His mama, scared of a dragon? His mama that had gone and found Syrinx when she had been Emma's age? After she had escaped Dragonstone in secret to do so? He reached forward and pulled Auntie Lena's hands closer, staring at the mark she'd indicated. Is it a very fearsome dragon? He asked, unable to move his eyes from where her finger was still tapping. Certainly a big one, mused Auntie Lena. But not overly dangerous. Your mama is scared of it all the same. He stared some more, words dying in his throat every time he figured out something he could say. Why, he finally managed. Mama loves dragons. Not this one. She had a bad dream about it once. That did not sound like his mama. I got in trouble for picking it out for you. Picking it out for me? He asked, feeling his eyes go wide. Why? If mama is afraid of it. I did not know, she sighed and then chuckled. Of course your mama recognized it. So that was why Auntie Lena was in trouble. He let his hands ghost over the map as a sudden burning curiosity seized him. Can we see it? He asked. Auntie Lena's face changed from a soft smile to suddenly very worried. Ah, she said. I'm not sure. I think your mother may actually kill me if you come home on its back. But he would be tamed, he insisted, warming to the idea. Mama could not be scared if he were mine. She could be, said Auntie Lena, sounding frantic. Iman, humor me. He watched her, seeing the panic in her eyes and in her form, realizing that she had been trying to comfort him by telling him about the dragon that so scared his mother. Comfort him like every other person had since his mama's name day feast. He glanced back down at the map, seeing they were not truly far from the mark that indicated the dragon's lair. He glanced back up to her pleading eyes, and came to a decision. Iman, she cried as he took off, running as fast he could in the direction of the dragon. He heard her give chase and nearly stopped when he heard her fall. At least until he remembered those pitying eyes. She would be angry with him later, he realized. Especially if Mama blamed her, and that nearly made him stop as well. She went with him because he asked. He ran on, her cries for him to stop and wait and talk to her falling far behind. Mama would be angry if she knew just what Auntie Lena was hiding from her. He did not think her leg was as bad as Uncle Joffrey's, but it was bad if she couldn't catch him. He half wanted her to catch him though, to stop him from finding the dragon that terrified his mother so. But she didn't, and when he finally slowed down at the obvious signs of a dragon nearby, there was no sign of his auntie, nor could he hear her voice. Sudden fear hit him again, rooting his feet to the ground as he realized just how foolish he'd been. Tears pricked at his eyes suddenly. He was all alone, and if the dragon ate him now then nobody would ever know. What bad dream had his mama had about this dragon? The low growl was what knocked him from his stupor. He waited, barely able to breathe as he heard claws scraping on rock and something big moving nearby. Auntie Lena did not come and save him. She did not fly in out of nowhere at the last second. He was alone and scared when the dragon rounded the corner, its massive head swinging back and forth as if seeking out just who had interrupted its day. His mouth dropped open and his fear seemed so far away all of a sudden. It was beautiful. A speck of gold in a sea of gravel. He itched to draw it even as it towered over him, caution replaced with curiosity as it, like he had, realized he was not a threat to it. He reached out with one shaking hand to brush over luminous golden scales. The dragon stilled and tilted its head down to examine him once more, not as a threat, but as its rider. "Hello," he said, voice faint with awe rather than fear. "Would you let me on your back?" The dragon seemed to let out a huff, as if the idea of allowing a mere human to touch its beautiful form was simply too much and that Iman had made some kind of dragon faux pas. Yet something must have filtered through to him, because a moment later he lowered his head and allowed him to clamber up his neck. He found the soft area of skin his mama had always told him about, and the dragon let out a satisfied growl as he rubbed at it. "I guess you need a name," he said finally, after a few moments had passed and the last of the fear had eased within him entirely. Yet a name for his new mount would have to wait, he thought, as the dragon's contented grumble became a warning growl and he looked up to see Viagar closing in fast. Chapter 182, Preparation, Chapter 156. It was distinctly possible that Sir Eric was the only reason my legs had not gone completely from underneath me. I took a deep breath as the two dragons got closer and closer and then took another, unable to tear my eyes away from Sunfire. Sunfire, the dragon that had devoured original Renya in 6 bites in another world. Not me, I tried to tell myself. If I had proved anything, it was that I was not original Rhaenyra. It all seemed so very far away as both Viagar and Sunfire came in for landing. I could see both Lena and Iman now. My son, with an exultant look on his face as he stared out over us all, and Lena, very pale and looking guilty from her seat atop Viagar. I swallowed and forced a smile onto my face. It would not do for him to see me panicking, to see me disapproving of his mount. I did not doubt that Lena had done her best to steer him away from it. "Your Grace," murmured Sir Eric as Iman began clambering down from his mount to the loud cheers of the onlookers. "Are you well?" I took another deep breath. He did not know, none but Laenar, Joffrey and Lena knew, and I could not afford to reveal it any further. Not even to Stefan or Corlys. My knowledge was out of date anyway. Helena would be the one to ask now. Not that she would ever reveal her dreams except in the most dire of circumstances. "I did not expect his mount to be so large," I mumbled, turning to face him briefly. He bought my excuse and smiled indulgently. I was a mother worrying for her son's safety in his eyes, fretting over a dangerous situation as any mother should. "Yet you cannot deny it is a worthy mount for a prince," he replied, still smiling. Eric had joined Rhaenyra's side once. I hoped that smile was genuine. It fits that he should find the most beautiful dragon in existence. It was Sunfire. It was my death. It was not beautiful. I turned to examine it again as it almost preened under the scrutiny it was receiving. Already Jocelyn had pushed forward to lay her hands against its golden scales. I struggled to keep the frown off of my face as my legs finally began moving and I was able to make my way to my son. He was so close to the creature, but I could not let him see my fear. "Well done," I rasped, not daring to turn my head. I could feel its heat even this close and part of me wanted to curl up and cry. "It's a fine mount." Iman paused, halfway through wriggling away from Luke ruffling his hair and turned to look at me, looking suddenly guilty. Likely he thought I was growing agitated at the size of his mount and not the nature of it. "Thank you, Mama," he said solemnly, and I winced. Did he think it a reflection on himself? I forced myself to crouch down to his height and drew him close. I felt him bury his hands in the thick fabric of my dress and my heart hurt a little. I mean it, I murmured, bringing my hand up to run my fingers through his hair. I am so proud of you. He stayed like that for a moment until Ali's laughter, said in response to a joke by Rolf, had him pulling away to crane his head curiously at what was being said. I smiled, still painfully aware of the beast preening and grumbling ever so close to me, and tapped him on the shoulder. Go, I said, and he gave me a curious look. It is your moment in the Sunday. I cursed the brief stammer even as I watched him consider that for a second, head tilted slightly in thought, before smiling at me as if I were being foolish and he was preparing to point it out. But Mama, he said. He still needs a name. A name. I repeatedly hoarsely. It had a name. No, it was not Aegon's mount. It was my son's. I took another deep breath and Iman seemed to wither at the action. Mentally, I winced before forcing false cheer into my voice. Are you not going to name it? Well, you named Morrigan, he said, as if he were trying to be reasonable. And Aunt Elena says you named Skywalker too. And you want me to name your mount? I asked, some confusion leaking in. My naming conventions had caused consternation in the past. Naming Jocelyn's mount for a war goddess from my previous life had left Rhaenys sulking with me for a week and Lena frowning whenever the name was brought up for nearly a month after. Laenor had given in, he'd liked the sound of the name. All of which I pointed to in order to absolve myself months later when an incredibly nice letter had arrived from Lord Morrigan thanking us for the honor. At least we had a supporter for life in him now. Yes, said Iman, slowly, as if he were talking to a simpleton. You have the best names. I swallowed and finally peered up at the dragon. He had laid his head down to better allow his adoring fans to crowd in close. I watched as Jocelyn bent down and allowed Alice to scramble onto her back. When she stood up, I could see a grimace on her face even as Alice cooed in delight from her new and better vantage point. My eyes flicked about, not finding Lena nearby and ready to scold her. Laenor. I called. He dragged himself away from the dragon and immediately spotted the issue, giving me a serious nod for all that I could see his eyes sparkling with amusement and delight. He knew well what this dragon was to me and yet he could not fail to be happy for his son. So why couldn't I? Mama, said son asked, sounding worried. I was thinking, I replied quickly. Too quickly and too harshly. I watched as he squirmed, my tone making him uncomfortable. My apologies. Your sisters are being Joe and Alice, he asked, seemingly forcing a smile to his face. I winced at his attempt at good cheer. He should not have to comfort me. I am his mother. I took a deep breath and tried to force the tension from my body, turning to watch Laenor haul Alice onto his own shoulders. Yes, I replied as Alice laughed in delight, reaching out her hands once more to touch golden scales. But I am curious as to why you won't name him. It is your right as his rider. But I want you to name him, he said stubbornly, a brief frown marring his features and making him look more like Laenor than ever. I forced a chuckle and that seemed to soothe him, a small smile crossing my son's face. It was still too much effort to push myself back to my feet and turn to look at Sunfire in all its glory. Truly, the original Aegon had named his mount well. Even looking at him now, I could think of few names more appropriate. Like liquid gold and beautiful beyond measure, its scales glinting in the early afternoon light. Yet I could not name the creature Sunfire. My mouth would not form the words, as if speaking the name would set me on that terrible path to his maw, to be devoured in 6 bites. I shuddered before I could stop myself. No, I could not name him Sunfire. Which begged the question, what then? Something related to gold? I searched my memories, certainly no more pop culture references, I think. Skywalker was bad enough. Something more obscure perhaps. A Valyrian name in the same vein as Rhaenyra's original children's dragons? Let me think. Vermax, Arax. Tyraxes? Perhaps I was misremembering that last one. Or perhaps I was not. All 3 were the names of Valyrian gods. I suspect they may have originated with original Rhaenyra herself. It seemed the Targaryens had delighted in naming their mounts for gods they no longer worshipped. Over by Sunfire, Emma had decided she wished for a turn and was tugging urgently at Laenor's doublet. I blinked again as I noticed a pouting Rhaena by her side and looked for Laena once more in the crowd only to find no sign of her. No Rhaenys either. Had they left? It certainly did not bode well. I bit my lip at the thought. Laena collected injuries like some people collected interesting novelties. Had she managed to come to some harm on the mountain? What about naming him for one of the 14? I finally asked. Emon tilted his head again. I can't, he said finally. He's beautiful so he should be named for the goddess of beauty. I saw the issue straight away. Enderin already took that name, I surmised and Emon nodded, his eyes shining fiercely. How presumptive of him. Shrikos is the god of the sky, I suggested. Vermax for truth, Tyraxes for the forge, for creation. Vermax, murmured Iman. The father of Vermithor. Indeed, I replied. Do you remember your lessons on him? Iman nodded, his eyes gazing into the distance as he thought that over. Finally, he seemed to come to some sort of decision. He nodded to himself and then turned to me with a small smile on his face. I like Tyraxes, he said, tilting his face up to peer at me. But I like Vermax more. Vermax. Jaka Eastmount had been Vermax, it seemed right somehow that my son and her son should name their dragons similarly. It was a way to honor the boy who died before his time, who should have been king if not for betrayal. Otto was not around now to lure the Triarchy into siding with the Greens, Iman would not fall in some battle of the Gullet parallel. He would not go to battle at all. He would remain with me, he would stay by my side. Vermax it is then, I decided, feeling a bubble of amusement swell up inside me. Enough that my fear of the beast died a little and it was easier to look at him. Iman gave a brief squeeze of my hand and raced off, calling out to Luke and Rolf to let him join in on the shoving match they appeared to be having. Evidently Luke's sulking with Jocelyn did not extend to Rolf, slightly unfair considering the boy had gone along with Jocelyn's plan enthusiastically, but then they were children, I supposed. I waited until Iman was well and truly distracted before turning my attention to the courtyard once more, eyes lingering in the shadows to see if I could spot where my lover had hidden herself. No, she definitely was not present. I glanced back towards the ongoing wonder over son Vermax before turning away entirely and making my way inside the keep. I knew Rennis well enough to know that if Lena was injured, Rennis had likely dragged her to Girardi's. I had ensured the man was around, this day out of all days. The keep was nearly deserted as I made my way to his old tower and to where the injured of Dragonstone were now housed, instead of the old dusty books a maester was expected to keep. I caught one of his students rushing away from the tower a mere few feet away from it. The man went pale when he saw me, his eyes flickering nervously back upwards told me all I needed to know. I take it Lady Velaryon has found her way there? I asked. He swallowed nervously and looked at everything but my face. Princess Rennis as well, Your Grace, he finally managed to stammer out. The Dean ordered the doors barred to all. Your Grace. I blinked slowly at that and drew a breath in. What had she done? With any luck it would only be a bad sprain, surely Iman would have told me if she had managed to hurt herself severely? I see, I said finally. Even to me. Your Grace, please understand, that is, every patient has a right to privacy. I cut him with a wave. I know Girardi's practice as well, you need not fear retaliation. In fact, I will commend your attitude to him when I next see him. He sighed in relief and seemed to slump even as I frowned. Today had not gone the way I wanted it to. Chapter 183, Preparation, Chapter 157. Chapter Text. Both Lena and Rennis refused to speak on the matter of her mysterious injury further, no matter how much I whined, wheedled, or outright commanded them to sit down and tell me. Neither would Girardi's, who gave me one firm refusal and settled for an almost disappointed look any time I brought it up afterwards. That, combined with son Vermax seemingly in my line of sight no matter which way I turned in odd wonder at the sight of him being anything anyone could speak about left me in a black mood by the time it came to board the Princess Rhaenyra and head back to King's Landing. It was a struggle to hide it from the children, and I spent most of my time sulking in my cabin with even Laenor and Joffrey avoiding me. It made me want to scream. I knew with every fiber of my being that I was being irrational, that taking my anger and unhappiness out on others was the easy road, the road original Rhaenyra had taken gleefully by the end. Hells, she'd probably done it more than enough in her normal life too. The prospect of somehow behaving worse than she did had me standing up and marching from the cabin. Laenor and I shared with a decidedly brittle smile on my face. King's Landing was in sight and the dragons were playing in the sky above us when I paused to lean on the doorframe, shielding my eyes against the sun. The closest person to me was Jocelyn, who was dejectedly pushing a mop about, to little effect. She met my gaze and paled slightly, her eyes flicking back across the deck to where Sir Stefan and Sir Eric watched over my children and chatted to themselves. I will not tell him, but he will know if you do not put some effort into it. She didn't answer, shot me a look that bordered on hateful and then started pushing the mop around with a little more effort at least. I wanted to sigh, to draw her close, but I could not. Laenor had never done so regarding my punishments and I could not do that to his. Instead, I made my way carefully around the damp area and let the sunlight hit me. Oh! She finally emerges from her pit, called a cheerful voice, and I turned to find Corlys grinning at me from his position lounging against the taffrail. I swallowed my annoyance and joined him. You cannot tell me our little trip did not go as well as hoped, I told him, tone more sour than I would like. He chuckled and turned away from me, pale violet eyes staring out across the sea. I'd say it went well enough, he finally said. Iman got his dragon and nobody was seriously injured. That I know of, I muttered, cutting him off. He sighed and let his head drop. For all the growing you've done, you haven't changed at all in some ways, he chuckled after a moment. And what is that supposed to mean? I asked tartly. He lifted his head and gave me a roguish grin. A decade earlier and such a smile might have set my heart racing. He was still handsome, of course, but time was taking its toll on him. Still trying to force things that will come easier should you leave them be, he told me, eyebrow raised. Still rushing onward instead of stopping and taking stock, planning out where you need to go. Might I remind you of the shit show that occurred last time I was proactive? I asked and he shook his head. That wasn't proactive, he said, self-recrimination in his tone. The matter with Otto was sheer bloody arrogance and I should have stepped in to tell you that, it should not have been only Joffrey. What is done is done. We have corrected the damage and gained a powerful new ally from it. Through sheer luck, he replied, then turned to look out across the ship's deck. And I am not so certain the Dornish are our allies, or even that powerful. 10,000 spears that threaten the reach should they rise. 10,000 reasons to drive neutral lords to the green camp, he countered. Still, we speak as if war is assured. It is still a possibility, though, and war is coming, if not against my brother then against Daemon, you know well he sits in the east and plots and plans. I am not so naive to think he will not return sooner rather than later. Perhaps that was why I was so certain there would be violence before it was done. You may be right there, said Corlys and I thought I detected some grief in his tone. I know him, knew him. Mayhaps these years have changed him for the better. There was no real hope in that tone. It was not Daemon's nature to change for the better in defeat. No doubt he had spent a decade marinating in his own rage and hate after his loss of everything he held dear. Especially given the news about his daughter, a second rider. Against a united Westeros, Corlys said after a moment. He has no chance and he knows it, but against Westeros divided? Your brother may use his invasion to push a great council once more. My brother brings 4 dragons to the table, 5 if Visera finally decides to ride one. Not an inconsiderable amount, but Aegon puts little thought into his dragon, he is more obsessed with his image. Helena is a fierce rider but she would not abandon me in war, and as for Aemond Enderin, I do not know. Aemond aches for war, he wishes to prove himself and he has long held Daemon to be the acceptable target. Corlys cut me off. But he is loyal to Aegon and Aegon alone, you have no need to tell me this, I know it well, he stated. I sit in those meetings with Joffrey as well. I probably pay more attention than you. Do not mistake my misgivings for an attack, I am happy you have begun moving politically again and words cannot describe my joy regarding Viserys, even if I question the name. My father is my greatest supporter, I replied, keeping my tone even. He shrugged. Mayhaps I fancied a grandson named after myself, he laughed, turning once again to the sea with a wistful look in his eyes. I smiled at him before looking back out myself. King's Landing was growing ever closer. We would be in port before the hour, I would guess, although I had no doubt Laenor could tell me more accurately how long it would take. No doubt every generation of Valyrians will have a Corlys or a Corla before long, I assured him. It is a name that implies greatness, after all. The Sea Snake, the first Lord Commander of the King's Guard. Perhaps Viserys or Luke will name a child for me then, he mused. The 7 no Luke practically worships the ground you walk on, I told him and he smiled broadly and fondly. He'll be a rogue, that one, he warned me, only half serious. Who can blame him? When he picks such dubious role models. That made him laugh loudly, attracting attention to us from all across the deck. I swallowed sudden nerves and decided to wade into Valyrian family drama despite my knowledge on what invariably happens when I do. Have you spoken to Laena recently? His joy was marred by the dark look that flickered briefly across his features before he settled on a decidedly strained smile. I have not, he stated firmly. I know what she is to you, Rhaenyra, and I know concern for us both drives you to ask, but I beg of you not to. The damage has been done. What damage? I asked. What about her disgusts you so? I've seen many things in my life, Rhaenyra, and I have not told any of the worst of them, knowing my own daughter is likely capable of things that only my nightmares can conjure, he trailed off, leaving the rest of the sentence unsaid, but the implication was obvious. I swallowed, remembering the WIRM as it twisted and writhed on the lab floor and the terrible heat as it pushed its way from the egg. She can't even hatch a dragon egg properly, I mumbled. I'm not sure what you think she can do, but I doubt it. He raised his eyebrow at me before snorting. I know my daughter, Rhaenyra. She'll keep pushing and pushing, do not deny to me you have set men watching her. Something has happened that worried even you. He made it sound like an accusation. I would have thought oversight would please you, I shot back. His eyebrow rose a fraction further. You are avoiding answering me, he replied. Now he was challenging me. Baiting me to tell him he was wrong and that Laena wouldn't walk blithely into something she couldn't take back because the desire for knowledge blinded her to nearly everything. When she was a child, we used to have to drag her from her books. She was obsessed with the history of the freehold, of dragons. At one point, I had to order the maester to get rid of every book that even mentioned it. Then, to spite me, she rode Viagar until even her mother began to fear for her health. I know what she is like, hence the men Juret is sending to her. He nodded, looking unconvinced, and I strangled my annoyance again. You act as if Laner is not the same. As if he did not drive everyone to near murderous rage with this ship, or the way that if he had not made this marriage or loved High Tide half as much, he'd have left for Yeti years ago. I am aware of that too, chuckled Corlys. Yet Yeti I remember fondly, and this ship is a marvel. I do not remember Asai fondly, and that is what I picture when I see my daughter. That sounds like your problem, then, I snapped, my early mood coming back to bite at me, and he snorted. I am glad she has you, he said, tone subdued. But I will not pretend to be glad for what she has become, what she has done in the past, or what she may do in the future. Magic warps people. There were 1,000 things I could say to that. I could protest that he had set her on this path when he threw her before Damon to lure him ever closer, like one might lure a mouse with cheese on a string. Falling prey to his charms had eventually come to destroy her self-worth, whether through Damon's own strangling love or the aftermath of bearing a bastard and the hoops she'd to jump through to hide it. Even then, the whispers of a hostile court had cut keen. The perceived failure had driven her to finding something she was good at, that she could use to aid her family and keep them safe. But I was reaching, and I knew. Lena had made the decision to do as she did at every point, and I bore more blame in the matter than Corlys ever could. I loved her and I forgave her more than I should. I loved her and I gave her a role and a place in life because to not have her close hurt too much. At my silence, Corlys laid a hand on my shoulder and gave me a crooked smile. I could not read the emotions on his face, nor could I parse the expression he wore. Grief maybe? Mixed with pride? Annoyance? I appreciate the attempt, he said finally. Must I suffer through the same on Laner's behalf? You seem happy with him right now, I observed after taking the time to swallow thickly. Surprise introspection ambushing me from nowhere. I am, he replied. More than I can say. I am proud of him, of the man he has become. But not the man he had been, I read between the lines. Not the Laner I married, but the Laner he pretended to be to please the court for no other reason than I had practically forced him to. The black mood was back to stay, it would seem. At my frown, Corlys groaned. I thought hearing that would cheer you up, he sighed. Laner has not changed so drastically since I married him. You're proud of a mask he wears, I groused. Corlys snorted derisively once more, eyes rolling so hard I feared he might strain them. Pray tell, are his skills with that blade he carries fake? Perhaps the very ship we stand on is also a lie, and one cannot deny that he invested well in the Veil and your harebrained ideas. Driftmark will remain powerful for decades to come, and he is not even its lord in truth yet, Corlys told me, almost boasting. I will not deny I do not understand his proclivities, but he has done his duty and I have become fond enough of my goodson. That has never been my issue with him. My issue was that he never tried to hide what he was, that he should be so clever and never apply himself. Another thing I could blame Corlys for, but I think he knew. Besides, this conversation had already gone so badly off the rails that I wasn't sure how to rescue it. We both seemed doomed to leave vaguely annoyed at the other. Have you told him that? I asked. It is hard, said Corlys. The words never seem to come out right. You may look at me incredulously, young lady, but one day you'll be faced with telling your children how proud you are of them and you'll find yourself in the same boat. I fear I am not my children's favorite person right now, I mumbled, taking the opening to steer away from the topic. Corlys spit back a chuckle. They will forget soon enough, he said, diplomatically. Besides, soon they shall be out and about in Westeros itself, their excitement will trump any lingering ill will. I can scarcely wait, I admitted. These days I spend preparing, they seem endless. It will be a relief to be on the road. Were I a younger man, I'd be following you, Corlys admitted. But my duties to you and your father keep me bound to the capital. Perhaps I shall have Rhaenys fly me out if she is well enough to, or if Lionel is able to spare me. Lionel? I asked. Corlys blinked and then looked decidedly sheepish, an expression I had never seen on his face before. Lionel, don't repeat this, but he isn't well. It seems the man has a chill that will not lift, no matter what that infernal maester pours down his throat. I have been covering a few of his duties for a while now. I was aware my own eyebrows must be in danger of disappearing into my hair. Does father know? I asked. Lionel was not loyal to me, how could he be when father had revealed what I had accused his second oldest son of, but he was father's man through and through. If he died before father as he did in canon. Damn it all, I wish you had told me. I would have ferried Gerardis to him. He will not see him. He barely puts up with Edmund, and yes, I suspect your father does know, Corlys said, interrupting me once more. I lapsed into a reflective silence, worry for Lionel Strong biting at me now as well as my utter failure of a trip to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra, do not act on this. I am managing the situation. How could I not? Did Joffrey know? This seemed like a matter for Joffrey. Prepare for port, called one of the men, and I realized with a startled clarity, that we had reached King's Landing. Chapter 184, Preparation, Chapter 158. Chapter Text. Borrow's roar of laughter had me suppressing a twitch as I watched him all but double over at the waist. His wife, the ever-formidable Lady Elenda, had picked up on it, I was sure, because she was directing her own annoyed look at her husband. Although I had not failed to see the slight twitch of her own lips as I had explained the events on Dragonstone. We were standing in a small shelter on the beach, gazing out over the assembled dragons. A visual reminder of my might for my supporters. Especially as no one could fail to notice Sunfire was barely smaller than my own Syrinx and far more beautiful besides. It would also not escape their notice that only Aemond had a dragon big enough to even begin to rival my dragons in size, and even then, both Viagar and Vermithor still outstripped the mighty beast. Did I not warn you all those years ago? Asked Elenda, voice fond and amused now she was not glaring at her oaf of a husband. Far too much Baratheon. Forgive me, but I do not see your daughters disguising themselves to enter tourneys, I groused, making them both laugh again. I'll grant you they've never gone that far, but I've seen enough duels they've instigated to assure you they are just as troublesome, replied Elenda, smiling. Cassandra especially. I gazed down to where all three girls were crowding close to my son, each praising his new mount so loudly and lavishly that I could just about make out their words even so far away. Each was aware now they had only a year to win him over, a year before his betrothal was set in stone. I had my own opinion, of course, and would ensure he knew it, but at the end of the day the choice was his. Wasn't that a thought? My daughters had not been so lucky. Yet it only mattered to Boros that one of his daughters was queen, he did not play favorites. Something Elenda had assured me, he was firm but fair with them and they respected that. Still, I would prefer gentle Ellen over proud Cassandra or cunning and sharp-tongued Maris. That she was the youngest, at 11 to Aemon's 9, was also a boon. Cassandra was considered a woman grown at 16, and whilst Maris was only a year older than Ellen she was already too quick with her words and too fast to notice things others might ignore. Alice is the one to instigate the duels in our household, I replied after a moment, tearing my gaze away from my blushing son. Cassandra had brushed an errant lock of hair from his face and I was fighting the urge to charge down and pull her away. My son was 9 and he certainly shouldn't be prey for an older girl. Ha! Her husband will have his hands full one day, chuckled Boros, and I fought the urge to pull a face at that. The Rain Boy too. It rather sounds like Rolf Rain has already seen the writing on the wall when it comes to young Princess Jocelyn, said Elenda smoothly, as if she had sensed my discomfort with Boros' statement. And seeks to join her in her adventures, rather than stay at home and be mocked. Perhaps the matter hit too close to home for her. I was well aware of what some whispered behind Boros' back about his relationship with her and how unseemly it was that she ruled him so completely. Never to his face though, he was free with his challenges in response and more than a few had died or been crippled as a consequence. I do not think it is so calculating, I told them. He seems genuinely happy to have a future wife that enjoys what he enjoys. You should ensure she does not become too man-like, said Boros, and Elenda's eyes flashed dangerously. He forged on, oblivious to both our ire at the statement. Elenda is good at what I cannot do and I am good at what she cannot do. I paused and considered that even as Elenda's annoyance melted away into a genuinely fond look. I understand the point, I conceded as Elenda laid a hand on Boros' forearm and he began to look ridiculously pleased with himself. I assure you my children attend their lessons and take them seriously. We have no doubt of that, murmured Elenda, still gazing at her husband. Your dedication to learning is well known. I wasn't sure if that was an insult or a compliment, but it seemed Boros wasn't done with his tangent as he met my eyes, frowning slightly. Targaryen women never make it easy to protect them, he stated. Father made me swear I'd stand by Rhaenys, but what can I do that she can't? Even an army could not match her on a dragon. There was annoyance in his tone and echoes of an old wound. Elenda's fond look changed to something dangerously close to pity as she abandoned his arm in favor of taking his hand gently. He spared her a smile before frowning at the floor once more. I grant she might be regretting spurning such protection now, I told him, trying to inject some cheer into my voice before clarifying when I met his confused eyes. Given her leg. I did offer her men to guard her. I told her the Dornish would strike when she was least protected. She did not listen to me. She chose to wander the camp without anyone to watch her back, he groused in turn. Then, almost as if someone were dragging the words out of him, he continued. Is she well? Well enough, I replied, and he nodded. Her leg has not truly pained her beyond minor attacks in a while. That is excellent news, said Elenda, nudging her husband, who was back to frowning. It was always a trial to get her daughter to speak on the subject whilst she was with us. My smile became decidedly brittle at that. That is simply Lena, I managed to say through my annoyance. That she had spent so long, so close by and had refused to even fly over for a visit had been annoying. Then again, she had believed herself barren at the time, and I had spent my own pregnancy doing nothing but complain. The 7 knew I'd made a complete horse's arse out of myself with that particular behavior. Besides, she had asked for permission to leave on that journey and I had granted it. I could not blame her for doing exactly what she told me she was going to do. She has yet to send us the promised copy of the runes she uncovered at Storm's End as well, stated Elenda. I sighed and resisted the urge to bring my hand up to my face. Likely she had forgotten and jumped straight into another project. I will speak with her, I assured them, and Elenda nodded, apparently satisfied on that point. I admit I'm looking forward to seeing them in person. We've had to block the tunnel off to all but the maester and those he approves to avoid any inadvertent damage, but I see no reason a tour could not be arranged. She might have said more, but it seemed Boros was back on more familiar conversational grounds and was eager to make a contribution. A tour of all of Storm's End, he promised, eyes shining. You will fall in love with our castle, Your Grace. So much history. It's never been taken and it never will be. Had it not fallen to Aegon VI during his invasion? Bah, that did not matter now. Aegon VI would never be born with any hope. Lena has praised it so highly that should it even be worthy of half that praise I could not fail to come to love it. Half-truth anyway. Lena had been impressed with the castle, but it had been its magic she had waxed lyrical about, not anything else. Runes set into the foundation that eclipsed Runestone in complexity and utility, enough to begin a timeline of Brandon the Builder's projects. Runestone had been an early project and Storm's End an ambitious later one, but the wall was greater than them all in turn. She was desperate to try Winterfell once more with the hope that my ongoing letter exchange with Cregan would make him more open to a visitation. You are kind to say so, said Elenda, smiling. It seemed genuine enough. Down on the beach, Maris' loud and obviously fake laughter drew our attention momentarily. I did not miss the glare Cassandra was sending at her younger sister nor the way Ellen had drawn back from the other two. Boros huffed in annoyance and Elenda elbowed him in the side. Go, deal with them before they make a scene. I was somewhat surprised she would say such in front of me, but then recalled how we'd even gotten onto the topic in the first place. Boros dropped a kiss to her temple and trudged off, his loud voice calling his daughters to attention. Elenda watched him go with that fond smile before turning to me, her eyes changing from warmth to calculating cold in an instant. The situation with Manfred Swan cannot be allowed to go on. Blunt as her husband sometimes. I gave her a polite smile. I have done all I can to support Lord Caron, but if he will not work with me, there is little I can do beyond voice support for him publicly, I replied, feelings of annoyance with the whole situation rising in my breast once more. Elenda's eyes narrowed dangerously. Is that so? She purred, and suddenly I felt sorry for her father. I instructed him to fall in line with you long ago. I know we do not have the showing the Vale has, but even he agreed it was prudent to present some visible support. Most people would not have been so crass about it. I had a feeling Elenda had judged me better than most to know I would not be bothered by her approach. She knew as well as I did that our children's marriage was a transaction, future power in return for their military might. I appreciate the gesture, I replied politely. Know that I have spoken on the matter many times to my father, but Lord Swan is likely to keep agitating until he gets what he wants. Elenda snorted and raised her hand to her lips, as if she would dearly like to chew at her nails, but resisted at the last moment, letting the hand drop again. What concerns me is that I do not know how many are quietly sympathetic to him, she finally admitted. I fear they may join your brother simply because we have joined you. I laughed at that, earning myself a raised eyebrow and an incredulous look. They will be disappointed, I told her, recalling Aegon's opinions on the matter. That the vassals of great lords should be left to the great lords, and that the king should sit on his seat and bestir himself for nothing, even if those great lords begged him for aid when the throne's policy of not getting involved backfired on them. When her expression didn't change, I elaborated. Aegon has different ideas as to what it is to be a ruler. He would send them back to Boros with a note that he should deal with the matter. Curious that you should admit that to me. His style of rule would be very beneficial to us, after all. The statement didn't worry me. At least until you faced rebellion or betrayals. At least until you needed the king's peace being enforced or relief sent after a season of heavy rains and raiding. He means to leave everything to the great lords. You would pay your tax and receive nothing in turn. Point, she conceded. Still, I do desire dear old Manfred to be sent on his way. It is beginning to cause me embarrassment. I will speak with Sir Joffrey, I assured her. He may have some method in mind. When you do, be sure to thank him for his little gift to me. I intend to use it to deal with our mutual problem. It took me a moment to recall what that could be, and when I did, it was a struggle to keep the vicious smile from my face. Am I to plan a retirement announcement and feast for a member of the small council then? I asked. Or will it be an ignoble and quiet exit? It entirely depends on the man, she informed me, turning to stare across the beach as Boros lifted Ellen onto his shoulders and her family, minus Oris, set off back towards us. My own son remained by Vermax, watching the dragon preen at all the attention it had been receiving. Well, that certainly is a thorn from my side. You have my thanks. Chapter 185, Preparation, Chapter 158. Chapter Text. Might I ride with you tonight? Asked Alice as she lounged in the chair opposite my desk with a smile on her face. Her punishment duty was finally over and her evenings free once more, providing Lena didn't crack down on her behavior again. You know the rules, I replied, and she sighed, sitting up a little straighter. Ask your aunt before you ask me. You are the princess of Dragonstone, she said slyly. You could overrule her. I waggled the end of the quill at her, not dignifying the attempt with a reply, and she slumped backwards with a groan. I brought my attention back to Sir Roga's usual haphazard budget report, ticking off a few more expenses and adding a few reminders to query some poorly labeled ones before Ali's sighing again broke my concentration. She had flounced in here a few minutes ago, catching me finishing up after taking my meal at my desk, a bad habit, I know. I had made it clear I had an open office policy to my children, but normally it was Emma that found her way in here, if only to read and enjoy the peace. Go and ask your aunt, I repeated, then allowed my face to soften. Tell her I am amenable to you joining us. Do not tell her I said you could or any variation of such, just that I like the idea. Yes, Mama, she said, jumping to her feet and almost skipping around the desk to throw her arms about my shoulders. I laughed, letting her do so and dropping my quill to make it easier for her to wriggle close. Then she drew back with a smile and almost raced off. I leaned back in my chair and watched her go, feeling as if my heart might burst. She would not have been so excitable before she conspired to ride Vermi Thor. A quiet girl given to playing with dolls inside, because to do any other was to exhaust herself or worse. Now, she seemed almost as active as Jocelyn some days. Speaking of which, I peered out of the window at the setting sun before grimacing once more at Sir Roga's report and putting it aside. It could wait, and I had sworn I would keep up with Jocelyn's lessons. Instead of mornings though, they now took place in the evening. Jocelyn had other commitments before her lessons began and they mainly took the form of Stefan's brutal training. I stood and stretched, hearing my back and neck and crunch in a way I knew would have most wincing should they hear it, sighing in relief before making my way out of the door. If Lena said yes to Ali's request, and I doubted she'd say no unless Ali's had done something especially irritating lately, it would cause no harm to call Jocelyn for her lesson early, as Ali's was well aware of where to find us should she fall behind. Still, it was a leisurely walk that I took to the kitchens, finding the head cook overseeing the general cleaning up, but not finding Jocelyn. I did not even have to ask before the cook jerked her head to the servant's door, open to let fresh air in and some of the heat out. Went off to ensure that infernal mutt is taken care of, the cook told me. Don't worry, why Grace, I made sure she did her fair share of the cleaning. Thank you, I replied before pausing and examining the woman once more. She looked more haggard than usual and I had a feeling it was linked with her dispatching Jocelyn early. And thank you for your patience with her. Is my pleasure, why Grace, she replied, smiling a little more genuinely and giving me a half bow. I bestowed one more royal smile on her and made a mental note to add a bonus to her pay for as long as Jocelyn was washing dishes. I slipped out of the door, half terrifying two kitchen hands that had been hiding from their fearsome overlady and headed into the garden. Only to be immediately ambushed by a black and tan puppy, yapping away at me as it dropped a considerably chewed up ball of rags at my feet. I stared at it for a moment and then sighed, thanking the seven I at least wore gloves on a regular basis. At my actions, he spun around in excited circles and I smiled despite myself. He had grown quite a bit since Jocelyn has received him. Now approaching my mid-calf in height. Joffrey had informed us that the breed was a popular one in Flea Bottom, something that made me wince. Apparently, they were prized ratters, experts at hunting the vermin one might encounter in that part of King's Landing. Thankfully, they grew no taller than knee-height, so there was some good news anyway. Well, we hoped. We had no way of telling what other dogs were in Ronard's ancestry. As a resident of the manse, it seemed he was destined to chase only his ball instead of vermin and, I mentally corrected myself, occasionally Ali's Anne. The girl adored little Ronard, and oh how that name made me cringe. Naturally Jocelyn would find that particular Storm King, and tell me that it was because the dog had uncertain parentage, the name fit perfectly. When I pulled my arm back, he stopped his spinning and stared intently at it. Almost lazily, I threw the ball into the main lawn, avoiding the prettier flowers the gardeners had cultivated. They already bore signs of being menaced by him. He was moving before the ball had even left my hand, racing off to catch it. I carried on, keeping an amused eye on him as the rags rolled under a hedge and he proceeded to attempt to dig his way through. Ah well, we employed gardeners for a reason. Still, if he were unattended it did beg the question of where Jocelyn had gotten to. She was supposed to be ensuring he got his exercise as part of her chores. If she'd skipped out on this then she had skipped out on her punishment. That made me frown and grit my teeth. Stefan had reported she was doing satisfactorily, almost well. She hadn't thrown a tantrum or complained too much. Annoyed, I realized I was striding through the garden instead of my peaceful walk. I stopped and my annoyance died, though, when I finally saw Jocelyn. She hadn't skipped out on her chore after all. There she was, sat on the bench. I took a deep breath. I had judged too quickly, clearly. I approached, her name dying on my lips as unmistakable snoring reached me. Annoyance and amusement warred within me momentarily, and amusement won as she snorted a little in her sleep and slumped a little further down the bench. Ronard bound up, having retrieved his rags and dropped them in front of his mistress before sitting on his haunches, tongue lolling out of his mouth. I pursed my lips to avoid the giggle that image called into existence. After a while, he shuffled backwards and whined, and as if it came more from instinct, Jocelyn's leg sleepily kicked at his rags, sending the ball rolling a small way. Ronard whined again and I gave in, picking the ball up once more and hurling it away, sending him racing off with an excited bark once more. "Good boy," mumbled Jocelyn, her eyes not even opening. I bit my lip. Now that I had decided not to be annoyed, the scene grew funnier the longer I watched. Ronard reappeared at my feet, having decided I was clearly the most fun to play with at this point. I wrestled the ball of rags from him and hurled it again. He disappeared once more and I took a deep breath, enjoying the cool evening air. Perhaps I should take over ensuring Ronard was well cared for if it was always going to be this peaceful. I threw the ball for him a couple more times before Ronard seemed to have had enough. Instead of bringing his ball to me once more, he leapt onto the bench and pushed his head, slobber and all, into Jocelyn's lap. She mumbled something and brought her hand up to rest it on his head, but still her eyes didn't open. Ronard watched me with round, dark eyes as if he could not understand why I was still here when he had clearly finished with his fun. "Spoiled little thing," I said to him, earning myself no reaction bar a tilted head. Amused, I turned to leave only to find Alice watching me with a grin on her face. "You seem to be having fun," she said with faux innocence. "I didn't want to disturb you." "I'm sure," I drawled in response, and she grinned at me. "Admit it," she teased. "You like Ronard, Mama, for all you complain about him." At the sound of his name I heard his tail begin wagging, smacking against the wood of the bench and sending Jocelyn squirming in her sleep once more. I turned and gave him a look, to which he responded by letting his ball drop out of his mouth with a wet slap against the bench. "I may be passingly fond of him," I said, making a show of admitting the fact. "But don't you go spreading that around, young lady." "I swear it," she replied solemnly before stepping forwards to throw another hug around my midsection. I held her close for a while before letting go. She fixed me with an impish smile and I dropped a kiss to her forehead. "I take it your good mood means you bring good news?" I asked, and her eyes seemed to sparkle. "Aunt Lena is resting," she replied. "And she said to tell you that I'm supposed to be watching Cyrix's acrobatics. She wants a report on them." "Slave driver," I sighed, and Alice nodded fervently in agreement. "I wish she'd just let me ride for fun," she groused, frustration evident. "Instead she insists on tests and quizzes every time I so much as look at Vermithor." "She does it because she wants you to be great at riding," I told her. "Not merely good." Alice pouted and I raised my eyebrow at her. The pout became a look of pleading. "She thinks I am responsible for every disaster ever," she complained. "The equipment shed door is broken and she said it was because I slam it too hard." I opened my mouth to refute that, but Alice carried on, her eyes blazing with indignation. "She hates me, Mama," she said firmly. "And it wasn't like Luke challenging those boys was even my fault, I didn't dare him to. He did it by himself and it's not my fault she was so angry about it." I remembered the incident clearly enough and fixed her with an unimpressed look. "You may not have said the words dare," I replied, and she flushed. "But remember you admitted to goading him into it." "They insulted me," she sniffed, as if that were an excuse. "Then you should have found me or your father," I told her firmly, and she sighed in defeat a moment later. "Now, I am going back to my office and you are going to wake Jocelyn when I'm gone. Do not tell her I caught her napping, let her enjoy the victory." Ali's look of defeat became a look of sly amusement and she nodded. "I shall not tell her," she assured me, shooting a speculative look at her sleeping twin before smiling once more. A fond smile. "Then I shall be off," I declared and left her there, grinning from ear to ear at the mischief I had come up with. I went back in via the servants' entrance and told the cook to not mention I had been looking for Jocelyn to her. She seemed happy enough to, especially when I made mention of my plan to deliver her a bonus for putting up with my wayward daughter. Her eyes sparkled as she swore she'd keep silent on the whole matter before bustling off, humming happily to herself. On my way back to my office, I peered out of the window to find Alice hadn't woken her sister yet. She was scanning the manse looking for me though, and she caught my eye and raised her hand in a wave before bringing it down to shake at Jocelyn's shoulder. Ronard evidently didn't appreciate it as he leapt from the bench a moment later. It was with a guilty flash that I giggled out loud at what happened next. Jocelyn seemed fast asleep one second and wide awake the next, leaping from the bench in surprise and sending Ronard barking away. Then she turned and spotted her sister, who was laughing to herself on the bench and reached to throw Ronard's rags at her before freezing. I stepped back as she said something to Alice and her eyes swung to examine the man's as if she expected me to be stalking towards her in a rage. Or worse, Laner or Stefan. I watched as Alice waved her hand dismissively and Jocelyn seemed to relax in response to her words before rubbing at her face to banish any evidence of her illicit nap. Smiling broadly, I continued to my office to await both of my daughters' arrival for an evening lesson. Chapter 186, Preparation, Chapter 160. Chapter Text. You should take the potion Girardis Corliss began but Renus waved him off with an annoyed sigh. Around us, the servants collected plates and cutlery in preparation for the next course. I was proud to see each of my children thank them without prompting, even if Jocelyn was looking dismayed. She would be in the kitchen after this, helping clean up after dinner. I am fine, Renus growled in response to her husband's worried hovering, wincing a moment later as she somehow jostled her leg once more. Corliss sat back in his chair, looking disgruntled, but said nothing. A lifetime with Renus had likely taught him how stubborn she could be. My eyes drifted to Laner and Lena, both were watching with worry in their eyes. It could not be easy to see her in pain and know that little could be done to prevent it, little that she would accept, anyway. It tore at me and I was not her daughter, for all that I might have wished for it. As stubborn as Lionel at times, sighed Corliss finally, seeming to give up. That sent a flicker of alarm through me. I had done as Corliss requested and had not taken action in regards to the hand of the king as much as it bothered me. Now that I knew, it seemed obvious. The lateness to meetings, the sheen of sweat that seemed permanent and the dark bags under his eyes that spoke of too little sleep. Damn these stubborn people. Has he taken a turn for the worse again? I asked, trying to hide my worry by sipping at my wine. It was a testament to my preoccupation that it took me a few swallows to realize it was one of my favorites. Corliss sighed as if the very question was painful. Not sleeping mostly, he stated. And the damnable cough that refuses to shift. Have you offered the college's services once more? Because I am POS I dared not ask him myself. Our mutual frustration would lead only to an argument. I have, at every opportunity. Do not mistake the lack of action for lack of trying. He is my friend and a good one at that, he stated, shaking his head before his gaze found his wife once more. Renus had taken Corliss' distraction as an avenue of escape and had taken Viserys onto her lap. My son seemed happy enough, legs and arms flailing about wildly as she tickled his belly again and again regardless of his wriggles. I watched as Corliss transformed from worried old man to doting grandfather and husband as the worries of the world seemed to drop away from his shoulders and decided to let the matter drop. This was supposed to be a nice and quiet family dinner, as much as we were capable of being quiet. I cast my eyes about the table as Jocelyn seemed to doze once more in place with only frequent none too gentle nudges from Alice keeping her truly awake. Not that I was sure how she could doze with Emma and Rena next to her, each talking breathlessly about some new tale they had found, their debate including much hand-waving and requiring frequent intervention from Joffrey to prevent them from becoming too loud. Not that Joffrey could spare them much attention currently. His gaze was on Luke and Iman as each seemed to appeal to him as a judge for their debate on whose dragon was better. But Vermax is beautiful, protested Iman, as if Joffrey were the final arbiter of dragon quality. And mine is quick and sneaky. Tell him, Papa. Joffrey met my eyes with a desperate stare and I shrugged. Skywalker was a fine dragon but I had a feeling Vermax was the superior mount, at least for now. Unless it was a match of thievery, then Skywalker would undoubtedly win. I had seen the dragon sneak food from Morrigan, which given the aggression of my daughter's mount was a feat indeed. Perhaps a race, I suggested when Joffrey continued to look flummoxed. The poor man did not quite manage our reverence for dragons, viewing them as resources over, well, partners, I suppose would be the best word. But I don't have a teacher yet, protested Iman, his eyes flicking about the room. I pursed my lips at the thought. It was true that the matter had not come up yet. Iman had not approached any of us with the request, so I had assumed he was still thinking the matter over. It was not unusual for him to take time on making what he saw as important decisions. You have not picked one, groused Luke, a note of accusation finding its way into his voice. Iman shoved him in response and Joffrey gave them both a warning look, beating me to punch by a few moments. Both boys blushed and mumbled their apologies under our stern gazes. My mornings are free once more, I stated, half hoping he would say no. Iman bit his lip before his eyes slid from me to Laner and then to Lena. I'm to be your cupbearer soon enough, Mama, he said, causing my eyebrows to rise. It was true Laner and I had discussed it but no decision had been made as we danced between offering him to my father or keeping him as close as possible. And Papa is teaching me how to fight. His eyes remained on Lena who straightened in her chair with a smile. In the corner of my eye, I saw Corliss roll his eyes and Renus elbow him before directing him a stern look. Can you handle 3 students? Asked Alice, attracting our attention momentarily. I tensed without meaning to. Luke being Lena's student had never been said aloud. Rennis had taught him the basics during Lena's absence, and him gravitating back to his mother had never been made truly official. Because if not, Grandmama Rennis doesn't have a stud. Punishment, I said shortly, cutting that particular thought off, more terse than I should have been as my eyes flickered nervously between Rennis and Lena. Alice groaned and Lena shot her a look that promised retribution for the comment, although I could see the tension in her from how she held her shoulders and the way she carefully did not look at Rennis when she spoke next, instead focusing on Iman once more. I wasn't sure if she missed Ali's overly fake and overly bright smile, but I didn't, and my daughter stopped when she caught my eye. I can handle 3 students easily, Lena finally said. Iman's smile brightened in response and my eyes traveled to Rennis again. She gave me a little smile when she noticed, and I felt heat rush to my face at being caught. Alas, it seems none of my grandchildren are destined to choose me, Rennis butted in, obviously false grief suffusing her tone. Then she lifted Viserys up with a grin once more as he kicked out happily. Perhaps little Viserys will have me. I let out a breath of relief. Or Rena, when she finally claims her mount, said Lena, gazing fondly at her daughter. Rena went red and seemed to sink in her seat momentarily, muttering something about waiting. You need not feel pressured, said Corlys, his tone one I couldn't quite recognize. Nobody is forcing you to take a dragon. It is a great commitment and responsibility. I watched as Lena's face changed from fond to furious in an instant, but so did Rennis, and her mother was quick to intervene. Still, she said brightly, and Lena's mouth snapped closed. Under the table, I let my foot brush over her shin and she directed a small smile my way. A race does sound fun and is fine opportunity to practice some of the more basic skills a rider needs to master. Well said, Lena decided. Perhaps we should have a grand race then. All of us riders. Really, said Alice, eyes shining. I knew she was eager to push Vermithor to his limits, and Lena could hardly say no if we were all involved. Yes. Dreamfire will win. She's the fastest, Emma started, but Luke practically bellowed over her. Skywalker is getting faster. You'll see, we'll win. Luke. Indoor voice, snapped Lena, and he settled back, blushing. Lena smiled fondly before directing his gaze to Jocelyn, who had fallen asleep in her chair without Ali's timely nudges. He frowned, then shook his head as Alice went to nudge her awake. A race then, I decided. Should we invite my brothers and sisters? Yes, said Lena firmly, surprising us all. I want to see how Iman is coming along. Enderon, supplied Iman, smiling widely. I want to beat him. I do too. He's always boasting about how good his dragon is just because she grows fast, supplied Luke. Size isn't everything. I silenced Lena's quiet laugh with a stern look, but he was still grinning broadly when I looked away from him. Even Joffrey and Corlys were hiding smiles, and the less said about the expression on Renna's face the better. At least Lena was not snickering like. Indeed, said Lena, her expression stoic. It's what you do with it that matters. Children, all of them. She gave me an apologetic grin as I rolled my eyes and sipped at my wine in disgust. Yeah, said Luke, the entire exchange missing him entirely. Besides, Vermax is bigger than Tessarion and twice as beautiful. Thank you, said Iman, preening in a way not unlike his dragon. Uncle Joff, have I shown you my drawings? You have, Joffrey said, chuckling. He turned to his grandparents, who made a show of having not seen said drawings. Neither had I, come to think of it. That brought a frown to my face as Lena exclaimed to Corlys and Rennis how the detailing on one particular picture was exquisite. Normally, I would be one of the first Iman would show his drawings and paintings to. Had he picked up on my dislike to the degree he was holding back now? Guilt poked at me. You have not shown me either, I pointed out during a break in the conversation, and Iman seemed to freeze for a second before smiling brightly. I'm sorry, Mama, I forgot to show them to you, he lied, not very convincingly. I bit my lip. So he had seen my dislike of the dragon. Poor boy. I would speak with him on the matter when I could. Thank you. You know I enjoy your art very much. He beamed at me in response before turning back to Corlys and talking about getting the shading just right on one of his pictures of Vermax. I half suspected my promised picture of Syrax was an age off. My son was likely to draw 100 pictures of his new mount and paint half 100 portraits again before he finally got it out of his system. The matter was put to an end though when Viserys finally became overly bored of Renna's teasing and somehow managed to kick a glass of wine down her front and all across the table too for good measure. Servants rushed forwards to clean it as Viserys was handed to his grandfather. Tell the cook to delay the next course for a few minutes if possible, would you? The servant I had spoken to nodded and bowed before rushing off to attend to that. Rennis disappeared to change and Septilela was summoned to retrieve the little menace and keep him occupied. The ensuing ruckus at least woke up Jocelyn, who was finding the matter of the wine very funny and bestowed more than a few kisses on her baby brother before he was released from his siblings' goodbyes. My children adored their newest brother. They adored the trouble he could cause on occasion even more. The children were still laughing and chuckling on the matter when Renus returned and our next course was brought out, filling the room with heavenly smells of meat, vegetables, and the various seasonings our cook had employed. There were many benefits to being the good daughter of the sea snake, and easy access to spices many would pay eye-watering sums for was definitely up there, I reflected as I dug in. The rest did not hesitate either, and our general chatter fell into appreciative silence as our mouths became occupied by something other than talking. I got halfway through the plate and had paused to help myself to some beautifully toasted bread when another servant arrived and bowed low, seemingly worried about interrupting our meal. "Your Grace," he began. "My apologies at disturbing you, but Prince Aegon is downstairs awaiting you." I frowned, almost in sync with the rest of the table. Glances between each of us as we tried to figure out what Aegon might want. He had been oddly absent since our return from Dragonstone, and I had hoped it was because Father's offer had him distracted. Why would he show up unannounced now? I forced a smile onto my face. "Invite him up then. There should be enough spare to give him a plate." This did little to reassure the servant, who seemed to look even more nervous at the offer. That set butterflies loose in my stomach. "What is wrong, my good man? Speak freely, you'll face no punishment." The man cleared his throat. "Your Grace, your brother is in no fit state to attend a polite meal." I blinked at the statement as worry set in a little more. No fit state? Did he mean drunk? Aegon was rarely drunk. I stood and directed a strained smile at the table. I did not miss the looks of curiosity mingled with worry and disappointment, and my heart clenched in response. "I will attend to my brother and see what ails him. Do not worry, I shall return in time for dessert." My false cheer did little to change things, and I left quickly after that, worry giving way to annoyance. "How drunk is he?" I asked the servant who was leading me to where my brother awaited. He gave me a pained look before hesitating and then forging on. "The prince seems to be having some trouble remaining upright." "Oh bollocks! If he was riled and drunk, this would no doubt be fun." Chapter 187, Preparation, Chapter 161. Chapter Text. "For the seven's sake, Aegon!" I barked when I finally saw him. "Sit down before you fall down." He was in a state, I could see that as I examined him. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were rumpled, and he looked seconds away from staggering over, as if the mere effort of keeping himself upright was too much. At my command, his face twisted into a frown and fixed me with an imperious look, the one he'd gotten oh so good at. At least when he was like this he did not resemble father as much. "I can stand," he told me, words at odds with the evidence presented. The fact that he was slurring his speech as well did not reassure me. Annoyed, I dropped into one of the couches and made myself comfortable, fixing him with a look to match his own. He stood and stared for a moment, as if processing this new development, and then sat down himself. The couch groaned in protest as he crashed into it, only further fanning the flames of my annoyance. Best keep a check on my temper. I could not lose it and scream at Aegon, no matter how much he might richly deserve it and how much I might want to at times like these. Aegon needed to see me as his saintly older sister for as long as possible, and if that meant swallowing his disrespect to earn hesitation and maybe, I shuddered mentally, mercy later down the line, then I would gladly do so. If not for me, then for my children, if I should fall. "You seem ill at ease, brother," I began as he seemed to struggle with his own words. "Might I order you some water or juice? To clear your head? Or a bucket, should you decide to spill the contents of your stomach over Corley's exquisite Myrish carpets?" "No," he slurred. "No, I require nothing from you." The words were almost spat out and I gritted my teeth. He had never been so rude before. Was this how he always felt, and even his so-called positive feelings for me were a mask he wore? No. No, I could not believe that. I knew he thought well of me. No one could act that well for that long. Caution ran through me then, and I decided to act as if it were Jocelyn having a tantrum, as opposed to facing such hostility from the brother that may very well kill me, arranging my features into an unimpressed glare with one eyebrow raised. "Aegon." My tone carried the same warning as it would with Jocelyn as well, and I mentally cursed the approach a moment later. I was his sister, not his mother. Acting like a mother invited comparisons with Alicent, and I knew they were still arguing bitterly. Aegon's snake hunt, whilst amusing enough to hear about, was not going well for him. He was frustrated with his mother for employing Larrys and still bearing a grudge over her behavior around Riker the day he was born. A foolish approach. Why was it always so hard to figure out the best way to handle my brother? He started, confirming my fears before stopping and taking a deep breath. There was a sheen of sweat lining his forehead, and I dearly hoped he was not so drunk he vomited. "Rhaenyra, have you spoken to father?" "Regarding what, exactly?" "He came by to see Vermax and praise my son, but beyond that we have had little chance. He has been increasingly busy of late. Suspiciously so, and he'd taken steps to hide whatever he was working on from Joffrey. Worrying. With any luck, it would not be another surprise that ended up being more trouble than it was worth." Aegon stared at me and then the wall, his jaw clenched tight as he took a deep breath himself. The praise is deserved, he told me abruptly. The mount is a fine one. My eyebrows rose again at the change of topic. At my look he pursed his lips and looked away once more, as if he could not bring himself to look at me properly. I mean it, he said, sounding as if he meant anything but. It is beautiful. Fit for a king, father said. I was rubbing it in, I knew. He reacted as if I had gone to slap him, flinching before taking in a deep breath and letting it out. Father has offered me land, he said simply. Ah, so father had dug something appropriate up for him. I know. It was my idea. At that, his jaw clenched again, sending the muscle jumping. You need something to raise a family with, Aegon, instead of begging for scraps from my table. It is an insult, he growled. Unsurprising, I thought, controlling my urge to snap at him. Were the lands so poor? I asked, letting false innocence suffuse my tone and watching as it seemed to fan the flames of his own anger. It was a bad idea, a very bad idea but... His fists clenched on his knees and I realized I had never seen him this angry before, not really. He always went so far to be seen as calm and in command. The perfect knight. The perfect prince. The perfect king. Bastard. He offered me old stones, he breathed through clenched teeth and I let out a surprised whistle even as Aegon's eyes blazed at the perceived affront. That is no small gift, Aegon, I pointed out. Perhaps I should be glad he seemed set on spurning the gift, even as princely as it was. If Aegon had forces there he could deal with my northern allies and the Freys to boot with ease. Rich farmlands, a keep you can rebuild and make your own, a prestigious history, and set near the coast and the Blue Fork too for good trading op. I do not care, he roared and I flinched. The only sound after was his heavy breathing as his chest rose and fell, as if his body could not contain the anger. I could sympathize with him, I had felt it enough in the past. The need to let something out otherwise you felt as you might burst completely from the pressure of it welling up inside you. I set my jaw and met his eyes. You will not shout at me in my own home, I told him, voice like ice. I may sympathize but I had my line in the sand and this was it. And what does Helena think of this? He bit his lip, fury replaced with a flash of guilt before he turned away again, refusing to meet my eyes. She wanted to take father's offer, didn't she? I accused and I watched his fists ball up in anger. Helena is being stubborn. She wanted her son to have something to call his own. How will you explain this to Riker when he is grown? I demanded. I should be Prince of Dragonstone, he whispered. You have stolen everything that is mine. It was never yours to begin with, I told him firmly, rising to my feet. He followed me up as if his height could intimidate me. I may be short, but everyone was tiny next to Laenor and Lena. It was, he growled. I am father's eldest son. It is mine by right. By law. The king's word is law, I shot back. Our king decreed me his heir and thus I am his heir. It's not right, he whined. It's not. You said so yourself to father when I was born. Don't deny it. He told me. I wanted to keep my friend and not tear this continent apart. You do not und. You want the throne, he half screamed. You want it and you pretend you don't. You pretend it is some burden father thrust upon you but you want it. I opened my mouth to answer that but he forged on, clearly more intent on letting out his frustration than actually addressing me. You stole what was mine and you don't even feel guilty. I thought he paused then and I was surprised to see tears spring to his eyes. I thought you didn't want it but you do. How is that my fault? I asked him tartly. You decided I did not want it to make yourself feel better about wanting it. About ousting me from a position I have held since before your birth. That I have trained my entire life to do. That's not he began but he had crossed a line and I was aware I was dancing dangerously close to my own, to saying something that could not be taken back. It is. I insisted and he fell silent, glaring at me. Admit it. If you thought that your own little plot for a council would see me elected, you wouldn't pursue it. You are only so intent on it because you believe you will win as father beat Rhaenys before. He stared at me for a moment before taking yet another deep breath but I was not done. My finger jabbed at his chest making him sway backwards. You are a spoilt child, I told him. You grasp for what is not yours, for what was never yours, and why? Because you want it. You dress it up in law and honor but you are just as guilty of ambition as I am, brother. Except whilst I have done everything to prove I am worthy of such a seat and honor, all you do is chew on these wrongs supposedly done to you and trumpet your own superiority based on the fact you were born a man. A cock does not a ruler make, Aegon. When he spoke, his tone was that of a man taking the high road when he was right but could not convince his opposition of that, which only made me want to strangle him. You are correct that I have acted badly, he said, and I briefly gave a thought to slapping him properly. My fingers throbbed at the thought. And you are correct in that the throne is not mine either. It is for the lords to decide who will rule them in this disputed succession. There will be no council, I told him. Not under father and not under me. Do you plan to rebel then? Raise your banners up? The way you are going, you will be forced to buy somebody before the end. That's not true, he said firmly. I would not. You and your mother court every man with something to gain. I barked, barely smothering a disbelieving laugh. They will force the issue if you will not. What then? Our family will be torn apart. Destroyed. Would you step over my body for that throne? Over Iman's and Viserys? My daughters? No, he cried. You are getting too emotional about this. There will be no war. And no council. I told him again sternly. It had never taken so much effort to not beat him over the head in a rage. There will be, he said, eyes blazing. Even your own blacks whisper about wanting one. They and I will call for one before the end. I will have my day before the lords as you will have yours. You are arrogant, Aegon. They will eat you alive. Mother says the same thing, he declared as if it were some grand trump card. I say I intend to continue Aegon the Conqueror's legacy. Under Maegor and even Jaehaerys we clawed too much power for ourselves. It was not our forebears' vision. And how would you know the mind of the Conqueror? I scoffed. The Lannisters fed you a pretty lie because it suited them. If you give the lords the power of petty kings they will seek to overthrow us once more. That's not true, he said firmly. I can forge this realm into something greater than even Jaehaerys dared dream, I snarled. Institutions to bind the realms to us forever. You would see them shatter once more. A mere puppet of the true kings. It is not true, he shouted, his eyes meeting mine. There was a wild look in them and I wasn't sure what had prompted it. In the silence, we both panted from the force of our anger. When he spoke again, it sounded more like he was trying to convince himself over me. It's not. We have dragons. We could never be overthrown. I took a deep breath and reined my temper in as well as I could, reaching up to run my hand through my hair. Aegon too seemed to be fighting himself. We didn't speak for a long time after that. Be wary, brother, I finally said. The road to the Seven Hells is paved with good intentions. I watched as he frowned at that, seemingly trying to make out what I was saying to him, and I reminded myself that he was still drunk. Then, whether he understood my words or not, he seemed to come to some sort of decision. Nodding to himself, he turned to me with a determined slant to his mouth. I am not my mother's son, Rhaenyra, he said, striding for the door. I don't sneak around and play dishonorable games. I am my father's son. I am Aegon, son of Viserys. I won't rise up against my family, just as father wouldn't had Rhaenys taken the throne. He paused as he went to step out and then turned back. I raised my eyebrow. I might have been more offended, but I knew Aegon well enough. He had to have the last word, if only to convince himself that he had not lost the argument. If I spoke now, I'd just draw him into a new argument. So I waited for whatever line he thought was witty enough to win him the day. You should do well to remember your own words, sister, he told me, sounding like father when he was in stern lecture mode. The road to the Seven Hells is paved with good intentions. I did not pursue him to deliver him a richly deserved slap, but by the seven it was a close thing indeed. Chapter 188, Preparation, Chapter 162. Chapter Text. The Grand Master of the Alchemists died in his sleep after a long and debilitating illness. It should not have come as a surprise, the man had been dancing the line of death for a long time, and the gods knew Jarrett had been bouncing between Dragonstone and King's Landing for long enough as he politicked for the man's place. I had never cared for Jowan, he had been headstrong and stubborn. I was not sure when he became embittered against me and Jarrett's little breakaway faction, perhaps he always had been and I had just missed it. In my last meeting with him, shortly after the college had been established and Jarrett had managed to start a scuffle with the rest of the guild, he'd called me a fair few names and implied that women were incapable of the higher arts through virtue of womanhood alone before storming out of my office and indeed, storming off of Dragonstone itself. His chosen candidate disappearing off the face of the earth had not helped either. Jowan had invested much in Gregor, alongside the help Mysaria had provided the wretch. The Grand Master's health had even rallied briefly, as he commanded an entire faction of hardliners in their bid to see Gregor elected from his sickbed. When Gregor had disappeared without a trace once more, Jowan's health had gone from bad to worse and any talk of him beating his illness was silenced. Not that recovery was a likely outcome to begin with, perhaps Gerardis could have helped, but Jowan had refused every offer of aid. Now he was dead. He had died in despair and in pain, his precious wisdoms unable to even give him a peaceful death. I must thank you for your support once more, said Jarrett, sipping from the wine a servant had poured for us before scuttling off to leave us to discuss Jarrett's next steps alone. I gave him a benevolent smile. The man had aged well in a way I was almost jealous of. His hair was silver now, but his grey eyes were as lively and intelligent as ever and his frame had lost no vigor over the past decade. That he was the next Grand Master was a sure thing. After Gregor's death, the powerful factions that had united behind him had fragmented into bickering groups with no one clear candidate emerging from them. Juret would storm to victory simply because those that opposed him were far too divided. You have built your own legacy, Juret, all I gave you was the chance, I told him, tone modest. He gave me a sly grin. I will not deny I put work in, he said diplomatically. But Gregor was a problem I am happy to see the back of. He had too much support thanks to Zhaoan's incessant interfering. He has a history of mysterious disappearances, I replied just as diplomatically, and Juret nodded, his sly smile still in place. I stamped down on the flicker of annoyance that it brought. Perhaps he has simply returned to whomever was paying him his bribe money. Seems a waste to me, to pay a man so much then recall him, said Juret. Fear not, I understand the situation. I am merely appreciative of your support. He will never believe I did not get rid of Gregor for him. What harm was there in letting him believe, the traitorous little voice in my mind whispered. The action benefited you all, why not let it benefit my cause with him further? Juret had been loyal to me from the moment I had presented him with the book all those years on Dragonstone, but the college and now this would see him and his cause bound entirely to mine. I directed a small smile at him and sipped at my wine once more. Having the alchemists be mine in truth would be a boon. It would add more prestige to the college, for a start, and I could use them to present a united front against Edmund's desperate scrabbling to claw back the influence the maesters were losing. Regardless, your grace, I am your man. I paused in my sip and met his eyes. They were serious at that moment. Fear not, I will not forget my patron when I take up my new mantle. I am glad to hear it, I replied earnestly. Who will be taking up your duties at the college? Humph, I spent a good while trying to persuade that old stick in mud to shift from Dean of Medicine, but he's made himself comfortable there and won't move. I suppressed a smile at that. Girardi's had found the idea of focusing on medicine and healing alone freeing, it would take a team of aurochs to drag him away from that. So I've decided on Wisdom Baron. It took me a moment to recall the name. Ah, I said with a smile when I connected a face to it as well. The man who cracked glass. Hopefully not literally, laughed Juret, and I forced a smile at the not too funny joke as the man chuckled away to himself. When he was done, I raised my cup of wine in a toast. To the new high wisdom then. To Baron. Juret echoed me, our goblets clunking together. Once I had taken a great swallow, I lowered the goblet once more. Tell me, have we any great news from the college? Things are the same as they always are, said Juret before frowning. Although I suspect Baron's first task will be to tighten belts over there. Oh? I asked, surprise making my eyes widen. Are the experiments becoming so expensive? Not at all, said Juret. In fact, costs are going down. Then what is the issue? I asked. He sighed. The glass, he replied simply. We've been producing at full capacity since you got that girl running the seaweed farms, and West Eros has bought and bought and bought from us. I have seen the reports, I told him. Corlys had been full of glee over the income the exported glass had brought him, in fact he'd been close to outright crowing with delight. The Velarian moneylender had poured into the initial experiments and the college had been paid back sevenfold and promised continuing returns for a long, long time. Well, anyone who wants the glass has it now. We've been making our way through those huge, expensive orders and will soon be left with the more modest ones. I frowned in thought and finished my wine. I thought the North had just begun ordering. I asked. Cregan had indicated as much in his letters to me. Perhaps he was no longer handing out Winterfell's money to fund the buying, but he'd certainly sworn he'd encouraged his lords to begin purchasing glass. Oh yes, they have, but not nearly as much as the South. They're a cautious bunch, that lot. Well, I could not deny that. Still, the northern markets will provide a good income. We're in no danger of bankruptcy. Well, I said, worry still pulling at my gut, that is reassuring news. Ah. We finally have a batch of Lord Corlys rice growing, said Juret cheerfully, as if he had sensed my mood changing and was trying to wrangle me back to a better one. I'll grant it's not popular yet, but then again, new things never are. Even in the Seven Kingdoms' new center of learning. Have a batch sent to me, I shall make a show of enjoying it publicly. Half the lords in the realm are like to order from you then, I chuckled. Some half-memory wriggled at the back of my head, amusing me even more that I should influence so many into trying something new. I wasn't sure why it was funny though. Memories of my past life, they grew duller and further away with every year. Not the important things though. My mother's face was still etched into my memory, her features as vivid as Ema Oren's. The same for my sisters and nephews, like my children and my family here, I doubted I'd ever truly forget them. How they would have found me married with children amusing. I swallowed that thought. Those were thoughts more fitting for the dead of night than a bright day of celebration. Have you selected wisdoms to work with Lena? I asked, searching for any topic to banish the sudden surge of emotion. Juret shifted in his seat, a smile fighting to break out across his face. I have a few talented boys who are eager to start soon enough, he boasted, and I winced. They're not being sent to encourage her, I warned, and Juret shrugged. They're being sent to ensure there are no more perversions like her little trick with the egg. Failure is simply part of learning, Your Grace. I'll grant she has a haphazard way of exploring the subject, not quite in line with our scientific approach at all, but she has talent. I cut him off with a wave of my hand. No more. Did you not tell me yourself that the guild shies away from such magic? Juret sighed at the accusation. Yes, we do. His hand came up to stroke at his chin. I'll make sure Hugh or Gahan look in on them regularly, and I'll make sure they're all reminded of our tenets thoroughly before I send them over. My apologies for allowing my eagerness on the subject to override good sense. As long it does not become a regular occurrence. I felt like something of a grump as he nodded along, eyes still thoughtful. You have my word, he said solemnly. I must admit, I have half a mind to induct her into the guild. Why not a female alchemist if we are to have our first queen? That sent a flicker of alarm through me. It would all but confirm the whispers about her, and I knew they already bothered her more than she liked to admit. Not to mention Corley's reaction, he already did not trust her now. If she openly confirmed what she was and openly threw what she intended to do with her life in his face, I did not know how he would respond. I was about to open my mouth to dissuade him when he forged on, oblivious to my panic. Alas, it seems not to be. I made mention of it to her and she made it clear it was not for her. That made me pause. Did she give a reason why? I asked, tone slightly weak. If Juret noticed, he said nothing. She made it quite clear dragons were her interest and not magic, despite the considerable overlap between the two subjects. The magic is merely to better understand them. I assure you, she does not spend all day in the lab of hers. This was not news to me. She worked closely with the Watchers, documenting the wild dragon behavior as well as trekking over the dragon mont itself for things successive generations of Targaryens may have missed or simply taken for granted. Of course, I had to promise my boys they wouldn't be working in the field with her. I certainly couldn't see any of them interviewing sheep herders for one thing. Fine boys, but lacking in. Sorry, I said sharply, causing his eyebrows to rise. Did you say she's been interviewing sheep herders? Of course. It's only natural she should. They're the ones that are closest to the dragon mont. Bar your Watchers, of course, but even your men fear to get as close as they do on a regular basis. Olenna, no wonder rumor had spread fast on Dragonstone about her projects. A sheep herder would be eager to spread the gossip of someone who might as well be a princess marching around the dragon mont and asking mere commoners about dragons and what they had seen. Thank you for the clarification, I said, feeling the start of a headache. It is not the issue you think it is, insisted Juret, sending my eyes flying to his face in surprise. At my expression, he clarified. Lady Lena is hardly reviled on Dragonstone. She's known to be close to you and people like that. She is unafraid to walk among them and share a drink and a tale. Well, that was comforting at least. I settled back into my chair and reached for more wine, pouring some for Juret too. Tell me, princess, for I have heard rumors and I'm dying to know. I took a sip and waited for him to continue. What is this I hear about your brother ending up naked in the rooms of Lady Strong? I couldn't help it. I lost it and nearly spilled the wine down my dress as I struggled to keep myself from collapsing from the chair entirely with the force of my giggles. If Larry's definitive response to Aegon's little snake hunt didn't utterly dissuade my brothers from continuing it, I would be surprised. At the very least, Aegon would learn to be more careful about where his drinks came from in future, especially if he were lurking about some dingy bar in Flea Bottom in the vain hopes some man of the Spymasters would magically turn his cloak and tell him everything. The fact that Aegon had even fallen for that trick spoke volumes as to his naivety. At least Larry's response hadn't been lethal and the only casualty was Maris' eyes and the fact she'd probably be seeing a naked Aegon in her nightmares. Oh, and Aegon's dignity. I couldn't summon sympathy for him right now. I really couldn't, even if he had been on the verge of accusing Larry's of being responsible in open court until father had all but threatened him into not doing so. Well, you see, my brother has been playing spies. Chapter 189, Preparation, Chapter 163. Chapter Text. Unscheduled small council meetings never boded well. It always filled my stomach with a pit of dread whenever a messenger in Targaryen heraldry arrived at the manse to inform me that the council would be in special session within the hour. Father never called them unless something had gone drastically wrong somewhere, and I could count on my fingers how many times he'd called one in recent memory. This would be the 7th since the Dornish conquest. I cannot think what the issue could be, mused Corlys as we made our way to the keep proper. Well, whatever it is, it wasn't planned. That makes me very nervous. Corlys snorted and our conversation was interrupted momentarily as we both dismounted, handing our reins to waiting grooms. Running a kingdom is never a smooth thing, Rhaenyra. There will be dozens more unplanned meetings before you rise to the throne and hundreds after as well. He was smiling when he said it and I took it for the light-hearted ribbing it was. Well, at least I shall have myself a talented hand to keep things working as smoothly as possible, I told him, unable to hide my smile when his eyebrows rose. I'm not so sure, he said, amusement on his features in turn. I've heard he's quite a rogue. Not the respectable sort at all. Only if you ask his wife, I shot back and he guffawed. Too true, he admitted. Still, I am honored you think me such an obvious pick. And why not? I asked. You have experience, you are well loved and you are my second greatest ally. We have had our differences, Rhaenyra. I feared you'd go for someone more sycophantic. I said archly and he shrugged. I suspected you might eye up Joffrey for the role, in truth, he confessed in a low voice after we passed a gaggle of servants. I took it as a good sign none of them were rushing to and fro in a panic. That everyone seemed to be going about their normal business meant that there was not some massive impending disaster or sudden death. Not in the Red Keep, anyway. Joffrey is an able spy master, I told him. Very able. I suspect that's the problem. He himself admits there are, unsavory rumors abound. Corlys shrugged in response. Half of those are Larry Strong's whispers but I see the point. The Master of Whisperers is a good role for him. Second son who gave his name away, crippled during a tourney by a disgraced Kingsguard. Not so disgraced these days, I observed, and his mouth quirked into a quick smile. Yes, I've read Joffrey's reports on the matter. A model ranger, they say, he replied. Lena said as much when she met him. Do you know, I never thought to ask what caused the rift between you two to begin with. He asked something of me that I could not give, I replied, remembering his desperation and grief. That had turned to anger when I'd been less than diplomatic in my rejection. To this day I still ask myself how I could have been so blind to his feelings and true nature. It was foolish. Corlys and I were the last to the chamber and the worry in my gut returned when I saw the grim face father was pulling. I took my seat beside him and laid a gentle hand over his. He spared me a strained smile before turning back to his assembled advisors. Now that we're all here, he said once Corlys had made himself comfortable. I must ask you why you called such a meeting, Lionel. Corlys' head whipped towards his friend with a speed I suspected might cause him no small amount of pain later on. Lionel merely nodded, his face grave as he stood. Further down and across from him, Larry's face was a serene mask that gave nothing away. My apologies to my fellow counselors, he began. To those I call friends and to my son, but I have not been entirely truthful with you all these past few months. I felt father flinch then, heard his little hiss of indrawn breath and I couldn't stop myself from turning to him in confusion. He met my eyes and flushed, guilt written large across his face, before turning back to where Lionel stood. Corlys himself looked as if someone had just punched him in the gut and Larry's wore that same serene mask, looking as calm and composed as he always did. I have been ill. I had hoped that my recovery would be swift and that it would not impact my duties, he explained and realization smacked me upside the head and I felt my own face drain of blood. However, this has not come to pass. Why was he doing this now, before the entire council? Why not inform father in private? Why drag all of this out in a semi-public setting? Was it my accusations against his son? It seemed hard to believe this show was for my benefit alone, and even if it was, I was completely unsure as to what I was supposed to take from it. I knew Larry's was playing his own game and part of that game involved backing Alicent screens just as I knew, no, it could not only be for my benefit. I risked a quick glance around the chamber and found my shock and surprise mirrored in near every face there. Some other emotions too. Jasper Wilde looked as if he were about to be sick and Corlys' surprise was dominated by a kind of resigned sadness. Lionel hadn't even told him, then? How long had the hand been planning this? I wanted to rub at my brow in frustration. Lionel, father began, jolting me from my thoughts, and the eyes of the small council turned to him. He looked to be on the verge of tears, I realized. There is no need to go through with this. Take up light duties for a while, I shall drop. No, old friend, said Lionel, shaking his head. It has become more and more apparent to me in these past few months that my time as your hand is over. I am honored to have served you, my king, but it is time I looked closer to home. Harrenhal has long been neglected by all but my uncle and Sir Simon deserves to spend his twilight years unburdened. It is time I went back there and tended to it as its lord. I understand. It has been an honor to call you my hand, said father, his voice raspy. Perhaps I should not be so surprised he was taking this so hard. Lionel had been his hand for a long time. I will never regret my time here, Lionel continued, his gaze sweeping around the chamber. But I believe it is time to cede the legacy of House Strong to the younger generation. Larys, Syrah, and Harwin. Admittedly, all were well placed to gather influence, but none so well placed as the hand of the king. A hand respected by all, if not loved. He could do far more for Harrenhal from here. None of this made sense. I let my eyes flicker to Larry's once more and found him looking thoughtful as he gazed on his father. And a capable generation it is, I said, sparing a smile at the master of whisperers. He gave me a smile in turn, and it was a mocking one that made my teeth itch. Thank you, Your Grace, said Lionel, missing the exchange entirely, and giving me a pained look. It was as if he had to work at not pulling a face at me, which on reflection was likely the truth of the matter. It is good to hear you speak highly of my children, as they speak highly of you in turn. I gave him a gracious nod, but his eyes lingered on me for too long. The rest of the council simply boiled down to each councillor giving Lionel their praise and sorrowful goodbyes as if he would walk out of the door and cease to exist. He might as well. He was effectively making himself a political non-entity, and I just could not understand why. Over a decade of faithful service, and then he resigns at a council meeting with little to no warning, and no clear successor. The thought came like ice water pouring down my back. At least it could not be Otto. The silver linings from that disaster were still making themselves apparent. Once I'd realized that, though, the elephant in the room became extremely obvious to me as each councillor danced around the big question looming large in everyone's minds: who would Viserys pick as his next hand? Lionel had been the Master of Laws before he had replaced Otto Hightower, but the current Master of Laws was Jasper Wilde, and Lady Elenda was due to sort him out very soon. Perhaps I should ask her to move faster, to coincide his own resignation with Lionel's. He would simply be lost in the administrative shuffle then, and father certainly couldn't blame me. Your Grace, might I ask a boon of you? I blinked as I realized it was Lionel speaking to me and not to father. A boon? What could I provide Lionel that he could not provide himself? If it is within my power to grant, I said, the words slipping easily from my tongue. Ask away, Lord Hand. You know well my grief for my daughter, he began, looking almost haunted for a moment. Alice was my firstborn. I will mourn her to my dying breath. I want to take Sira back to Harrenhal with me. I want to take her home. He paused there and swallowed, and for a moment I saw the man before me still deeply grieving Ali's death. The man he'd been for months after. I want to take her home. To see her married to a good man. He finished, and there was not a man in the room that didn't look sympathetic, I realized with a sinking feeling. Will you release her from her service? And then every eye turned to me, and I wanted to sigh in aggravation. Should she consent? He cut me off, his voice suddenly cold. No, even Corlys looked dumbstruck. She will not leave unless you tell her to leave. I will not force my friend to leave the life she has built for herself, I argued, and he scowled, his eyes swinging towards my father in appeal. Father glanced at me, and I let my face show him how stubborn I intended to be on this topic. He grimaced and glanced back to Lionel, his expression one of helplessness. Please, begged Lionel. My daughter. Sira deserves more than this. This is not a life, no matter how much you might think it is. She deserves to be given the chance to build her own happiness with a man who will love her. Come on, Lionel, said Corlys, standing and reaching out to lay a hand on his friend's shoulder. You cannot force daughters into doing things they would rather not do. Take it from one who has experience in that. The not-so-funny observation got a strained chuckle out of the assembled men at least, but Lionel's eyes were locked on mine, and there was a fury there I did not like. He tugged his shoulder free of Corlys and gazed around the room, gauging his back up before bowing to father, shallow and stiff. An insult. It seems none of us can control our daughters these days, he hissed and turned to leave, his stride carrying him to the doors before father could even struggle from his seat. You go too far, Lionel, he called, but the boom of the great door slamming shut was his only answer, and he dropped back into his seat with a groan, rubbing at his forehead as if he were about to be afflicted by a headache. After a minute or two of silence, he lowered his hand to the table with a thump and sighed before peering at me. You could not have promised to at least speak with the girl, he asked, his tone frustrated. I flushed, aware the table's eyes were on me again. She has always taken for granted that her father gives her choice, I told him. I will not be party to him taking that from her. Please, Your Grace, I understand her Grace's position. My eyes swung towards Larry's, who was looking torn himself, and I was forced to mentally shift my understanding of him again. The concern seemed so genuine. My sister deserves a chance to choose. She sacrificed greatly for your daughter, she wants that sacrifice to mean something. To not be erased should father finally manage to find some knight or lord more interested in her dowry than her. Maris was wrong, I realized. The thought hit me like thunder. Maris was wrong. There was no way this man killed his sister on purpose. There was no way this man hated his sisters. Well, said father, bringing my stunned gaze back to him. I understand your position on the matter and my daughter's, but Lionel has a point. Does the girl not deserve to marry? She wants to marry a man she loves, said Larry's, before I could respond. Whilst my father and her Grace only had good intentions when they donated so much to her dowry, only greedy men unworthy of her have come seeking her hand. It is the issue of childbearing, you see. No man wishes to risk not leaving an heir of his body behind. Surely legitimization of bastards has been discussed, murmured father, almost to himself. It has, I told him. She has high standards, though, and no man she has met yet has lived up to them. Still, this borders on gossip and is unworthy for the small council to consider. At my reminder, both Larry's and father blushed as if they were naughty children caught with their hands in the cookie jar, and I was forced to cover my laugh with my hand in a not very convincing coughing fit. Still, there was a weight on my gut as I rose to leave. I needed to know what Joffrey knew on the matter. How had my spymaster missed the resignation of the hand? Your Grace. I stopped and turned towards Larry's, letting the rest file out after me. We have had our differences and I will not pretend I am clueless as to why, but, thank you for protecting my sister in the way you have. She dotes upon your children in a way a mother might, and you have given her purpose since Ali's murder. You're welcome, I said, searching his face for deceit, but there was none. The children dote on Sira in return. He gave me a nod and left. I watched him go and listened to his tapping as he made his way down the corridor before closing my eyes and marshalling my thoughts. Maris was wrong. If Larry's had poisoned that bottle, he hadn't done it on purpose, and I couldn't believe a man like Larry's would be so foolish as to poison me using his own sister's favorite drink. Which meant we were back to square one on who the culprit may have been. Damn it all. Chapter 190, Preparation, Chapter 164. Chapter Text. I'm telling you he was sin. Joffrey cut me off with an imperious wave of his fork, nearly managing to fling a shred of salmon at Laenor in the process. Larry's is a cunning foe, he said firmly. He is capable of acting well enough to fool even your prodigious skills. Do you think me such a fool as to be taken in by him? He is a spy master, not a spy. We have no proof he can play the mummer well enough to fool any of us. In fact, it is his lack of skill at acting that has given him away every time. I groused before reaching for my tea. He was being honest, I'm sure of it. There was no hint of his usual slimy self. He cared whether Sira was happy or not. His complete change in demeanor should tell you he was lying, he insisted. He is playing some new game and he is using you to get at me. He wants you to send me on a wild goose chase whilst he no doubt plans something nefarious. For the love of the father, growled Laenor, causing both of us to twist in surprise at the interjection. He was rubbing at the bridge of his nose in frustration and guilt hit me square in the chest. Can you both shut up about Larry's strong? I swear you are both obsessed. I have heard nothing but Larry's this and Larry's that for 3 days, from both my lover and wife. I apologize, I murmured, and he gave me a stiff nod before turning his attention back to Joffrey. My spymaster was frozen though, his jaw clenched so tightly I could see a muscle jumping. I caught his eye before sipping at the still boiling drink in front of me and savoring the flavors of summer fruits. There was a pause and then Joffrey sighed, sounding aggrieved. Very well, he said, his irritation obvious. I will not mention him again. Our table fell into silence and I put down my tea to pick at the fish we had been provided for lunch, letting my eyes drift to the empty place opposite me. Laena had been supposed to join us, but she'd gotten caught up researching something about dragon's wings and mechanisms for flight and had flown for Dragonstone. It had grated for a few moments before I'd taken a deep breath and let it go. I could no more bind her to me than anyone could, and at least I knew where she had gone and that she would be coming back. Would I ever not feel nervous when she flew off on her travels? And besides, it wasn't like she was potentially hatching another one of those cursed creatures, right? The thought did little to cheer me. The fish is good, I said, searching for anything to break the silence and distract me from my thoughts. It is, isn't it? Said Laenor, his face brightening with a smile. I think we switched suppliers recently. Father was most appreciative as well. Oh, why did we switch? It's not like Corlys to start changing things without warning, I laughed, although it was strained. I didn't care why, if I was quite honest, but the idle chatter served as a wonderful distraction. I ignored Joffrey's slightly baleful glare as he tucked into his own meal and finished my tea in a single gulp before pouring myself some more. Father does this every now and again, Laenor told me. He likes to ensure we are getting value for our coin. I suppose one does not become rich by being careless with his dragons, I mused, and Laenor nodded. Has Jocelyn started speaking to you yet? Ah, a few words, he muttered, going red and rubbing at the back of his neck. Truly, she knows how to hold a grudge. If I am being fair, she rarely speaks to me. She spends what free time she does have napping where she thinks we can't see her. Laenor's eyebrows shot up at that and then he snorted. Do you think we were too hard on her? He asked. I was so scared, all I could see was, well. The guilty glance he cast at Joffrey spoke volumes. Joffrey, for his part, was ignoring us both and prodding at the green vegetables on his plate. I doubted any of us would forget that day. The sounds of the melee, the way Kristen had simply charged. Joffrey's scream. I had heard it in my nightmares for weeks. What do you think of the fish, Joff? Asked Laenor, shaking his head as if he was trying to banish his own thoughts. Joffrey pursed his lips for a moment and then laid his cutlery down, gentle and precise. I tensed in my seat. I knew my spymaster well, maybe not as well as Laenor, but well enough to know what was coming next. Next to me, Laenor tensed as well. I think we are ignoring that Larys has changed his tactics in light of his father's resignation when we need to address that. I need to call a meeting between Maris, your father, Rhaenyra, and I and work out how we respond, and both of you are insisting on a nice meal where we pretend everything is okay. He stood, reaching for his cane, and next to me Laenor rose with him, both glaring at the other. Joffrey, said Laenor, keeping his voice steady. Sit down. But Joffrey was gone and I knew it. He'd kept everything pent up and my siding with Larys had been the straw that had broken the camel's back. It happened so rarely that it was easy to forget that it did. Otto's murder, Rhaena's birth, Larry's becoming spymaster, and now this. He would explode into anger, rage about whatever topic had him in such a state for an hour or two, and then transform back into the cool and competent Joffrey we all knew. I took a deep breath and focused on my tea. No good could come from sticking my oar in now. It would only inflame matters. I will not, barked the Stormlander. He is plotting against us right now. I swore oaths upon oaths that I would see you safe. That I would keep your children safe. What good is all of that if I lose you? Laenor's whisper was barely audible, but there was no way Joffrey hadn't heard it. He flinched backwards as if struck, and I had never felt so out of place in my life. There was a long pause as he seemed to process that, his eyes flicking from the table to Laenor and then back. My knight. I barely see you as it is. What good will I be if you die? He finally asked. I cannot wield a blade in your defense, I can't lead armies to victory on the field. Seven hells, Laenor, I can barely ride a horse these days. It's not just on you to defend our family, said Laenor, his lips curling into a pained smile. Joffrey snorted. You are part of it as well, and yet you hold yourself away from us all. You learnt the blade, Laena learned her spear, and even Rhaenyra can throw daggers well enough to be lethal, but I am dead weight and you know it. That's not true, I burst out, standing before I could stop myself. Both of them jumped as if they had forgotten I was there. I mean, sorry. Joffrey snorted, half amused and half frustrated, shaking his head. I winced. Laenor did not look like he was about to back down, and I knew that Joffrey wouldn't. Joff, said Laenor, giving me a look I couldn't quite parse. Stay out of this might have been the main point of it, though. I dropped back into my seat and tried not to feel too guilty about the matter. He stepped out from around the table and approached his lover. Joffrey raised his head slightly to meet his eyes, his gaze defiant. Laenor paused a few steps away from him, meeting Joffrey's gaze with a challenging one of his own. Go ahead, deny it, said Joffrey bitterly. You are my knight, he said, and Joffrey snorted in derision. You will always be my knight. Some night, he stated. I could not have. I love you, said Laenor, raising his voice slightly. I love you now and I loved you then, and that has never, ever changed. It is the one thing that has stayed constant, no matter how much we change in turn. Joffrey froze for an instant and then his gaze softened and I let out an explosive breath that I was sure they both heard. Neither reacted though as Laenor closed the last distance between them and caught Joffrey's free hand between his own, raising it to his mouth and kissing it. Do I miss my hot-headed squire? The one who promised to fight the world for me? The one who would take on any who would see us torn apart? Of course. Joffrey opened his mouth, but Laenor held up a hand and his mouth snapped shut again. But I wouldn't trade him for you right now, Larry's strong or no Larry's strong. I am still fighting the world for you, whispered Joffrey. I wanted to tunnel into the ground at that moment. Laenor pulled Joffrey close and kissed him. My eyes found the window a second later. I know, said Laenor quietly. But you are letting the world win. You are letting Larry's strong win, you are as obsessed as he is, Joffrey. He is all we speak of. All you speak of. Everything you do is focused on him. I can't bear to lose you to him. I just can't. I would take a blade to his neck myself before I let him take you from me. You say I have changed, mumbled Joffrey, raising his hand to tug on Laenor's beard with an odd kind of smile on his face. But my silver prince would never have been so bold. Silence reigned as both reflected on that, and then Laenor chuckled and bent his head once more to kiss his lover. Joffrey let out his own little snort of amusement and returned the kiss. The view of King's Landing was truly delightful in summer. Especially when you couldn't smell it. Come now, said Joffrey, finally, his voice breathless. We are making a spectacle of ourselves in front of the princess. I felt blood rush to my face and cursed him silently as Laenor threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Sorry Rhaenyra, he said as both men took their seats again, and I was aware that I was still blushing horribly and they both knew it. I'll think about forgiving you, I managed. The tease fell a bit flat, but Laenor flashed me a grin all the same, and even Joffrey mustered up a strained smile of amusement at my predicament. Still, I would appreciate. No more explosions, said Joffrey. I apologize, Your Grace. At my expression, he snorted before shifting in his seat. Laner has said it 1,000 times and you yourself half 1,000 again. It is difficult. I was always taught it was not proper to lay my feelings bare for all and sundry to see, he explained. You used to, though, Laner insisted. I used to get less angry more often, Joffrey said dryly. And more often than not, I'd end up fighting some bastard in a tavern for some remark or insult and coming home feeling better because I'd broken his nose or cracked his skull. Joff did nearly all his fighting in taverns at one point, said Laner proudly, brushing over the fact he almost certainly did that fighting on Laner's behalf. A rogue, I said, poking at my now cold meal. You must find another outlet though. Of course, mother, sighed Joffrey and caught a sharp look from me in turn. He gestured to himself. I am hardly fit to be fighting in taverns once again. And I would not allow you, anyway, said Laner hastily. But Joff, we have to find something, she is right in that regard. I am open to suggestions, he said, leaning over to put his stick back. What is preventing you from throwing knives like Rhaenyra? Asked Laner, curiously. Oh, I'm quite terrible at it. I have tried, believe me. The harness I gave her was originally mine. He blushed when I raised an eyebrow at that. That harness had long since been retired but, ugh. I can't even get the knife to hit blade first 7 times out of 10 and believe me, I practiced. I searched my mind for anything that could help, although nothing immediately leapt to the forefront of my thoughts. Most throwing weapons required at least some involvement from the legs and most were hard to hide on your person. Knives were the easiest. I could testify to my ability to hide several small knives on my person at all times. Knives or, oh, of course. I smiled. Have you thought about darts? I asked, and he wrinkled his nose as if he had smelled something foul before seeming to pause and think about it in depth. That game the small folk play when they want to lose their coin during local fairs. Laner asked. I hardly think. It might work, said Joffrey, slowly. And if nothing else, I can always ensure the target is a portrait of Larry's. Laner groaned and dropped his head into his arms as Joffrey's face lit up in a mischievous smile. I couldn't help but giggle myself, picturing the whole scene in my head. I'll look into getting a set made, I promised as Laner's shoulders began shaking, as he laughed despite himself. Chapter 191, Preparation, Chapter 165. Chapter Text. The question of who would be Lionel Strong's replacement continued to loom large for the next week as father continued to dodge the question from all angles with the skill of an Olympic-level gymnast. He seemed almost depressed by the whole matter. I knew that he and Lionel had met up in private and spoken. I knew because Corlys had told me that Lionel's plan to leave the capital almost immediately had been put on hold. Father had apparently wrangled him into agreeing to stay for a while to help smooth the transition of office of handover. Are you sure there have been no hints about who he has in mind? I asked Joffrey as I broke away from yet another group of lords and ladies. Joffrey gave me a look that spoke volumes about how many times I had already asked that particular question today alone. It is unlike my father to be this quiet about the matter. Everyone knows why he has called this session but... Your father will hardly appoint those likely to be an issue now, murmured Joffrey, rolling his eyes. I resisted the urge to smack him in the arm for it and instead turned my attention to the rest of the room. There was an undercurrent of excitement there. Viserys' small council had not changed so much since Jeremy Corbray's death and there were rumors everywhere regarding the matter. Some said that Tywin Lannister was on his way to King's Landing to take up the position of Hand, others said the Storm Lords had been promised a place. The Lords of the Vale whispered that the king had been courting Jane, nothing had been substantiated. This silence stinks of Larry's, I grumbled, poking at the crown I wore on my head until it was back in its position. The damnable thing had a habit of tilting askew at precisely the wrong moment. Of course it does, he managed to grind out through gritted teeth. Despite Laner taking a stand on the subject, we had still spoken about the matter in private. Joffrey and Maris insisted I was wrong, of course, whilst Corlys was hesitant but on my side. Maris was adamant he disliked his family, hated them even. I had argued that Harwin had been cruel to him and Maris had agreed but pointed out she perceived Larry's had the same attitude around Lionel, Simon and Sira too. I could not, no one could fake that kind of emotion. I was sure of it. I gave him a look and he merely shrugged, his mouth set in a manner that spoke volumes about his opinion on the matter as well. I rubbed at my forehead, frustrated. I see Laner has yet to arrive with the children, he observed, his tone almost hesitant as he changed the subject. Something of Laner's rant had sunk in, then. I snorted. It probably wasn't his fault, the 7 knew my children could be terrors when it suited them. I could picture them now. Emma, Rena and Alice all ready to go and dressed neatly whilst Jocelyn whined and grumbled about her dress. Eamon being similarly critical about his own clothing and nobody noticing Luke had managed to cover himself in mud until the last moment. I shook myself out of that particular memory. He is preparing the children. To be quite honest, I am surprised Alice hasn't charged down here by herself, I told him and Joffrey nodded. I would have helped but Lena insisted, he told me. Rena pitched a fit and you know what she's like. You need not justify yourself, I told him, raising my hands. He chuckled in response. Your daughter is a terror when she wishes to be. Like her father. His smile became rueful and he shrugged. I will not argue the point. Rena can be a terror but I could not love her or Luke more. I wanted to hug him then as the dopey but proud smile grew over his face. It was as if he'd tried fighting it and had lost. Rhaenyra. I turned to find Helena slipping through the crowd, a bright smile fixed on her face. I have not seen you in too long. I refuse to take the blame for that, I told her, pulling her into a hug. You are the one avoiding me. Sorry, Joffrey, do you mind? Joffrey shrugged and then gestured for me to go on, still clearly lost in thought. Helena gave him a little wave as he limped off through the crowd. It is true, she admitted. I have been. I never thought it would be so wonderful to have a child, Rhaenyra. Well, I see Riker has fallen on the well-behaved side of things, I replied, remembering Jocelyn's younger days, almost against my will. Helena's grin grew a little wider in turn and I suspected she might be remembering the same thing. I took the gap in our conversation as an opportunity to truly examine her. She had lost her pregnancy weight and was showing as much off with a bold purple gown that certainly went with her eyes. When she noticed my attention, she gave a little twirl and mischievous smile. I snorted and linked my arm through hers, steering her towards the edges of the party. I had been meaning to speak to her since I had learned of Aegon turning down old stones but the time never seemed right. What is it? She asked. Aegon and father's offer, I replied dryly and she sighed. That one sigh said a lot, frustration, annoyance and exasperation. He has been a nuisance, she snapped. He turns up drunk at all hours and then makes such a fool of himself in front of Lady Maris regardless of whether it was the snake's fault or not. I blinked in surprise at the complaint. He has been getting drunk regularly, she told me as if reading my mind, looking tired suddenly. Ever since father offered him old stones. I was ever so angry at him, Rhaenyra. I said some very cruel things but he shouldn't have said no. It was to be our son's future. She looked so glum that this time I did not bother to resist the urge and simply pulled her into a tight hug. To be fair, hugging Helena was more acceptable than hugging Joffrey anyway. I know he did not want me just as I did not want him but I thought he would at least ask my opinion on such matters as being offered a lordship. She grumbled into my shoulder and it was with some annoyance I noted she had to bend slightly to get into such a position. My sister had a few inches on me, so did all my siblings but Visera, and I had no doubt she would soon be taller given the rate she was sprouting up it. I tried to speak with him but, alas, he was drunk, I told her and she winced. I did not know it was a regular occurrence. Yes, I heard about that. I am sorry I waved her off. The fact that she had ignored my prodding on the matter did not bode well. It is not you who needs to apologize, I told her and some tension seemed to leach from her form but she still looked exhausted and I felt bad for even bringing up Aegon and his recent change in behavior. I will catch him sober, do not worry. Or I'll have father do it. Now, on to more cheerful matters. Of course, she said, summoning a small smile. What matters are those? I do recall promising little Riker a friend to play with and yet neither boys have met yet. At that, Helena's smile became a great deal more genuine and something eased within me. Sometime soon, she asked. When all this business with the new hand is over. As soon as possible, I told her earnestly and she beamed at me. Tell me, have you heard anything? She froze and then noticed I'd noticed the action before groaning and biting her lip. I might have, she murmured before leaning in a little closer. You didn't hear this from me but Gawain Westerling has been telling everyone that Tyland Lannister has been summoned from Casterly Rock. The bottom dropped out of my stomach and I felt the color drain from my cheeks. She winced at my reaction. Sorry, she whispered. I don't think Aegon even cares but, well, it's Gawain. He would know, his aunt is married to Lord Jason. Thank you for letting me know, I murmured, my eyes drifting through the crowd until I picked out Joffrey in a conversation with a minor landed knight. I could have sworn Gawain had come up in his briefings, but no, I must be mistaken. I cannot believe that father did not tell you ahead of time, she said with a sigh. You know how he is, I replied, focusing on her once more. He'll have some completely flawless reasoning that only makes sense to himself. That made her giggle, even if she did look a little guilty about it afterwards. Sir Laenor Velaryon, Princess Jocelyn Targaryen, Princess Alyssa Targaryen, Prince Aemon. I turned as the herald began announcing and quickly spotted my children making their way in. My heart stopped for a moment as pride choked me. Even Jocelyn had been persuaded to go all out. Each of my children looked every inch the royalty they were. I'll leave you to it, murmured Helena. I caught her hand before she could disappear entirely and gave it a friendly squeeze. She stopped and then grinned at me. Soon, I told her, and her grin widened again. Of course. I cannot wait. And then she was gone, weaving through the crowds and turning heads whilst she did so. It was sad, really. I knew without it needing to be said that she had people she'd rather have married, and as a princess she'd have had the pick of the bunch, but she'd been shackled to Aegon, a marriage neither wanted. It would not blossom into love, there would be no grand romance. I shoved it from my mind and went to greet my children. Jocelyn was subdued, she had been since Sir Stefan had her formally request the day off from training to attend. Alice was much more lively, her gaze swinging this way and that. Truly, it was a testament to her self-control that she hadn't darted off into the crowd to find her adoring fans. Mama, she called as I pushed my way through. Have you seen my dress? She gave me a twirl, black fabric with scarlet piping on full display, as I gave them all a broad grin. Jocelyn, wearing the reverse of her sister, gave her sister a listless clap before turning to me. She was still tired, I realized. Perhaps a day or two off wouldn't hurt. Especially if she was struggling to even keep her eyes open during the biggest social event this month. It's beautiful, I told Alice. Take your sister with you when you go wandering about. I'm fine, Mama. Jocelyn's protest was somewhat ruined by the quickly stifled yawn she couldn't quite conceal. I want to hang out with Luke when he gets here, not Ali's friends. Where is Luke? I asked. I could have sworn Lena was supposed to arrive with her brother. It was Emma, dressed in sea green, that answered my question. Rena hovered by her side in a similar dress, her violet eyes more taken in by the pageantry of the court than whatever had happened to her brother. Luke cut himself, so Auntie Lena said to go on ahead, she told me in a sing-song voice. Rena wanted to come with us so she didn't miss anything. Cut himself, I repeated, struggling to quite understand how. Rena pulled a face and Emma nudged her. He was showing off, said Alice, tone full of exasperation, and I turned my attention to her. And he dropped the knife. Don't worry, Mama, it wasn't too horrible. Auntie Lena was mostly annoyed that he wiped his hand on his doublet. I caught Lena's eye and he gave me a grim look. The medic will be called, I suspect, he told me when the children's attention wandered and their little group began splitting up. I didn't reply straight away, watching with worry as Jocelyn trailed listlessly after Alice. Rhaenyra. Sorry, I mumbled, dragging my attention back to him. Is it really that bad? A few stitches, he replied before his eyes narrowed. What is wrong? I bit my lip, reasons why I shouldn't mention my worry for Jocelyn here of all places springing forth. His eyes left me, seeking what I had been staring at in the crowd. He tensed slightly when he realized. I am merely worried about how tired she seems, I whispered. He reached up to scratch at his beard before sighing. I trust Sir Stefan, but he says she is doing well. Perhaps it may be time to introduce a rest day, he suggested, and I let out a little sigh of relief. I will speak to Sir Stefan, I promised, and he nodded, taking my hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. Do so, you have my support. Now, where is Joffrey? I wish to go menace him as he plays politics. I snorted and pointed my spymaster out. Laenor gave me one last, bright grin before shoving his way through the nobles towards his lover. Chapter 192, Preparation, Chapter 166. Chapter Text. Watching Laenor tease Joffrey as the latter was trying to hold a very serious conversation with various notables was vastly more preferable to the idea of walking and shaking hands when I was unsure whom my father would even choose as hand in the coming hour or so. Whom would he choose? Why was Tyland coming to the capital? I could not believe he would choose the man for hand of all things. Then again, there was precedent. Tyland was the brother of a powerful lord, just as Otto had been, and Lannister power had only grown in court since Aegon began playing his little game. Thus I contented myself with moving about the room, keeping an eye on my children as they played with the others present. My wards were there as well. Aelyandra had ensconced herself with her Dornish court in one of the corners, Jane and Alice Anne were with their kin, both groups on opposite sides of the room but somehow still managing to throw glares at one another, and finally Rolf making polite small talk with some Marbrand uncle of his. I had barely seen the boy since our return from Dragonstone, although Laenor reported that his behavior had improved by leaps and bounds. Although I wasn't quite sure what it had done to his relationship with Jocelyn. The two had been friends and now they barely spoke to one another. Did he blame her? That brought irritation. She'd hardly wrestled him out of his armor, he had no right to. I let my gaze move on, catching sight of Helena and Visera together chatting with some of Aemon's river knights. No sign of Aegon or Aemond though, and Durin would still be with Aemond. I shook the suspicion from my thoughts. Joffrey would know if they were up to something, I was quite sure of it. I sought out more familiar faces as I gave out distracted greetings. Corlys in a fine dark doublet, moving from small group to small group with an easy smile on his face. No Rhaenys, she was back in Driftmark overseeing some minor dispute that had been raised between two high-profile merchants there. Lionel, My heart stuttered when his eyes met mine. Like me, he was sticking to the edges of the gathering, a fearsome scowl on his face driving all but the bravest of lords away. I wanted to sigh. He had gone behind my back, of course. He'd caught Sira alone and demanded she resign her post, he threatened and raged, he'd brought up Ali's and attempted guilt, but Sira was stubborn. She had come to me in tears, begged me to ignore her father's entreaties for me to force the issue. I'd had to persuade Sab to not challenge him to a duel. And still Sira was oblivious as to her feelings, even after watching her rant and rage and then hack at a nearby tree with her sword. Maris had been far worse to rein in. Both she and Harwin had taken offense to Lionel trying to force the issue. Harwin may be frighteningly dull at times, but he loved his baby sister and seeing her cry had upset him. Which had only upset Maris more, and she'd already been distressed enough at seeing her friend like that. Her husband joining in too had her recruiting Fal and Marya and planning something, underhanded, no doubt. I'd been forced to put a stop to it, no matter how much I'd wanted to let them go on. Lionel was on his way out, he was leaving with none of his children, and he knew it. Your Grace. I paused and found myself face to face with Gerald Redford and Lord Lyman Beesbury. Lady Erin and Lady Royce send their greetings. Thank you, Lord Redford, I replied, taking one last sweep of the court before settling myself in for a conversation. I was not sure how long it would be before father made his appearance. Truly, his need for spectacle and pageantry was beyond vexing at times. Everything from appointing a new councillor to name days had to be done with great pomp and celebration. Hello, Lord Lyman, I hope you are well. The old man's face lit up at that and my heart panged again. Gods, he was truly old now. He seemed so small. Rhaenyra. I am well, how are you? I see you've unleashed the children. He adored my children as if they were his own grandchildren. Bribing them with honey nut treats was only the tip of the iceberg, and they adored him in turn. I will be better when I know what father is planning, I joked and Lyman chuckled. Won't we all, he replied. But he knows what he is doing, best not worry too much about it. Can't be done, I thought you knew that already. I told him, smiling despite myself, and he snorted in amusement. As for the children, I figured they deserved a treat. So I see. He peered about for a moment, taking in Ali's little court, Iman and a small group of squires and Rena and Emma off in their own little corner. Gerald took the silence to jump back in. Where is Lady Lena? He asked. I would have thought she would have brought her boy along. I see the girl. The boy, I started dryly, decided to impress his cousins with a knife trick. Ah, said Gerald, face lighting up in amusement. For a moment, he seemed to relax and his smile shifted away from the slightly strained manner it was always stuck in these days. Why, I remember when Alaric got his first knife. The moment he had the thing out of the sheath he'd cut himself testing the edge. Jess never. Then he stopped dead and shook himself, his smile dying a little. Well, enough of my reminiscing. Suffice to say she shouldn't worry much, it's the nature of boys to cut themselves on nearby sharp objects. Lyman hummed in agreement, peering at the Vale Lord with an odd look on his face, and I was reminded that he knew very little of the whole debacle surrounding Gerald, Jess, and Jane. It wasn't as if I could fill him in either. He was father's, not mine, and I was under no illusions he'd relay everything back to the king the moment I took my eye off of him. Ah, I have been meaning to thank you, said Lyman, finally, when the silence went on for too long. The boy you sent me has settled in quite well. He has talent. I smiled in acknowledgement to that. Morano's had only arrived recently, but I was glad he'd already made an impression at least. That he was not Dicchio had been hammered home by now. I should really get to know him. If he was to be my master of coin, officially or unofficially, I needed to win him over beyond the protection I had already extended to him. I am glad, he worked with the Iron Bank for a while, you know. Lyman nodded at that, smiling benignly. Yes, he made mention of such, and I do vaguely recall him from his last trip here. Ah, of course. Lyman had been at that meeting, hadn't he? Truly, I'm surprised you managed to snag him, but given the new Sea Lord's hostility I can understand why the lad made his way here. Indeed I began but was cut off by the herald announcing my father's entrance. Pardon me, my lords. Of course, your grace, said Gerald. Go easy on him, said Lyman, smiling as if he were a proud grandfather. No promises, I told him dryly. If he appointed Tyland Lannister to the position, they'd be finding bits of him for years to come, I thought darkly as I took my place beside the throne. The only satisfaction as I looked at Alicent's smug face while father seated himself was that my children were making a good show of themselves, lining up with Laenor and Joffrey. The queen was dressed in resplendent green and looking as if nothing could dampen her spirits. She gave father a gracious smile as he made himself comfortable and examined his assembled court. There was tension in the air and you would need to be a fool not to feel it. Greens and blacks both glancing at one another, waiting to see where the chips would fall. I was in father's good graces, truly I hadn't fallen from them in over a decade, but sudden reversals of fortune were common, especially given the backstabbing and double-dealing the factions sometimes resorted to. I would be the first to admit that if father became aware of Joffrey's actions, well, I was not sure what would happen. Nothing good. It was testament to Alicent's good mood that even seeing Queen Alysanne's crown atop my head she did little more than frown, and even then her annoyingly smug expression chased it away. The knowledge settled like a stone in my belly. What had she done? Bent father's ear on the matter? I refused to believe he'd be stupid enough. He'd gotten better, so much better. For all that I bemoaned him, he was not the Viserys of Cannon that had thrown his daughter to the wolves and then partied the rest of his life away. Welcome all, called father, and I forced my expression back to its neutral state if only to avoid giving her the satisfaction of knowing she had me ruffled. I thank you all for coming here to witness the appointment of my new hand. That got them whispering again, a hum of voices rising up around me. They threw glances this way and that, who was here and who wasn't, they asked themselves. He let them mutter just long enough before waving a hand. Lord Lionel Strong has served me better than any other man could. Truly, he deserves many more accolades than the ones I have given him already. Murmurs of agreement as the court's attention swung from father to Lionel. His grim face barely changed, but he consented to bow slightly in father's direction, and then the attention swung back. My father, always the showman. But now it is time to name a new man to the position. You could hear a pin drop as he paused once more. It seemed no one in the room dared to breathe in case they somehow misheard. Lord Corlys Velaryon. I call upon you to take the office of Hand of the King. My sigh of relief was audible, Joffrey raising an eyebrow as he peered at me over Jocelyn's head as Laenor snickered, but I couldn't miss that both looked relieved in turn. Corlys was, the best case scenario really, I reflected. The man in question made his way to the foot of the throne and bowed low. I cannot put into words what an honor this is, Your Grace, said Corlys smoothly, and I was impressed to find no real hint of the true feelings his words must be masking. I very much doubted time had changed much of his opinions on who should be seated on the Iron Throne. As father led Corlys through the various oaths, I risked a glance at Alicent and smothered the glee that brought before it could reach my face. She was pale, trembling on her little throne as she watched Corlys solemnly swear to serve father to the best of his abilities and all the other rigmarole that came with the position during this era. The summoning of Tyland made sense now, and I cursed myself for not seeing it sooner, for worrying like a fool when Tyland's cannon roll had been flashing father's intentions at me like some, what was the word? Corlys paused in the middle of his oath as Alicent rose from her seat, her green eyes blazing with fury I hadn't seen in years as she surveyed the watching crowd. My queen? Asked father, his face a mask of earnest worry. Mumbling was beginning to break out across the court now as Alicent's facade fell. I did not smile at her when our eyes met, but it was a close thing. My queen, is something wrong? Father was on his feet now, looking as if he were ready to charge down the steps to her side. The chatter of the court rose to a discordant roar as she remained frozen at the foot of the Iron Throne, her only movement being her eyes darting back and forth. Then her face twisted into a snarl and even father fell back slightly at the sight of it. Congratulations on your new position, Lord Corlys, she all but hissed. He blinked, his mouth hanging open, as surprised as even I was that Alicent had lost her temper so publicly. The surprise didn't outweigh the glee, the triumph that I was feeling, though. Then Alicent strode off, her green dress flowing around her as she stormed from the room, pausing only to elbow a few men who weren't quick enough to leap out of her way. Silence reigned for a few moments and then the court exploded into noise. Chapter 193, Preparation, Chapter 167. Chapter Text. Corlys had wasted little time in commissioning a silver clasp as his badge of office. It gleamed on his breast as he took Lionel's old seat. There was a smug air about him, which I'll grant was perhaps deserved, but he also seemed a little subdued. His new position had come at his friend's expense, I supposed. The other councillors entered and took their seats just as sedately as both I and Corlys had done. Expectation was in the air, and none could keep their speculative glances from Corlys for long. Lionel had been a details man, a light hand at the rudder until some project was underway and then he could be found planning it step by step. He'd kept himself free of politics and the succession, rarely involved himself in the bickering and nastiness. They were all wondering what Corlys would be like. So was I, in a way. We may get along well now, but that was as blacks, a faction I ruled over utterly. Corlys was hand here, a position that was equal to my own in power, in theory anyway. Time moved on and still there was no sign of father. I winced. He had not taken Alicent storming off well. I had seen neither her nor father in a few days, in fact. No messages from the keep, no contact at all, really. I hadn't even seen my siblings despite sending a message to Helena about arranging Riker and Viserys' meeting. I blinked as Edmund cleared his throat. It seems the king will be late, he said, peering at his fellow councillors. There was a mumble of agreement at that. Have we had any word that he will be attending? I asked. Father had not missed a council session at all in recent memory, but if Alicent was angry enough that she was openly showing hostility, I suppressed a shudder. No, I did not envy father or any of my siblings right now. I even felt sorry for Aegon. It could not be easy. We have not, your grace. I am given to believe that the royal household has been occupying his grace's time of late. The Grand Maester had a hint of disapproval in his voice when he said that, earning himself a sharp glance from both Lyman and Corlys. I do hope everyone is well, I said, feigning innocence. I have not heard anything. Edmund frowned and Larry smirked but kept his eyes on whatever papers he'd gathered. Nothing serious, I'm sure, said Jasper quickly, sending a warning look at his fellow Green. Edmund's frown cleared even though I could tell by his eyes he still wanted to speak on the matter. Father's arrival, a storm of anger and clear annoyance, put an end to any more speculation on our parts. We each waited in silence like naughty children as he took his seat and fixed us all, even me, with a meaningful glare. When his and Corlys' gazes met, Viserys gave him a nod and I swear Corlys relaxed slightly. It seems changes must be made. Father's voice. I had never heard that tone before. Anger and grief all tied up in one another as he met anyone even glancing at him with a challenging glare. I have received no less than 2 resignations this past day and I have yet to even appoint my new master of ships. The words were like a punch to the gut as I glanced around the room. Not Lyman? Surely not. He would have said something. Jasper Wilde was a shoe-in for one of them. Elenda must have seen the same opportunity I had and moved to advise him of his options. Evidently he had elected to bow out gracefully, but who was the other? Not Corlys. I could not believe Lyman would leave, which left Larry's or Edmund, and the idea of either of those just giving up was. May I ask which of our members will be leaving us? Asked Corlys, finally. Jasper cleared his throat meaningfully. I am one of them, I am afraid, he stated. Recent events have seen a need for me to return home. My apologies once again, your grace. Father waved a dismissive hand. We will be sorry to see you leave, I told him. Your service has been exemplary. He had made a good master of laws, if I was being frank. My issue with him had always been that which let him excel, he cared too much about the written letter of it. He would see Daemon on the throne before me, and that had always been a problem. I was actually fairly amazed that he had bowed to the pressure Elenda had brought, in the end. He had always seemed so stern and unyielding. Thank you, your grace. He gave me a nod in return. That still left. And I am the second. My train of thought derailed utterly as Larry's finished speaking. My appointment was always contested, and with father leaving the capital I believe it is time for me to leave as well. His grace has been kind enough to offer me an estate near Harrenhal. What was his game? Why abandon the capital? All of his resources were here. Why abandon his position? It gave him power. Why had Joffrey not known this was coming? I knew Larry's was good but not that good. So it seems we will need a new master of whisperers, a new master of laws as well as a new master of ships, murmured Edmund, his shock perfectly summing up everyone's feelings. I have received recommendations for replacements, said father and I looked at him, my gaze sharper than intended. He met my eyes with a level stare. I refused to let him win and he looked away first, shifting in his seat. Lord Wilde, I accept your recommendation. Lord Tyland Lannister is hereby named Master of Laws. Not Master of Ships? I met Corlys' eyes but the man looked as completely lost as I did. How had father gotten this by us all? I would need to call a meeting when we returned to the manse. Joffrey has missed too much lately and I needed to know what damage Tyland could do as our new Master of Laws. The man was like an eel, slippery even if he did not look like much initially. Thank you, your grace. I know Sir Tyland will serve you as ably as I have, said Jasper. Father nodded. As for your recommendation, Lord Larrys, I accept that too. Larrys gave him a nod, a small smile playing about his lips. I felt my eyes narrow as I looked at him. What green stooge had sell Lord Gerald Redford will be raised to the title of Master of Whisperers. Oh, Larrys. For once, I think I might be one step ahead of you. At least we now knew who had blackmailed him. So Alicent and Larrys had almost certainly been behind Edric's little rebellion. He had erred there, then, the knowledge would only bind Jane even closer to me when I revealed it. I let myself relax a little. So far, father's new appointments were almost all in my favor. And my recommendation, your grace, said Corlys. I frowned. He hadn't told me about any recommendation on his end. I do not accept it. Corlys' face dropped. May I ask why? His voice had an edge to it. My son has almost single-handedly advanced shipbuilding and sailing by decades with one project. Sir Laenor will soon be departing with my daughter. He will not be able to attend his duties as required by the role. It was an excuse and everyone knew it. Corlys' jaw clenched tightly. As for me, I wasn't sure if Laenor would even want the role, then again, surely Corlys had told him that he intended to nominate him for Master of Ships? Why had Laenor not said anything? Was this just a grand conspiracy of people not telling me important things? I frowned as father forged onward, ignoring the thunderous look on Corley's face. Instead I have elected to raise Sir Brindamere Tarth to the position of Master of Ships. I blinked, surprised. I had heard of the Evenstar of Tarth, of course. More interested in chasing pirates around his island than ruling it, by all accounts. He had supported Daemon during the early days and that was enough to make me wary of him. I couldn't recall if he had been mentioned in canon. The Stormlands had sided with Aegon then, and Brindamere had likely followed his liege lord. Given Boros was with me this time around, I could only hope Brindamere would keep following his liege lord. I have had the man vetted, said father, and I realized he was looking at me. I am aware he has held troublesome views in the past, but that was born from his dislike of pirates. Of course father, I said. He gave me a nod. As a final note, I have decided to allow Lord Commander Marbrand to attend the meetings once more. He has proved himself to be no Kristen Cole. And suddenly it all made sense. Barring Edmund, which he could do nothing about, every single appointment was designed to shore up my power in the capital before I went away on my progress. Corlys's hand, a Storm Lord replacing him as Master of Ships, the Master of Whisperers once again mine, and a convenient Lannister hostage for them to take in the form of Tyland should something occur whilst I was gone. I let out a breath and forced myself to relax. The capital would be secure then. Which left Larys to deal with. I had no doubt his resignation meant something. Joffrey may be quick to blame him for every tiny thing that had gone wrong in the past 10 years, he was not by any means underestimating Larys, really. The man was cunning, he would not give up simply because he had lost his father's support. It was clear he was abandoning the capital. He had lost here and he was leaving Alicent to her fate, a withdrawal to the Riverlands where he held the home advantage, but I had no doubt he'd keep men within King's Landing. Gerald was proof of that. That Larys had recommended him, he thought Gerald was his and he likely thought I was of the mind Gerald was mine. Unless he knew I knew Gerald was being blackmailed and recommended him to throw me off no, I was beginning to sound like Joffrey again. Gerald Redfort's blackmailer almost certainly had to be Larys. I could not see anyone else able to get that information, bring it to the man's attention whilst simultaneously bankrolling the budding rebellion, all as the Vale went on unaware. So Larys would assume Gerald could still be his, especially if his position here and the last way of winning back his children was under threat. So Larys would retreat in good order, leaving behind what he believed to be a man in my own upper echelons. Agree with his grace, Corlys was saying when I snapped back into reality. Lord Marbrand has proved himself 1,000 times over. I merely posit the theory that the Lord Commander can perform his role best when not distracted by the politics of the realm, Grand Maester Edmund said. He was looking a little pale, I noted with amusement. Edmund was green, so far as the green cause was useful to him. Losing so many allies in one fell swoop must have unnerved him. Exactly why the Lord Commander must know the internal workings of Westeros, said Larys, smiling sharply as Edmund turned to him with an almost betrayed look. He must know which direction a threat is likely to come from, should he not? That is your job, snapped Edmund. Larys shrugged. He replied simply. I am merely Lord Strong now. I suppose I shall have to find myself a wife. Enough, said father, sounding tired. I hereby declare this council over. It is to reconvene when the new councillors arrive to take up their roles. I trust there are no looming disasters. None here, Your Grace, said Lyman firmly. We are even managing to pay a little extra to the Iron Bank each month. And I have passed over my assessments regarding threats to the realm, Larys said. Both to our new hand and to yourself. And the gold cloaks are in as good order as always. Sir Harwin has really come into his own. My own treatises on the law are being written up by my scribes as we speak. Somehow, Jasper speaking up surprised me. He had become ever more reticent these past few months. Elenda's doing no doubt. Then go, snapped father. I bit my lip and waited as the men rose around me. I caught Corlys' warning glance but shook my head. He gave me a look that screamed rather you than me and departed, his sky blue cloak swirling almost dramatically. You too, Rhaenyra, I wish to be alone. And I wish to comfort my father, I replied. I have had no word from anyone. What is wrong? He snorted and seemed to slump in his chair, looking more exhausted than I'd seen him in a long time. She has finally issued her ultimatum. Me or you? Leave me, Rhaenyra, for the choice hurts. I blinked at his words, mind barely comprehending them. Father? I asked. Surely she wouldn't, surely she knew, but with her side decimated once more, the relevancy they had clawed back shattered in her own children's growing resentment. Gods, she really had lost it. Why did the knowledge make me uncomfortable? Why did it scare me? Rhaenyra, he said. Let me grieve. I do not need your glee. No glee. I am sorry it came to this. I let my hand rest on his forearm for a moment and he shifted his pain-filled gaze to meet my eyes. What will happen? I do not know. I hope. I can only hope she will calm down. On instinct, I leaned across and wrapped my arms about him. I'm sorry, I mumbled, still wondering where the expected joy at this news was. I'm sorry, father. I am too. Go, Rhaenyra, attend to your children and give them my best. Chapter 194, Preparation, Chapter 168. Chapter text. How did you miss this? I asked. Joffrey squirmed in his seat but his little glances around the room revealed no allies. Corlys and Maris merely kept their stern gazes on him. Maris might normally be his ally in such a matter, but she was more concerned about her children. Larry's moving was a threat to her, even if I was unsure about the truth of that myself. Corlys, well, he demanded competence at the very least. To miss half the small council resigning or leaving. That was no small thing. I don't know, he said finally, when it was apparent there was no aid coming to him. I felt a spark of pity as he ran an agitated hand through his longish hair. Gawen Westerling was boasting openly of Sir Tyland being summoned, the mistress I have in place for him did send her reports. I just missed them. I asked, worry making my stomach drop. Or were they deliberately hidden? By whom? He asked. The courier should have brought them straight to me, but there is no record of such a delivery. Can we be sure this mistress sent them? Asked Maris, her eyes blazing with an intensity I wasn't sure I liked. Of course, she must suspect Larry's. It seemed pointless to go so far, to reveal infiltration into Joffrey's ranks, just to hide Tyland being summoned for a few days. I reached up to massage at my temples as Joffrey snapped something at Maris and Maris snapped back. I was getting too caught up on him missing Gawen's boasting, I realized. He could not be blamed for Larry's or Elenda, I supposed. I could hardly focus on that now though. What was Larry's game? He had retired and received land, he was a lord in truth now. That gave him power and legitimacy, but it also took him away from the capital. So whatever he was up to, he didn't need Alicent for it anymore. Likely, he knew a sinking ship when he saw one. He needed another way to get at Joffrey, the progress? No, that still didn't fit. Our itinerary didn't bring us close to Harrenhal and surely he'd want to capitalize on Joffrey being a way to shore up his own networks? Was this part of his dance, perhaps? Joffrey was leaving King's Landing and so he must too? That seemed closer to the man he had been before Alicent, when every interaction had been just another way to be noticed. And just how did Gerald Redford enter into the equation? Enough. I finally barked when Corlys got involved and the argument devolved into noise as each of them threw accusations of incompetence at one another. Enough. This doesn't get us anywhere. She's right, said Corlys. It doesn't. We have to figure out what is coming next. We have a Black Council, said Joffrey. King's Landing is ours, and I am inclined to agree with Rhaenyra when she says she believes Tyland to be there as a hostage to the Lannisters' good behavior. The navy is stacked with my men, said Corlys firmly. He'll have little room to maneuver real power from the position. And if he brings Lannister men in? I asked. Viserys wouldn't let him, replied Maris. The king would see it for what it was. We hope, murmured Joffrey, his tone dark. I sent him a warning look. I'm merely pointing out he has made some curious decisions in the past. His eyes lingered a moment too long on my neck and I flushed, almost shivering at the memory. That won't happen again, I said firmly after the moment passed. Alicent has issued an ultimatum. Father has answered. Not sure what she thought she was doing, growled Corlys. She knew he'd never pick her. Especially not now. Maybe in the beginning. Then you're blind, Lord Hand, chuckled Maris and Corlys directed a raised eyebrow at her. Her ultimatum wasn't for Viserys, it was for Westeros as a whole. Choose me or Rhaenyra. He chose me. I don't understand. Maris gave me a fond look before chuckling at my ire. Alicent is losing power within the Greens. More and more of her lords want to deal with Aegon. She is no longer a leader of a powerful faction but a well-known face within a faction that is more Aegon's by the day, explained Maris. This is merely a way of reminding everyone that this isn't about hatred, it's about a wife being wronged by her husband and her son being cheated out of his inheritance. It shores up her draining influence and probably has already won her a few points with our dear prince. Aegon dislikes her influence over him, I said slowly. But if she were to remind him it's not about but what was stolen from him. Then Aegon likely stops ordering his mother barred from his rooms for a few weeks, finished Maris. And right now he's not at his best. A sympathetic ear willing to fall behind him at last. Would she give up control of the Greens? I asked sharply. Is this why Larys is so publicly breaking ties with her? Nothing is for our benefit, said Joffrey. Her target is Aegon. Not us. Makes sense, said Corlys. Aegon is her best bet at power now, and what true knight hates their own mother? Surely he wouldn't fall for it, I murmured even as Helena's words about his frequent drunken episodes came back to haunt me. I hesitated. Larry's humiliated him. If Alicent told him she got rid of him, Joffrey mused. But Larry's was Alicent's when he did so. Could she come back from that? Asked Corlys, leaning forward in his seat. And, Maris added, face thoughtful. She can hardly parade his resignation as a victory when my dear good brother has been rewarded with land. She may believe she can, I said. She has misjudged Aegon in the past. He may see it as another attempt to control him. Publicly humiliate him and then swoop in as the savior, murmured Joffrey. She might believe it would work. If that is her angle, then it won't. Aegon would sooner have her confined to a mother house than fall under her sway again, I noted dryly. Do you think this woman close to Gon can be trusted? I was certain of it, but if Maris is right. Joffrey trailed off. Look again, I ordered. Gon is Aegon's right-hand man. His pillow talk is worth a lot. And if all else fails, we can always reveal her to Aegon. It'll be a nice tongue lashing for Gon and will only further alienate the prince from his knights, Corlys added. I nodded along. The idea was good. Gon would likely be desperate to keep her a secret given Aegon's views on the matter, and she could be useful even if it was discovered she was a problem. I think I need to send Larys another message before he leaves the capital. That had all of us staring at Joffrey in shock. He flushed but held his head high. We are forgetting that he was also searching for Daemon and Mysaria's men. I winced. Or course. A rude awakening. Unbidden, one finger traced the velvet that covered my prosthetic, the material unnaturally cool and unyielding to touch. Both of us are making slow progress, said Joffrey, regretfully. His obvious ones were, well, obvious. A little digging found us both our fair share of quarries, but I doubt we've got them all between us. But I need to know his stance. Will him retreating affect that? I asked, and Joffrey shrugged before almost hesitantly shaking his head. I settled back into my chair for a moment and let my eyes flicker shut. It was easy to forget. Easy to forget his men were here among us, easy to forget he was out there somewhere just waiting for a chance to return, easy to forget that we could barely establish his location, never mind what he was doing that was causing people to flee before him. It should not be. It should taunt my every waking moment, but it didn't. He had haunted my nightmares for so long, I should be terrified. When I thought about it I was, but other times spent attending to even the simplest of matters, it slipped from my mind. Keep looking, I rasped, opening my eyes, and he nodded. As for Larys, don't let your guard down, but don't let him send you scrambling. Use the time before we leave to make damn sure your network is secure. I'll watch him very closely, promised Maris, and I winced at the reminder she was staying here. How do you intend that, Lady Strong? Asked Corlys. Harwin and I will be paying visits to our dear father, we wouldn't want him to get lonely and fall prey to unsavory whispers. Her eyes lit up a little uncomfortably at that. And what are we doing about Aegon? Asked Joffrey, as even Corlys looked uncomfortable at Maris' savage, internal mirth. He is in a tailspin, I told them, earning only blank looks in turn. I frowned. 30 years and still these turns of phrase crept up. He's frequently drunk and not attending to political matters. Let him burn his own faction. And if he recovers? Comes to the conclusion he must be more ruthless to match his grasping elder sister, asked Corlys, getting too much enjoyment from the insult. I frowned at him. Keep pushing him, said Maris before I could take him to task. Have a bard sing about naked Prince Aegon. Let everyone know Aegon the Arrogant turned down the land that had held kings. I don't know. We can't do that. I said it before I could stop myself and received 3 raised eyebrows in turn. He is my brother, I don't want to see him so hurt. You cannot afford not to. The Greens have been struck a massive blow. Alicent in particular will struggle to maintain hold of even her loyal members after that show in the throne room. If Aegon recovers and emerges as a leader in these times, he could salvage the mess his mother has made. Corlys' analysis made sense, but all I could see was a younger Aegon, miserable as the court mocked him. I had always demanded my blacks go easy on the rumors, to never say anything to his face. This would be a reversal and he would know it. He would know there was no way I hadn't ordered it. Then that will only further push him from the Green faction leadership, said Maris when I said as much. Or galvanize him, suggested Joffrey. He has believed for a long time that Rhaenyra was some innocent caught up in Viserys' schemes. He has only just been rudely awakened to the fact. Then he will know that this is a consequence of him acting so openly, and that Rhaenyra was able to do so before but chose not to out of her sense of familial duty. A duty that went out of the window when he announced his intentions to usurp her in her own front room, argued Maris. It's actually my front room, murmured Corlys, mostly out of a sense of obligation, I think. No one listened. Going too far could have consequences, I said slowly. Use the incident with Maris, Joffrey, but not his refusal of old stones. If he confronts me, I will make it clear he is now my political rival and will be treated as such. Both Maris and Joffrey gave me a nod and Corlys smiled, evidently pleased with something about that statement. I couldn't bring myself to feel their approval. On to other matters, he suggested after a moment. Quite, I replied, remembering an errant thought from Dragonstone. I wish to speak about Luke. Luke, said Joffrey, looking puzzled. About his hand? I assure you. Not his hand, I replied dryly. His education. His education, said Joffrey, more cautious than confused now. He receives an education worthy of your own children. Indeed he does, but most people view him as a hanger-on. If we want him to rule by Alyandra's side, he needs to establish his own reputation. Joffrey frowned deeply at that but nodded. He didn't like it, but he knew the power of public perception better than any in my little circle. I propose he squire. He's squiring for me, Joffrey protested, a slight whine in his voice. I took a deep breath and steeled myself, but I needn't have bothered. Joffrey, you're a clever man. Don't make the princess upset herself, Corlys said, eyes narrowed as Joffrey glared at him. At my apologetic look, he deflated a little and my heart hurt. It is not your injury, I protested. It is your, and Lena's, reputation. Black ones, on your behalf, he muttered, then he closed his eyes and sighed when he saw my flinch. That was unfair. It was fair enough. If it helps, I have an excellent tutor in mind for him. Maris' face lit up in a smile as she understood before any my plan for Luke. Joffrey raised his head, his smile strained. Tell me, who has the honor? I will refuse if he is not good enough for him. I let my gaze travel to Corlys, who blinked in surprise before smiling. I'd be happy to take him, just, what do you suppose we'd do for the progress, he asked and my heart sunk. That was true. He could not fly back and forth. He would have to stay here, said Joffrey. Fly to see us when free, perhaps this is for the best. That surprised me. Maris and Corlys too. Joffrey gave us a thin smile. Some time apart from Alyandra may do them some good, and Rhaenyra cannot afford to not take her to Dorne. Not to mention, well, we try our best with him, but he is a pain in the neck. I suggested, and Joffrey rolled his eyes. A pain in the hand, more like, japed Maris, and that actually got a smile out of Joffrey. Luke was feeling very sorry for himself at the moment, his hand bound with cloth and his wound stitched and painful. Corlys said nothing, he was intent on Joffrey. If Lena agrees, said Joffrey, finally. I will give my permission.